Day number 1 is in the books for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice as Bjorn, Ryung, Astrea and Spirit make it into the group stage. Today, the main event begins, but just in case you missed it, let's take a look at a recap from yesterday and see what you missed. Welcome, it's the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice World Championship. It is our 10th edition here. StarCraft 2, throughout 10 years, has been here. We have been the legacy.
Yeah, this is going to be massive. The drop comes in, the tank, the Vikings, Marines right there. Those medevacs are not long for this world. Stim is even there for Beyond and Beyond.
I think Spirit has just enough and he's chasing him down with everything that he has, getting on top of that army. The Archons, they're not going to survive. Nothing survives. Spirit, oh my goodness, making it in to the group stage here.
The army is over here. The rest of the army is still retreating on back, but I think Thermal not going to necessarily have all the available units to take on the full force of the Protoss army. Goes for a nice little concave split. The Forces lock out a lot of these units, and Thermal taps out Astrea, fist pumping his way to victory as he advances on to the group stage.
Prismatic alignment, but the SCVs can still repair this bunker and repair his one hell of a drog. The bunker stays alive and Nice is in all sorts of trouble.
You know, GG Ryung, well played. Congrats on moving into the next stage.
That's right, it's time. It's day number 2 here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice World Championship for 2022. And all the players are getting ready across the groups to do battle and find themselves in the bracket stage in the upcoming days. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to all the festivities here. The StarCraft 2 festival that is Katowice. We're ready to go and ready to get into all of these games. My name is Kyle Harris, your host, and joining me to start off today, we have the double Kevins and the Ben in the middle. We have Harston, we have Rotterdam, we have the Muslim. Guys, yesterday was interesting. A variety of games we got to witness. A great day of StarCraft to kick things off, Rotterdam, and we're expecting it to ramp up even more now into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been talking about these groups for a while. We know how stacked they are. We think the level of play is going to be very high. But yesterday was just a very positive, welcoming surprise. I don't think a lot of us predicted this bracket. If we would have filled it out, yeah, we obviously knew that all 16 players were good and you had a couple of favorites, but overall surprising results. And the way we got to those results was perhaps the most fun. I mean, Spirit Nice must have been the highlight, but overall it was just a good day of StarCraft. Yeah.
Zergler having the best of days yesterday, Ben, but don't worry, because we think that might change.
I mean, like, you know, there's only 2 Zergs in the bracket because they're all actually in the groups already, which is really, really cool to see. I mean, Don Ragu falling out without winning a map was a big surprise, but
agreed.
That's mainly because all the players that he played against played ridiculously damn well.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense here, Harston. This is the biggest stage of the year, each year now here. So it makes sense that everybody's rising to the occasion for that bracket stage now coming into the groups.
Yeah, it was a crazy day though, and like you mentioned, the results were a little bit surprising, but at the same time, everyone, of course, is capable of getting out of that bracket stage. Yeah. And Yeah, good game so far.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at the bracket just to re-jog your memory here from yesterday. We had our upper bracket as well as the lower bracket conclude. 4 players were able to advance forwards into this round of 24 from said bracket, 2 of which came from that upper, and it was Terran domination, baby, up towards the top as Bjorn and Spirit were able to take the 2 top spots there. And I think, obviously, Roddy, a lot of people think to themselves, yeah, it's Bjorn. We kind of imagined he was going to get there. But for Spirit, this is a really big moment, I think, for him.
It's a super big moment. He's been working for this for such a long time, and we already mentioned a few times, a couple years ago, he got so damn close to making it to the group.
Yeah.
He took out Stats, who was the runner-up of the year before, but then he still didn't go all the way. Yesterday he did, and it was obviously surprising to him as well that he was going to play Nice in that final round, because Nice went through Hero and Skillers, 2 absolutely amazing Protoss players that I would normally say Nice is the underdog against both of them.
Yeah.
But that man was playing well, and the moment that Spirit knew he was going to play against Nice, he's like, no, I'm nervous actually. And it kind of showed in the games, but those 2 put up one hell of a show for all of us. Heartbreaking for Nice, but just really nice for Piotr, and especially we are in Poland, of course, it will be so nice for him to show the Polish people what he's made of, because we already know he's going to get a lot of support and he deserves it.
Yeah, I think, you know, round 24 here in Katowice, we've had Polish players play on the stage, be it, you know, quite a few years back, etc., and things like that. But to have Spirit here, Ben, it's going to be good.
Oh, and I mean, fantastic. You know, like Poland's, it's got a long history in StarCraft, be it from like the old days with Draco and stuff.
Oh, the Brood War players.
Yeah,
Texas always talks about them.
Yeah, I know. That's why I know about them, because Texas talks about them so much. But no, it's cool because like everybody already talked about Nurture a long time ago. Then a laser popped up, and Spirit, he's always been damn good, along with Mana, obviously. But yeah, now he's here, and he did it in phenomenal fashion, taking out Dom Ragu, then Estrella, who performed super well as well, by the way, also making it into the group.
Yeah, even if it wasn't just like any other Polish fans other than just the NetWars crowd, they'd still be like, even if there's 40 people there, they'd still be the loudest fans you've ever heard. But anyway, let's go down towards the lower bracket as well and conclude what we had from yesterday, as we do have a Protoss making their way through alongside Ryung and Estrella yesterday. I mean, to be fair, Harston, both of them went through the wars down in that lower bracket and were able to prevail.
Yeah, and that's not an easy thing to do. And I especially was surprised by Ryung at how well he kept playing during the entire tournament or entire bracket.
Yeah.
And with a very similar style as well. Extremely good micro, kind of keeping that map control. He always seemed in control, even when he really wasn't. And that's really what surprised me, and I think what surprised a lot of people. Like, if you look at that bracket yesterday at the start of it, I don't think there's too many of us that would have said, well, Ryung's going to make it out of this.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like, he played clean. Like, that's what everybody liked about it. Like, he went into that Nice series, and he just knew how to handle it. Oh, very different to what we saw in the Spirit series.
Yeah, I mean, two factors of that, I suppose. Ryung great, but Nice had been through an absolute war yesterday himself.
Yeah, it does feel that Nice just left it all out on the field in that best of 5 against Spirit, and after that I think he was a bit deflated. But Ryung just played very well. Good strategies against him, but even in the other TVPs, it wasn't just that Ryung clearly knows how to play against Nice. Yeah, he played solid in the other TVPs, we saw of him as well, and as Nice loved the Zealots, Ryung was absolutely loving the Widow mines, but the positioning of the mines was good. I saw a lot of good connections, not just with pros, but also on clumps of Zealots over and over again.
Yeah,
and he seemed very calm and composed. Often when Terran players make certain pushes, they're like, I gotta go now. And he's like, no, I've got the mines. I've got more mines coming in. Reinforcement is always on the way. He played really solid. I'm with Kev. I didn't see it coming. I thought he would win a couple of series maybe, but didn't think he was gonna make it into the group, but that's very cool for him.
Well, let's get to it. It is the main event here now, and the pre-show for this main event is brought to you by Coinbase. So a huge thank you to them for joining us here for the EPT as a whole. And we have groups to talk about. Oh boy, do we. As we're going to start things off with groups A and B today, but we're going to look at all of the groups to start things off because this is the proper pre-show to the main event. So Group A to start things off. Rogue, Cure, Solar, Neeb, Dream, and Spirit. These are the matches we're going to be watching at the very beginning of today here. We've already mentioned the fact, Ben, that Spirit, very much so fantastic for him to be here, but oh boy, does he have a hurdle when it comes to this group.
Yeah, I mean, on this photo here, Spirit's definitely the bulkiest boy of the lot, but he's against a lot of big dogs. I mean, you know, Rogue, Cure, Solar, even Neeb and Dream are damn good, but let's be real, any group that you moved into is going to be a hard one, but this is going to be ridiculously hard for Spirit.
No, indeed. I mean, you know, we got it out of him eventually, Roddy, when it came to the last season finals, or it might have been the last chance. I asked Rogue, you know, accolades, are you the GOAT? And he said, damn right I am. So, I mean, he's here. He's one of the only guys to have those multiple world championships under his belt, and he's looking for another one.
And he is literally the only guy to ever win the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice twice.
Yes.
It's not that he won a BlizzCon and he won Katowice. No, he won Katowice twice, and he's, of course, one of the big favorites coming into this tournament, because we know this is where you see peak performance of Rogue. I mean, this group, I could talk about it for a long time. Dream has his moments where I'm like, sometimes it's like, okay, he's just a good Korean Terran, but there are days where I was like, he looks like he's the best Terran player in the world. He's better than Maru, but obviously we know he's not. But he can reach a ridiculously high level. Neep is a bit of a question mark to me at the moment, but the boys in the practice room did tell me they've played a lot of custom games with Neep, and he's clearly playing a lot. So he did his best. And last but not least, I've turned Solar group stage into a bit of a meme, but that guy can really peak in group stages, and he too can be an absolute force to be reckoned with. So great group.
That looked scary in Last Chance, that's fair to say, and that was recent. But anyway, let's move on to Group B. Harstam, I'll get your thoughts here, as we do have our next 6 competitors entering the stage. Serral, Dark, Time Special, Showtime, and Ryung will join this one. Now, Ryung wasn't best pleased with getting this group, is fair to say, in that interview, but a stacked group once again.
Yeah, very stacked group. However, he also took a map off Beyond. There's 2 Terrans in this group, and there is a Protoss, which Ryung said is his best matchup. If he keeps playing like he was doing yesterday, there definitely are some chances against Showtime. And it's not like Time and Special are completely unreachable for him either, right?
Yeah.
He's completely capable of doing that. He is very close to that level, if perhaps just on that level as well. And well, then Serral and Dark, well, they're a little bit better perhaps than the others, but maybe on a really, really good day and a very poor day of either Serral and Dark, Ryung can take them out as well.
I think it was interesting to hear that Ryung was sad about this group, because obviously I feel that 2 spots are kind of locked up with Serral and Dark if they're playing like they play, but the other 3 players, I don't think they're too out of field or too out of depth for Ryung to take on.
Yeah.
I think this was one of the better groups you could get.
I actually find it fascinating that we have talked so little about Jonas Sotala so far.
Yeah.
Like we barely mentioned his name. Like in the previous years, it was always all about Serral. This is the one tournament he hasn't won yet. And perhaps that will actually help Serral a little bit, because we all know 2019 he was the overwhelming favorite. We all thought he was going to win it.
Right.
He didn't. 2020 we thought he was going to win it. He didn't. Last year was like, it's possible that he wins it. He's one of the top contenders. Didn't win it. It is that one trophy that we know he really wants to get his hands on. And there's always people like, oh, the GSL is like, he doesn't live in Korea. This is the one tournament he does want to win, and he should have won it in the past.
Yeah, it is the one that has eluded him, and there are many milestones to consider here for the 10th anniversary of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Not only that, not only the fact that we could have another world champion, but also the fact that 2 of the players in this group are the 2 that are looking down at $1 million broken when it comes to prize pool in Serral and Dark. Dark would have to get first place, of course, to be able to crack that, but there are 2 other names in Maru, etc., as well as Rogue, who could potentially break that.
All right there, Todd.
I didn't say the website's name, all right? If you could just... All right, move on. Group C. We have 6 more players to talk about over in Group C as well. Trap, Zest, Hero Marine, Bunny, Lambo, and Estrella will be joining them. A lot of Protoss power in this one, Harstam. For me, a lot of eyes, I think, are on Zest looking well here, considering recent performances, constant games. This guy plays 25 hours per day somehow. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, plays multiple tournaments at the same time, wins all of them as well. It's like, this guy's absolutely insane. I remember reading a statistic that he won something like 70 or 80 online cups in the past year. It's like an online tournament win every 3 days in 2021. People kind of forget about Trap, though. That Trap had a really sick 2021.
Correct.
He didn't perform that well last year in Katowice, and that has got to hurt. Because people keep bringing it up. They're like, well, Trap is good and he won a lot of tournaments, but when it really matters, can he show up? And I think Trap is definitely going to try to show up here.
Yeah, if anything haunts Trap, it is the group stage from last Katowice, which was an absolute disaster for him. But we know, Ben, he's far more capable than that.
Yeah, by far the best Protoss in the world during 2021. I don't think anybody
100%.
can argue it. I think one thing that's really cool about this group too, if any one of these players beats another one, like I've seen Lambo take down Trap multiple times, I've seen Hero Marine do it as well.
That's
and
true.
you throw Estrella into the mix, I think all these players know that they can beat anyone else in that group, and that to me always makes it a real feisty one, because all these guys are looking to try and make it through.
Yeah, it's pretty open, Kev.
It's a perfect mix of chaos. I absolutely love Group C. I can see almost anyone winning it. I know if Australia wins this group, that's a surprise, but he played very well yesterday, and we've seen him have great games in the past. Lambo, when he's taking things seriously, when he's prepping builds, and you know that he's been going over things, sharp timings. Gabe can peak. Last year, Gabe did make it out of the group stage as well. well. Bonnie has been telling me that his level is very high right now. He's like, I'm sorry about the Watch Your Steam League. My level was here, but now I'm all the way up here. I was like, all right, Bonnie, good luck. And then he also called me a 40-year-old, so I was like, I hope you lose, mate. I'm super excited for Group C. You give me any match between any of these 6 players, and I'll be excited for it.
All right, and drum roll, please. The final group. Are we saving the best to last is the question. It's Group D, and geez, where do I even begin? This has turned out to be the most ridiculous round-robin group I think we may have ever seen in the entirety of StarCraft 2, and that's 12 years of time, Harston. What is this?
Yeah, this is the type of graphic you would expect above an article that says the Hall of Fame of StarCraft or something. It's just, it's actually sick. You have freaking Maru, Reiner. Yeah, I mean, it honestly is the group of that. Beyond in there as well, just to absolutely complete it. That was, yeah, a bit of a disaster for Beyond perhaps yesterday, but he also didn't seem to mind too much. He was kind of confident. I actually was surprised.
I was super surprised, but then I was thinking about it, like, if you're in Clem's shoes, and it's like, okay, Maru's really hard, Reiner's obviously pretty tricky as well, I know he's very good against the Zergs, but you throw Beyond into that mix, Beyond's one of the players that can absolutely take down a Clem when it comes down to TVT, so it already made things a lot more dangerous for the likes of the young French player.
Roddy?
Yeah, I agree with Ben. It is a bit scary for Clem, because before you could look at it as like, okay, even if he loses to Maru and Reiner, which I don't know if that's going to happen, but it could happen, he should still be fine, because I do think Clem is the favorite versus Zone and Scarlet. But now you put Beyond in there, and Beyond's got some really good TVT. It's been close between those two in the past. It's scary for Clem. I still think that Liquid Clem is going to peak, though. That kid has been playing so ridiculously well. He's in a very happy mood here as well. Every time I talk to him, it's like, you feeling all right, Clem? He's like, yeah. First day, a bit nervous, didn't really quite feel all right, but I've been practicing. He's like, it's almost as good as home. So I don't know. I'm feeling good for Clem, but this group is just wild. And like what goes for Clem also kind of goes for Reiner, because Reiner may be slightly more favorite versus a Beyond, but Reiner has to worry about Scarlet, man, because Scarlet in ZVZ can be very tricky too.
Ben, final thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, I looked online and people were talking about like the pools and how you pick the players. Pretty much the favorite from every level that could go into this group went into it, and then Beyond obviously was probably the favorite.
Yeah, he was around 25 EPD points. So
exactly. Correct. So it's like literally the highest ranking group in every slot. So yeah, by far the hardest group.
Yeah, I can't wait to get to that. But again, we've got some amazing group stages here to come for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. The gods of StarCraft 2 are going to be fighting on Olympus as we crown ourselves a world champion once again. We're going to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, here. That's the pre-show. When we're back, we start Group A and the festivities here for day number 2.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Blizzard Entertainment, Intel, Shopify, Coinbase, and Norton Gaming.
Group A is honestly one of the most stacked groups coming into this tournament, with 4 top-tier Koreans: Rogue, Cure, Dream, Solar. It's going to be very difficult for Neep. Neep is traditionally a player that can always punch up if he's feeling it. He definitely has the skills to go toe-for-toe with these guys, but it's been a bit quiet around Neep lately, so I do think he's the underdog.
So Group A is probably the most simple one. Rogue, Cure, and Solar are probably going to make it through, and honestly I'd say in that order, with Rogue first. Solar can be a bit unlucky, but I do think that he's strong enough to make it through groups. It's just that he might do the Solar thing where he does really well in the first portion of the tournament, but then starts to falter or, yeah, gets kind of unlucky in the later stages.
One of the other favorites in the group is Solar, but he does have a very unlucky streak that he's going on right now, where there's been a lot of big tournament moments where he gets hit by giant nukes at the worst possible moments and that sort of stuff. So a lot of eyes are on Solar to see if he can break out of this unlucky streak and turn it around.
So obviously, with Rogue in Group A, he's going to come in as the big favorite. And he's the kind of guy that you can either win a tournament or bomb out in the group stage. And it's happened before. It's happened many, many times. But when it comes down to the big money, the big games, that's where he shows up.
Rogue is definitely the standout star. He's the only player to win 2 IEM Katowices before, and he's looking for his 3rd title.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Group A is about to begin here for the World Championship, and we have quite the match to start things off with. I've got Mr. Rotterdam and Mr. Harstam here to talk about this one, and we are starting things off with a casual, very, low-key Rogue versus Cure, arguably two of our most recent big champions. Obviously, Cure taking himself a GSL, not you know what I mean, as well as Rogue just constantly winning tournaments and making it really difficult to argue against him when he also says, yeah, I'm the GOAT. He wins TSL, he wins a super tournament at the end of last year, Rotterdam. It's hard to argue against someone like Rogue. Even though he doesn't do it in an amazingly flashy way, he's certainly powerful.
Yeah, but over the last 6 to 9 months, even Rogue started to becoming a bit flashy. He actually gave us really fun games. Some of those deep runs. Also made it to the final of one of the online events we had, the Aces ROG, where he met Maru once more, and at first it didn't go that well for him, but then he even got a couple victories over Maru. Rogue is just a beast, especially if he really feels it. He doesn't seem to be one of these guys, like I always think of Ben, the Muslim. He's always been very paranoid. He plays in one tournament and then he doesn't play in anything forever. Rogue doesn't care too much about that. Like, he will win a tournament, he'll play another tournament a couple days later, and if he doesn't do well, some people are like, wow, that must be like a big fall from grace. And just kind of shrugs it off. He's like, doesn't really matter. Like, I'll peak when I want to peak. But this is obviously a tournament where he is supposed to peak, and traditionally he's got the best track record of anyone here.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Ben's a high roller now. He only plays in 100K tournaments only, no?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Ben wins one little tournament in the beta, and then he kind of just cancels every other invite. Rogue doesn't give a damn. He can be the world champion. He doesn't mind losing in a group stage in something else, but he will mind it here.
Okay, fair play, fair play. Harstam, your thoughts on Rogue coming in especially?
Well, like Kev said, I think whenever it matters, Rogue usually peaks. But every now and then he just, especially against TOS, he hasn't been looking that great. So I'm curious to see how he will do there. Of course, we're starting him out against a Terran player, and usually against Terran, well, he just kind of owns. That's what he does.
he does do that. Cure, of course, I mean, since his GSL victory, it's not been the smoothest road, but we have seen Cure still playing absolutely fantastically when it comes to it. He is one of the challengers, definitely in this group, to be able to take one of those top spots, Rotterdam.
Yes, but I'm also like, if you ask me, like, how's Cure gonna do against Dream? Like, I don't know, man. Like, I've seen Dream play some really good TVTs in the past. To me, that's definitely not a foregone conclusion. And then I can even see Cure on some days struggle with Neep as well, especially if he plays styles that Neep is very good against. To me, this is definitely not like straightforward and set in stone that these are two players that will absolutely finish top 2 or top 3 together with Solar. Are they two of the favorites? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Cure. Rogue, he should be peaking today. Like, this is the moment, Rogue. Like, you have a lot of diehard fans that will always defend you if you have an underwhelming performance, because it doesn't happen on moments like this. Well, now it's time to show that, of course.
I mean, you'd like to think so, right? It's not just the fact that this is then the World Championship, because yes, last year we had the World Championship, but it was online. It was a different atmosphere, a different mood. Now everyone back together. I think a lot of these players are understanding the importance and the precedence that is being set here, Harstam, to be able to take this one especially.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think for Rogue it's also just important because people haven't been mentioning him as much as a super favorite, where whenever someone gets asked, they'll be like, oh, I think Maru, right? Maru is the guy in shape right now. And I think that kind of has to piss Rogue off on a level as well. Like, I mean, he's been winning everything for so long, and then sure, he's kind of inconsistent in his online performances, and every now and then he'll bomb out of a tournament. But yeah, people should definitely consider him one of the main favorites.
That's fair. I mean, whenever we talk to Rogue, whenever we interview him, and whenever he matches up, especially against Maru in finals, for example, Rotterdam, Rogue does give a lot of respect to a lot of players, but it is Maru that always comes to the tip of his tongue when he thinks, who's going to give him a hard time?
Yeah, they just have so much history with one another. And it also kind of swings back and forth between those two. Sometimes it's like, Maru's not going to lose to Rogue, but that's only Rogue just makes a couple of little tweaks, a couple of fine adjustments, and we do know that if that man gets ahead in the game, he is capable of running away with it, even against the likes of Maru, who can be so good defensively. So Rogue he's just a star, man, and yeah, you already mentioned it, he's close to breaking the $1 million in prize earnings as well. I feel like crazy things have to happen for that not to happen in the near future. It's gonna be fun, and it's obviously an important one in this group, because I do still think this is kind of the sleeper group, because we have been talking a lot about how fun Group C is, or at least I have been, and then Group D is obviously the talk of the town. This is actually a very competitive group.
Yeah, and actually, whilst we just have a few minutes before we get into this game, and just so that all these players are getting set up, you could already see the players down in the pit for Group A as well, getting warmed up and good to go. We can talk about that a little bit more in terms of, because I have the exact numbers as what's going on, but in terms of that breaking $1 million mark, Maru, Serral, and Rogue would have to get 3rd through 4th to break the $1 million, and then Dark would have to win it all to break the $1 million. Those are the 4 players that we're really looking at and honing down here regarding this. But I mean, when you listen to that lineup of names, Harston, there's a very realistic possibility we break the $1 million this tournament.
There's a very realistic possibility that we break it 4 times this tournament.
All 4 of them.
Really, it's possible, and it's not even that unlikely. That's a very realistic.
It's a reasonable top 4.
I wouldn't perhaps put Dark as the #1 out of those 4, but it wouldn't be the weirdest thing in the world either, I think.
Yeah. Cool stuff. I think overall it's been such a long road leading up to that, and we're always thinking who is going to be able to break it first. There was even a Twitter discussion like, how do you determine if all of them suddenly do it here on this stage, who does it first? I guess it's like who would take the highest spot in the tournament overall. I feel like that would be the determining factor as to who's gone furthest right now.
I guess, but I also think that this is a real community discussion. I don't think the players care at all.
No.
They just want to have a deep run at Katowice. They just want to win as much, and I really don't think they care if Serral breaks the $1 million one day before the other guy does it. I don't think any of them gives a damn.
I don't think Serral will retire mid-tournament after he makes the $1 million. Guys, I'm done. I made the $1 million.
So as you can see here, Solar as well, one of the names in this group, just getting warmed up and good to go. We can talk a little bit more at length in this group whilst we're getting set up here. Solar, you mentioned it before, Roddy. He is one of the guys that in group stages, and even recently in group stages, has looked brilliant.
Yeah, Solar really should have won more tournaments throughout his career than he's actually done, because he's been such a good player for such a long time. He always gets a lot of props and love from the other top tier pros, and we've seen it. He can beat anyone. He can beat a Maru too, but he often doesn't do it into a semi-final or into a final. And that's kind of what is holding him back a little bit and makes his track record a bit less impressive than what it should be. But I definitely have my eyes on Solar this tournament. I want to see if he can have another stunning performance in the group stage, and hopefully for Solar he can once just have a legendary run in the playoffs. I know he won like a Pro League a long time ago, or the SSL, right, that we had, like a GSL SSL a long time ago, but Solar really has the skills to win more than he's actually been doing.
Yeah, and just a treat to talk to as well whenever we get the chance in interviews and everything like that. For him, there is obviously a slight haunting moments from previous Katowices when it comes to
the nuke.
It will live forever, I think is fair to say, Harston. But Solar, what are you thinking about him coming in?
Yeah, he should. Well, he's not a favorite, but if he would win, I don't think anyone would mind, honestly. He's been around for so long, he's been fantastic, and he's one of those players that just seems to have a really consistent skill level over so many years already. For the past, well, for me, it feels like 10 years. He's been absolutely fantastic and has been one of the top Zergs in Korea. It just never feels like he's been the absolute top dog, at least not in the past 4 or 5 years. Remember him winning a DreamHack Stockholm as well, if I recall correctly. And he has been capable of doing it, and it's not like he has some kind of mental block for winning tournaments, but I mean, in the past 4 or 5 years, it just hasn't been there.
Well, we're just waiting a few more minutes before we get into our first game of the day, and why don't we take a little look back at everything that's been going on in Katowice.
Oh my god, here it is, another storm, and this is the nail in the coffin. GG!
Ballsy strategy to do this, it has not paid off. Hero can't believe it. GG!
And he's going to go again. The Nexus is going to fall, and this is a massive move for Zest. But he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG! Your world champion is Casey Roasted Zest. The Marines come out here and catch a few of these Ravagers. They're all dead. GG! Pull!
Hoping that maybe he, oh, hold up, he's going to try to push it right now. Widow Mines connect. I don't think there's anything that Stance can do as his army vaporizes it. And that is GG. He's managed to do it. TY is your Intel Extreme Masters champion.
Breaking a sweat at this point. More Zealots coming in. The Queens, they're getting low on energy. Can Classic clean up this attack?
I don't think he can. The Immortals are getting lower, and it looks like that's it. GG! Starting to take the damage here. Sue's just standing and fighting. Is this it? Has he
He's done it. The War Prism's gone. There's no third base behind this. That's gonna be it. And he taps out. Sue's done it.
Oh, he's done it. We have seen magic happen on stage here so many times in Poland. This year, 2019, is no different. What a final, and what a showing from the Zerg. I'm so happy for him.
That's the smile of relief, Maynard. He's gonna lift the trophy. You've done it, Sue.
He smells it and he's gone straight for the throat. Zest unable to hang on the non-stop flood of Lings.
GG! An incredible series from Rogue, showing the world that he is not just a flash in the pan Zerg. He's not just here's my moment and now I fall to the wayside. He has stayed relevant and he is the champion once again. Zest's Immortals coming forward, getting picked off one after another there by the army of Reyna. Biles even connecting with the Archons. The Voids even taking a little bit of damage from the Ravager Biles. Reyna all over Zest. Zest left with nothing here as the Void Ray falls. History, ladies and gentlemen. Reyna is going to be your Intel Extreme Masters 2021 World Champion.
I felt like I was about to cry, but I don't know because I didn't realize I actually won. So I'm very happy, very, I can't describe how happy I am. Like, it's insane. This is such a feels good, man.
A long lineage of brilliant champions here for Katowice, and hopefully this year will be no different. I think of all of them, now I think about it, I think really emotional when Sue won after all of the kind of long time that he was trying to fight for a big world championship. But anyway, that is by the by. We actually have other things going on here at the desk as we're still getting ready for that first game. We can check in with Harston first. You do have Spirit versus Solar ongoing, correct?
Yeah, correct. And well, it's already a long game, and I feel like this game might go even longer here, as we see in typical Spirit fashion, we have a couple of command centers flying over. Yeah, just a bunch, you know, 3 right now. We've seen a couple of nukes go down. I'm not quite sure where these banelings exactly came from, but the overall unit's loss step is kind of far in favor of Spirit as well. And these maps are going to get split completely through the middle, I believe. I think Spirit will get this left side base at some point as well. And if this game continues as it has been going for the past, well, 5-6 minutes, I actually do believe that Spirit is a pretty darn good shot here at Hardwire. And Hardwire usually is considered to be a massive Zerg map.
I feel like the top tier European Zergs in these kinds of games, they always have the multiple Nidus networks. Solar has one, but I feel like if you want to get lucky, you probably need 2 or 3 because it's hard to just build one Nidus at a time and hope that it actually goes up.
Yeah, good point, good point. And we'll let that continue. Thank you very much, Harston, for that update as these games do roll on. Do bear in mind that there are multiple streams to be watched here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, ESL_SC2B and C as well. And so you can check out the other games going on. I think Dream versus Neeb was on the way here, Roddy. How did that go so far?
We are currently entering game 2, and I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking at, so why don't we just go ahead and take a look at it together. In game 1, though, I don't know what it is. Whenever Harston is next to me, I see Terran players open up with 3 barracks and they kill Protosses. I don't think it's just me, Kev. I don't think I'm the only Protoss who really struggles against the 3 Rex. It's a pretty powerful build. Let's go ahead and hop into the lobby.
I'm actually getting word that we are ready to go
to
the main game.
They just started anyway. I saw violence and batteries. Oh my god, a mothership rig? No,
no, don't believe him. Don't believe his lies. All right, it's time now to head over to Pig, who's ready on stage to introduce our players.
We're kicking off today's show with the big guns. Kicking us off is Rogue, the player who rewrote history and was the first player to win 2 championships here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Facing off against him, though, is his long-term friend, 10 years of together on the same team. A player who is now coming to his own right. He's come out of the shadows. It is, of course, the reigning GSL champion, Kua.
First game of Group A, Rogue and Kua. What a fixture to open up with here. All things considered, 2 of the titans in South Korea and the world when it comes to StarCraft 2 as Rogue and Kua get ready to go head to head. Harston, starting with yourself, coming in, Rogue versus Kua. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Rogue. I'm thinking Rogue. Yeah. I mean, it's a ZVT. He loves this matchup. He has loved this matchup for a long time. He is quick. He is fast. He's extremely aggressive. He can play Mutalisk. He can play Roaches. He can do Ling Bane all this. He doesn't give a crap what he plays. He's going to do it well, and this is his stage.
Definitely so, and he's won it 2 times. There he is, ready to go. It'll be interesting to see how his performance is here throughout the tournament at this stage, but one can only assume he's coming prepared, Rotterdam, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, that's what we all assume, that's what we all expect, and I do think it's going to happen. I mean, the man has such an amazing record here in Poland, but I don't think we can just completely overlook Kure. The man did win a GSL last year, and perhaps that sometimes helps as well, just to get that chip off your shoulder. You've finally done it, you won that big tournament in Korea. And from there on out, you can just be like, all right, sometimes I'll take it a little bit easier because I feel like I have achieved something that I've dreamed of. But I can only imagine that he too comes in very prepared for this tournament. Yeah. And I think in the best of 3s, the map pool for Terran is actually not that bad. So I think it's going to be a fair fight between these 2. But yeah, we can't overlook the 2-time champ.
I'm just sad that Pig didn't introduce this as a potential bloodbath. But, you know, here we are. We're ready to go. We're ready to go to the commentators as well here as we have Rogue and Kua going head-to-head. Let's head over to the commentary team for the first best of 3.
Welcome everyone to the start of groups and the start of Group A as well. I am Zombie Grub casting with Wardy. I'm glad to be back in the casting seat. Interviewing was all fun and good, but I'm really excited to get into a Terran versus Zerg with this much skill.
We're glad to have you back, CG. You know, it was nice having you on the interview corner. You did a great job.
Thank you.
You do an even better job casting.
You're going to do a great job too.
Oh, we're going to have a great day of StarCraft 2. Rogue versus Q to set us off. I mean, what a tone to set for the entire day. These two play great. I mean, Rogue, I think, two-time champion. You've got to see him as a favorite in any matchup he plays in this tournament. But Q is the kind of guy that can go out and beat anyone as well.
He is. I mean, it was a good point, you know, GSL reigning champion. Yeah, there was the super tournament in between now and then, but it's, I mean, it seems to be a little bit back and forth between the two historically, right? So most recently, maybe it did not go so well for Cure, but we know that he can turn it on. And we also know that Rogue sometimes, well, honestly, can turn it off, right? So we always come into the first match of Rogue kind of wondering, all right, how dominant are you going to look? And in groups, I mean, that's where the question really stands, right? And if he does well in groups, we do then really consider him as potential third-time winning champion of Katowice.
Which would just be spectacular, right?
Yeah.
It's so difficult to win this tournament. Everyone comes in prepared. They come in at their best. To even win it twice already is just unspeakable, it feels like, and yet he has done it. In the bottom right-hand corner, a Red Zerg play from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, kicking us off today is Rogue.
And to the bottom left, as the blue Terran, he is Cure.
Obviously a teammate showdown to start the day. We start the groups with the team matches just to avoid any implications later. And it should really just be a whole bundle of fun. This TVZ honestly looks as though we're going to have... I do feel like we're hearing TVZ from another matchup right now in our ears. But this one's not going as quickly just yet. That was a little bit wild, CG. I had scans, I had fights. I was like, wow.
Bailing hits as well.
That's a very quick proxy.
I mean, I'm assuming you guys heard it as well. We're going to sound really crazy, but, you know, sometimes we've been forced to cast without sound whatsoever in really desperate scenarios. That's unnerving, apparently. Hearing another TVZ is also very unnerving.
I know, that was actually very difficult to focus. I've never tried to cast something with the wrong sound before, actually.
This is actually a challenge we should do sometime, but rather not maybe on this stage. So, yeah, first game of groups. It feels like, you know, we're going to set in the tone here. Blackburn, though, being map number 1, did not play this in the Super Tournament, didn't get around to it, perhaps, is what happened, as that was a 3-0 in Rogue's favor. Pretty good games, though, except the third one, but, yeah, the two macro games were actually very close, but Rogue was able to kind of push and pull in all the right directions and eventually overwhelm Cure. We move on to Blackburn, though, and Blackburn is that map that kind of, you know, it kindly suggests that everyone use the same pathway and attack into each other. Trying to actually get around this map takes quite a while.
Yeah, and that's obviously something the Terran players love, right? One direct attack path, you can focus your big push through there. There's not a lot of flanking potential. Of course, the Zergs can run by through the top and through the center a little bit, but they are such predictable run-by positions. It's difficult to make it work as the game goes on. So the Terran players typically do like a bit of Blackburn. But of course, we've seen Rogue opening up rocks and using roaches on this map. I mean, it feels like we have to talk about Rogue's EVT. He beat Maru with roaches that time, Zombie Grub, and, you know, he did it on Blackburn as well, when everyone was like, Blackburn, the Terran map, and Rogue's like, no, I will roach you guys up on here.
Yeah, it's like, remember that time that Rogue just completely and utterly dominated the best Terran player? That was, like, super cool, guys.
With roaches. You have to say it was with roaches. He redefined the meta that day.
He did, but then, you know, it actually is kind of funny because we thought that was going to usher in this new era of, yeah, just a lot of roaches, and it didn't really. But Blackburn does remain one of those maps where, of the maps, this is fairly likely to have roaches. We'll see if Rogue does decide to bring it out because perhaps it is Blackburn. We do have our openers, you noted there. Cure actually did not fully wall off, which is a little unorthodox for Terrans. Actually, a couple reasons why they could do this, including having that Marine patrol and actually effectively hide whatever technology Cure is going for. And with the 1-1-1 being actually a drop-based 1-1-1, not multiple Hellions, I mean, he'd love to hide that.
Yeah, really good to kind of keep this away from Rogue and make it be something he's not expecting. He's going into the Roach run, but the timing of the Roach run is not based around this medevac arriving, so he will have a few moments here where he'll have to defend without, and just in general, he's only on 2 bases.
Yeah.
This is a completely offbeat opening from both players.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I was not even looking at the minimap. I just assumed the third hatch went down.
You just assume it's there in TVZ.
I did. That was my bad. But no, it's actually 2-base Roach opener, so +1 Carapace already coming out. Roach Warren is about to finish, but not in time for this drop. Not necessarily needing it, but you do need some army supply to try and take care of this, or even just a handful of queens, but only 2 responding right now. There come the other few. It's 4 of them, which might do the trick, especially if they get target fire on the medevac exactly. Kier does not want to tango, but he is also getting information from this and perhaps setting up another attack. Even these Hellions, if there was a third, could have tried to harass that, but there isn't actually. So if there's one thing that Rogue can do, it's protect 2 bases.
Yeah, the multi-prong here is very limited in what you can do, so at the same time, Kier should be happy. You see 2 bases as a player, and you're like, well, okay, he's got 2 bases. I'm already in a good position. I barely need to do anything. He got an Overlord kill, which is nice. He will keep up some pressure, but that should be all he's looking for. You need to be wary, of course, of the potential all-ins like a Nidus. But other than that, this is just turned into a big Roach attack. So get some tanks out, get some bunkers up, and just be safe. And typically you're in a very good position. Rogue tries to sneak down the gold base, but that's going to be a cancel. And that drone should go down as well. So nice stop from Kier here, and that just slows down a third base of Rogue even further.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's going to, when the gold base is up and running, it's going to make up for a little bit, of course. But this is a very interesting play from our Zerg player. So not just the later third base, but then taking the still very, very important third base at the gold, which we know can be harassed from the backside. Now, if Rogue does, you know, kind of put to Kier, hey, you have to be on the defense, I'm the one that's a little bit scary for a while, then maybe Kier doesn't do a straight-up attack over here quite yet, especially not with stim done or combat shields. But as far as harassment goes, that's another thing. It's like his third base is a little bit farther away. The creep is starting to get there, but as Kier continues to have that drop just running around, it's a nuisance. It's where drones can't mine as long as those Marines are behind there and the Roaches are a little late to the party.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a weird one to see Rogue try and really establish this gold, and a lot of the time people just don't see it being worthwhile to take it so soon in the game until you have a bit more map control and you can really protect it. Obviously his plan here is to take it early, make up for the later third. It's going to be really intriguing to see if he can keep it alive, because this is where Kier is going to hit really in his stride now. You know, he's got stim, he's got those bio units coming across the map in medevacs, and it only gets stronger from here with 1-1 upgrades coming through, the combat shield. Rogue's going to have to be really on point with the defense.
I mean, already 6 minutes, 2 medevacs threatening. You know, it's 7 minutes, we might actually have the attack to the gold base. It just feels like actually Rogue, while he could handle this particular drop fairly well, like one thing at a time, he will struggle to deal with 2 or 3 things at a time, which you know that's what Terran wants to get into. Even on a map such as Blackburn, actually finding too few Roaches here on the front line, takes that and says, I'll get out of there with still a lot of army left over, more potential as well. And it's still, for me, it's just coming down to can Rogue even securely mine from this gold base?
I feel like this is one of these builds where sometimes Rogue will do it and it works so well and we're like, what a genius, wow, who would have thought of this? But right now it's looking kind of like, I don't really like it, you know, open something different here, but I just don't love it so far. And Kier has obviously put himself in a great position. He's continuing to expand on that great position with these drops. He's just doing what he needs to put his third base down. Kept a couple of Hellions here just in case there was some sort of investment into link speed and a run by. Just playing safe because the damage he's doing on across the map is already more than enough.
Yeah, it feels like maybe Rogue was really hoping for a very harassment-based opener, right? So the Hellions that can't really harass on, you know, when your opponent's on 2 bases, and they can't go building, so they can't stop the third. And maybe Banshees, where hopefully you just have Queens in the right position, I suppose, in a faster layer, right? But as it was a drop into just more barracks, you got some pretty quick scouting on Kier's side, so we could adapt earlier than perhaps other Terrans who kind of are under a false assumption, although not scouting a third, I don't know how long that assumption could last. Yeah. And can drop already. Has a lot of bio, has Marauders already going into the tanks. So Kier, I mean, he does have to take, you know, this cautiously, saying, okay, what exactly is Rogue's plan here? I have to be a little careful. He did build a bunker back at home, for instance, a couple minutes ago, but I think he's got control. Yeah, I mean, exactly. The Kier is playing this rather well. He's having a supply lead against a guy playing Roaches. Yes, that guy playing Roaches is going for a hive, but it just feels like Kier should have a good time in this game.
I mean, considering a lot of Roach attacks hit around now, and they're maxed out versus a Terran that's a 140, 150 supply, it's just not where Rogue is meant to be at all. You can see how much of a disaster this early game has been. He's going to drop a couple Infestors down. He's going to try and survive up until Lurkers, and that's pretty much all he can do. He's not going to get anything done off Roach Ravager alone. So get to the Lurkers, maybe get a couple good Fungals and start drawing yourself back in the game. It's going to have to come down to those Spellcasters.
Well, let's see if Hive Technology can actually get underway. Quadruple drop trying to hit the main. There it is. Very cinematic entry into the main, but the Roach Ravager wasn't too far away. And actually, Cure was quite late. I guess he thought he was getting away with murder, but absolutely not. Loses a drop, and that plan has been foiled and now known about. Probably not going to get the opportunity again, especially with Rogue building those spores.
Yeah, obviously this is going to become a lot more difficult to do in the future. That really was his one opportunity, and Rogue was fairly well positioned for it, but it should have been a free opportunity still. He shouldn't have lost anything. He has so many tanks. One of my biggest issues when you go into these lurkers, when you've been playing Roach Ravager, is he's already been building tanks, so you've got a lot of tanks to sustain against the first lurker pushes. There's not that scary moment where you're not quite on Ghost, because the tanks alone can just survive. A couple of Vipers, yeah, you get some Blinding Clouds off, and that can help, but there's just going to be such a high tank count because Q has not been giving those tanks up throughout the game. He's been keeping them back at home, safe and defensively.
I mean, credit to the game. It seems like Rogue has gotten to a position where a lot of Zergs would like to be, although he's still having trouble quite mining from the gold base continuously. But he's getting to Hive Tech lurkers, especially, right? So he already has a couple of Vipers. They're probably juicing up as we speak, and his lurkers are, you know, they're good right now. They're going to get a whole heck of a lot more intimidating as well as more mobile as they get their upgrade. So not just a defensive unit, but very much on the offense, and especially if you start breaking down some of these rocks on Blackburn, the more we expand, the more opportunities that comes to, especially Zerg play with the Nidus Worm.
Yep, love the Nidus Worm. Get a little bit aggressive, right? Open the game up a little bit. We are going to jump forward here. The first bungle is pretty reasonable, and Medivac's going down to the Corrosive Biles. Cure will give chase, though, and we'll try and catch some of these roaches, getting them caught in concussive shells. Rogue makes his getaway, trying to lead that army back toward the lurkers, which are on his own side of the map. Would maybe like to see Kyo just try and get rid of these couple creep tumors on this top side, exactly like he's doing. Just stop this creep being in the center, gives you so much more control of the Terran, and takes away so much of the safety net that the Zerg has otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the places where Rogue kind of has to stop the push, right? If the tanks get where the lurkers are, if they get that high ground, shelling away not just on top of that gold base, but also shelling from just the other side of the ramp, it's very difficult to break, even with Vipers, but he is so far holding that line. He's looking for a couple of neat grabs. Gonna go for parasitic bombs, actually, on top of the Medivac. Some last-second micro there from Cure to save some of them, but Cure is definitely looking towards that gold base, and it looks like Rogue even admits that he can't hold it. He pulls the drones away. He loses a temp at his 6th base, and this is just getting all topsy-turvy, but Cure, he is piling on the pressure. He hasn't actually cracked Rogue yet.
No, he really has not. He's been playing a good game, but there's just something missing that's allowing him to kind of get through and really deal some damage. A Nidus Unseen, when lurkers can pop out of it, is terrifying. This can be game-changing.
Oh, he has not noticed whatsoever. Some of those Marauders could have easily turned around and actually changed the pace of this game. Now, these Ravagers are probably not going to win this fight, so that's not so great. But the lurkers in the main base are so difficult to hold against. In fact, they're already on top of the ramp. They've already taken the choke. How does Cure hold against this?
His base is just choke after choke, and there's so many positions Rogue can take advantage of there, and this is horrendous for Cure, who must deal mega damage across the map to make up for this. But abducts on these siege tanks, they're not going to get a chance to siege. There's more lurkers at home. This top army is the only real threat that Cure has remaining, but it's going to be a struggle because Rogue, of course, if he needs to, can bring extra lurkers back. I'm not even sure if that's necessary. Lings, Hydras, lurkers running through. The fungal growth as well, catching everything, and that's a cleanup from Rogue. And what a way for this game to turn. One which Cure was controlling throughout has just gone sour in an instant.
Yeah, he's going to get a decent concave now that some of his barracks have already been destroyed. Even a tank coming up to try and help out, but he has already lost on the front lines, and he's not going to clean this up well enough on the back lines. Losing SCVs, losing control of his bases. The one thing that Cure has going for him is a couple of good upgrades, but where is the army to use it?
Absolutely nowhere, right? 110 supply. He's been supply blocked. He's had no production anymore. And this game got away from Cure so quickly. And that's why Rogue is so freaking good and so scary in this matchup. Something that doesn't look good. He's down on supply playing roaches, but he just holds on and he waits for his opportunity. He finds that opportunity. And that's why you just can't get away with making any mistakes against someone like Rogue.
I mean, the style that Rogue chose to play, it just felt like there was a couple opportunities where if the Terran hits just at that right time or just the right split, it's so easy to just fold over as the Zerg player. But if Rogue was able to defend all the harassment and live, basically, maybe his mineral income wasn't the best continuously. He also wasn't maybe trading that much either. So he lost a couple of roaches, and he was, again, not mining continuously on that gold base, but he still is able to afford a defensive army and his Hive technology coming through, right? Cure could not get a punishing attack pre-Hive, pre-Lurkers with upgrades, and that was already, I think, putting Rogue into more of a comfort zone. Yep. But then the Nidus Swarm was just the easy peasy. All right, that's probably game.
You know, as Rogue takes a 1-0 lead here, I just saw Spirit 1-0 up against Solar.
Nice.
Spirit opening up on the start of the group. If he can pick up a win against Solar, man, he's having a great tournament already, and that would just be even better. Yesterday he said, all I want to do is not go 0-10. Well, he said he's 0-8, right? He was like, actually, I didn't even realize there's 6 players in the group. Well, he already managed that, so that's really awesome. Obviously, other matches going on the other streams, as you can see across the bottom of your screen. But we are waiting to get back into Rogue versus Cure, the second map coming up. Blackburn definitely feels like the Cure map pick, so maybe a Hardwire or so here this time, depending what Cure fancied vetoing.
Yeah.
Obviously, Pride and Glittering are the often seen vetoes, so Hardwire is seen a lot in best of threes. Find out what Cure is going to end up playing on.
Yeah, just a second. So Rogue bringing out a different style than what he has played against Cure most recently, which to be fair was at this point 3-ish months ago was the Super Tournament, I believe. But Rogue has been playing a lot of other very good Terrans, including very recently going up against Mario, I think twice, winning once and losing in the rematch. But anyways, we do get onto 2,000 atmospheres. As that's, yeah, we all kind of like this map. It's the agreed upon, yeah, okay map.
Usually it's map 3, right? Usually
True,
like, the Zerg picks like Hardwire first, then it's 2K, but you can pick 2K first as well, especially if you're this guy in the top right and you just feel good on any map. It is Rogue from Dragon Phoenix Gaming.
And to the bottom left, we do have from the same team, it is Cure. Couple of pretty good players for DPG. Not bad.
I mean, every DPG player is pretty good.
That is true.
I mean, the weakest is Hero, and he fell out yesterday, but I mean, really, like, he was someone we expected to get through the bracket yesterday. Yes. That just speaks to the strength of that team.
This is actually really interesting. So I assumed that Rogue was going the Drone Scout for a 2. Okay, so he is.
He is.
So, you know, scouting for a 2-racks, going to the far left if your Overlord goes to the far right, or maybe vice versa. He actually goes for what is probably now the Terran's more likely 2-racks position, which is a bit farther away to, again, hopefully say that you can't scout it. Then checks the closest and thus dangerous one. But it's funny because if he had actually, if he had gone for a legitimate Drone Scout into Cure's base, which no Zerg really ever does, he would have seen that the 2-racks, which this build was brought out by Cure versus Rogue on a different map, and it was okay. It led to a pretty long game, I believe, on Berlingrad. This is the map where Rogue actually Roach all-linned him, so I'm sure that's on Cure's mind. But interesting opener on one of our, well, macro maps. You know, 2-racks Reaper on Berlingrad, sure. 2K? Okay.
It's only one Reaper.
Okay, well, that's not
even more fascinating.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Didn't we saw this from someone actually? You bring like everything over, so
it's a very like Beyond thing to do, right? You like have like a few Marines wander over. I'm not sure if you referenced Beyond, but like the idea of just bring like a few early Marines over, put pressure on it, and off timing, you know?
Yeah, I mean it might have been Cure actually, because what ended up happening is we didn't really get to see what would happen in the situation because weirdly enough, the Zerg player was actually going for an early pool, so we didn't really get to quite piece together what exactly was the main plan.
I remember that. Yeah,
exactly. We kind of were looking at it. It was like, well, the SCV goes across the map. It could actually deny the 3rd hatch or build a bunker, actually, which is what's happening here. And then you think, oh, 1 Reaper and a bunker as a Zerg player, like, okay, whatever, man. But now there's Marines in it as well, and more Marines coming potentially, because you don't even, who's going to really know this is happening? Well, that is actually where it gets tricky.
Yeah, and Rogue has no scouting, right? Because his Overlords went all over the place to spot proxy racks, and that's just not the situation at all. So he has no information about this, and obviously the Marines start flying, they're going to jump in that bunker, and, well, Rogue's 3rd hatch is in just a lot of trouble. The Reaper's going to keep harassing as well, because the Queen's just moved away, so now you're going to get 1 link looking for number 2, maybe a drone. Reaper maybe got a little bit caught up there and went to the left instead of south. He will go down. Bit of a mistake there from Cure, but, I mean, this hatchery is, I want to say, just dead. I mean, there's no link speed to jump on the bunker. I don't know how you save this.
You know, I'm also kind of surprised that Rogue's going for Overlord speed in this game. I feel like, so what is apparent is that there's like too many units here to not be a 2-racks, but usually most of the time the follow-up is going to be some 2-on-1, which is actually what, again, Cure did last time he opened up with 2 barracks, and that's what we're seeing here. So I'm actually wondering what Rogue is specifically scouting for, or is thinking maybe Cure is showing me something similar, but is about to really change things up, which is fair enough. When these guys get to playing each other over and over again, a lot of it does come down to, like, can I surprise you? Can I do something different?
Yeah, those mind games obviously have a huge role to play, and you always remember the last time you got 3-0 by a guy or so, right? So, yeah, Rogue really just wants to be very sure, and that's obviously sometimes even a sign of confidence, right? It's like, you know what? Even though I roughly know what you might do, I just want to make sure I know what you're doing, because then, if I can defend and get into that mid-game, I'm just so confident.
And also fair that he doesn't have an Overlord around any type of, like, pervert pillar, I believe as Pig would say. And the one that he was trying to send in the main has been denied, so he's just expecting, well, initially, right, and then Overlord speed would kick in. But it is the 2-1-1, so it's not going to quite hit in the normal fashion 5 minutes, but pretty close to it. And Rogue should be preparing, but you know, we got to emphasize, Rogue lost an entire, like, hatchery timing, right? Trying to get that third hatch where the bunker still is, and Overlord, I think, just accidentally ran into it. So that's going to throw Rogue off. I mean, not just literally as far as the actual stats of the game, but also as far as Zerg goes, their flow. It's pretty important to them.
Yeah, everything's a bit off. He even lost quite a few Lings trying to clean up this bunker as well at the end, because Stim was done, so he just stimmed at the Marines in the bunker. They got a few extra kills. That's really nice for Q, who comes across the map right now. Banenaz isn't quite done well. Typically, you can defend this with Ling Queen, but that relies on usually having had good Queen production throughout, but he stopped for Overlord speed. He hasn't had the third hatchery. This should be a very troubling push to deal with. Let's see what Kia can do. Stim straight up here. The Ling count just doesn't look good enough to start with. The Queens don't want to engage, and we just got a free run into the natural expansion. I mean, that means he's potentially going to get towards a ramp or so. He doesn't quite get there. Rogue knows he can't let him get there. Jumps on it then, brings the other Queens in. Just waited as long as possible to get the stop on that.
And one nice thing, I guess, about the first drop on the 2-1-1 is that it doesn't have upgrades or combat shield. So a Ling surround is definitely still worth getting out of. Now this is oh, so he's going to build the barracks eventually, but he's already swapped into a tank, which is still kind of interesting. I guess going to continue trying to run across the map, despite it being one of our bigger maps. Again, not Berlingrad, that's for sure. The Overlord comes in and sees that, which I actually say would be pretty nice. Rogue gonna try and clean this up. Doesn't lose the Queen. Doesn't quite get the medevac either, but as low as it is, Kira's gonna have to either bring that back home, which I don't think he will, or just admit that he might lose it. But obviously his sights are set on attacking the new third over to the left, where those pesky rocks exist on this map.
Yep, can utilize the tanks behind those. Rogue, by the way, just set up a Dropper Lord, so he's going to utilize that Overlord speed in another way than just scouting. Now he will try and get some harassment going, a bit of a bailing drop. And if Kyo's not paying attention, that could be a full mineral line. Something like that is what Rogue kind of feels like he needs to get back into this properly. Let's see how he deals with this tank push, because obviously these tanks sitting behind the rocks, they're not fun to play against. They're going to start reaching toward that third hatchery and just slowly pushing, clean out the creep. This takes away so much of your map control. You can see Rogue is setting up to go into the middle of the map, readying for a flank in to clean up this position, but he's already dropping drones.
And last time he had to face kind of a wombo combo, he was in a slightly better position. He was able to clean up, but just barely. It feels like this time around, Kier might actually have this hatchery kill. The Queen's trying to tank as long as possible while he sets up the surround. He's got centrifugal hooks, but no upgrades, but the surround itself will force the evacuation of the Terran. And look at this, the Baneling drop actually in the natural. Kier is going to find huge success. A lot of SCVs going down, 11 of them for not that much of a committal, and hey, you can use that Overlord again later.
That's so sad he didn't have the fourth Baneling. He would have had 5 or 6 more SCVs, right? And that really would have been almost a full mineral line. Q again a little bit lucky there, but obviously still 11 SCVs is bad. And that's the difference of Rogue having to work a lead or not right now. So really necessary damage for Rogue. He needed something out of this as he's trying to get up to Aspire. With all the pressure that's gone on, that just feels so tough. He's going to fake a drop right now. I like this. Maybe just force a run by. I mean, let's see as we do force these medevacs to lift off Cure. We'll see how much attention he's paying as the Marines continue up the right-hand side. Yeah, but he fully evacuated the mineral line, so it's a perfect fake out from Rogue. No extra cost at all, and he forces so much lost mining time. It's little things like this that will keep on drawing him back in. And, you know, if he can get to meters, I like it. Because if he gets there, he puts himself in a position where he's got these harassing units. He can continue to do little cute things, and maybe that's how he draws himself back into the game.
there's still a couple of effects happening here from the way this game has gone for Rogue, even though it looks like he's doing, and he has done a fabulous job kind of recovering and stabilizing. Still doesn't have a fourth base. His creep spread isn't as impressive as I think it would have been, and a very different start. And going back to your point about like the queen production on the hatcheries, now we got to talk about larva production, and he's going Muta, Ling, Bane, kind of notoriously the most larva-intensive style that you can play. So that's what I'm kind of worried about, but you know, in a funny way, it's like his economy is not as good as a Zerg player's would be, so maybe his production doesn't have to be as good as a Zerg player's would be either.
Absolutely. These medevacs load up. They're going to go down the right side as more Marines press forward. Going to split here. The Banes actually do get some connections toward the end there. The Link showing up to back this up, and Rogue once again stop Cure from penetrating any further than that position. The Muta's popping out, going to make these drops a lot less effective. You can actually clean these up now and chase them away a lot more effectively, so it's going to give Rogue a lot more map control back, and that might give him the chance to finally get that creep spread re-established on the map as well.
Kira probably going to be pretty surprised by this. Still has a lot of out on the map. Actually, Rogue is not going to try and clean things up. He's going straight through the middle, realizing that he probably has Cure mistaken as to how this game is going to go. Mutas, yeah, now they're a lot more rare, right? They're just going right into lurkers. However, they accidentally run right into the reinforcements, so Cure goes, oh, okay, all right, I'll deal with that. So not the big surprise as Queen out in the middle of nowhere gets taken out, but Rogue very much dedicating to Ling, Baneling, Muta. Again, not the best Zerg economy. Also has delayed his upgrades to afford everything. These Mutas finally getting somewhere, but the defenses have been set up.
Yep, obviously just getting the turrets up helps a lot. But these Mutas are still having a good time. They've already had a couple SCVs looking for the armory, picked off a few Marines in the process, and just forcing units to obviously be back in the main base as well. Anytime these Marines are back in the main, they're not out on the map, they're not having fun trying to get damage done. And Rogue's obviously just going to keep going from one base to the other, trying to find more damage. Cure will do what you need to do, though, against Mutas, which is to get an attack going, because if you can attack, you can often force these Mutas back, and that alleviates the pressure which they're currently applying.
You know, Kira is already going to be supply blocked, but now he's in the red, so pretty nasty one indeed. But he does get the attack over to the top right, totally unbothered on its transit, perfectly situated in not a lot of creep to actually clean up before he is hitting that hatchery. It's going to be a tight moment for Rogue. He's setting up once again to deal with a very heavy push, but Kira already reinforcing.
I was going to say, he needed to go like almost straight away, and I thought he would when the first Bane's finished. The Mutas were already here. He just didn't feel confident, but now all the reinforcements are going to get here, and that feels like it's going to make it so much tougher. The strength of this Mutaling Bane is to split the army and jump on half of it.
And 2-2 is going to finish very soon. So there's a lot of reasons why maybe going faster would have been better, but understandably that is a very scary decision to make. At this point, Rogue, obviously needs this fourth base, needs to defend it. He's going to go in, but the Marine reinforcements have come already. They're going to spread off the creep and do a wonderful job at that. Now, there might just barely be enough, but the Banelings have gone. They're all gone. The Muta Ling, however, barely going to be able to push this back. It was a costly trade for Rogue, who's still only for a Zerg player on 69 drones, but Kira actually kind of misrallying, needs to stabilize here. Got to make sure that doesn't reach back into his production line, but it's getting a little scary. Rogue, he senses that he could continue forward, so he does. He tried to get the best out of the break, but he is eventually forced to retreat.
Great micro across the board. Tank sieges up, it's instantly targeting Banelings. Rogue realizes he pulls the Banelings back separate from the Lings. Pulled the Mutas back to retarget medevacs at one point. Just so many little pieces of micro that go towards this fight happening the way it does. This was not just a chase and kill. There was so much going on there. Really showcasing the skill of these two guys. You get Thor up. That's obviously really nice having the Thor out when you're playing against Mutas. It makes such a difference to when they can just dive in for a bit of damage or not do anything at all.
And it is quite unfortunate. I wonder if a Thor there would have won him the game. So many more Mutas would have gone down, unable to micro to their best ability, which is, being clumped. Can't do that against a Thor. Now, Rogue, again, pointing out like where a Zerg would be really struggling here, more so to highlight how damn good Rogue is recovering in such a game. Not that much creep spread. 70 drones where some Zergs on Mutaling Bane would love to be on like 90 on 5 or 6 bases, and only just adding on his infestation pit. So obviously the next big problem for Rogue is going to be dealing with Cure's maxed out 3-3 push.
Yeah, once he gets up to that, it's going to be definitely a scary factor, and he's definitely a bit stuck on Mutaling Bane, right? Just there's the Hive starting now, but that's obviously a long way from getting anywhere, because after Mutaling Bane, where do you go? Probably maybe like a Viper or two, perhaps in some scenarios, probably into like an Ultra Cavern. All of this has a huge setup time, and that's obviously something that Rogue doesn't necessarily have. Cure's going to have timings before then, so There's going to be some more scary moments still coming, but some things are looking much better. That creep is now in the middle of the map, and you look at the early game, you would have never thought that would get there. You know, he's getting up to double expansions as well, so if he loses one, he can fall back to the other. Rogue is getting a lot more options in this game than he once had.
Yeah, the left side is especially impressive. The right side, yes, still shy on the potential fit, but as you pointed out, he could go ahead and say, okay, well, understandably can't control everything and just mine from the left. But right now, Cure, you know, taking a bit of the chill pill, getting up his extra bases. His 3-3 is 45 seconds away from finishing. He will absolutely have a pre-hive push, as in like no hive technology will actually be situated. I believe that's an accidental corruptor, if I had to guess, but I do love seeing the burrow.
Yeah, I like the burrow. Obviously, you get a couple of burrow banes off. You never know when they can change the game. You can burrow them up during a fight, and maybe even during the fight they can come in useful. The Corruptor definitely feels a little bit more accidental, though. And it's like, oh, I'm going to tank the Thor shot with my Corruptor. Then my Muta's flying. I mean, that's levels of micro we've never seen before, ZG. But it's Katowice, you never know.
We see new things all the time here. This was the birthing place of Adepts, right?
Oh, yeah, well,
Adept Printer.
There's certain things I don't want to see, actually.
That's a good point. But yeah, so now we have all of the Ultras Cavern, the Adrenal Glands on the way. Cure is starting to kind of send out waves of units just to push the creep back and potentially open up an even deadlier push later on. I do think that if Cure was forced to just play back and play suddenly into the Supreme late game, that would be a missed opportunity, but I think he's very capable of doing both, basically. He could set up all these extra command centers, maybe even a Ghost Academy, as well as have this really strong push. So Rogue, he's starting to expand every which way. I guess maybe some backup bases should he lose the right side, which seems to be where Cure is at least targeting the creep spread. Actually, both sides still. He's still splitting his army.
Yeah, that's nice to split the army for us, especially Lingbane Muta. It just doesn't fight well split up. You really need everything at once. But that's the idea. You want to jump, you know, on half this army with everything, and then maybe you can come in and do something else. He's going to dive here. There are Widowmine set up as well. He splits as he goes. The Thor continues to deal damage. He'll get rid of that now. So these Mutas continue through. What a brazen fight from Rogue, as now the Lingbane jumps on the right side army as well, just trying to cause chaos, trying to make it difficult for Cure to pick the right fights and make the right calls. The poor Thor gets left behind. He did not get a pickup, so he will get taken down, split against that Widowmine, and Cure loses a good amount of supply there, and Rogue is rebuilding into Ultras now.
Yeah, Rogue actually having a killer economy at this point. See all those arrows pointing up? That means it's good, guys. There you go. And he's got the ability to not just remax after a couple of actually potentially like clumsy fights, right? Losing some very expensive units, Banelings and Mutas. Able to remax, able to still add those more expensive Ultras, and Cure might be a little surprised by how much Rogue still has left over. He once again is being able to push off of creep, surprisingly enough. Cure trying to take advantage of it, splits back, pulls back, and to try and make this the maximum engagement possible. But it looks again like Rogue might have found an opportunity. Cure, just not enough units all in the correct place at the right time. But that planetary should help hold. Maybe the SCVs will get taken down by these Banelings. But Cure's reinforcements out very close to the front line should clean these Ultras up. Rogue is remaxing so much faster.
I know, he just has so much stuff. What I loved about Rogue in this fight is he still has enough Mutas to target down the medevacs. All of those went down, so the medevac count is going to be suffering. It's just brutal across the board in terms of how this looks right now, you know? This is not looking pretty. 6 Mutas left, sure, but Lingbane Ultra is the new kind of idea here from Rogue. Cure just not remaxing in the slightest, and Rogue has the entire map.
Any momentum that Cure gained from his opener, right? The cool pressure onto the third that led to maybe a bit more pressure on the new third, actually, wasn't even a fourth, leading into his comfortable macro setup back at home. Rogue's actually been able to not just take good fights off of creep to defend his own bases, but then also really make Cure sweat, really entirely reset the momentum. And that was, well, kind of the second or even third time this has happened, and in such a big way, too. Now Cure struggling to get remaxes up against Rogue's push here. Ling, Baneling, Ultra just sweeping on through, killing everything. Marauders, tanks, even the Thors, he doesn't care anymore. Cure did not have enough to stop this push. He's not being able to use the planetary to help out either. And Rogue looked like he was going to be in trouble in both games, really. Just makes it look effortless at the last couple of minutes. No big deal.
It's not even just trouble. Like, he was in really bad positions. I did not like it at all for him. And turning it around like this just sort of says, it sets a precedent, you know. It says, hey, look, I'm a 2-time champion. I could do it again. I'm in form, I'm in shape. We kind of knew that, but having confirmation of it in the first series of the day, it is nice to have, is obviously this fight's gone great. Rogue is remaxed. He'll wait for the few units to pop out. He'll go again. And right now, he's even trading efficiently. Like, 8,000 resource loss has been where we've been at for a while. So the last couple of fights have just been great for him because he just has so much more than Q in each of these fights.
Yeah, par for the course, or even just better for a Zerg player in a TVZ. This could be the last push. I think Kieran knows that you see that supply, and you know that you haven't really done any damage to the Zerg player, and your heart is sinking. But he's going to try his darnest to actually hold on. The Marauders in the front line trying to tank those Banelings, but the Planetary off to the right, it's a goner. There's nothing to actually save that, and the fourth base as well going to be under fire. 100 supply difference as Kier taps out. Rogue takes a 2-0, and like I said, maybe looks like a little in trouble in the first half of the game, almost dominates the second half.
I mean, just beautiful gameplay. You know, if he can just clean up that early game a little bit, not get caught off guard, he's going to be unstoppable. You know, you fight back from those positions against someone as good as Cure, yeah. Maybe we send out Maru, perhaps Clem if he's playing great TVZ, but like, those are the only guys that are even going to stand up to Rogue, it seems like.
And this was actually even more brutal than their best of 5, which ended 3-0 in Rogue's favor, but the two macro games, they had a little bit more back and forth. Whereas this game, especially on 2K, I thought there'd be a little back and forth. Every time there was a fight, you thought that Terran was in a good position to take it. Rogue was like, no, it's okay, it's great, you know, it's maybe even good for me, and kept pushing them back. So I'm actually even more impressed watching Rogue in this EVT. As the desk said, he is just a monster in this matchup, and he, again, proves it here.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff from Rogue. Just get excited to watch him play. You know, sometimes in the finals he's not as exciting. I know we've been victims of that in the last few months, CG, but during the tournaments and stuff, it's a lot of fun.
There's people. There's people in the crowd.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
We got giddy over the players. Now we're getting giddy over the people. Kalaris, get giddy with us.
Yeah, that's for sure. We have got ourselves the Rogue here in form, and that means it's a potential championship caliber Rogue entering at the start here for Katowice. Congratulations to him, of course, and a nice start to the day with a 2-0 over a GSL champion. Gentlemen, Rotterdam, as well as Harstam joining me here at Rogue. Yeah, there were some dicey moments during all of that, Roddy, but he looked good overall.
Yeah, multiple dicey moments, surprisingly close. I gotta say, it's painful for Cure that if you are in a good spot, not just once but twice, but you don't even get a map win. It's not so much about winning the best of 3, because losing against Rogue, that's something that's going to happen to a lot of people in the group, but it would have been very nice for him to just get 1 point on the board, because how many tiebreakers didn't we have over the previous years, or people advancing to the next round with 1 map win or not? And if you just get completely bopped 0-2, it's like, oh, whatever, it's Rogue, I don't care about it. But if you're in such good spots in both games, but you still end up with 0 map wins, that's gonna sting a little bit.
Yeah, that's the exact topic we were talking about whilst we were watching these games going down. Of course, we have other games going on here. But yeah, just 1 map alone in some of these series can save you later on in a round-robin group. But Harstam, looking at how obviously you've been focusing more on that, but it is nice to see Rogue coming out with a win to start things off.
Yeah, it's obviously very nice for him. His first game build order, though, the 2-base roach, it didn't look too great, Kev. And honestly, both games, these positions that he got himself into, he didn't look too hot. But then he just kind of turns it on in the mid game. It's like, I'm back, and he goes ham, and he just does it again. It's really something special what he does, especially in ZVT very often. Feels like his openings aren't necessarily that great, but if he wins, it doesn't really matter. You don't hear me complaining, and did pretty much what I said he would. You know, he just does whatever, gets some roaches, gets some mutas, couple of links on the map, and boom, there he goes.
Does all right, does all right. Let's get an update as to what's been going on in the other matches as well. Rotterdam, you had Dream versus Neeb.
Yep, first game I already mentioned it briefly. It's a bit of a meme because I can beat 3-Rex myself, but I'm an old veteran gamer. But I gotta say the 3-Rex in the professional games, it does pretty good as well. Game 2 started off really weird because we were about to hop into it in the beginning of the game, and for some reason there was a pylon here and there were a couple batteries going up, but then Neeb decided against it. Dream followed up with a Widowmine drop, and it didn't do devastating amount of damage. Like if you look at this game, this is an 11-minute game. What has really gone down? 3 Zealots, 4 Stalkers, 14 probes. It's actually not that crazy. Yet this game to me felt pretty over. Dream was just all over it, man. Dream had better transitions, he had a better army, he was always economically ahead. Like, I don't even really know how he did that as a Terran. And eventually Neeb just felt the pressure and he's like, you know what, we're just gonna go ahead and send it. I've got a couple Archons, but once the Ghosts are out, you can see the EMPs landing here. And yeah, Neeb already knew that at this point he made a mistake. I guess just sitting back was not really an option for him either. I gotta say, Dream looked very, very powerful in these two games, because the first game Neeb did get up to some disruptors. He did drop a Templar Archives.
Yeah,
it was just Dream was all over him, and Dream played really well, 2-0.
Thank you very much. Dream doing very well. He had to start things off. Thanks for that update. Harstem, you are currently in the midst of Spirit versus Solar.
Yeah, it's game 3, and actually if you can hop into my screen right now, this is a huge fight that's going on map 3. The first 2 games well, were kind of long, but here Spirit actually took a decent lead in the early game after opening up with a command center first, and it feels like he can almost just kill his opponent right here. There's no more banelings remaining currently. Wow. 85 drones, 20 workers. I think Spirit might actually be doing it right now. He's definitely going to be taking out this base, and there's still a bunch of drones there as well that are kind of hiding, but I think Spirit just managed to find them. We have the rest of the fight, and I think Solar might have just lost.
He may have. I kind of want to stick with this for a moment, because this is getting to the conclusion potentially, Roddy.
It's pretty big, man. That's actually very big. Spirit already saying yesterday, indeed, he just doesn't want to go 0-8. It's like, well, you could go 0-10, but he doesn't. Wow. He wins his opening best of 3 against a top-tier Korean Zerg. That's actually, man, Spirit is just popping off right now. That's super nice for him.
The run of his career. So already began in the group stage, the bracket stage, and now it started here in the groups as well. Great stuff by Spirit. So thank you very much for the update, Harstem. Spirit's got to be happy with that victory. But overall, I think fair to say here, as we kind of focus on Rogue, we will be getting an interview with him in a few moments' time as well. It's a good start for him as well. I think if you look back at the first game as well, Roddy, we'll look at the highlights in a moment. You know, Spirit actually said in an interview after he beaten DRG that one of the only things that was really giving him problems with things like the Nidus Worm plays that, you know, other Zergs were using against him. We saw that from Rogue in game number 1 versus Cure here, and Rogue's a master of that kind of stuff, constantly threatening in the back.
Yeah, I feel like multiple top tier Zergs are though. If you watch Reyna play in the late game, it's always 2 or 3 Nidus attempts at once. Serral's obviously going to try that too. And Terran players know that it's very brutal, and it sometimes feels unfair because Terrans can play their heart out. But if that Nidus goes up and those spiky boys get out of the Nidus, it's almost goodbye. It just takes so long to lift up all your buildings, even clean it up in the first place. You're going to lose all those add-ons. It's often game over if that Nidus goes up in the main. You can't let it happen.
Definitely so. All right, well, let's take a look at the highlights here from Rogue and Cure to recap just exactly what happened, just in case you missed some of those spicier moments. And yeah, we started here to get things going on Blackburn, and it really kind of forces the Terran's hand, I suppose, when that kind of scenario starts playing out here, Harstem. And unfortunately, Cure couldn't really do much about it.
Yeah, once the Nidus goes up, the Lurks are in the main base. Unless you have Liberators ready and a bunch of command centers for the scans, it's just so hard if you're not properly set up for it yet. Maybe if you have 10, 12 Ghosts as well, you can clean it up quickly, but if these Lurkers stay around in your main base for too long, it destroys your production, and from there on out, I mean, Rogue is Rogue. It's just a little bit too good.
He is. So the pressure just keeps piling on here throughout game 1. That finishes up things. I mean, yeah, you try and bust this, the little scans and the attempts to spot it out, but Rogue takes the game number 1. Then we move on to game 2, Roddy.
Yep, 2K Atmosphere was game 2. This was when I was mostly watching Neeb against Dream, I have to admit, but we obviously knew that Rogue was in a little bit of trouble. Took a couple of first questionable fights, but this fight was right before those upgrades of Cure, right? We're looking at 5 or 10 seconds. Right when +2 finishes up, he has lost the majority of his Marines. And I think that was the army that truly had game-ending potential if Cure would have just chilled a little bit more.
Harstem?
Yeah, even at that point after that fight, it still feels like Cure's in an okay position. Rogue just has 70 workers. It's not like that game is over after that fight, but it did feel like Cure kind of lost the momentum in that game and didn't have the ability anymore to keep pushing. And Rogue, once Rogue is in control, he's just too powerful, it feels like. In that mid game, in those late game phases, he feels almost unbeatable in this matchup.
Yep, and the Zerg washes over the Terran to bring him the first series of his day. Let's head to the interview now as we are ready to go over to Pig, who's with Rogue.
Thank you very much, James. I'm here with Rogue, who just had a very nice start to the group stage, so congratulations. I wanted to ask about game 1 to start. A really unique build. We saw Roach Speed, Carapace, a 2-base Roach opening into the gold base. So I'm wondering if there was a particular mind game with obviously your teammate Cure, or was this just a very safe way of getting to the late game?
일단 이병현 선수 첫 경기 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 쾌저의 스타트를 끊었는데 일단 첫 경기부터 사실은 좀 독특한 빌드를 쓰셨어요. 아무래도 이제 투베이스에서 번식지를 가면서 바로 이제 바퀴 속으로 가고 바퀴 베이스로 플레이를 하는데 또 이제 광물 그 풍부한 광물지대를 먹으면서 좀 되게 뭐라 해야 될까 좀 예전보다는 다른 좀 길드를 선보이셨단 말이죠. 그래서 이게 김도욱 선수랑 또 상대를 하다 보니까 이제 같은 팀 선수이기 때문에 어떻게 보면은 또 심리전을 좀 쓰려고 하셨는지 아니면은 김도욱 선수가 뭔가 좀 공격적인 빌드를 쓸 거라고 예상을 하셔서 좀 수비적으로 플레이를 하시려고 했는지가 좀 궁금하네요.
제가 도우기 스타일이 도우기가 해병 탱크 올인이랑 메카닉을 좋아해가지고 그래가지고 좀 안전하게 하려고 했고 옛날부터 준비는 했는데 기회가 없어서 못 쓰던 빌드라 가지고 갑자기 생각나서 했는데 생각보다 잘 됐던 것 같아요.
So he says, well, he had planned this build a long time ago, but he haven't actually got the chance to use it. But well, somehow Cure did a lot of use of mech and a lot of marine tank all-ins. So he also wanted to do a safe build as well, but he also had one on the sleeve, so he wanted just to show off.
Yeah, I mean, a very good way to prepare against mech, getting the roaches up very safe. And of course, very comfortable in the late game, that one. The Nidus Worm was the big finisher. And I feel like I see this more than ever in your games, Rogue. So is there some secret? How do your Nidus Worms work so much?
이제 그 후반 가면서 이제 땅굴벌레로 이제 게임을 끝내셨는데 이제 땅굴벌레가 사실은 다른 선수들 하는 거 보면은 땅굴벌레가 잘 이제 상대 진영 쪽으로 잘 안 펴지는 것 같은데 유독 이병렬 선수의 땅굴벌레만 좀 상대 본진 쪽에 이제 잘 좀 펴지는 것 같아요. 혹시 뭐 다른 뭐 비결이라든가 좀 이런 뭐 좀 남다른 뭐 그게 좀 있으신가요?
땅굴벌레를 쓰려면은 일단 상대랑 병력을 무조건 싸워주면서 써야지 통한다고 생각해서 그냥 대놓고 뚫으면은 안 통해가지고 처음에 계속 기회를 보고 있다가 도우기가 정면 왔을 때 정면 싸움을 했을 때 그때 뚫어서 통했던 것 같아요.
So he said he doesn't think that there's much of a secret based on that. I mean, well, he says that he can't you can't just put a Nidus like into the fray because they're gonna be notice you, but just make them just build a fight in the main fight and then just get an attention to it, makes them to get attention to the fight and then put a Nidus Swarm in it so they can be distracted. I think that's gonna be the difference, he says.
Yeah, classic nice tactic there to pull their attention away. Of course, in the second game, it looked like game one was pretty smooth. Things were really rough at the start. The bunker rush surprised you. You took out your third base. Felt like a very bad position, but you fought back. And the commentators were very surprised that you went Mutalisks, even though your economy wasn't very strong. Was there something you saw from Cure? Was it because he was on siege tanks? Walk us through how you thought you could get away with getting up to Mutalisks, because it worked brilliantly.
일단 또 두 번째 세트 때는 이제 전진 찾으셨다가 이제 실패를 하고 이제 김도욱 선수가 좀 갑작스럽게 이제 벙커러쉬를 하면서 좀 트리플이 취소당하는 그런 사태가 있었어요. 그래서 좀 불리하게 좀 어떻게 보면 좀 기분 나쁘게 출발을 하셨던 것 같은데 그럼에도 불구하고 이제 뮤링링을 좀 되게 좀 리스크 있는 이제 뮤링링을 선택을 하셨단 말이죠. 그래서 혹시나 그 뮤링링을 이제 하셨을 때에도 좀 그게 통할 거라는 자신이 있으셨나요? 아니면은 그냥 뭐 다른 이제 비장의 무기가 또 다른 게 있었기 때문에 어떻게 보면 그걸 선택을 하셨던 건가요?
일단 도우기랑 게임을 많이 하면은 도우기가 저러면서 해병 탱크 올인을 좋아하기 때문에 뮤링링이 제일 괜찮은 선택이었다고 생각을 해가지고 했고 그리고 상황도 일단은 처음에 왔을 때 잘 막아가지고 그리고 맹독충 드랍도 피해를 주고 그래서 유리하게 선택했던 것 같아요.
So he says, well, the Mutiling, for the Mutiling Bane, he like he mentioned before, he does Cure does a lot of marine tank all-ins, so the Mutas counter that pretty much easily. So he obviously considered that kind of aspect, and also he fought back after the bunker was set, and he also did some damage with Baneling drops. So he thinks that he managed pretty well after that.
Fantastic resilience in a very hard position. To finish us off, one last question. Who else is going to make it out of this group? Who do you think is your biggest contest? Is it going to be Cure in second place? Obviously, you're going to be first place. Who's going to be second?
일단은 이 조에서 가장 이제 견제되는 선수라고 꼽힐 수 있는 게 아무래도 김덕 선수였던 것 같은데, 그래도 김덕 선수를 이기셨으니까 어떻게 보면은 조 1위가 거의 좀 확실시 된다라고 첫 경기지만 이제 좀 여겨질 수도 있는데, 그래서 이제 나머지 선수들 중에서 그래도 좀 경쟁자라고 생각되는 선수가 있다라면 좀 누가 있을까요?
아무래도 강민수 선수가 그래도 저그대저그전을 굉장히 잘하기 때문에 강민수 선수만 이긴다면은 충분히 1등 할 수 있을 거라고 생각해요.
So he says obviously it's going to be Solar because he really does a good ZVZ. So if he beats Solar, then he's going to be right in the first place very smoothly.
Awesome. Can't wait to see how the rest of the tournament unravels. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck in the rest of the group, Rogue. And everybody, thank you for watching. We'll be back after a short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We have our players now fully in the swing of things here for Group A, and so far so good for some of the players that have been able to take themselves victories. Here's the group standing so far. Rogue sits atop the pack, likewise alongside Dream with the 2-0s that they've been able to accrue. Spirit with a 2-1 over Solar in the previous match. That is a big result for him. I'm joined by the Muslim as well as Wardy to talk about this so far, and I mean, we were just talking about it during the break here, gentlemen, that Spirit, that's a really brilliant start, Wardy.
I mean, you cannot really get a better start than beating someone like Solar, because, yeah, you know, Rogue might be like a little bit untouchable. We just saw that with him against Cure, but Solar's one which I feel like you take down Solar, then Dream and Cure look a lot more possible. Obviously a different matchup, but then you're really talking about having a good chance to get out of the group, even if you just beat one of those guys and you get it done against Neeb. Then you're 3-2 or so, right? And wow, that's a really good opportunity for Spirit. Yeah,
there was, you know, conflicting thoughts as to, you know, how Spirit going to fare in this group. But after what we saw, which was effectively the prelude in the bracket here, Ben, now with this victory, anything can happen.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, group stage Solar is something that we kind of meme about a little bit. Once he gets to the brackets, he can die off. But in the group stage, he's an absolute beast. But then you think about it, it's like, okay, you took down Solar, it's really good for you, but you've still got some big boys in that group. Like Cure, he's a beast in TVT. Rogue, obviously, you got to showcase him being very behind in ZVT, but then still winning anyway. And he plays his own kind of style. Like, he was weird builds, but really cool start to the group.
Kind of wild as well that now we find ourselves here in this group where this is already a really important match for Neeb and Cure, which is going to be the next match here on the main stream, because both of these players right now are 0-1 in this group. You don't want to be going down 0-2. That makes it a hell of a slog to try and get yourself back into a good position here in the group.
Yeah, 0-2 is obviously really, really tough. From there, you're pretty much looking at winning everything unless you get into one of those weird 2-3 tiebreakers, and then map score is a whole thing, right? And you don't really want it to come down to map score. We've seen a lot of hearts broken over the years in Katowice due to that one map loss.
Yeah. That's how the round robin system will work here for that. But again, I think it's kind of cool. Not only actually do all of these players win money for every single series that they're actually winning things out, but every map matters. Even if, for example, Spirit, if he would have won 2-0 against Solar, oh my, is that actually so much better than even just dropping one map, because this gives Solar like a potential to have that kind of situation occur where he can fight back.
Yeah, but on the counter side of things, Solar taking a map is also kind of good, not to drop down just 0-2.
No, indeed.
But yeah, like I'm thinking about it from every perspective. Like Solar, he also, some of these guys are so good against Zerg in this group. Like, it's going to be really damn hard for any one of them.
Definitely so, definitely so. All right, let's start talking about our next matchup coming up then. It is, of course, as we alluded to earlier, Neeb versus Cure. Neither of them are in a great spot here, but Cure just comes off the back of the loss here against Rogue, but that's, I feel like, a different beast going up against Neeb here.
Yeah, going up against Neeb is kind of an interesting one to call, because Neeb has been a mystery. I feel like we've said that a couple of times, Ronnie's been saying it, but where has Neeb really been in the last few months? He wasn't playing in any qualifiers for the bigger events. He wasn't hence in any of the bigger events. It felt like he took a step back, and that can either mean two things, right? Either he steps back and maybe doesn't come back at full force, or he stepped back and he's, you know, really been taking his time to power up for this event, and maybe he's got something really special still to show.
Maybe. Neeb and Cure, Ben?
I mean, Cure's the overwhelming favorite here. Like, we'll all remember that Cure run where he won GSL and he looked so damn good doing it. And you have to take down some real titans when it comes to Protoss as well, like Trap, the Zest of the world and stuff, even the sneaky players like Hero. But yeah, Neeb, he talked about this group and he was like, you know what, I don't think anybody's unbeatable, but it's obviously going to be ridiculously hard. Now, I was speaking to him a little bit this morning, he talked about practice, maybe not going the easiest over here with some of the custom games with the lads, but yeah, I'll never super count out Neeb, because I'll always remember that 2016-17-ish era. It was the era of Neeb, and I always know that he has the skills and ability to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, that Cure run, if I recall correctly, towards the end, it was all the big Protoss, right? That he was able to kind of topple on the way.
Yeah, because he beat Zest in the finals. Yeah, and then, did he beat Trap on the way there as well?
He must have.
I think he did. I think he did. Yeah. And like
here at Roddy, yes.
Yeah, I was about to say we need Roddy on the desk for this segment where it's like, oh, I remember that one game so and so long ago. But no, like I'll always remember that Zest series. It was kind of a lot of Zest kind of giving it him, but no, you can never count out Cure. For a while, he was looking like the big Terran on campus. Even I don't want to say overshadowing Mara because nobody can do that, but yeah, it's going to be cool to see. I just hope that both of these players give it their all, because that first series for both of them, it's never nice to lose 0-2 for start of the day.
No, indeed. I think Neeb was going up against Dream before.
Yeah, he got bobbed.
Yeah, and then I feel like a lot of people would see going from Dream to Cure. I mean, the difference is not massive, but I would say that's probably a little bit of a leveling up.
Yeah, Kira is definitely a little bit stronger all around than Dream. I mean, Dream can have his days though, right? Like Dream can come in and look really good, but Kira is just always good, it feels like. So it's going to be tough. Neeb really needs to level up a little bit, really be well-rounded in that early game. You know how it is against the Korean Terran players. If you let them be aggressive, if you let them take a lead, they will not give it back. So a lot of what we saw yesterday where, the Terran player took a lead, got aggressive position, and sat back a bit too much, and, the Protoss got back in. Neeb's not going to get those chances if he sits back.
I will say one thing though, like Cure might be a bit more standard than Dream might be, which might mean that your prep is a little bit easier going up against somebody like Cure. But yeah, Wardy's totally right. Like Cure, he's very arguably the second best Terran in the world, fighting for that position with Clem, I feel. It's going to be a real rough road for Neeb here.
Do you have other games actually that are already ready to join into on the PCs?
Still waiting, still waiting.
Still waiting. I can't even remember which fixtures are actually coming up aside from this one. But yeah, the other players in this group so far doing pretty well for themselves. We have our two unfortunate losers of the previous games. But anyway, we are ready now to head over to the stage and Piggly Wiggly. Let's go.
A clash of regions in our next match. We've got the Korean player who shows that hard work and dedication does pay off. He is the reigning GSL champion, Cure. Facing off against him is the North American player who is the most consistent champion from that region through all of StarCraft's history. A player who has some of the highest finishes around the world, including overseas here at these events as well. It is, of course, Neeb versus Cure.
All right, let's get into it. The second series of the day, Neeb versus Cure. Cure hasn't had to move too far as he's just played the previous game on the main stage, and you can bet your bottom dollar he does not want to be losing 2 in a row on that stage right there. Going up against Neeb. Neeb's going to have a tall order here, I think, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget that these players, they've known about their groups for quite some time.
Yeah.
These are not players that went through the bracket. They've had a lot of time to study their opponents, find out what they like, and there's plenty of info out there of Cure against Protosses. But in Cure's position, there's literally been nothing of Neeb. He's been avoiding all the weeklies, all the monthly tournaments and what have you. Absolutely a question mark in everybody's eyes. The one game you do have is him against Stream, where it just didn't go well at all.
Yeah, using that. I mean, how much can Cure have? He can try to look back in this small period of time he's had, because obviously all of these games are being played in unison with one another, Wardy, but just having a little cheeky look back should be okay.
If he's had time, maybe he's had to walk back up that tunnel and straight back down it again.
Maybe.
It's a long tunnel. We know that over the years. Yeah, no, it's a tough one, right? I'm sure he has like a little peek at it, right? I mean, why wouldn't you? You just get a free build order scout basically. So, yeah, at least have a little look. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. Yeah, I mean, that helps a little bit, but, knowing Neeb, he has the potential to prepare different things for each player as well, right? And so he says, oh, this is what I'm going to do against Dream. Against someone a bit more standard, maybe that's what I do against someone like Cure, right? So, doesn't necessarily tell you 100%.
of everything.
Yeah, I think if I was Cure right now or his coach or close to him, I'd be like, just reset, mate. You just lost the first series, big deal. You are Cure. You're literally one of the best Terrans on the planet. He's way more scared of playing you than you should be of playing him. Just go into it relaxed. It's the first series out of the way, and it was your hardest opponent in the group, most likely, in Rogue. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, time to get to it. Neeb versus Cure. Both of these players want to avoid 0-2 as much as possible. It gets hard here in the round-robin groups if you do fall to that position. Let's head over to the commentators for all the action.
Thank you so much, James. Excited to jump into this series of Neeb versus Cure, a PvT between two players who are starting down in the group 0-1, but both of them definitely capable of making a lot more happen throughout the rest of their day so far. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm joined here with Rotterdam. And Roddy, you were the one that was actually keeping an eye out on that first series of Neeb versus Dream. I'm really curious. We're seeing the same matchup here. What do you feel like went wrong for Neeb in that series?
Economically, honestly, that's kind of where it all went wrong. It's not that Neeb made any big macro errors or micro errors rather, or that his strategies were not that hot. No, he just fell behind in the work account. His work account should have been a bit better. PvT traditionally is a matchup where we are used to Protoss being 5 to 8 workers ahead. At almost any moment in both games, they were level in workers, or Neeb was actually falling below the work account of his opponent. And it becomes borderline impossible to beat world-class Terran players if you have less probes than they have SCVs.
Okay, we'll be keeping an eye on those kinds of things as we head into game number 1 on 2,000 atmospheres. And of course, we are going to be starting down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map on top of the red Protoss player, proudly representing Ting. He is Neeb.
In the top right side of 2K, we're looking at the main base of the Korean Terran player, the most recent GSL Code-Ass champion. This is Cure. The boys at the desk already mentioned it a little bit, but when Cure did win his GSL, he didn't just beat Zest in the final, and he didn't just beat Trap in the semifinal. He actually beat Parting in the quarterfinal as well. So he basically made it through the entire playoffs by beating nothing but Protoss players. Now this was in October though, so it's a little while ago, and just because you were very good in a matchup 6 months ago, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be good at it forever. This is interesting. We've got Cure sending out 2 boys very early on. He's building 2 barracks on the other side of the map. And I actually think this is the kind of stuff that Neeb is pretty good against in general. Of course, you get underestimated, you're gonna have to figure it out, you have to know what kind of a build you're going up against. Is it Reapers, is it Marauders? But most of the time I feel that Neeb is actually very good against the weird stuff in PvT. It's more the very normal, straightforward, 1 barracks, fast expand builds with a lot of bio units that he struggles with a little more.
This is also pretty interesting because as we see the proxy barracks coming up, they're going to actually be throwing up those tech labs as well. We already saw that there is an interesting building positioning there for Neeb in the natural, where he has his gateway already there. He started up the Zealot, and interestingly enough, this is actually what he did versus Dream in game 2, I think.
Yes, but that was on a map where there is a ramp going into the natural, and it was Curious Mind, so that's a bit different. Neeb is still just going to drop the Nexus, and he's going to send a Zealot to the other side of the map. I think he's misreading this, Fear Dragon. This is bad news. I think what Neeb is expecting to happen is that his opponent just built 1 barracks on his side of the map, and he's trying to scare him. We know that's not the case. These Marauders are something you have to take very, very serious. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have concussive shells yet, as Nyan or Mapu, one of our 2 amazing observers, is showing us. But against this build, Fear Dragon, you need a battery, you need a second pylon. I actually think that this is almost game over. Now, sometimes these guys can be very good with their work, as maybe Neeb can pull off a miracle, but this is worst case scenario.
That 1 pylon is going to get target fired down by Marauders. A shield battery is going to come on up, but he's going to need to make more than just the shield batteries. The probes come off the line. The pylon brought down to the orange, but these probes, plus the stalker that's now popping out, are going to be able to buy a little bit of time, getting some softened up shots on those Marauders. But at the end of the day, Marauders can force back a lot of these units, and if they ever get close enough to that pylon, depower it, that's going to be all she wrote for Neeb.
Yeah, but it's already terrible. We're losing 7 workers. Even if that pylon does get protected by the battery, which is not the case, but even if that was the case, Cure is going to show up with 6 or 7 Marauders. You can start one-shotting Stalkers at this point. Neeb is just in a world of trouble, and this best of 3 is off to an absolutely disastrous start. This is the game-ending damage that I was afraid of.
Yeah, at this point, there's just a low health stalker. Finally, the pylon comes back up and the shield battery's here. There is an overcharge available, but...
One Zealot killed 9 SCVs on the other side of the map?
Wait, he sent the Zealot across the map, but did it actually just go completely uncontested this entire time? That might give him a slightly better edge in this, since it is, you know, 2 base versus 1 if you could somehow stabilize, but can he actually survive against this damage output now that the shield battery overcharge is expired and the shield battery's out of energy?
Well, I cannot believe that one Zealot was able to accomplish that much. The last Stalker does go down, and that's really unfortunate. I mean, that final Stalker going down, Cure will still just take the 1-0 lead. But that's a little bit sloppy by Cure, because even if you just surround the Zealot immediately with SCVs, it's not going to kill 9. So that actually gave Neep a little bit of hope, and Cure even towards the end. I think you should always wait until battery overcharge is completely expired, because there's no point. You're just not going to kill that unit, so you're just eating shots on your Marauders for free. But yeah, it's just Neep misread it a little bit. That battery needs to go down ASAP. The moment the Cyber Core is down, you build a battery, and ideally you build a second pylon there as well, and then you just play it as defensive as possible. But yeah, Neep's battery was just way too late.
Yeah, the entire game changes with one simple change. I think that is the, you know, the small little blessing to this situation for Neep, is that he isn't going to be walking away from that first game thinking, oh man, I got severely outplayed. He clearly misread the situation in a very significant way. And like you said, he thought it could have just been the proxy barracks, maybe in the natural or on the low ground of the main base or something. And it's just a Terran player trying to be a little bit tricky looking, but at the end of the day, it is going to start Neep down 0-1. This is a best of 3. This is not a kind of the place where you want to be dropping maps like that.
No, and especially now you still don't really know where you're at, because that's a game that doesn't tell you much about the mid-game or the factory openings you have to worry about, or the multitasking that we know that these Korean Terrans are capable of. Just unfortunate, Neep being a little bit greedy there, as Hero Marine would call it. Still just going for the Nexus, despite the fact that he didn't know what was happening. He just assumed it was going to be a simple single barracks somewhere. Or maybe it's even like a Reaper and then a Marauder, but he's like, I can get the battery a little bit later. But against the 2 barracks, straight up proxy, double tech lab, yeah, it's all hands on deck, and you need to take that as serious as possible. Neep could have won that game in a pretty straightforward manner, because imagine a world where he gets the battery immediately. That battery is up, it keeps the Adept alive, it saves a little bit of time with the probes. Once the first Stalker is out, you're fine. And imagine if the Zealot then kills 9 SCVs, then he straight up wins the game.
Yeah, a completely different situation. As we get ready to hop into game number 2, I really want to see what is Neep's game plan coming into the series. Does you know he's got some sort of plan of how he wanted to approach his PvT? I'm sure he actually probably watched the GSL Super Tournament that happened only a month ago, where Cure actually lost 3-0 to Zaun, and probably has hopefully come up with some sort of game plan of what he wants to do in this matchup. We're going to get to hopefully see a little bit of that plan as we hop into game number 2 on Pride of Altaris. Not exactly the map I was expecting, Kev.
Same, it's very big, and it's not a match that we normally see in best of 3. Is it best of 5 in this matchup? Sure. Best of 3? Bit surprising. I'm with you. Let's see if this man can turn things around. In the bottom right side, we're looking at the main base of the American Protoss player. Representing Ting, this is Neep.
And up here on the top left-hand side of the map, we have the blue Terran player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming. He is Cure. Little fun fact, by the way, these two players did play each other in the past, and the last time they played was at the previous year at Katowice in the group stages, and it was actually Neep who won 2-0 there.
Yeah, I saw that he had a historically pretty good record against Cure. I believe they've played 3 times. He won 2 out of 3, so that's actually kind of cool. I like those little stats, so we don't actually have to go to a league like ourselves. It's a double barracks opening once more, but this time the first barracks is just at home. It is a full wall off, and this is normally a bit earlier than Terran players are supposed to wall off, so Neep might be a little bit concerned about it, but that probe can absolutely not see that second barracks. And Neep is just gonna go for a 1 gate and then a fast expand at the gold. Welcome to Pride of Altaris.
I am really, really interested to see how this one shakes out, because in theory, you know, if you're going for this gold base, there is the small window where you aren't actually mining from the gold yet. You've invested 400 minerals into that Nexus at a very difficult to defend location because it's so far out there. but eventually that gold mineral income starts kicking in, and then you can start to hold off against any kind of earlier aggression that'll come out. The problem is, I think multiple Reapers coming on out. How in the earth are you supposed to defend two different mineral lines that are so far apart?
With 2 shield batteries. That's honestly the only thing I can think of. It's going to be very important for Neep that he gets a quick battery, I think, near the gold as well. Now, there are some okay, we are already getting it. That's nice, but that obviously means the main base is a bit more exposed. But that's harder to attack, because once the Reapers commit all the way by going into the main base, that of course means that it's going to be easier for the Protoss to pick them off. I like this really early battery. It almost feels a little bit like fishy, you know, low level, but I think it's completely okay, because you much rather build 1 battery than lose 3 or 4 probes against those Reapers.
Yeah, Adept is going to walk past the Zelnaga Watchtower, not going to bother attacking it, but oh, the Adept shades in right on top of 3 Reapers, and it is going to actually get picked off over here. That is a pretty big blow, because every single one of these units is going to matter. There's not really going to be anything to help out the units of the gold for a little bit. The Stalker is still making its way over, but that shield battery energy will gradually get drained if Cure realizes there's a gold base.
Yep, and he apparently didn't yet, but he's still going to hop into the main base immediately. That battery is only halfway done, so these 3 Reapers should be able to grab 2 or 3 probes very quickly, and we'll just take it from there. This is a lot of lost mining time. 3 workers going down. Now both Stalkers are here, and I think now we can use the probes as well to trap the Reapers. I would have loved to see them just attack move for 0.1 second just to surround them, and that's 5 workers going down at the cost of 2 Reapers. It's once more a pretty good start for Cure.
Yeah, that other Reaper is going to head over to the gold base, because I'm sure Kier looked at that and thought, this is suspicious. Something is obviously missing over here, and then going straight to the gold, he finds a fully saturated mineral line. He's going to try and pick away at that shield battery energy until the Stalkers arrive. But the Stalkers are not actually heading over to that gold. They're heading straight across the map, and they might be able to find a timing where there's no bunker over here.
Too many Marines, though.
Yeah.
I've been here as well, but you have no high ground vision at this point. There is no observer yet, no hallucinated Phoenix or an actual Stargate unit. So yeah, you can poke once, and then you realize you're going to have to give up high ground vision. And now Cure even trying to capitalize on perhaps Neep being distracted by that Reaper, moving the Marines near the Stalker. It's a pretty disastrous start for Neep. He has 5 workers ahead, that's the good part, but Stim is 85% done. Combat Shield is finishing up, and that first push is going to hit like a truck. I think you know how worried I am about those first guys with Stim when they run to the other side of the map, Fear Dragon. This is going to hit hard, and Neep is going to have to just micro his heart out with those Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, Neep knows how large that army is too, with those 2 Stalkers on the front line. So he's trying to Chrono Boost out that Blink up here. He's trying to get anything possible to try and delay this push. And if you have Blink and you're really, really on point with those Blinks and making sure that you don't lose too much, you can try to delay things, but it gets so dicey when you have Stim finished.
I actually kind of like the army movement here by Cure. He's going towards the top side of the map. He's going to avoid the center, because Neep is obviously expecting his gold base to be attacked. But if all those Marines and Marauders just run straight into the main base, they can pick off a pylon there too, and they can also grab 10 or 15 workers. And it's not that Neep is going to have the army to just counterattack. Really good scouting here. Oh my god, Kira is playing some high-level stuff. This is actually really cool to see.
Neep is going to get completely blindsided by this, and that probe over at the natural that was looking to maybe make a Nexus is very soon going to actually realize now that it is not, in fact, a safe place to be. The Stim forward, target fire is down, the shield battery. The recall is going to come on out, but you're going to be recalling on top of Stim Bio.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be painful. I don't even know if Neep is going to win this fight, because a lot of the Stalkers are going to eat so many Marauder shots immediately. 22 probes have gone down. We're going to blink forward one more time. Neep will win the fight, but we have to ask ourselves to cast the question, at what cost for your Dragon? 22 workers going down. And Neep, his economic struggles in this matchup just continue, because now we're 6 minutes in and it's 44 SCVs against 26 probes.
Well, I don't blame Neep for trying to hang in there. It is a best of 3, and he's already down at 1-0, so might as well give it what you got. And, you know, I don't hate his decision to just go for the Robo Bay, and I assume hopefully something like Disruptors, because he needs an absolute playback unit. But it's going to be Colossus, interestingly enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think I prefer Colossus normally, but normally we're not 17 workers down. So I'm kind of with you. I think maybe one Disruptor and hope for a Hail Mary Nova, where you can connect with 10+ supply and bring the game back a little bit. Neep is still going to try to macro his way out of it. It's been a very frustrating day at the office so far, because this is the 4th Protoss versus Terran that he's playing. And other than the original game, the very first game on 2K he had against Dream, he hasn't actually played a normal, straightforward game. They just kind of all end before they truly have begun.
Neep definitely has not been able to play his style of game. Kjær getting a little bit of a supply block there, but he alleviates it with 4 depots on the way. And he's going to be heading in to the main base here for Neeb with that double drop. Recall should be off of cooldown now, right? Because Neeb is very much so not in position. No, it's still on cooldown.
That's super painful. This is where the Robobay is as well, and that means the Robobay is going to go down. No thermal lens, and just like that, Kjær takes a 2-0 victory over Neeb in probably one of the shorter best of 3s we're all going to see today. It's not Neeb's day so far.
Yeah, really, really brutal day for Neeb, especially in those PVTs, and I think he is going to have another opportunity to try and play some more games later on throughout the day. He's not necessarily out of the group just yet, but we'll have to wait and see. Great job by Kjær, though. I mean, if there's one thing you can say, Kjær looked like he came into this series looking prepared. He knew what he wanted to do, and he executed it really well.
Yep, everything went Kjær's way. First game, obviously, you're hoping that your opponent is misreading it a little bit, that they don't build that shield battery initially. That's when these Marauders can really shine. It's truly surprising he was doing that without concussive cells, by the way. I almost never see that, but that apparently did not hurt him at all. Second game, Reaper movement, fantastic. Bio move out, so obvious. All of us would normally go through the center, but that's where Neeb sees it. That's where Neeb can start picking off units one by one with the Blink Stalkers, and he can blink back towards a battery overcharge. And Kjær's like, no, I'm just gonna go into the main base, because the gold is the obvious one, but in the main base you've got pylons, you've got all the props as well. I think I find just as much success, if not a whole lot more there, and he certainly did.
Well, guys, we're going to be heading back to the desk to get their thoughts on that series, but we'll see you guys in a little bit. Take it away, guys.
I barely had time to formulate some thoughts in that series. It ended as quick as it started, I guess. Kjær taking themselves the victory. Very, very nicely done by him after the previous defeat that he was able to incur here on the main stage. But joining me, the Muslim as well as Wardy. Ben, that was swift.
It was over before we know it. Like, you know, I've been focusing a lot on the other games that are going on and stuff, but yeah, just I didn't expect Kjær to be pulling out those kind of builds. I know we saw some like 3-rack stuff from him in the GSL when he was whipping it out against Trap and stuff, but this was brutal. This was like total disrespect play in a way, and yeah, absolutely demolished Neeb.
Not a good start for Neeb here.
I mean, there's not really much to add, is there, right?
No.
It was brutal. The first game, complete misread, game end. Second game wasn't much pretty, honestly, and just a quick 2-0. Kjær really looking good, getting a win on the board. Very important for him in the group.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's take a look at some of the other games that have been going on here as well then, as there's not much to talk about in regards to this game for now. We had Wardy, who is currently in on...
Well, we're in Dream Spirit, so that's Ben.
Ooh. That's Ben, not Wardy. Okay.
We can talk about this one a little bit. So Dream is 1-0 up, and it was maybe the shortest game of Katowice so far. So 2 racks, killed a few SVs, and boom, he just won. This game a lot different. This started off with a far more generic opening with the Ravens and stuff, and now you're seeing a beautiful bit of TVT. But Spirit killed a lot of workers early on, a lot of units early on, as you can see from this little tab over here. But also, the Resource Loss tab. Spirit's just been playing pretty damn good. But we're going to see how it continues, because, yeah, I think this is going to be lining up to be a long one between these boys.
Oh no, actually, with Spirit in it, imagine that. Unbelievable.
Playing the late game before we're even at the late game, Jeeves.
There you go, lad. Very good stuff. All right, well, thank you very much, Ben, for that update, as we continue to have that rolling on here. And, well, yeah, that's a fight.
I mean, you can't commentate that, can you? It's just, there's lots of Vikings. Ravens doing their magic.
Vikings. All right, let's check in with Wardy then as well. You had Solar versus Rogue.
Yep, the ZVZ honestly hasn't been super exciting. Solar in the first game kind of had a lot of ling back and forth action. Both of them did, and Solar just came out on top, defending the roach roll in from Rogue. In this game, it kind of looked as though he was gonna roach roll in not so long ago. He's been on a lower work account. He's refused to drone up recently, but he didn't actually commit. He was up about 25 army supply, didn't go for it. Also had +1 missiles against just the Carapace, which is typically good in Roach versus Roach. I think he was afraid that Rogue was going to all-in because Solar's just had the lead throughout. So it's kind of been a little bit of a weird one. And I mean, Solar's also started his upgrades as well. He will maintain an upgrade lead. It just looks like Solar's ahead, like he's been behind a few drones, but the army supply difference really says that it's going to be okay.
Interesting to see this going down between these two, considering Rogue has had himself a good hand when it comes to Zerg versus Zerg in the past and has beaten some of the very best, but Solar giving him a run for the money.
Yeah, it was interesting to Pig talking about the interview with Rogue, where he's like, yeah, Solar's probably the best at ZVZ, or at least like second best Zerg in career after me kind of thing. And so he was talking about if he wants to finish first in the group, he has to beat Solar. So him dropping down one already and then being behind in that second game, that's kind of cool to see, because we all know Solar's really good, but that first series of the day where he lost against Spirit, I mean, already kind of crazy. And Spirit, the fact that he's going toe-to-toe with Dream as well, he absolutely turned up to Katowice, man. This is like the Spirit we've been hyping up for years that never came along. We saw little like glimpses of, but yeah, he's absolutely playing great.
You know what it is? We hyped up Spirit in like every event for the last 5 years. We finally stopped. You know, after that time he beat Stats, we hyped him up non-stop. We finally stopped. And you know what he did? He's only gone and done it, guys.
He's only got a bloody done it, he has. I mean, all his practice partners as well were always hyping him up in post-game interviews, but aside from that, yeah. All right, let's take a look at the highlights from this previous series, which I imagine is probably about a 5-second video.
Oh, the whole series.
The whole series, yeah. Just show it, I guess. It was quite short, but we started things off with an unfortunate scenario, Ben, here for Pornib.
Yeah, we definitely did. You guys just had me thinking of those like trailers that people complain about. Stop showing the whole movie, or the highlights showing the whole series. Absolutely disastrous stuff for Neve. I really hope they can start pulling it together, because he still has the opportunity to go 3-2. But then I say that, and he's got Rogue left, he's got Solar left. These are not easy boys to take down in PvZ. And yeah, he's even got Spirit, who seems to be playing really damn well today as well.
Yeah, Solar's going to win 2-0, by the way. Just the fight happened. You know, he got his upgrades, and he was like, okay, now I will fight. And we just got the GGs.
There you go, 2-0
Solar 2-0 over Rogue.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. And as we take a look once again at Game 2 here, Wardy, from this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't really want to look back at this, man. I already felt a bit of pain for Neve. I didn't want to hear it a second time. It's just rough, isn't it? Like, you're trying to make something wonky work, and Cure kind of just kills you. I mean,
it's kind of literally he didn't scout the gold base for quite some time as well. He's just like, yeah, I'm going to focus on dealing damage. And everything that he did worked out. And it was just like a clash of disaster and unfortunate events for Neve, but very well played by Kia.
Yeah, sometimes these things happen, but that's great for Cure to be able to put up a win on the board here in this group. Still big opponents to be able to deal with. However, Cure will march on through this game. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now we'll head over to an interview as Pig is ready for Cure after that game.
Thank you very much, James. Of course, a fantastic win, a great way to bounce back. That was a very convincing victory. So let's hop straight into it. The first game, you opened up with a very aggressive build order. Did you expect Neve to skip the probe scout at the start?
일단은 김도욱 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 립 선수와의 첫 번째 대결에서 굉장히 좀 되게 공격적인 전략을 사용하셨는데 립 선수가 정찰을 제대로 못했어요. 혹시 이게 안 걸릴 거라고 좀 자신을 하셨는지 좀 궁금하네요.
거기는 전진 사신을 의식해도 들리는 자리가 아니어서 저는 100% 안 들킬 거라고 생각을 하고 준비를 했어요.
So he says definitely like 100% because it was not like that position, that particular position was not the position that many Pro Trust players that scout in that area. So I had he says he has a lot of confidence in that not to be scouted, even though he prepared for the Reaper builds. Even if, sorry.
Yeah, so wouldn't be able to find the Marauders even if that was the case. Okay, fantastic. And we were also curious, as with the casters, concussive shells didn't get upgraded, so I'm not sure if that's part of the build or if that was just a slip-up.
이제 또 한 가지 이제 흥미로웠던 게 충격탄이 업그레이드가 안 됐더라고요. 그래서 이제 충격탄 업그레이드를 혹시나도 까먹으셨는지. 네.
그게 빌드 최적화가 애초에 두 번째 불곰이 빠른 빌드여서 충격탄을 안 누르고 하는 빌드였어서 이게 충격탄을 누르고 하는 빌드보다 훨씬 타이밍이 빨라서 막기가 어렵기 때문에 그 빌드 컨셉이 원래 그런 거예요.
So he says it's part of the concept of the build because you need to optimize the number of the marauders to get a rush. So he deliberately skipped it because he needed to get the second Marauder as fast as possible.
That makes perfect sense then.
Take that, Twitch chat. A lot of people doubting he's forgotten the upgrade, but no, of course, part of the plan. Of course, the second game was a great build, took advantage of the gold base map and just shut it down. You know, really beautiful play. So rather than asking about the build, because I think that was pretty straightforward, I'd just like to ask about Kew's thoughts on gold base maps. Do you enjoy playing against them? Do you find it favors some players over others? You know, just basically, do you like the gold base maps or not?
사실 이제 두 번째 세트에서는 또 이제 심리전을 거셨는데 닙 선수가 또 풍부한 광물지대 멀티를 먹었단 말이에요. 이제 또 프라이드 오브 알타리스란 맵이 은근히 또 풍광지대가 8덩이나 되다 보니까 이제 선수분들이 좀 그런 풍광 전략을 좀 자주 이제 생각을 하고 사용을 하게 되는데 그런 좀 풍광 전략에 대한 좀 생각이 좀 어떠신지 좀 궁금합니다.
솔직히 연습할 때 그렇게 많이는 안 당해봐서 그게 상황마다 달라가지고 제가 대처를 잘하면은 충분히 제가 유리하게 갈 수 있다고 생각을 하고 방금 같은 경우는 원래 닙 선수가 본진의 입구를 잘 안 막는 스타일이어서 투병형 빌드를 했는데 잘 통한 것 같아요.
He says he doesn't really have any thoughts about it because he doesn't have much experience about it, but neither that he doesn't really think that impossible to counter it. So, when the situations is fit, I think he thinks that he's gonna counter it very well. And particularly this game, Neeb doesn't really block his.
The Reaper ledge or
the entrance, like the main entrance. Ledge and the main entrance. The open. Sorry.
Because those Reapers got in and they were able to get in. He's able to kind of rotate between the different areas, so he felt the mobility could take advantage, I assume.
Yeah. So Neeb doesn't really block that path. So he wanted to do like 2 barracks Reaper builds, and he says he thinks that countering that Neeb style of the Neeb really worked well.
Beautiful. Well, it was obviously played out very well and a nice way to start kind of getting back onto the train after a rough first series. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the next one. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back after a very short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We are currently in the thick of it for Group A, and now the results find us in a spot where a lot of 1-1s have already occurred here so far for the day. Joining me, I've got Fear Dragon as well as Rotterdam. Roddy, I actually didn't. I think I expected more of a stronger showing from some of the top players to start off it, but it's only 2 series in, so we can't blame them too much.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what we are dealing with so far then, so I guess Solar got a point on the board against Rogue?
Correct, yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's big. We didn't see that because we were busy casting our little PVT.
True.
I've got some multitasking, Kalaris, but the years are starting to count. Yeah, it's still very early in the group. I think the one story for me so far is just that things are not going Neeb's way at all.
Yeah.
I've seen all 4 games of him, and I feel like I haven't actually seen a real game of Neeb yet. Maybe the very first one was kind of a game, but he was too far behind to really turn it into something. And it's been so quiet around him lately, and it's kind of like what he said. It's like sometimes that can mean good things, you know, that he's really all out focused on this event. We know that Neeb has the talent, he has the skill, but so far it's not working out for him, and he really needs to turn it around right here. Otherwise, it's too late.
Yeah, to sympathize with you, Fear Dragon, it does feel like he's not been able to even get the ball rolling in these games.
And it's really unfortunate, too, because it's in the Protoss versus Terran matchup for both of his matches, and he still has to play versus Spirit, and maybe that's where he does find a little bit more of his groove, but even Spirit is able to throw out some weirdness or some funkiness or a little bit of cheesy stuff to try and mess with the Protoss player's game plan. So it is really going to be onus on Neeb now. Going down 0-2, like, it's doable, but also I would say, like, Cure, I think, super understandable. Dream, I know he's actually top of the group right now, but Dream has arguably not played the strongest players in the group just yet.
Yeah.
So I think that Neeb has the potential to make a comeback, but, like, it really has to just be, like, all out killer moves right now.
It is true that Dream obviously still has to play all the top tier Koreans in this group, but it still feels good though to kick a day off with 2-0, 4-0 in maps. And I feel like he's been winning his games convincingly as well, at least the first 2 that I saw. And then I saw that he's like, yeah, okay, we're just going to play another best of 3. Maybe these guys are slightly better, but momentum is a very real thing in StarCraft 2, and there's a good chance that Dream can carry this through. Maybe he can even win this group. That'd be sick.
Yeah, potentially.
I know I'm getting carried away because he has to play the Koreans, but you know, if you just, let's say if he wins 3 out of 4, I think he wins the group regardless because of the 2 O's he's had so far. And if he just wins 2 out of 4, well, making it into the playoffs would already be big for him, of course.
And obviously getting #1 instead of 2nd or 3rd in a group is a big deal.
Yeah,
you effectively skip an entire round to be able to push yourself into a really good spot. So that is big there as well. Let's talk about Dream's next matchup, of course, which he is going to be going up against Solar here on the main stage. Of course, we have the other games going on the other streams if you want to check those out as well. And we'll be keeping you updated here at the desk as well. But yeah, for Dream, this could be a great opportunity to go 3-0, although I feel like, and obviously Solar had a bit of a harder time against his first Terran opponent, I feel like Solar probably fares better against Dream than he will against Spirit in this. Is that fair, or what do you think, Roddy?
Maybe stylistically you could say that Solar obviously likes scrappy games, he likes to be aggressive, and Spirit can be that brick wall that you can just keep on running into. Kind of what we saw in the first game that they played on Hardwire. But I don't know, it's still just a TVZ, and for Dream it really just got like, alright, like you've won your first 2 games, we all expected you to win those, you're a top tier Korean Terran player, you may not be like the big 3, but you're right after that. Now it's time for us to really see what he's made of. I think he's gonna make Solar sweat, and I think Solar knows that he needs to bring his A game. But yeah, Solar's gonna be flying a little bit now. First you're beating yourself up because you lost to Spirit, but then you beat Rogue, and it's actually better to do it like this than the other way around. Because if they ever end up tied up, then at least he beat Rogue in the straight up fight, so I'm pretty sure that he's completely over that first best of 3 that he played.
All importantly, because he took the map off Spirit, he's 3-2 currently in this group, which puts him in 2nd place currently, despite all the 1-1s that have currently happened.
Yeah, I think it's always really tough because it's so easy, especially, you know, the players are like looking at Liquipedia and all this stuff. They just see the order of the standings of like, oh, I'm 2nd or 3rd. But I think after you've gotten enough tournament experience, you're not looking after like what the first series and the second series, like where am I in the standings, right? I think you're definitely keeping an eye on. You're like, I just need to win every single game. I need to focus and dig deep in for every single one of these matches. So I'm sure someone like Solar is just really going to be saying, I just need to make sure I can kill these players to guarantee I get out of the group. And Solar's the kind of player also that I think will be trying to gun for like a potential first place or something.
Well, before we get deeper into this matchup, of course, we can actually hear from some of our mainstays in Katowice. We asked a few cheeky questions. Let's take a look.
Berlingrad, Curious Minds, 2K Atmospheres, Blackburn, 3 more indeed. What do we have? I'm not checking. Actually, can't get the names right now. I think that's all I have got now.
하드와이어, 글리터링, 블랙번, 프라이드, 2000, 큐리어스, 베를린.
2K Atmos, 하드와이어, 프라이드 오브 알타리스. 이건 뭐 있었지? 블랙번. I don't know.
Okay, there's Berlin, Curious Mind, Blackburn, Pride of Altaris, Glittering Ashes, Hardwire, and 200K Atmospheres.
I can't remember.
하드와이어, 글리터링 애시즈, 베를린그라드, 큐리어즈 마인드, 애트모스 2000, 블랙번입니다.
2000 Atmosphere, Glittering Ashes, Pride of Artaris, Hardwire. Sorry, I can't remember anymore.
2000 Atmospheres, there's Berlingrad, there's Hardwire, there's Curious Minds. I can't remember all of them.
베를린그라드, 큐리어스 마인드, 2000 에트모, 하드와이어, 프라이드? 생각이 안 나는데요.
I mainly miss just playing in the offline event, meeting all the other players. Haven't really seen any of the players in the last 2 years. I've just been talking to them online, so just a really nice experience to see them again. And just I think playing in the offline environment fits me really well. I think I can keep my calms pretty. I can stay pretty calm, and I just think this might even help me.
IEM 때 되게 기분 좋은 기억이 많았어가지고 또 이제 거의 마지막 해외 대회라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 열심히 준비했고 되게 기대가 많이 되고 재밌을 것 같아요.
저는 좀 큰 무대에 많이 못 올라갔어서 관중들 앞에서 하고 싶었는데 관중들이 제일 그리웠던 것 같아요.
The crowd.
I just miss being around all the players. It makes it feel much more real.
오랜만에 오니까 처음 온 것 같이 새롭고 이렇게 외국에서 다른 게이머들이랑 같이 놀고 싶었는데 그게 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
우선 이렇게 좀 2년 만에 경기장에 오게 돼서 지금도 굉장히 설레고 사실 오프라인 큰 경기가 별로 없다 보니까 그런 점들이 굉장히 그리웠는데 우려했던 부분들이 많았지만 어떻게 잘 진행되고 있는 것 같아서 빨리 경기를 하고 싶습니다.
일단 되게 신기하고 막상 보면은 이제 인터넷으로 봤을 때는 그래도 하고 싶다라고 생각을 했는데 이게 이렇게 기회가 돼서 정말 좋은 것 같아요.
The thing that I missed most was meeting people and my friends and, you know, having international relationships. It's really nice, and now that we're back at it, it's very cool.
What I missed the most is just meeting the other players, I think. Like, we're kind of like a family almost, so yeah, it was kind of hard not meeting every player all the time, multiple times a year. So that was the most difficult part, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say I'm gonna win, but obviously it's not that simple. There's a lot of good other players as well. I think Maru is probably one of the biggest favorites coming into this one, but at the same time he hasn't really ever won a big global event overseas, so I'll just pick myself for this one.
저는 요새 성주가 폼이 되게 좋기 때문에 성주가 제일 유력한 것 같고 그 다음에 세랄 선수라고 생각합니다.
웬만하면 우승했던 사람이 우승한다고 생각을 해서 저는 병렬이가 제일 병렬이나 성욱이 형 아니면 명우 이렇게 3명 정도. 네.
Rogue. I hope Zest will win, but I think it'll probably be a Zerg player.
Maru or me?
Me.
이거는 프로게이머로서는 당연히 저라고밖에 할 수가 없을 것 같아요.
I think it's either between Rogue and Zest. I think those are the two biggest ones to beat, in my opinion.
Sarah?
Yeah, I think I can echo the sentiments of a lot of the players. Very happy to be back on LAN here all together as the StarCraft family as a whole. And I think both of us, Fear Dragon, were appreciating Dream's enter, which is a very optimistic one, which is once you're back here, it feels like a fresh start. So a great outlook and already a great start to this group for him.
I really like that answer because I think Dream actually in his career has been one of those players who's been around for a while. He's been a name that especially the diehard StarCraft fans and everything know.
Yeah.
But he's never really been like the player that you look at and you're like, yeah, this is the top 4 finisher. He's not like a Maru or a Zest or something. And I love just the optimism there, like you were saying, yeah, this is a fresh start for me. I'm going to turn things around. This is going to be like my time to shine.
Is it a fresh start for us, Roddy? Or are we same old, same old?
Nah, I've seen you plenty of times last year, man.
Yeah,
you got me addicted to Pokemon cards. No fresh starts over here. What I liked about Dream actually, where he's like, Maru, you know, because every Terran is kind of like a subscriber to the Maru shirt. Yeah. And he's like, maybe me. Still snuck it in there. I thought that was cute.
Not too bad, not too bad. All right, well, we are ready to head over to the stage. So once again, it's Piggly Wiggly with the microphone.
Two Korean veterans face off in our next match. One of them, a Terran player, stood here at Katowice in the grand finals 9 years ago in 2013. The other is one of the most creative and consistent and innovative Zerg players over the last 8 years since he won his first DreamHack Championship. This is Dream versus Solar. That's right, time for this game here. Solar going up against Dream. They come off the back of a win apiece after the previous series that they were able to play out. And now Dream looking to be able to put himself head and shoulders above the rest, Rotterdam, in this group.
Yeah, if he wins this one as well, then he's truly off to a flying start. I don't know why, I just have a good feeling about Dream today. I've seen him a couple times in the past. He has his off days for sure. There are some days where he's like, mate, that wouldn't even be a top 5 Terran in Europe. But then there are other days where I'm like, is this Maru's little bro playing or something? Because he can really reach crazy high levels. And by just the looks of that interview and the things that I've seen of him so far since he's been here, whether it's custom games or just playing these best of 3s that we've seen, I think he's in really good shape and I think he's ready to show the world what he's made of. This man, though, is no slouch. We can never count him out. And he just got a victory over Rogue, so I'm sure he's already over that defeat versus Spirit.
Yeah.
It's actually a proper cool best of 3 with big implications on how this entire group is going to play out.
Yeah, Solar will be buzzing. Likewise, so will Dream.
I think Solar is, it's so funny because Solar is one of those players where you always think of him as doing really well in the earlier stages of the tournament. Group stages are actually Solar's bread and butter. So I feel like if we are going to see him start to, you know, make his big turnaround in this group, and he's not even that far behind, right? It's 1-1. But I think he really is one of those players that I actually look at as a favorite to potentially be topping the group and stuff. So I don't think we can count him out by any means.
That's fair, that's fair. Of course, there are other games going on whilst we're getting into this one as well. Fear Dragon, did we actually have any update?
Yes, actually. So I am in Rogue versus Neeb, also game number 2 right now. Just started. Neeb ended up winning game number 1.
Oh, wow.
And actually, going back to the whole thing, we were talking about how Neeb's games were not going so well before. Really, Neeb and Rogue played a super straight up macro game. Neeb went up to Sky Toss and got up Disruptors. It was a fight. Neeb controlled it really well. The Disruptors got off on the Infestors of Rogue, and he just kind of killed him. Like, it was really straightforward.
Maybe there is hope for Neeb after all. I was talking a little bit with Rainer in between the breaks, and I was like, man, Neeb didn't look too hot against the Terrans. And Rainer's like, He's like, but I wonder how he's going to do against the Zergs. He's like, I've played quite a bit with him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I actually think Neeb's pretty good right now. And I was like, all right, if Rainer tells me that, and now taking the 1-0 lead over Rogue. So maybe there is hope for Neeb. But I mean, I don't want to get carried away with crazy storylines, but Rogue could be in some trouble. If Rogue loses this series as well, then he already has 2 losses under his belt. And still a couple of tough opponents to go. gets dicey then.
That would bust the entire group wide open. But now let's head over to the commentators here for Dream versus Solar over on the main stage.
Welcome, guys. We're getting into yet another TVZ, Solar versus Dream, as the desk said, might actually be an important match as far as where they're going to fall in the groups, right? They're doing, pretty okay. Dream especially well, and there is potential for him to beat Solar, but Solar has had his number in the past.
Absolutely. Like you were telling me about the recent clash of them in a tournament where Solar just kind of wiped the floor with him, and it was fairly standard play from his side. Yes, a few all-ins here and there, but he's always been a very good CVT player. Like this has always been a matchup for me where it comes down to how fast you are. And Solar, he's as fast as they come. He really is a little speedster.
Yeah. I mean, it's usually a matchup, and especially late game, where I do give Solar a lot of credits, but it's also where I guess he's had some of his more surprising downfalls. And yes, I am mostly referring to the nuke, but still, I don't know if we're ever going to get there. We are going first on the 2,000 atmospheres, which does encourage a macro game in the bottom left as the red Terran. He is Dream.
Dream looking so cool, and spawning over in the top right, representing Kaisi Gaming, it is Solar.
Yeah, one of their last high-profile matches, Super Tournament. Solar was pretty darn good. Dream, yeah, I mean, there's a couple of moments, I suppose, but overall, it looked like Solar just really knew what Dream was going to do. I felt very confident in his gameplay, and that was a start to a string of defeats for Dream, actually. But most recently in Online Cup, Dream was able to take down Solar. We always are kind of on the lookout for exactly how these players are going to do now that we're back to LAN, which, the Korean players have a little more history, GSL being LAN-based and all that, but it's still a question as we get into Katowice. I know the desk was actually kind of feeling it for Dream, but I don't know about you. I actually think Solar is going to take this one.
I would give the credit to Solar, and I know that they Solar just played against Spirit where it didn't go that well for him, but I can't think of any other Terran that's playing like Spirit right now, where he's just hoping for you to attack into him, because usually it's the total other way around, and if you get lulled into that false sense of security where it's like, oh, I'm free, I've got freedom to do things, that's kind of where he wants you. But Dream, he's definitely that kind of guy that he plays more like an orthodox Terran. He's very skilled when it comes to micro. Like, I was thinking about this just before going live, and I was like, Dream's actually pretty old school, man. Like, I boot camped with him, Ryung, Clyde, and MMA, and this is when Dream was getting super damn good, because he was the only Terran in the world at that point in time that could go toe-to-toe with life back in the SKT days.
Wow, yeah. A name we do not hear often, but yes. So I got reading on the team Liquid, shout out to you guys. TL.net did a little article write-up, and I believe it was Dream who they gave the special credits, being the only player who participated in the first IEM Katowice back in 2013. I want to say 2012, 2013. So he is definitely old school. We have a lot of players returning from the military and doing surprisingly well given the history of returns in StarCraft. But Dream, even more, I guess, background to his performance in Katowice than everyone else.
Yeah, because for a lot of people, it's kind of like a new, fresh face, right? Like, oh, where did this guy go? He just went to the military service really early and then came back pretty damn fast as well. And here, already doing something a little bit cheeky, Zombie Grub. Like, so he went for the Reaper opening, got the scout off and what have you. But look at this. Second factory in the back of the base. This is a throwback to a long time ago. In fact, it wasn't a Reaper, it was just a Marine opening here. So did scout with his SCV, so gets to know that it's a fairly orthodox opening. But this brings me back to the Blue Flame Hellion days, and I think it is going to be just that.
Yeah, I actually don't remember exactly when we had basically a month to 2 month long phase where this was super popular, and Terrans were even hiding the second factory on the map, which you don't usually do versus a Zerg player, as they're so prone to sending out their overlords, and as soon as they get Zergling speed, they start scouting around. But it was effective, and sometimes even when it was found, we'd have Zerg players kind of just end up not being comfortable with the situation, kind of having to refamiliarize themselves with such an opener. So it'll be interesting. Dream did not throw this out in the Super Tournament at the very least. So we'll see if Solar can get a scout. He shouldn't. This is like #1 priority. Dream has to deny the scout.
Yeah, and the fact that he made that Marine first, gets off the second Marine as well, should be able to get it in time. The thing is, what is Solar going to be looking for? Because seeing these Hellions so far, not seeing the Reaper, maybe he's starting to think, oh, it's going to be a Hell Battle all in, right?
Yeah.
Like seeing this number of Marines and what have you. But yeah, thinking about what does Solar do, he needs to get out a lot of Queens and maybe one of the tech options of Banelings or Roaches.
That's the thing, yeah. A lot of Zerg players, if they're scratching their heads, well, first of all, Queens are pretty solid. They're pretty good against everything. And then, yeah, maybe a Baneling Nest, because a Hellbat attack's going to be pretty big. The other worry would be battle cruisers, because one, they've kind of made a return recently as far as an opener goes, and specifically Dream did throw out one into Mech. So that could also be on the front of Solar's mind, and then it's a really tough decision for the Zergs again. They make Spore Crawlers, they're not necessary. There's a couple of drones gone away, and then maybe you die anyways. And then if it's Hellbats, yeah, you don't have a Baneling Nest, you're also in trouble. But it's Hellions, which aren't even going for a straight-up fight. They're going to try and dodge around all these Queens.
I love the fact that Dream's been sending out only 2 Hellions at a time from his base. You saw that he was stacking up just a few at his natural. Now that's a huge number. Does Solar know anything about this, by the way?
No, he does not. I mean, it's really weird to see the supply depot wall off like that, so he must have known that something was up, but all these Hellions coming on through. The Queens actually do manage to try and create a wall, but it can only be so effective. Hellions getting the roasty toasty on the drones. Also going to be able to combat the Lings far better than ever before. The Lings do a great job of corralling the Hellions, however. The Queens try and get that wraparound, try and block them from heading into the natural, with 3 Hellions is all you need. And those drones are pulled away. Try to block, but realize it blocked some of those drones as well. How much is going to be done at the end of the day? 15 drones, maybe at last, though. The Lings save the day again. 15 drones for how last second that was? Actually kind of surprising for Solar.
Yeah, all things said and done, I think Solar handled that about as good as you can. Like, all the Queen blocking was great. The splits were pretty damn good, too. 15 drones is nothing to scoff at, though, but that could have potentially ended the game right there and then. And what is Dream's follow-up going to be? That is a lot of Wither Mines.
Yeah.
And, like, okay. And it's an armory.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, because they're all like red and stuff. So this is going to get real choppy and going back into barracks and stuff.
Whoa.
This is a build that we haven't seen in a long time. And in fact, I don't think I've seen something like this quite before.
I'm with you. I don't think so. We have seen people go from Blue Flame into Bio. That was actually, when it was popular, even one of the ways to do it for sure. But then into so many Widow Mines, into Bio. After that, this should be a bit of a head scratcher for Solar. He's going to, again, miss some advanced notice of what's going down. Maybe his Queens will at least have the start of sniping the medevac, but there's going to be multiple drops, multiple Widow Mines that are going to be burrowing. There are Spore Crawlers, though, so if the drones can pull away fast enough, which they do not.
Oh my goodness, this could be a lot of damage, and we can't forget there's another Widowmine drop towards the top of the map, which even getting a Widowmine in the main base here at the top of the ramp, this is just a lot of lost mining time, which is probably the main deal. Like, obviously, I think Dream, again, probably wanted more out of that.
Yeah.
And Solar, again, he's actually reacting very well micro-wise to a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Solar might be kind of like, oh, that's surprising, but he's really not letting it affect his defenses. He's not panicking, that's for sure, and then he's managing to find just everything at the right time pulled away. And yeah, that was not necessarily worth all those Widow Mines. The Overseer got in, see that it is in fact a bio transition, so that will not be too surprising, but I really like what Solar does here. He actually just decides to be greedy. There's no way that there's going to be a real follow-up killing push after all of that opener was harassment based.
Yeah, you're totally right. Like, taking the 4th base, getting the infestation pit up very darn early. Dream's not going to let up, though, with this harass. And again, nicely handled by Solar, not taking any damage whatsoever. A little bit of lost mining time, but Hive already on the way, despite taking so much and little damage at the same time. It's just a cool situation.
Yeah, having to deal with so much, but because he's dealt with it, because he's been able to read the situation, thanks to finally getting a thorough scout, I think his response is excellent. Now, Dream apparently is just kind of preparing for the inevitable late game TVZ, which, again, with his actual kind of killing push, right, Marines, tanks, what have you, is going to come so late. So you don't really have one of those, but what you can do is provide so much harassment to the other side of the map that you can also, in a way, get away with your own greed. And it's kind of, you know, that's what Widow Mine openers did in the past. When we found out that the 2-factory Widow Mine opener could actually be effective, it provided so much pressure, did so much damage to the Zerg. The Terrans were actually getting away with a whole heck of a lot without a lot of units, and we had a great macro game for them. But it really depends on if the Zerg's also kind of understanding that's the pace of the game and also using the opportunity to get ahead.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right here. I love that he gets the fast +1 on the tanks. That means they 2-shot the Roaches instead of just 3-shotting them. But I'm looking at this, Zombie Grove, and I'm like, that production tab, if I'm a Terran player, I'm starting to get real damn nervous.
Yeah.
Like, Viper's on the way as well. That's a big thing that often people do forget when they get up to Lurkers. Tech startup. Oh, in fact, he made a little bit of a switch there from the range upgrade on the Lurkers to Adaptive Talon, so maybe wanting to be a little bit aggressive very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think we actually are seeing that be more of a stylistic choice and maybe even a little bit towards the speed burrow on the Lurkers, but especially if you have, I think, the kind of freedom in this game, you know that it's very, very, very possible that you will not only have to use the Lurkers for defense. In fact, you might even attack with them first before Dream has enough ready. Again, Widowmine's trying to do some damage. Dream's really trying to, some very hardcore micro in some of them, trying to put them in uncommon locations, but Solar's all over it.
And even though there was a lot of Hellions on the map earlier on, after that, there was literally no ground units available to attack. And look at this creep spread. Already enveloping nearly the entire map here. Like, if you told me how this game started off, I would believe you right now. We're at 9 minutes in, or almost 10 minutes, and this is what we're at. It looks like Solar took no damage whatsoever, and he's ready for this fight. Even getting a Nidus Worm, so looking to be aggressive after this defense is maybe held off.
I mean, the amount of Lurkers he must already be getting to, he could probably force, at the very least, Dream to take a very slow approach, right? He'd be very careful moving into Lurkers, and then that just opens up the opportunity for Solar to put a lot of units into the Nidus Worm. So wherever it pops out, it's going to be devastating, and there you have it. So that's a, you know, a big sign for Dream. Okay, I can't really break that yet. I got to be teching up. I got to be continuing on into even later stages of this matchup. So more command centers, and finally that Ghost Academy.
You know, that's always a rough situation where you get over to the 5th base and there's already Lurkers that killed your squad and you're like, whoa, I didn't slow you down at all. But the big upgrades coming online. The Zerg is also ahead in upgrades when it comes to the 2-2. Hasn't yet started the +3, but it's not as necessary, and that is a scary squad of Lurkers. And coming at it from just this angle as well, like, I know Dream has a lot of tanks, but look at Solar, already able to plant on quite a bit of pressure here, which is nice.
I don't think the bio meant to follow that tank to its death. Can't follow that one either. There's actually nothing he can really do except hope that the tanks hold on. The Vipers only have so much energy, but 4 Abducts, 4 tanks. Already getting a little bit worrisome. Left side, there are also tanks there, and no Vipers, I guess most importantly. Even the Corrosive Bile is not actually getting that tank. Dream is doing well enough on the defense and is trying to get some form of harassment. But again, Solar pretty on point.
Super on point, even up to 97 drones here. I don't know if that's because he was kind of accounting for losing some at some point, but he is, well, his economy's so healthy behind this. But I love the fact that Dream is going hardcore into the late game stuff, getting the CCs, getting many ghosts out at a time, getting all the upgrades that he wants as well. We're in for a banger.
I guess so, right? Like, it kind of felt like Solar could have died instantly to the Hellions. And then it felt like Dream might have fallen too far behind, let the Zerg get away with too much with the production tab looking like it is, or even does. That's scary to see. But instead, I mean, both players survive. I would say the Terran player perhaps feels more uncomfortable in the situation. They were a little bit layered to the Ghost. They let the Lurkers get out on the map, and that's always uncomfortable. But Dream held, and now his next worry is, okay, I need to worry about how Solar's going to try to pull me apart, and that is including a potential Nidus Worm, which unfortunately Cure was not on the lookout for fast enough. We do have Dream specifically on the lookout for it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different situation to that game because Cure was still out on the map trying to be aggressive and stuff, whereas Dream, he looks pretty content with just knuckling down, but the Nidus really comes into play where the Zerg's like, oh, you're coming out on the map now? Now I'll make your life difficult. Start planting those Niduses. I guess the nice thing for Dream right now is neither army going to get a hell of a lot more complicated. It's just, how do you move out? How do you start thinking about winning as opposed to, how do I not lose?
Yeah, the Terran side is actually a lot about having the appropriate defenses, the appropriate mixture of armies together. So yeah, making sure that there's enough covering each other. So a planetary covering our tank and vice versa. And it's also about having ghosts versus lurkers, not versus a big old massling baneling swell. So that is the compilation on the Terran side. For Solar, well, it's, you know, trying to actually break a Terran who has built up planetaries, built up sensor towers. And, you know, we're at the point now where Maru has been leading the charge kind of on that late game situation. And a couple months in, people have had time to study and kind of say, okay, what makes him so good and how do I copy that?
Yeah, and like if you told me, or if I had the nameplate covered, I wouldn't know which Terran this was right now, because the fact that he's going into this so comfortably, getting every upgrade known to man as well, even with the second armory here, getting the armor, but that is a large amount of lurkers coming in here. Huge amount of ghosts from the top as well. This doesn't look good for Solar.
he's going to find almost like a false entrance, you know? Like it looks like he can break in and he tries to, but it's actually incorrect. The Banelings crashed into a bunch of Marauders. The Ghost is still alive, now getting that concave on top of the Lurkers. Solar, I mean, he's going to actually be able to stand his ground long enough to escape, which is usually the real trouble against still living ghosts. And actually, there you have it, which still living ghosts, actually a bit of a conundrum. But the Lurkers do go down, and at the very least, Dream gets to say, I took down a decent, costly army, and I have all 5 bases. Like, that's not a bad situation to find yourself in, even though a supply did dip.
I think the game plan has to change for Solar, because normally it's denying the 5th. Now he's got into a situation where Dream has that section of the map, the bottom left corner, but denying a 6th is going to be so important for trading. Granted, this is a massive map, so maybe we'll see big shifts and turns as to map control and how this goes, but it's a very different TVZ here. And Solar, he's just looking to knock on the front door, and yet again.
This is all before the Terran's 3-3, by the way, but Solar has it, so he really wants to try and push the issue. The Banelings do find a clump of Terran units. We had a burrow on the Hydras, which I don't know if he was actually trying to save them or not, but they awkwardly unburrow and walk away. Once again, Solar, you know, it almost looks like there's an opening. The Banelings almost look like they're connecting well enough, but actually, Dream's still stable.
He is. Like, this is a good chunk of ghosts here. Granted, everything's kind of low on health, but when you're catching the Zerg off guard between these waves, because even though you make the units, a lot of these units you want to make require the aftermorph as well, but it's only bought him a little bit of breathing space. That economy is still rampant for Solar. He can actually afford to make relatively bad trades. Banelings are great at this, but he does have to be careful at some point because he is just trickling in one by one.
Yeah, this is... I'm actually a bit surprised that Dream is continuing forward here. Very tricky situation for the Terran to read. Never quite sure how much bank was available or how many units were available back at home to start the process of, for instance, morphing in more Lurkers. But in this case, it looks like Dream has chosen the exact right opportunity. He's starting to dig into that creep. He pushes it back far enough to take this kind of half base with the rich Vespian on 2,000 atmospheres. And that's really important, not just for his economy, right, and his gas, sure. It's important because that is the next jumping off point. You actually have a place to jump off from that you can also fall back to if things go awry.
Yeah, zone control at this point, but that is a lot of Lurkers with that massive bank of Solar. He's just running in here. Blinding clouds go down, the tanks all falling. A lot of that big meat in the back line just dropped. Lots of changelings planking on this army as well, and that zone that he once had, no longer.
It was like a 45-second difference between Solar having 2 Lurkers and like 15.
Yeah.
That's all it really was going to take. Dream thought he was able to push Solar back long enough to actually open up the opportunity, but that ended up being false. He is forced to disengage, fall back, and losing so much expensive supply as well. Dream's going to be lucky to have another chance to remax in this game.
I think Solar's handling this all really well, because even though it can look a little bit sloppy at times, it's the absolute right play. You need to just go gung-ho, deny these spaces from being taken. These ghosts, they're doing a good job, and maybe the resources lost have not looking too bad for Dream, but there is just so much Zerg here running in, and he can constantly switch which army he wants to make.
Yeah, I mean, even for a TVZ, the resources lost is maybe even not good for a Terran player. He's forced to fall back to his natural base, which he is once again going to manage to barely hold on, but it is a desperate scenario for Dream. He's got to pick up these ghosts, only about half of them by the looks of things, fall back to the planetary to try and hold, but a lot of orbital commands went down. The entire space here finally truly falls as well. It's been a point that Solar has tried to hit over and over again, and I think at this point it was really, truly a break.
Yeah, and now he's got between the rally points as well. That base is stranded over there with a lot of SCVs at it. This might be close to the end of this game here. Just a few ghosts in the south. The SCVs trying to get the repairs in, but Banelings, they sort them out. A large army coming in from the bottom here for Dream, trying to clean things up, but Solar unrelenting.
Yeah, if that planetary had barely managed to stay alive, then maybe we're talking about Dream. Again, having another chance to remax, but it doesn't stay alive. He lost a lot of ghosts. He lost a lot of SCVs. Dream does pick up a hatchery to the bottom right, but his scans going down. Those look like GG scans to me. How screwed am I? Sees no Rich Vespian, is like, you know what? I'm going to try again. I'm going to try again. And that's fair. Solar doesn't have that big of a bank, but a lot of it is, once again, because he just put it into a bunch of Lurkers.
Yeah, I will never forget Cyril being like, I don't understand, am I still in the game scans? They could be like mules or scans for fights and stuff. Like, just keep on playing as if you are still in the game, but wanted to know where he can harass, where he can attack. These Ninuses, they've probably been continually going up, by the way, as this game's gone on, just because it's been so hectic from Solar's side, but this really feels like Solar in his forte. Like, Dream tried to get stuff done, couldn't do it. Solar left alone, then he was able to just execute a strategy, execute a style, and just went with it.
I even had Dream kind of scanning in the middle there, which I'm just like expecting him to, I guess he's expecting to find an army ready to be forced on top of his 5th again, but doesn't find it, so feels at least comfortable sending army to the bottom right, but he's still 60 supply down, 20 army supply, sure, but it's just so hard to have all of the right units at the right place. This time around, Ghosts are taking some of the brunt of the Banelings, managed to save some of them. The Lurker's going to be pesky. So many orbital commands have either died or been lifted in this game. The scan's starting to run out, and more Lurkers have to be killed. The Lurkers here actually with Ling support might take out this army. It's already so unhealthy. There you have it. Solar does eventually take game 1. It was a very interesting game 1. Tons to say about the opener there from Dream, but at the end of the day, Solar takes the macro game.
He looked really clean doing it. Like, I was actually genuinely impressed with not just his hold with the Queens, the drones, the splitting, even the Lings took a fight that when I've tried to take fights with Lings against Blue Flame Hellions, nothing happens, you know, but it was a really good wraparound. And even when he was like, okay, what's happening next? Sneaked in a cheeky changeling, found the double engineering base and the barracks as well, because he did go into those roaches, choosing to tech up, maybe thinking it was a mech follow-up, but then he was like, all right, what can I do with this? He was so decisive with his decision-making. It was just very good ZVT play. It was smart, calculated. I loved it from him.
Solar did play very well. Everything was thrown at him, and he managed to defend and even read the situation correctly to get himself in a very good position against Terran. The fact that at one point I had to point out that 3-3 was not done for Dream, but it was already done for a while for Solar, that's usually a bad sign. But it really felt like what truly killed Dream was that he tried to advance forward. It's always about that next base. That is the next hurdle. And while it did look initially like he had found Solar without those Lurkers on the back foot, lacking a humongous bank, the truth was, it was just the Lurkers are finishing. There was like 15 Lurkers finishing that were ready to tango, and Dream, I don't think, was quite prepared for it. His planetary wasn't done. All of his army had not remaneuvered. And, well, we know that was really, I think, the breaking point. That was when Dream's supply really plummeted.
The Lurkers are really good, man. Like, if like 14 of them come out at once and, you know, your whole army is kind of geared up to take on everything else, because he was making 3 siege tanks at a time, so it felt like he wasn't going to be bad, but those Vipers as well, I don't think he ever went above 2 Vipers, but I always saw them dealing a lot of damage. Good abducts, good blinding clouds, just making his opponent feel a bit more confident, but 97 drones, you don't argue with that. That was a very Raynor-esque game, I feel.
Yeah, that's a good point, especially about the 2 Vipers. Usually we see either, you know, they kind of just usually have more than 2, like maybe 3 or 4. But then also we expect at least some of them to be miscontrolled or to start an engagement and realize, oh, whoops, and pull back, but of course as they're being sniped. But at no point did it actually seem like Dream had his units prepared for the fight. He responded quick enough, but it just wasn't a situation where he was able to truly punish a lot of Solar's pushes. He held them, he kind of pushed back, but not as much as you would hope. So now we're heading into game 2, and I think Dream absolutely has a shot, and it could be already so different just based around the openers. He chose a very odd way to open that last game.
Yeah, and you talked about how he brought mech into it as well in their last series, and I've always known Dream as a good, solid bio player, but yeah, obviously a friend to mech as well. And the fact they whipped out that build that's, yeah, again, can't remember the last time I saw that. It's awesome to see. Anyhow, spawning in top left of Berlingrad, it is Dream.
And to the bottom right for Kaiser Gaming, he is the Blue Zerg Solar.
Very nice for Solar. Oh, wow. Starting off with a gas first here and a pool. Maybe assuming that his opponent could be doing a proxy 2-racks. And if I'm in Solar shoes and it's like, man, I squashed you real hard just then. I can be assuming that he's thinking, you know what? The only way you're going to win this is if you proxy 2-racks me. I'll be super safe, maybe a little bit cheeky here as well, and just go with it. And sometimes it pays off and you look like a genius.
Yeah, I mean, Solar did go for a pool first at least once in their series for super tournaments, but it was not with the gas, I don't believe anyways. So it was a little bit of that, like, aha, gotcha, you didn't expect this, right? And in fact, Dream had not expected it, but this added punch with the faster gas too See if Dream is able to, I mean, he's not SCV scouting, so he's not going to actually be able to see it. So his command center, I mean, first under threat by the Ling coming across the map. The Reaper will have to pull back to deal with that. And then what about that follow-up gas?
Yeah, definitely unusual. And I love how all these players mix everything up these days, be it scouting patterns, because Dream might have been like, hey, I scouted with an SV in the first game. That means that you can't do anything cheeky in the next game. And the fact that he also opened up that Hellion build, meaning, oh, you have to really respect me now, because I'm whipping out the crazy builds. And then, so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do this. And we're going to see how things pan out, because sometimes you can get a CC cancel. I mean, that speed is going to be done very quickly this game.
I'm kind of waiting apprehensively for what that's going to come to. The Lings are headed across the map. There will be a single Marine available for the defense. It usually is more so about can they stall out the command center than they ever have hopes of actually canceling it.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, okay.
Like, so, you know, when the Reaper arrives, you know this is a Terran player. If that hatchery isn't done, there's something on the map. Something's happening. But the fact that he kept those Lings alive and decided, you know what, I'm just not going to do anything with them. Surprising, but I am very curious because Solo's a lot better with Zerg than I'll ever be. And he is a smart fella too.
Yeah, why get the speed so much faster? I mean, it will be a surprise for the Hellion. Sometimes these Zerg players, they get it, or even without the faster speed, they just make a number of Lings that actually go offensive on top of the Hellions. But he also, it's not going to be Hellions necessarily. We do have the Marines take care of the Lings, so we do eventually have to swap over. But more Lings going to get in. That is a thorough scout. The last Marine snipe as well. Very thorough scout.
Yeah, before that happened, I was like, that was actually pretty well handled by Dream, because 2 Marines, 2 SCVs against 4 Lings. Sometimes you can lose the 2 Marines very quickly, and then trying to switch your factory, it's like, oh no, it's blocked and stuff. But yeah, on both sides, a little bit unusual. Okay, a Viking opening. Whenever I do this, I'm always worried about a Roach all-in or anything like that, but doesn't look like that's going to be what Solo's going for just yet. But a very old school and standard build by Dream here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very old school. I'm a bit surprised by the way this has gone down, but it's so it's not fast 3cc, but it's not anything tricky like Battlecruiser either, and Solar knows that, so we must also be wondering what is the purpose of this opener. We do have a faster second barracks, so a bit of a 2-base build coming in here, and that is what Solar has to be scouting next. As I said, he's probably already like, okay, what is the next plan, right? That is in the forefront of Solar's mind, but can he actually scout the 2-base dedication? We do have Dream doing a little bit of harassment, and the Viking will find a couple of Overlords. Most importantly, stopping them from scouting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not going for a 3rd CC, very much an all-in kind of build.
Yep.
But normally if I was in Solar shoes and I saw the Viking, I'd be assuming, oh, it's going to be a Liberator follow-up, right? Like, because normally it is the Viking to Liberator, you clear out all the air control and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if he starts building just a couple of spores, just to make sure he's safe against all that, which, yeah, it's exactly what starts coming out onto the production tab. But 3 barracks on the way, so there's 3 already up, 2 more in the making. It's going to be a full-out 2-base all-in. This is something you have to find about fairly quickly, but not seeing that CC at the front, that's a little bit of a giveaway.
It is, yes. I mean, and he can kind of cross off his list a couple of the other openers that would be behind a non-3rd CC wall-off. So, for instance, last game, there was no 3rd CC in the wall because it was 2 factory Hellions. Well, he got in a main. He didn't see a 2nd factory, so he can cross that off. And eventually, you do cross enough off to kind of be like, oh, that's what it is. Okay, gotcha. And in this case, you know, we hear from Zerg players, like, reacting to a 2-base attack. Actually, Roaches can do very well, but it's Berlingrad, and one of the more difficult positions on this map is off to the left of Solar's base. If Dream can actually successfully get there, siege up his tanks, that's when Zergs truly start to worry. So that's what we're going to be waiting for, basically. There's not going to be a lot of other action until Dream's ready to pounce.
Yeah, I'm looking at everything from Solar's perspective here. Like, he's been counting the Hellions, it's only 4. That's a weird number, because if you ever want to play like a very standard Terran, 6 and 8 all the time. So I think Solar's done a really good job not seeing a 3rd base, having just a few Lings out on the map, but also counting the units. And you see on the production tab, nothing but Roaches at this point. Now he sees the army move out, and he's like, all right, I was making the right call so far. Now it's nothing but units, and how do we hold?
I mean, he doesn't, he actually gets a little maybe supply blocked from the Overseer dying. Overload's only halfway done. Needs all the Roaches and Ravagers that he can get. Dream not actually sieging up to the left side of that base, going right for the Jugular, perhaps at least cleaning up some of the creeps, but that scan revealing that there's already one army, but then also already a couple of Ravagers formed. Perhaps not the best start to his push. It's such an awkward situation though, if like the Terrans can't not push. They have to do something. That third CC is incredibly late, but now it's even a question of like, well, if I don't do anything yet, then maybe Solar like even maxes out on 1-1 for instance, and then how in my world am I ever going to deal with that? Follow up with a macro game for that. So it's got to be here, got to be now for Dream.
Yeah, and he's making 2 extra tech labs, right? And it's like, okay, he's going to get out Marauders. He's going for that Hellion drop at the bottom, which I love, because right now I'm like, okay, what can those Hellions actually do? You can't turn them into Hellbats, and even if you could, they'd be crap. But here, the drones are pulled, and so far, not too many going down. Again, very nice, solid defense from Solar, and
yeah,
Dream's putting on the pressure, though, Zombie Grub.
He is, but Solar, I mean, maybe he's incorrectly confident going for an Infestation Pit here. That Roach Warren also being a surprising loss as the Terran decides to attack over to that right side. Tanks, they're not attacking a base, they're attacking now even the upgrades, which I'm not sure Solar was anticipating that. 17 drones go down as well. The Hellion drop finding some success, but does Solar have enough army? It feels like yes, he was just waiting to collect all of his Roaches. And the Viking, with the Viking!
8 kills.
8 kills. That is a nice Viking, but is it nice enough?
That's the thing, right? Now the upgrades are even between these two. These tanks are getting dropped. Everything's starting to get low. Solar feeling it, though. He's pushing ahead. Only 1 tank is sieged in this mix. Even the reinforcements being slowed down by Zerglings. I think Solar's getting a little bit too eager here, though, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, well, not only did he push through a choke, but he also missed the opportunity to kill that 1 tank that was firing from the beginning. I feel like multiple times. It got like 4 or 5 shots off. That was a huge difference going into the choke. And Solar, he doesn't have a Roach Ward. It's not done. He's been banking a decent amount of minerals and gas, so now he spills out with the Roaches. But that was a scary point right there, knowing that you lost the Roaches, lost some Ravagers as well, and that the push is not that long on Berlingrad. But it looks like Dream not going to quite be able to take advantage, just picks up 2 Medivacs, sends it across, keeps his tanks at home.
I think this is one of those situations where Dream felt that that Roach Warren was being done a lot sooner, because I felt that that was his time to keep on going, keeping on the pressure. Now, like, we know we're the all-seeing eye over here, but we see everything that's going on, and it feels like that little bit of breathing room was exactly what Solar was hoping for.
I think you're absolutely right about that, and it's hard to blame Dream for anticipating more and more Roaches, especially when the Zerg was so confident in their move through the choke. That hatchery is going to be sniped despite Solar's best efforts to transfuse it. But Solar, you know, I mentioned the infestation, but it felt like it might be a little overconfident with him as his natural being attacked. But he's actually able to utilize it. Already the Hive on the way. Dream just now getting his 3rd CC onto location. As always, worth remembering, he did cut his economy to do this, so while Solar is not at a great economy for Zerg, but only just now getting up to 67 drones. I mean, Dream's kind of in an even worse situation, possibly. A lot of expensive units have to be made here. Marauders, tanks, plural, soon, as the 2nd factory is about halfway done.
Yeah, I was starting to get a little bit worried for Solar there in that little engagement, but the fact that he's got Hive on the way here, his army, it's not one that's easily killed, and the fact that the upgrades are only just starting for Dream here with the double armory upgrades here, or rather, the infantry upgrades coming in here. The armory just finishing as well, sorry there. But +1 tanks on the way again, talked about that earlier, 2-shotting Roaches instead of just 3-shotting them. But Dream, he's unrelenting. He is doing quite a bit of damage and slowing down Dream, or rather Solar, and he's stopping this creep spread a lot too.
Yeah, his drops are being as successful as one could expect when there's no, you know, anti-air, but the Roach numbers are still plentiful enough to split. Dream is going to maybe push a little bit more into this creep. It is starting to get a little worrying through the middle of the map. And that Lurker Den, well, that is what we know is truly worrying. I don't know if Dream has scouted the timing of the Hive, knows what situation, pacing-wise, this game has resulted in. But seeing that number of Roaches, seeing that Solar has gotten his 4th base back up, or perhaps I spoke too soon, it's back up and it's starting to mine. But that drop lost, I guess, for Solar while he was doing other things. Gonna go for the snipe. Is it going to find it? It is, absolutely. And he even gets away with about 2 Medivacs full of those units.
Not bad by Dream at all. I've been really impressed with how he's handled things, and he's starting to climb his way back into it. And if he can get a big enough bio army before the Lurker count gets scary, Solar might be looking in a bit of trouble here. And every engagement we're looking at, I feel like it's going well for Dream. Even though the situation says it should be good for Solar, yeah, I don't know how Dream's doing it.
I mean, Solar did have to take a lot of pauses in his own pacing to respond to everything that has happened, even from the very beginning, right? The opening that he chose maybe was like kind of taking away the possibility of a 2-racks problem, I suppose. Ended up just not being able to do anything. So it's been perhaps a bit of a ripple effect through and through, even though Dream has not done maybe a ton of direct damage. He certainly changed the way that this TVZ would usually play out. And now, as it is Berlingrad, we do have Dream potentially with a maybe not final big push, but probably his next big intimidating push. It hits so quickly with so many tanks now that he's been building for so long, and it's hitting just before Solar's truly prepared with those lurkers, with that hive tech. 2 Vipers might not be enough when it comes to this many tanks.
I think Solar knows he needs to buy time or getting a flank ready. I'm not really sure, but Dream just playing super cool. He kept the creep spread really, really denied at this top part of the map. He's moving on through here, and we've got to remember, these upgrades now, they've kicked in for Dream. This is absolutely his big push, his big time in here.
I mean, it's got a lot of potential. 2 Vipers going to start abducting the tanks, but, you know, if they abduct tanks, they don't have any more energy afterwards. It's not like Dream's going to give them a ton of time to soak up more energy. I think Dream actually sees that Solar is not truly prepared. Such a short map and taking advantage of it, as Terrans absolutely should. And now we have even an issue being able to kill those tanks fast enough. There just aren't enough Roaches and Ravagers. We do have a little bit of a run by here from Solar, killing 21 SCVs, but back at home, he's lost his entire army. The Vipers survive, but there's nothing to contribute to the Spellcasters, and I think this is Dream's game.
Oh, really well played by Dream. It was looking pretty bleak with the 2-base opener, but he managed to do it, kept up the pressure, kept denying that 4th base, and Solar kind of caught with his pants down here.
It's so difficult, though. Like, I really do find that I figured that if it was a different map, you know, imagine a Glittering Ashes instead, maybe Solar could have bought enough time, but Berlingrad, when the momentum is going, it is hard to stop. Dream managing to make that another interesting opener type of game, right? Finally work in his favor.
Yeah, and this is a really important match now for both of these guys. Like, Dream, if he goes on 3-0, 6-1 in maps, what a way to start off this group. Granted, he has 2 really hard opponents left in Rogue and Cure, but that almost makes it, I don't want to say do or die for him because he's done very well so far, but these groups can get really scary. I've seen players with very good map scores and matches go out very early.
Yeah, initially I actually kind of put Dream as 4th, but, you know, like close 4th, right? But still not making it into the playoffs because I figured he was going to lose to Solar and then the next 2 opponents that he has, Rogue and Cure. But absolutely, a victory over Solar would then bump him into, at the very least, top 3. And if he continues with the momentum of the victories, then maybe even top 1 or top 2, that would be quite the achievement for Dream. But Solar, of course, not out of it yet. He was also able to play a game with an interesting opener. Much better than we could expect as Zerg player too. So they both are just showing a lot of recovery, you know, the ability to recover mentally and in the game.
This was just a hectic game because, you know, I think every Zerg in the world has played against a 2-base Terran all-in, and it's like, all right, it's not the best actually, but combined with the little tweaks here of the Viking landing in one spot, he was attacking with the army on the right side, then had that Hellion drop as well amidst all of it. Yeah. That took a lot of multitasking, and
absolutely,
it worked out. That Viking reigned in that 3rd base for quite a while. I think Dream just played cool, man. Like, I'm looking at him now, he just played real cool.
Yeah, and he looks cool.
Yeah, exactly. It was just emanating pure coolness, and 2 very different builds going into it as well.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know what the 3rd map is going to be between these 2?
I did not see it, unfortunately. We'll find out very soon. But you're right to point out the Hellion and the Viking, right? So as far as direct damage goes for a 2-base attack from a Terran, usually that's kind of, you know, is it game-ending damage or not? But with the combined effort of Viking and Hellions, and the Viking is just the real question mark, like, how did that get away with that? It apparently was enough damage to truly throw off Solar, make him just a little less prepared as we came to that final push. But Dream just dominated, read the situation, read the fight very well. And now we get our series finale. His best of 3 could determine who barely makes it out of groups and who barely loses in the groups.
Yeah, and Dream well on his way to, in fact, he's the only player that's undefeated in this group, right? That's insane. Spawning on the top right-hand side of Hardwire, it is Dream.
In the bottom left, as the blue Zerg for Kaizi Gaming, he is Solar.
I will say this, though, so far, it definitely looked like Dream has been whipping out these builds where he's hoping that Solar underreacts or overreacts or misreacts entirely. And I guess also we have to take into account that Solar opened up with that gas pool opening. Didn't get anything done with the speedlings at all, so maybe Solar's going into it. That was the Terran map in the pool. Wasn't too bad for me. Like, I still put up a bit of a fight, but now we're on the Zerg territory here. Even though we lost against Spirit earlier, this is definitely a good Zerg map.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes, very good points to bring up the opener of the last game. As I said, maybe it was in anticipation of something from Dream, but then nothing really happened. So he said, well, you know, at least I would have been prepared. I can still recover. And that might have been true if everything else had gone swimmingly, including maybe if he had denied the Vikings and Hellions a bit better. But what it kind of comes down to after these two games, getting into the third, seeing once again a very thorough drone scout, is that it does seem to come down to that Solar is not just playing a reactive game, which we always, you know, reaction game, that is Zerg, guys, but even more so, right? You can kind of tell when a Zerg player is full of confidence, knows their opponent super well, and is just doing all the necessary things to make sure they don't die, but nothing extra. But Solar is doing a lot of extra steps, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those situations where I would love to know, like, to speak to Solar, hey, why did you run back with those Zerglings initially, by the way?
Yeah.
Because, like, something tweaked for him, and he's so decisive about it, right? Like, there's no kind of, oh, no, kind of running back and forth. He was very adamant, like, I'm going to stay over here. This feels like the right call. But, yeah, I dare say he would have got a little bit of extra damage done there, just slowed down Dream a bit. But Hardwire, a new map. Thus far, Dream, did he go for an SV Scout here, or is this his first Scout? Because obviously the SV Scout in the meta. First Scout. So, a little bit of a gamble. I mean, it's not much of a gamble, you know, but playing against a guy that has been going, or has mixed it up in the series so far, to get away with not having to SV Scout. Something that you barely ever see Clem try and do these days, just because, like, oh, I play so good in the mid game and late game that I'm always going to make sure I get there. Right. So Dream definitely cutting a few corners.
Yeah, maybe brimming with confidence after the last time he did an SCV Scout, did actually get pull first and had no problem whatsoever with it. We even have a 3cc opener here from Dream. Going back to kind of the way that they're playing against each other. Solar, I don't think he's nervous. I don't think he's not confident, just that a little bit extra on the scouting and preparing for X, Y's, and Z's, because Dream is probably a little confusing, right? Two build openers you wouldn't expect from a Terran in this meta. That's not, it's still not as dominating as his best of 5 versus Dream, where Solar 3-0'd him and looked just like Dream couldn't do anything to actually stop him. So it's very different getting into this best of 3. Glad to see that Dream has been adapting as they continued playing online. I
think Dream's going to go for like a BC opening or something, by the way.
Very possible.
Like that's a very quick third gas. Like very often you go for the second gas after the 3CCs and what have you. Yep. But that third gas was pretty much similarly timed, so I'm very curious about what he's going to bring to the table here. He is a Terran that has brought up a lot of builds in the past and throughout the series already as well.
He actually did do a BC build on Hardwire. So that's that could be exactly what he's doing again. He'll never expect it twice in, well, not exactly a row, but...
I've been making elephants for a while, Zombie Grub, but I know a BC build when I see one. But yeah, this is cool, but...
No. That actually really sucks. That is such an early scout, too, that we could even have Solar react to it, like not in just a macro way, but maybe even try to punish it. I don't think he will. He might just choose this, and he might see this and say, oh, that again. Well, I already beat you, like, really well, even when I was a little surprised by it. So I'm not going to break a sweat here. And I do wonder if that scout is going to change Dream's mind. He went into mech after it. Could he actually just go for one BC into bio now that he's been scouted?
I've seen him do that before. I've seen him do it on Blackburn, actually. He was very good about utilizing dropping at the same time as the BC teleporting in and whatnot. But yeah, I like Solar's approach here. It's like, you know what, being safe, getting a Roach Warren, just in case it is mech or dealing with the Hellions early on, because usually you want to combine the two, right? But definitely a wounder for Dream, because you want to get away with being unscouted. But all things said and done, it's a 3cc build. He's only lost one SCV. And non-biased casting over here, you know. we just want to have a cracker here.
Yeah, well, it's just, you know, the same thing would have happened if Hellions had gotten in again in Solar's middle line, I swear. But we do have a lot of gas coming down, so I do assume it's going to be mech, and there you have it. Second factory's on the way, so not going to change that. So what ended up happening in their last game, which was the exact same positions, by the way, the last time this build happened on this map, was that Solar was able to get to Roach Corruptor and kind of bust Dream as he attempted to secure his 4th base. And I think it could be very possible that Dream evaluated that game and said, no, actually, it was an okay spot. Like, I could have held had gotta place my tanks better or what have you. So, because it really is very similar. The battlecruiser, the factories, even the double armory coming in here. So I believe it's triple BC with Yamato is the plan.
I like this from Solar as well. Just having a few roaches here in the middle of the map, just kind of trying to deny scouting. That BC links into a lot of queens here. We'll get a scout off on that tech building and get it cancelled immediately. But given that Solar did know what was coming, he was very, very well prepared for this. And this number of roaches as well, this isn't a scary number. Dream does realize it and turns on it as well. I'm very curious about how this game's going to go from here.
It's always funny seeing Hellions turn on any of our roaches, but yep.
Lowest DPS unit in the game, I believe.
So this has got to be just honestly flashbacks for both players at this point. I do believe the openings were like a little bit different, like a couple of different things happened obviously in the exact same game. But Solar once again trying to get to those corruptors, max out, and bust Dream as he attempts to take a 4th base. It's got to be what it's about.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can deal with mech. For example, in the old school days, it was like, oh, you go Swarm Host every time, man. But these days, there's a lot more ways to deal with it, and probably better ways as well. He does have the Spire going on, probably going to be for Corruptors to deal with these battlecruisers and whatnot, but then Solar, he is absolutely the kind of guy that could flood you with a bucket load of units very, very quickly.
You do have to kind of, I guess, think back to when mech was the dominant meta, which was actually pre-2020 Katowice. We were kind of going into the tournament thinking, oh, mech, and then...
Didn't see it once, right?
No, we did not see it once. It was a very quick turn of events, but a little lane run by is being quite annoying. But if we do think back to then we know that the Roach Corruptor attack, timing, whatever you want to call it, it was always scary. And there was even, Zergs optimizing which upgrades they got in combination with the attack. And we kind of had maybe even like 2 responses from the Terran. I think at the end of the day, they all agreed that one of the better responses was as an engineering bay and missile turrets to support the battle cruisers to hopefully have the tanks still survive against the Roaches enough, even if the battle cruisers can't stick around forever to help out. So it's actually just so similar that I'm waiting for Solar to max out soon, probably in the next, 2 minutes? And then we'll see if Dream can do better than his previous attempt on this map.
Yeah, the battlecruiser count now up to 3, I believe, with this extra one popping out. They will have Yamato, which makes them quite a bit scarier. But Solar's absolutely respecting that air superiority here. That's a lot of Hellions starting to bunker down with those turrets, which is good for him. But I always feel that when I see Maru playing with mech, he always seemingly has a little bit of control, like always doing a little bit of damage, where Dream hasn't really been able to get it done this game. Not because he hasn't been trying, Solar's just been deflecting everything.
That is true. I absolutely agree. It feels like mech in any matchup, it feels like you have to have a little bit going for you already to a degree to help you safely get into the mid to late game, which is always the struggle of mech players. Scans going down, seeing how saturated, how many bases are actually up and running for Solar. Also wants to perhaps scan and see the army ready to go.
I'm getting massive flashbacks now to how Maru plays it, and he just expands like wildfire behind the mech.
Yeah.
Like it's really cool. So the fact that Solar's kind of got him in this very, very secluded zone on his side of the map, Solar's probably feeling pretty good, because I don't think there's any Zerg player that's here at this tournament that's like, oh yeah, I can't beat mech late game, because I feel that it's pretty beatable, these days.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, the next troublesome point that we might get into, as a batter cruiser actually goes down, bad control there from Dream momentarily, is if we can get to Ghost. But that is a long ways away already. Losing 2 battle cruisers effectively. That one that teleported out, now very injured, cannot support the defense of the 4th base. This is where Dream fell on the 4th. But it's actually Solar changing things up, uses the Corruptors on the 3rd CC, grabs another... No, not quite, but almost effectively does, again, because they are so low that the Corruptors could try and dive on top of them. Are they going to do so? No, it looks like Solar this time around thinking, I can't quite break him. Let's actually make sure I got my ducks in a row, get a few more drones, Hive on the way, and then check again. The battlecruisers have been actually repaired to a degree, but one of them goes down, only one left over. Now it's a question about the tank line. Can the Hellbats hold it long enough? Can the tanks actually hold the 4th base? And this time, it looks like they just might.
That was a really good position for Dream to fight in, especially with this wall of Hellbats. If I'm in solo shoes, it's like, okay, how do I deal with that? I'm gonna get out a bunch of Banelings as well, or something like that, just to take them out. But the upgrades are coming along very, very nicely for the mech players. Adding on additional Cyclones as well, maybe just for a little bit of mobility here and whatnot to deal with the Corruptors, but yeah, Solar's playing really good. He's just suffocating his opponent.
The Cyclones also can do not just defend against the Corruptors, but also do a little bit more chasing than any other mech unit against those Roaches. And when if Solar actually does give up a little more ground, says, okay, I can't break you right now, let's go back home. All right, the last Battlecruiser died here. Then maybe they could even go and harass, but we're still not done with Solar being the aggressive one, actually finding an opening there. Nothing covering the tanks. Fortunately for Dream, there was a depth to the tanks. So while he loses the front line, once again forced to pick up his third CC after he just rebuilt it, he will hold. But it's actually kind of worrying, you know, when the mech player can't quite get over the hump of 150 supply, that is where I really worry about their potential.
And you know what's scary? When you're taking a fight into like several siege tanks and your supply stays at 200. Like the whole time I was hearing explosions and I was like, I looked at the production tab, it was just going like crazy. That Cyclone count, definitely getting up there, but it's not as strong, I'm gonna kill you right now very quickly for the defense. It wants to be out there and be able to move. And look at Solar. He's just getting out a lot of units, and I think he's taking up to Broodlords as well, which he is, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's actually one thing in particular that I think Dream should have done there. And of course, I can say this as the all-seeing eye, but the sensor tower. The fact that it didn't actually get up and running before he moved his army away from the tanks actually probably is maybe the biggest reason he got broken. But that break leads to that, again, not being able to get over 150 supply. Even if Dream had been on the way to recovery, is now at 180, for instance, well, his next big problem is his lack of presence and scouting. He does not realize that Broodlords, well, now he does, forming right in front of him, and he's got no response. The Thors start up now.
You know, that's a sight over 12 years. It doesn't get any easier to see when you scan a group of Broodlords morphing. You've got mech, and it's like, okay, what do I go for? Some Thors. Everything feels like a very makeshift response at this point. And these tanks, they've been holding it in for a while, but oh my goodness, this is a sad position for Dream to be in. That is a lot of blue Zerg.
Yeah, and what's really unfortunate is I think a lot of mech players can actually say that Broodlords can be dealt with Thors if you're prepared. But Solar choosing the right technology and the right type of game. He had so much momentum. He knew that Dream was on the back foot, and he knew that the tech swap was going to kill him. I can almost say for sure. We are watching the Broodlords still struggle to kill the rest of the Hellbats, but once they're gone, the tanks die, of course, and the Thors don't have protection, so they will be overwhelmed by XYZ. Got it, Solar 2-1 over Dream, but it was a very good best of 3.
Actually, it was really good. I liked the way that both of them played it. They both seemed fairly equally matched, but you could just feel that once things got back on track, Solar just felt like the more complete player.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way to put it. Solar, you know, that second game did end up throwing him off enough pacing-wise. Again, the unexpected harassments really setting him even further behind than the sacrifices he already made to handle the push. Ultimately led to a very brutal attack on a short map, but the other games, even when Dream did try to really trip him up in the first game especially, Solar did a great job of holding against unexpected harassment, perhaps unexpected follow-up, and just playing a beautiful macro game. This third game, not quite the way of their last Hardwire in a big tournament, effectively is the same way. Solar takes the victory.
Yeah, not down and out for Dream, though, because even though we did lose this series, took a map, which is a big deal. But his previous two series, 2-0 as well. But now he's got some of the big boys left over in Cure and Rogue. And he's been first in this group the whole day until now. And, or in fact, maybe he still is, given map score.
I think so, he might be.
Either way, that's some stiff opposition. Doesn't get harder than that if you're a Terran player.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I brought up in mid-series that it could be what determines who actually makes it top 3 or bottom 3. Could be between these two, because we do expect big things from Rogue and Cure, and that is who Dream has left to play. You might have to even do a little bit of an upset against one of those players, which apparently is very possible. This group has mixed up a little more than we were anticipating, but you know who can talk a lot more about that is the desk. So let's talk to you guys.
That's right, thank you very much. A brilliant best of 3 here as Solar is able to take it at the very, very end. I got Fear Dragon and Rotterdam here with me to talk about not only this game, but some of the other games that have been going on throughout. But a bit of a grind there, Fear Dragon, but Solar's able to make it.
Yeah, really, really cool series, and I actually really enjoyed the way that the casters were actually talking about it, where it did feel like there were a lot of these information game points where it was about whether or not they did see something coming, if they did acknowledge or get the scout off on different things, or if you saw that your opponent was being greedy or not and able to punish it. Really, really cool, just back and forth game with information, which I feel like is a little bit rarer sometimes.
And now with Solar taking that and Dream taking his first loss, once again, that really opens up the group a lot.
Yeah, group stage Solar is starting to form right in front of us. You know, sure, bumpy start losing against Spirit, but Spirit is having the tournament of his life. I don't think Dream has anything to be ashamed of. I think he played well, gets a very important map on the board. I know it becomes boring when we talk about that, but this is a group that's clearly going to come down to the wire. So these things do matter, and he won his first 2 series 2-0. I think he put up a great fight. Didn't really, I don't know, I'm never that big of a fan of Mac. I think once in a blue moon it's cool, but for me to find it cool, I want it to work. And I was like, man, you played such a sexy bio game on Berlingrad. Kind of wish you would have done that one more time, but still a good series.
Definitely so, and there were more series going on throughout this group as this was concluding. We have ourselves the Neeb series with Fear Dragon. What was happening there?
Neeb versus Rogue. So this did end up with Rogue actually taking the victory 2-1. I have one of the wins, or basically that came from Rogue in game number 2 is on Pride of Altaris. We can actually hop into the game. I'll show you guys kind of the critical moments here. This is the typical Pride of Altaris game, which is anything but typical, but we have both players taking these different gold bases. The one really key thing that I think that Rogue did that caught Neeb super off guard was just the fact that over here, he's sensing these 2 Lings, and he's going for this big Ling flood. He's looking to just try and all-in Neeb with non-stop Ling production. So he moves in, he harasses a little bit, and we zoom forward, but you'll notice over here that Rogue is actually pooling up a bunch of these Zerglings, and Neeb has no idea about any of that. He doesn't know that the Lings are starting to pool up over there. The Lings for Rogue eventually move out, but at the same time, Neeb has already started moving out with his Adepts. So his Adepts are now shading across the map. Neeb catches wind of this right as the Adepts are about to finish shading, so he cancels the shade, but at this point, it's just a shield battery. There's a handful of pylons. Normally, the Adepts would actually be able to make a little bit of a stand here if they were able to get into the wall, help protect the shield battery, maybe get something done, but just everything goes wrong from here, and I have to say, Neeb does a really good job with the probe micro after the shield battery dies, but there's only so much you can do for a while, and Rogue just does a really, really bang-up job continuing to rally those Lings across the map and take the victory.
Rowdy?
Thank you, Rotterdam.
I'm glad that, you know, that's a title of honor for me.
I was following the TVT a little bit between Cure and Spirit. We didn't miss too much. Very convincing, dominating victory by Cure. First game, 2K. They kind of did the same thing. It's just that whenever Spirit moved out, Cure sneaked in 8 Marines, got some damage done. A little bit later, again, Spirit wants to contain and sends 60 Marines to the other side of the map. Defense at home, does a lot of damage on the other side of the map. 10-minute game was over. Second game was even shorter than that. Let's go ahead and hop into it real quick. I'll try to make Fear Dragon proud. Let's see if we can do this. So, if we take a look on Curious Minds, okay, there is a ramp. You can see there is a couple of Reapers as well. You see this SCV here, it's building a command center.
Okay.
No, but anybody that's familiar with European TVT will know that Gabe often talks about how crazy Spirit is and how Spirit doesn't scout. Spirit didn't scout. There wasn't too much scouting in game 1 either. And he's just doing the usual thing. We're going to make a couple Reapers and we're going to build a Hellion, and then eventually we want to go into Cyclones and tanks. Well, Cure had different plans. He went 3 Rex Reaper on one base, just runs up the ramp, picks up 1 Reaper, gets the SCV. And we're gonna keep building Reapers. We get a cancel on the command center, and at this point you could say like, maybe this is good enough. And Kira's like, yeah, might be good enough, but I think I can do more. So he obviously has no vision. It's a bit scary. Runs up the ramp, kills everything. And yeah, I don't think we really need to show the rest of this game. By the time that all the Reapers went down, I think Spirit had around 10 or 9 SCVs left, and the game ended a minute later. Spirit did try to counterattack, but was all over. Just a very convincing showing by Cure.
All right, well, thank you very much for that update as well. Not quite as long as Fear.
No. I didn't mention the multiple pylons and whatnot, but you know.
That's okay, you know, you'll get there.
Eventually they take your title away, James. What can I say?
All right, let's take a look at the highlights then from the previous series that we had here on the main stage. As of of course, Solar, with the back-to-back victories that he's had over big names over in South Korea now. Fear Dragon, this is great for Solar. Back on the road up towards that top 3 happily in this group.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of funny to say back on the road because, you know, in a sense, Solar's actually really only lost one of those series. Yeah. So really, he's still looking pretty strong in the groups. He's still got a good chance of making a deep run into this group to get first place and everything. And I think this is, again, where we see the best version of Solar. It's the version of Solar that makes killer runs in the group stages, and it's going to be about if he can make it to the playoffs, can he make those deeper runs? And
yeah. Roddy?
Yeah, no, good showing. I definitely want to hear the mindset that Solar was in after his opening best of 3, because losing a best of 3, not that big of a deal when you play 5. But I'm sure that Solar thought that Spirit is a player that he can take out, and if he wants to win the group, he's supposed to take it out. But I think he has set the record straight, man. He has beat Rogue, the 2-time champ, and now he also got a victory over Dream, who's off to a hot start in this group. So I think Solar is probably buzzing. I mean, I actually saw he was paying a lot of attention during your analysis of Rogue Neep, because he was speaking over, he was playing those games. No, for real, like he's looking in there, he's like, the Sigling movement. Yeah, he was feeling it.
I mean, we said it at the beginning of the series, or at least I kind of proposed the idea, right? Is Solar going to match up better against Dream? And I feel like, you know, what we saw from him at that last chance qualifier, at the last chance tournament, it did resonate with me how well he was able to play some of those ZVTs in that tournament. It's shown here.
Yeah, Last Chance was just a great showing, I feel like, in regards to a lot of that stuff. And I mean, it's so far, Solar's just looking so strong right now. I feel like it really is going to be about trying to beat him.
All right, well, without further ado, let's head over to the interview now with Solar to hear what he thinks after his victories.
Thank you very much, guys. I am here with Solar. Thank you very much for joining me, mate. Big congratulations on winning your last couple of matches.
Thank you.
So it was pretty convincing series. I think one of the main things that I noticed a bit different to your normal style is you played a lot of Roach Ravager. Is that because you were expecting Dream to play more mech?
Yeah, honestly, I played Roaches in first game and second game. First game, I thought he was meching because he started with the Blue Flame Hellions, and second game, I knew he was going for the 2-base only, so I played Roaches. And third game, I knew he was mech, so yeah, but it was not my plan, but I just do my thing, yeah.
Play to counter the opponent's strategy, right? So it was actually really cool to see that. I'm kind of curious, we don't really see many guys other than Dream play mech. Do you think, obviously, Gumiho mixes it in, a few other guys. Is it something you think is underrated, or is it only really good when it's a bit of a surprise?
I think mech is not that bad. Like, I feel when I play against Maru's mech, I feel like mech is really like so strong. So I think it's compared to players, I feel. So I think mech is still playable, yeah.
Any tips for any of the mech players out there to play like Maru, maybe?
Make BC.
Make BC.
Stay forever in 5 base and make Ghost.
BC's Ghost 5 bases. Okay, I'm adding that to the checklist for practice when I get home. A fantastic run, of course, you know, taking down Rogue in the ZVZ was very clean, but there was a rough series at the start against Spirit. We've seen he plays a really unique style where he just wants to play that big Ghost macro game. Do you feel like you just weren't quite warmed up there? Any changes you'd make?
Yeah, in first game, I think I didn't warm up enough, so I played like really bad than my normal skills, I feel. So I regret the series a lot right now, because if I won it, like, I'm already in the safe position already for the playoffs, so I'm so sad about it. But yeah, there's 2 more games. I think I think I can beat Cure maybe, so I'm quite confident in the next one, yeah.
At the moment, I mean, I'm not sure of the exact standings, but it's very close. Like, lots of players with 2 wins, 1 loss at the moment, so definitely still could go either way. You've still got your matches against Cure and Neeb. Is Cure, I mean, he's looking fantastic, obviously winning GSL. Do you think he's one of the best Terran vs. Zerg players out there?
Right now, I think the Maru's the best one, I think. And Clem. I could say Clem, and I'm not sure about third one, because I feel many Terran players play very similar and not very different, so yeah, I think there's not very difference.
Maybe they need to get innovating again, bring out some of those fresh strategies. You've also got, of course, a match against Neeb later as well. So have you noticed that there's a big clash between the regions and different styles? Obviously, there's been still a lot of competing online, but I guess what I'm asking is, are the play styles changing now that you guys are back at LAN, or is it kind of similar to doing the last few circuit events?
About Neeb?
Just overall in terms of the players' strategies. Do you think the strategies have changed a lot? People have been hiding strategies for this event?
Yeah, I feel I saw Neeb doesn't play like official games or online tournaments during like 3 months. so I don't have any information about him.
Yeah.
So I'm really worried about him. But well, yeah, I will do my best.
You've got some research, you know, we've already seen him play Rogue. I saw you watching the screen there as well and that sort of stuff. So definitely lots of homework for you to do. Now, it would be huge, of course, if you could go through to the finals and so on and further, obviously one step at a time. But if you were to make it up into that kind of top 4, top 8, who do you think are the most likely players to be up there in the top 4 with you?
Actually, the top 4 and playing Spodek is one of my dream. I know it's really tough and there's so many good players right now, like Maru, Jest, Serral, Rainer. There's so many good players, so
yeah,
I think I'm gonna face them if I advance, but I'm not sure I can advance now because I'm very worried about my group stages.
Focus on one step at a time. Just keep that laser focus. Awesome. Well, this has been awesome to kind of see your development as a player and so on. You did have some very close, games last year at Katowice and in online and stuff. So in terms of your gameplay in the last year, what do you think you've changed to kind of get that consistency up?
I just played a lot and I'm trying to play many customs because before I never played customs. I only play like ladder practice on the online, but I feel like ladder practice have some limits to become the great player, so I try to start to play a lot of custom games. I think that lets me improve a lot.
Are there any particular practice partners that you're able to share?
Just everyone. I feel like I'm playing against everyone.
Okay, you have a very big variety.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for sharing here with us, Solar. And I believe we are ready to go for a break. So thank you everybody for watching. We'll be back in just a moment.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters. Just a few more series to go in Group A as we reach into the final stages of it, and things are quite close between some of these players in the group so far. Joining me to get into our next series, we have ZG for the first time, yes, here at the desk, and I was very enthusiastic.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you.
And we have Benjamin Baker as well, the backbreaker. Coming up there now, we have Spirit going up against Neeb. Neither of them is in the most idyllic situation, I think is fair to say, in this group. Ben, with Neeb needing to win everything from this point on, and even then it can get a bit tricky.
Yeah, even less of an ideal situation, Kalaris, being that he is 0-3 so far. But we've seen crazy things happen at Katowice. And I just hope they both play a good game, you know? Like, Spirit start off with a cool win in the group stage against Solar.
Yeah.
I don't know which matches he's exactly got left, but Neeb should be doable for him, especially if you consider the good Protosses. And he took out Estrella, or in fact, he did take out Estrella getting here as well. So taking out Neeb's countrymate, and I think Estrella is pretty damn good now as well. I'm a bit worried for Neeb. I don't want any player to go like, you know, 0-5 and stuff, but at least he took a map off Rogue.
Yeah, I think the issue for Neeb here, ZG, is that the first two series that start out, they're both against the Terrans, and it really didn't go his way. It's just kind of a bonk on the head and shoot away.
Yeah, it actually kind of feels like right now we have to choose who we're really going to hope for as far as the non-Koreans go. And honestly, I think the safer bet is going to be Spirit, right? Spirit had that really cool TVZ, and his next opponent after Neeb is going to have to be Rogue. So we're hoping for still a bit of a, I don't know if miracle is the right word, but, you know, a good performance from him. But he absolutely can, and even maybe should, take down Neeb. So as much as I really want to be hyping up Neeb, saying maybe he can make the comeback, maybe he can show what he's really got in this matchup, I actually kind of have to say that I think Neeb is, you know, he's down to basically saying, like, I can take some games, I can maybe take one more series, surprise you, but I think it's maybe more of Spirit. Can he actually get through the groups?
Well, let's talk about it at length in a little bit's time as we are now ready to welcome the players onto the stage. So without further ado, it is Spirit versus Neeb.
It's a big match coming up. First up is the Protoss player, the man who literally has a 200 supply Protoss army named after his fists. It is, of course, Neeb facing off against the Polish powerhouse, the man whose macro knows no bounds. He builds more command centers than anybody else. It is, of course, Spirit versus Neeb. All right, let's get into it. For Neeb, it is an important match to win, and even then he would need a little bit of luck on his side to be able to get on through into that top 3 from the other players' results. And on side of Spirit, as you say, already 1-2, a win on the board means that there is still an opportunity for him to strike out advancing from this group stage, Ben. And yeah, for all intents and purposes, oh, there you go. It even says Soul up there. But Spirit, yeah, we've seen what he's able to do so far this tournament, and it's been a great run so far.
It's been really cool, you know. Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of confidence at an event to really kind of get over that hurdle. Yeah. We all thought it was going to be that Stats series, and it was like, oh, you lost to Gerald, I think it was afterwards, which, you know, after beating Stats, you think, oh, you're going to definitely do it. But here, he's taken out big names already, like really big names. And he's already showcased that he's a very, very good player. If he wasn't on people's radar before this, he should be now.
No, precisely. I mean, ZG, a performance like this, even if you don't get to the actual bracket stage itself, for Spirit, this is career making. This is the thing that people are going to look back, reference back to, no matter what happens now here in the groups, and say, he's able to do it.
Yeah, incredibly different, difficult open brackets, and he was one of the first to make it through. That's already a statement.
Yeah.
For him to take down Solar, I think, is also already a statement. And then especially if he were able to actually look really good against Rogue for the last match of the day, I think that again would say that Spirit is on the level of international competition. He actually can take on the top Koreans, which really don't see a lot from him, so it was a bit of a question mark. Well, he's already come in and said that, yeah, I can actually do that. So Spirit, yeah, absolutely making a name for himself, regardless of the outcome, but I do believe that he is going to take down Neeb and then have a good result against Rogue, but we'll see about the win.
We will see. We will see. It is time to head into this series. Who's going to take it, Neeb or Spirit? We're about to find out with Harstem and Fear Dragon.
The Fist of Neeb versus the Spirit of Poland. A showdown between two players with a lot on the line. This could be Spirit's chances of making it out of the group here with this match and the next one. And it could be Neeb's final chances to start taking some series in his group stage. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm joined here by Harstem at the caster desk as we get ready to move into yet another PVT today.
Yeah, this is the Foreigner showdown of Group A. Spirit, the man on the screen, the man who played so well yesterday. Can he continue what he started in this group as well? Let's not forget beating up Solar in that first series. And Neeb so far not really taking anything, but getting pretty close against Rogue. Only losing out against these two Link Floods, but that first game he looked so solid. And it was fun to hear that in the interview Solar was afraid of Neeb as well. He wasn't looking forward to that match, and I don't think Spirit is looking forward to this match either, as Neeb is known to be a very dangerous Protoss opponent.
Yeah, I think obviously I have my biases as a big Neeb fanboy and everything, but I think more than anything else, people do want to see Neeb still at least be able to perform. Even if you are a Spirit fan, you want to see good games, and I do have a little bit of hope in just the fact that Neeb has still been getting a lot of praise from some of the other players, and he was able to take some of those games versus Rogue. But here we are, guys. We're moving into game number 1 on Hardwire. Starting up here at the top right-hand side of the map, we have the Polish Terran player. He goes by the name of Spirit from Kaizi Gaming.
And the man in the bottom left who will be receiving an eBay on his next roll soon is going to be the man from America, Tings Neeb. We saw that first SCV already move across the map very quickly. Neeb, however, opening up with just a proxy rack scout and a low ground gateway. A low ground gateway tends to be one of these things. Oh, this might actually not be an eBay block here, Ravi.
Oh, you think it's proxy racks?
This could be perhaps a proxy marauder. It could still be an eBay block, don't get me wrong. I've actually seen Spirit do this before with those 2 gas openers, but this is different than you usually play it, and he's not going to be happy to see that pylon there. Let's take a look at his face. Well, no real emotion, but I can tell you the inside is not going to be happy whatsoever.
Yeah, and one thing that we have definitely been seeing from Neeb is going for this low ground gateway, getting the Cybercore a little bit further back, and he starts up the Zealot. And of course, it's going to actually make sense to try and start up the Zealot if you are worried about trying to clean up this engineering bay block as fast as possible. But he's been making that that Zealot even against build orders that aren't really engineering bay blocking him, and he sends it across the map, tries to put a little bit of pressure on. I really want to see how Neeb is going to play this out, because this is the first time I've seen him do it against an engineering bay block, and it's actually so far, interestingly enough, doesn't start up the Zealot at all.
Yeah, I do like this. The Zealot is a little bit expensive. It delays that Nexus by a lot and also delays the second gas. Neeb has been mining a lot of gas already. Look at that, 140 gas out of a single gas. This smells so much like a Stargate opener to me. I wouldn't have minded if Spirit would have stayed a bit longer there with that SCV just to check if the Warp Gate starts. Because if Warp Gate doesn't start, and you see that with the SCV, you can pretty much say that it's going to be a Stargate. I do believe we're going to be going into a Stargate here. I know Neeb likes to open up with a Stargate against double gas openers. And I think Rotti mentioned it before as well. Neeb against these cheeky Terran build orders tends to be great. He's absolutely fantastic in the first 4 or 5 minutes against these weird build orders. And with a Stargate opener, life's just going to be so much easier.
There's that Stargate that you were talking about planting on down. There is going to be a Widow Mine follow-up over here from Spirit. Now, the Adept comes on forward. It's going to be able to scout out that reactor on the factory, and it actually should be able to stick around long enough if it really wants to see what pops out over there, but doesn't end up letting that Shade finish up. Even though there's not a whole lot of threat right now, he doesn't necessarily know that for sure just yet. He's going to wait for that second Adept to poke on forward and see what he can spot.
Yeah, life is often very scary for these Adepts, because if the first two units, of course, are Hellions, then you need to run for your life. You shade back home, maybe you take a bit too much damage, and it can get kind of scary. However, this time around, Spirit just opening up with Mine, and I think Neeb is actually very aware of that. We will start with an Oracle, and I think the follow-up will be Phoenixes. There are two responses to this. You can either open up with a Phoenix, throw down a fast robotics facility, or you can go an Oracle into those Phoenixes. You just got to make sure that the Oracle is in position and doesn't accidentally fly into a mine at some point. And you will also just need to pull away workers. I mean, you just don't have enough to lift all the mines. Adepts will not be capable of one-shotting. There will be 3-4 Adepts max. How many Adepts do we actually currently have? I think only 3.
3. Yeah, so not a lot of firepower out there right now. And Neeb's Adepts barely missed out on the medevac. So does the Oracle, as it is moving to the center of the map. So it is going to be able to barely pull back in time just because Spirit takes a slightly more roundabout path to try and be a bit extra sneaky. But that first Phoenix is on the way. Even if you know everything is coming, you still have to execute the defense perfectly over here. First, Widow Mine goes down. Second Widow Mine gets lifted. Third Widow Mine, oh my god, Stretch Armstrong Widow Mine pole vaulting the shot over, gets 5 workers, and also softens up that Phoenix.
Yeah, this actually was it looked like almost a perfect defense. He pulled the workers, attacked with the Oracle, and then that one mine still gets these 5 worker kills all the way from downtown. 4 more mines will come in, and the energy on these Phoenixes is, well, it's not there anymore. This is the final lift that we're going to be see. Oh my good lord. 6 workers. I didn't even see that mine burrow, and neither did Neeb. Neeb in a world of trouble. I said he's usually very good against these 2 gas openers, but so far, Spirit just a little bit too strong with that quick harassment.
Yeah, you can lift up some of these Widow Mines now, but this is already a lot of the danger zone here. When a Terran player is only behind by 1 or 2 workers at this stage in the game is not ideal, but Neeb also has mostly just invested into these Oracles. These Phoenix is going to still be losing some of his mining time to these Widow Mines until he cleans all of them up. And behind this, Spirit is starting to get his transition up. He's getting up a safety Cyclone. He's adding on his Marines and his barracks and thinking about the next stages of the game as he establishes his own natural expansion.
He actually lost the 1 Oracle as well, didn't he? I didn't even notice that, but I think he had to rebuild it. That's obviously awful. Yeah, this is a terrible start here for an even another mine shot and another drop into the main base. This is going to require 2 more revelations to actually pick up. Spirit but not quite fast enough with the split there was Spirit. I think he should split these mines in the natural as well. At the same time, we have 2 Adepts on the other side of the map, but Cyclone in position. Oh, Viking will need to land. Quick repair on the Cyclone. Good control out of Spirit, who's pulling further and further ahead in this game.
Doing a fantastic job with the micro. He's going to be able to lock onto another one of these Stalkers. Is able to net the kill as Neeb tries to retreat on out. Everything is starting to snowball further and further out of control as more probes go down. It really feels like this has just been a game for Spirit to seize control of. Neeb, even though he may have had some suspicions about the Widow Mine dropping, again, it does come down to the fact that you still have to execute the defense perfectly.
Yeah, and these defenses often are so snowbally. I think that first hit really kind of messed with him. Then at some point, if you lose the Oracle, life is over as we know it. There's still no Twilight Council. Sure, there's a 3rd base, but you're also going to need to defend the Stim Combat Shield push at some point. Lift on this mine with that Oracle still at home. These Phoenixes have not done any damage whatsoever on the other side of the map. And at this point, I'm not quite sure if Neeb is capable of doing any damage on the other side of the map, because there's enough units there.
Yeah, it's only 4 Phoenix right now. The Cyclone's there, a handful of the Marines are there, and Stim is nearly halfway done as well. So it's a big ask for Neeb to get a whole lot done with these very low energy Phoenix. But he's got the Oracle paired over there. He's at least going to get a bit of scouting information and see what potential follow-ups there are and force out a few missile turrets. Behind all this, though, Neeb is also pulling a lot of his gateway units over to the other side of the map. He is looking to get aggressive. And Hearthstone, does this have a chance of even working?
Absolutely not. There's no way. The bunker, oh, actually, with the bunker not being there. Lift on the tank, there's just not enough. The firepower out of Spirit here is just a little bit too big. Viking on the other side is also dealing some damage. I do believe that it is in the process of being taken out here by that Stalker warp in. honestly, Neep did more than he probably ever would have imagined. That bunker being salvaged right in that moment, obviously helping.
Yeah, you know, there's definitely a tech problem right now for Neep. He is very far behind where he would like to be, and losing these units is going to be really brutal. I was going to say the supplies did even up, but at the end of the day, if you don't have an army to deal with that army of spirits, you're going to be going down, and Spirit takes the first game.
Yeah, and a pretty decisive fashion as well. Spirit not breaking a sweat there. The Polish crowd slapping their, what do you call them? The fire sticks?
Fire sticks? I call them boomsticks.
Boomsticks, very nice. I don't think fire sticks is the actual word. Boomstick sounds a lot better. Obviously happy that the Polish player is doing well here in front of the Polish crowd. Spirit goes up 1-0. That's on Hardwire as well. Not necessarily a Terran favorite map or a Protoss favorite map. The second map is going to be 2K as well, and I think Spirit will be happy with that. He loves these larger maps where he can throw down 5 command centers in his main base before the opponent arrives. So
yeah. You know what's I think going to be very interesting to me is that we have very much so seen a pattern forming with Neeb's play today, where it's whenever he's getting messed with in the earlier stages, whenever something's happening, his opponent's setting the pace of things, that is where Neeb has been falling apart. And I know Spirit is well known for liking to go to those later stage games and everything. Neeb typically is usually pretty good about defending against those early game aggressions, but I really wonder if Spirit is actually looking at how Neeb has played his games, talking with some of the players and saying, yeah, maybe I will just see how things go with a more aggressive opening game number 1, try something again aggressive in game number 2, and then if I need to, I can fall back to a macro game 3.
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising to see Neeb struggle in these early games. I mean, we saw him lose twice against Rogue, against a Link Flood, and here as well, he lost. And the problem isn't necessarily the theory. I mean, the theory is correct. Neeb is known as a player that studies a lot, understands the game at a very deep level, and understands the early game at a very deep level as well, which is why in the past he often was so successful against Korean Terrans. But now, he's struggling an awful lot in the early game, and it just seems to be the execution that is lacking here, Fear Dragon.
Well, if there's one thing I can say for sure, it is that Spirit is going to have a very spirited victory if he's able to take this series and get another shot at that final match and potentially advance out of the group in front of a hometown crowd here in Poland. We're going to move into game number 2 in just a moment's time to see whether or not Neeb can start to pull this series back, or if this young man down here on the bottom left-hand side of the map can make this a 2-0 victory from KaiZ Gaming. He is Spirit.
And in the top right, as the blue Protoss player, playing for Ting, it is Neeb. Alex Sunderha, as that first probe, will stay on the high ground here. It kind of feels like. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that low ground wall this time around. I don't completely mind it. Gotta kind of switch it up as well, you know, in case of any type of proxy reaper. And Spirit, so far in every TVP that we have watched, he really was the guy that took control in the early game. Whether that was against Australia with that fast Marine Reaper, trying to pull some tricks, or with quick double gas build orders like we saw in that last game. We've seen him play that in the bracket stage as well earlier. So yeah, there's just lots of tricks up his sleeves, and he's also pretty decent, I would say, in that mid and later stage. Albeit somewhat a bit too passive at times.
Yeah, I know we've seen a bit of both sides of Pitor in that regard. But for now, Neeb is probably going to move in over here and feel a bit happier seeing, okay, Barracks at home, already playing a little bit more of a normal game, not seeing a second gas geyser or anything, haven't seen any SCVs move down around the map. And Neeb's also got his gateway little wall off in the main base for the Adept. This is actually looking the most normal of, I would say, a lot of Neeb's PBTs today.
Yeah, it definitely is. The question now, oh, I love this full wall that Neeb is going for, by the way. Second pylon on the high ground, usually indicating some type of Stargate play. We'll see if that's going to be the case right now, because with almost every other build that you play, if you get that second pylon on the high ground, you can get a battery on the low ground, you're in trouble. With Stargate, because you tend to have map control, good vision, doesn't really seem to be that huge of an issue. As a good old Spirit is opening up with his Marine into Reaper build, and the goal of this build is to sneak in while the second Adept is still building and the first Adept is marching across the map, as we indeed do see that Stargate go down right now.
Adept is, or sorry, the Reaper is making its way across the map, and it will be encountering that full wall. The nice thing for the Reaper is that it still can hop up a little bit and may not be able to get into the main base deeply, but still a nice little opening you can jump into. Another way is to just literally go around everything, because that first Adept, like you said, not quite out yet.
Yeah, the first Adept is going to make its way across the map right now. The second Adept, if it's chrono boosted, by the way, will get out in time against this. So if you play against Spirit or anyone else that does this build a lot, getting a second chrono on that gateway often is worth it. I love this so much for our Terran player here. He's going to scout absolutely everything. He'll know even what the first unit is. That is so huge because you can decide what to play. I wouldn't even mind if he cancels the Hellion at this point. He already got the info. He doesn't need to anymore.
All right. Well, not only getting a worker kill, but now also going to be able to push back this Adept with the Hellion. He does let that finish up, but the Adept shading on forward is going to be able to soften up one of the SCVs. Won't be able to get the kill, though, because the bunker is completed. And the Adept is going to take quite a bit more damage before it's able to potentially escape. It's hugging the wall, and it does manage to get out of there alive. Pairs up with some of the other Adepts, and the Reaper Grenade, of all things, picks off the Adept. Are you kidding me?
That was the dumbest interaction I've seen in my entire life, and I love every single second of that. Spirit's going to be so happy with that. Even though it's not going to be too impactful, it's just a great mental victory, isn't it?
Especially when you feel like you've already had so much momentum going into this series, and, well, Nebus is literally the opposite so far, but Nebus is getting up some of his Phoenix. This is not a game where his Phoenix are going to be picking up Widow Mines left and right, constantly trying to defend back at home for the first couple of minutes that they're out. No, he's actually going to have an opportunity to potentially move across the map and do something with those Phoenix.
Yeah, there is a medevac out though for Spirit, which is honestly kind of surprising to see. Like a medevac and a couple of mines being built against an Oracle opener, that's just extremely rare. Majority of the time we see Terrans open up with Cyclone Viking in this case, then hopping into tanks, slightly faster third base than you usually see. Spirit, however, just going for that 3-bags, and I actually like this position for Neep. Now I can say, okay, this is a good position for Neep. From here on out, we can actually get into something. Most likely it's going to be charge, although there is a 4th gas already as well. And that doesn't really line up in my head, at least. Majority of the time, if you get into higher Phoenix counts, you'll get charged. You stay on lower gas because you need these extra gateways. You need the extra infrastructure.
Yeah, it definitely is reminiscent of some of the games that we were seeing yesterday, where players such as Cyan and whatnot were really skipping some of those gas guys and being very, very zealot heavy. But so far right now, Neeb is just going to be focusing on cleaning up some of these mines that he's encountering around the map. A really nice scouting, or I should say vision, with his actual eyes, not just the scouting information there, to actually spot out that Widow mine that was burrowed. Doesn't take too many losses there, but Charge is going to, of course, come up behind this as he gets up his gateway flood to complement that third base that's coming on up.
Oh,
ooh, does he scout it?
No, it's not. That's a huge move, by the way. There's no vision on the right side of the map. There's no vision on the left side of the map either. Neep hasn't been building any pylons, which is the main source of vision when you're playing Phoenixes. You don't have observers. You don't really have the money to send out zealots everywhere either. So pylons are just this natural source of vision. And with the Phoenixes, you can kind of keep the pylons safe. They kind of keep each other safe in a way. I have no clue what this drop on the left side was doing. It just unloaded. It almost looked like he was expecting 10 Stalkers to be there, but he also saw 4 Phoenixes. So I'm a bit confused. Perhaps Spirit is a bit confused. Neeb is confused as well. So we're all sharing that, at least. It's the common experience here. As this push is going to start marching across the map, and Neeb actually stopped probing up after 60. He's getting a Templar Archive right now. He's floating a fair amount of gas. Charge will finish in time, and I think +1 will also finish before this fight truly starts.
Yeah, it does seem like Neeb will have some of the tools he needs to start deflecting this, but it is still going to be about where the engagement happens with the control. Force Field comes out and locks in quite a few of these units. The medevac picks him up. The Phoenix target fired down the medevacs, but not quite getting the medevac that had all the units. And Widow Mine also softens up those Phoenix, so that shield battery is going to be working a bit overtime as it heals up both the Zealots and the Phoenix. But it does seem like Spirit is not going to feel like he should continue pushing on forward from that angle.
Oh, double drop heading towards the right side. Still lacking that vision, is Neeb. Look at that. The entire right side is dark for him right now. He wants to clean up this position, wants to get control of the tower. Spirit not paying attention. Will need to start kiting back. A lot of these Zealots are kind of low, but the Phoenix number is high. Good target fire there out of Spirit. Getting 3 Phoenixes there. That's impressive. 4.
And this is going to make it even harder to deal with that medevac that is on that right-hand side, because it's going to have a harder time cleaning that up. Even actually does not get that last medevac. So now the Phoenix have been slightly zoned out. Third base is going to be having a hard time landing over there, but now the medevacs are in the main base. And Neeb, what does he actually have to respond with?
He still has a recall here, and perhaps he should be using it. Instead, he decides to go into the natural, gets a force field on the ramp. I don't think he can actually continue this push right now. There's also still an army at Neeb's third base. I think it is being cleaned up by the Phoenixes right now. Spirit going absolutely ham in Neeb's main, though. Production being taken out. One Zealot gets warped in. That's not going to be enough.
And we start to see that Neeb is getting cleaned up in the natural of Spirit, whereas Spirit is going to be able to target fire down that Nexus, and that is, of course, going to supply block Neeb for the moment, but he did already get a lot of pylons up behind this. Phoenix going to try and chase after these medevacs, but with the boost, they might be able to unload some of these units just in time. There's no Marines to help out, though, so I think the medevacs and the Marauders are still going to have a lot of trouble getting out of here alive. Neeb is going to be up in supply at the end of all of this, but losing his main Nexus, I guess actually not the end of the world, considering the fact that he also has a fourth on the way, and Spirit's basically down to 2 mining bases.
Yeah, that final pickup on those medevacs, the fact that there were no Marines there, was huge. If that medevac gets back home, the army supply is actually going to be quite big here for Spirit. He would have 1-1 upgrades, mines, soon to be once again, when that armory finishes up, will be invisible for a very long time. This is a scary engagement though for Neeb. I don't think he can fight this.
His army is a little bit in limbo mode right now. The Widowmine cleans up most of the Zealots on the front line. The Archons coming from behind. These medevacs really want to be able to get out of here ASAP, but those Phoenix going to complicate things. At least they can still unload, but if Neeb cleans up these 2 medevacs, there's not that much armor supply left over to defend the natural expansion of Spirit, if Neeb even needs to push in there, which I'm not even sure he does.
No, he absolutely does not need to, but I think he can at this point. This feels like a good game scan to me. He's scanning, hey, wait, do you still have workers on that third base? Oh, you do? Well, that's not good. Yes, Spirit is extremely defensive, still does have that third CC, which might help him, of course, with the muling and if he wants to rebuild workers. But that doesn't really seem to be the plan. He has not been building SCVs for the past minute or so.
This is going to be a do or die moment over here for Spirit in a lot of ways as he continues to just try and power as many units as possible. Neeb splits up his few remaining Phoenixes, catch any medevacs that are coming on out. There are some Widow Mines in this one, so they will be able to at least prevent that Phoenix from immediately picking off the medevac. But behind all this, Neeb has not only this killer army, he's also got the Robo Bay on the way. He's got his +2 weapons on the way. And again, 4 base versus, do we even get to call it 2 anymore, Harstem? I feel like it is probably just the natural at this point.
Yeah, I think there's going to be 8 or 10 patches remaining at this point. Well, Neeb is mining from a crap ton of patches. These mines will get picked off before they can burrow. I did see a second medevac on the way already. We have a scan towards that 4th base. This medevac is going to be extremely important. It will need to kill about 35 workers, and the game might be close to being even.
Yeah, that is a sad way of putting it when there's not even 35 workers at any singular base. So it's going to try and split things up. Gets a couple of workers over in the main base before one of the Widow Mines looks like it may end up falling over here in the main, and the medevac is probably going to be going with it. The Zealots denying this 3rd base. I think Spirit is going to be running out of steam here.
Yeah, the fresh mules also get taken out. I believe this command center might even burn to the ground. There is a drop on the left side of the map close to Neeb's 4th base that is looking to deal some damage. But if this is here, what is really left at home? I think the answer is not very much. Luckily, Neeb is going back home, so Spirit, well, he'll need to evacuate this position. There's still Phoenixes on the map as well. And yeah, Neeb in an extremely dominant position right now. Spirit, yeah, this should be his last hooray.
Yeah, and I will say, if you're a Neeb fan, I do feel like this is the kind of game that you want to have as your win, where it is just you winning for a fair amount of time. This is going to be maybe a little bit of a pick-me-up for Neeb, who's been having a rough day. He takes game number 2, ties up the series 1-1.
Yeah, look at that. Covered in lightning he is. Doesn't look too stoked about that game, but I think he should be happy. It wasn't the cleanest game in the early game for him either. Let's not forget, Reaper got in, got a kill, also managed to scout absolutely everything. We could ask ourselves, was that response out of Spirit the greatest? Really, within the medevac into the Viking, the mines, the Hellion, was all of that necessary? If you want to play a 3-Rex against a Stargate opener, I believe you can. You don't need that many early units. If you know exactly what's going on and you can keep your opponent back for a bit. And if you do want to get, 2 starport units out, maybe just throw it on a fast 3rd CC at that point, because you know you're going to be giving up air control for a while. It's very difficult to say. It's well, in this case, it didn't really work out, of course. And then it's easy to, in hindsight being 2020, kind of criticize.
Yeah. It is worth mentioning in that game also, to your point, though, is that Neeb didn't really do a lot of damage with the Phoenix to the SCV's mining. He wasn't harassing or actually getting super active and basically getting ahead with that kind of harassment. It was mostly just punishing these attempts for Spirit to try and do drops that Neeb was able to catch or try and prevent those units from moving out and everything. It really was Neeb able to punish Spirit for trying to be more active on the map than it seemed like he was actually able to support.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Neeb, of course, also had plans of attacking himself with that proxy gateway on the right side. We didn't really mention it too much, but yeah, it felt like they kind of attacked, and Neeb got a slightly more fortunate timing there, managed to get more out of that initial trade, although he did lose his main base. He had that fort going and killed so many workers.
It was a scary moment, too, because I know even you and I were kind of questioning whether or not this seemed like it was going to be working, but those force fields on the ramp really helped out, I guess, in cleaning up some of those SCVs. Well, guys, here we are. We're going to be moving into game number 3 on Curious Minds. Up here in the top left-hand side of the map, we have the red Terran player from Kaizi Gaming. He is Spirit.
And in the bottom right, spawning as the blue Protoss player, it is Neeb. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I saw a 13 pylon 14 gate here. Was that correct? I think that's a very fast gateway. I don't think this was a 12 pylon. You were introducing Spirit at that point still, but that's a quick pylon. It is on the low ground, so we could be seeing some type of fast adept. I don't think there's going to be a Zealot added in that. That doesn't really seem to be Neeb's style, usually. But maybe he's been practicing this. Let's take a look at this timing of this gateway.
Yeah, as soon as the gateway finishes up, we're going to see whether or not he's planning to plant down that Zealot. He's got the minerals for it right now, but he is just going to start building those up more and more for the moment, which I guess really indicates more of something along the lines of getting up a Nexus or something instead.
Yeah, it was 12 pylon, by the way. The gateway finishing at 114. 10 seconds earlier than it usually would, which also means that your first unit's going to hit 10 seconds faster. On small maps already, Terran is struggling to get that first bunker up. And if you hit 10 seconds faster, they're going to struggle for 10 seconds more, basically. That's what's most likely going to happen here. Marine Reaper. Now, a lot of people might think this is actually good against an opener with a fast unit, but it tends to not completely be the case because your reactor is delayed by quite a bit, right? Usually you play Marine into reactor, and instead of having one Reaper in that case, you have a reactor. So in the short term, it's slightly worse, but in the long term, it tends to be a lot better against these early gateway openings. I really hope that Spirit realizes what's happening here. He needs to throw down a bunker right now, before that second gas.
Well, it doesn't seem like there's any SCVs heading down to the low ground. There's finally one we see pairing up with that Reaper and is going to be able to get that up. Command center on the way and the factory also getting started on up. We're starting to see that Adept shade on forward and, well, Reaper is going to do a good job of zoning it out for a little bit, but Adept doesn't seem like it's going to feel confident in actually trying to move into that many units right now until the backup arrives.
Yeah, and another brilliant thing here that Spirit did is that he got the second Marine before the reactor, so he definitely made the correct read. The reactor is the absolute standard after this, and you only get another Marine if you feel unsafe. Now his bunker finishes, the CC finishes, and this build has basically been destroyed. Like, Neeb invested a lot in this. This is expensive. Cutting your first worker, yeah, that costs a lot of money. And we'll see that in this game. All of his timings are going to be a bit delayed, and although this Twilight is fast, it's probably not going to be in time to get Blink for the first mine drop.
Well, Neeb's going to have to try and find some value in this situation just by denying some of the mining over in the natural, but also has to be very careful not to overstay his welcome as the first Hellion pops on out, is able to kill off the first Reaper, who should be able to get a Marine, potentially two, but now lets that Shade finish and gets out of there with at least one of those Adepts as he immediately starts up Blink behind this, adding on a couple of those gateways and getting ready for the eventual aggression that's going to be coming out of Spirit now.
Yeah, and that aggression is most likely just going to be some minor harassment, right? With this mine drop, without Blink, it's going to be really difficult. You're already lower worker count than you usually would be. It's not a great situation here for Neeb.
Hellion pops on forward, gets a full scout of everything. Gateway timing, Twilight Council likely researching that Blink and everything. So Spirit is more or less in the know that Neeb is not doing anything too crazy or funky after that initial follow-up. And Well, Widowmine's going to head over to the right-hand side. It is going to be a little bit of a question. Is Neeb going to be fully prepared? And he's already sending that probe over to that right-hand side of the north of his natural. Getting that pylon down is going to give him a little bit of advance notice on the positioning of this drop.
Yeah, Spirit actually building one extra depot before the barracks is something I don't see very often. He went 46 out of 62 there. It actually does delay your barracks a little bit. Perhaps because he knew he wanted to get that Raven before, and even felt like he might want to get a tank. Doesn't quite seem to be the case yet. This mine drop is going to hit quite a bit before Blink. I'm a little bit disappointed in Spirit not realizing that Blink would not be done here after that 12th pylon, because if you see these two adapts being chronoed out so fast, you know that Blink can't be there.
Yeah, well, looks like Neeb is going to be able to get away with it, though, as the drum does not really feel confident in moving in, and now Blink is going to be finishing up in a handful of seconds, so he's able to deal with those Widowmine drops a lot more effectively if they do decide to move on in. But Spirit at least going to be able to just keep that medevac over in the corner, and Neeb effectively constantly has to be vigilant about it potentially moving in, because an unharmed medevac at full health points, you really do just need to react to it.
I think Spirit misread this, by the way. I think he saw a bunker on the high ground as well. He truly believed that this was going to be some big dedicated aggression. Meanwhile, Neeb's just building 4 stalkers saying, ta-da! Maybe I want to jump in. He sees the bunker right now, and Neeb's like, well, maybe another day. I don't think I can actually enter this base right now. Neeb's already building a Robo-Bay forge. This is kind of greedy. The infrastructure is going to stay low. We won't see 8 gateways here within it. There's 2 bunkers on the low ground. This is a big defensive investment. Holy crap.
Yeah.
That's a turret? Is there a turret in the main as well, perhaps? Not in the main.
Oh, yeah, we got some picture-in-picture there, and we did see a little bit of harassment coming in. The medevac is going to try and drop off these Widowmines as well, and okay, gets a stalker, gets a couple of probes, but not quite the damage that I think Spirit was probably looking for. It looks like it was some of that Raven auto turret harassment. Didn't find too much damage over there, and I mean, all to your point there, Harstum. At this point, Spirit is so invested on that defensive side because he clearly just misread how aggressive Neeb was playing to be, as he already had a 3rd base and everything on the low ground that I have to assume Spirit just didn't see or something.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. He's going to allow Neeb to get a couple more warp ins in, and perhaps even finish that Colossi, which wouldn't have finished perhaps before. Still feels like Spirit wants to move out. I do think it's correct grabbing some map control on a map like Curious Minds. I mean, the rush distance is literally 3 seconds. You fall out of bed, you're in your opponent's base. 3rd CC is on the way as well. You have a mine drop. This is a classic Spirit move, by the way. Sending one of these medevacs out for a double mine drop while your first push is moving out. This obviously can be spotted if you see that there's only a single medevac with this push and you know you took out the first medevac already.
Oh man, Spirit trying to take a little bit of a chance as he steams in the center of the map, expecting that the stalkers would maybe be there. Only has that one medevac, so these units are going to take quite a bit of time to actually heal up, and doesn't actually find any of the stalkers whatsoever. In fact, even just backing off right now as the Raven tries to move in. During all this, Neeb has finished up charge. He's going to be able to get the Raven almost. He does manage to snag that. Has a Colossus out. Neeb is looking to be in such a stellar position defensively. And the big problem, even though those supplies don't really reflect it, is that Spirit is so far behind on having that 3rd base actually established.
Yeah, he does have a good SCV count though. So we have a double drop in the natural. Neeb is paying attention. Armory finished up. Very nice here. Good job, Spirit, with that armory timing. That was a beautiful timing there, as some of these probes will end up falling. Viking gets... What is this Viking gonna do? Oh, he's looking for the prism.
Oh, he got it.
Down. Really cool.
It has a kill, yeah. It got the warp prism.
Yeah.
Medevac is still alive. It looks like Neeb just barely missed out on that, but we're seeing a scan coming down at this location. Is he looking for a 4th base from Neeb right now?
I think Spirit is a little bit confused. He's building 2 more bunkers again. He seems to really believe that Neeb wants to attack him, and it is very possible that Neeb is going to attack. I mean, he's on 4 gas, warping in a lot of Zealots here. Templar Archives will go down, so perhaps a push with 1-2 Archons, bunch of Zealots, Colossi. I don't think Neeb can attack into this position, honestly.
That's a very tough army to try and beat in that location, especially even just with a few siege tanks to complement that. Neeb's Colossus count is only at 2 right now, so he would need a phenomenally good engagement to try and make this work, and I don't think going into the bunkers is really going to be the engagement he's looking for. He is poking on forward. He should start seeing the supply depots and things like that. I don't mind the idea of him picking away a little bit at some of the out skirmish units, but if you stick around for too long, Stim is going to allow the army to pounce on you immediately.
This is a great Stalker move, by the way. Spirit is known for trying to drop around this type of army. So he kind of fakes a move out and then wants to find 1 or 2medevacs. He has very good map vision as well right now. Neep is playing this game very well so far, I have to admit. Fort base already being taken as well. 2 Archons now get morphed in. Scariest point is going to be when these Ghosts and the enhanced shockwaves hit the field, because let's be real, this army isn't that great if they don't have shield.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Enhanced Shockwave's almost halfway done, and with a situation where Spirit is so well bunkered down and hunkered down that it doesn't seem feasible for Neeb to really attack into that. Doesn't seem like Neeb is going to be able to do a whole lot before Enhanced Shockwaves finishes. So I guess the question is Neeb going to start thinking about adding on a few other unit types into his army? He's got a few more gateways adding on. He's, of course, focusing on getting up some of those upgrades as well, but no other tech really coming out just yet. And it looks like he's finally going to start adding on at least some of the disruptors.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a second robo here. Yeah, second robo gets thrown down. These gateways will finish up. Feels like Spirit's just really gearing up for one massive push, and that massive push needs to hit honestly pretty soon before the disruptor count gets above 2 or 3.
Oh, he's starting in a little bit of a move out. He's at least poking around the map. He's got a handful of those ghosts. Gets a great EMP on a majority of the Zealots over here. And now, as he fights and kites around the little edge on the map, that's going to be a really, really nice set of trades over there. Even EMPs on most of the Stalkers in the front lines as well. Doesn't quite get the Archons, but, I mean, Neeb cannot really fight at this exact moment.
Yeah, he really can't. He wants to try, though. I really do think that that would be an error if Neeb decides to go in that position. Spirit, I'm not quite sure if he wants to go into that camping style or if he's gearing up for a massive push. A camping style on Curious Minds is... it's difficult to pull off because this map is so easy to attack on. It's very difficult to defend well more than 4 bases. Actually, defending more than 3 bases is already very tricky, and taking a 5th will be close to impossible. I don't even want to consider the 6th base for Spirit potentially. I don't think that perhaps Neeb should consider taking gas 5 and 6 at least. Maybe even go up to gas 7 and 8 at the same time as well. Start considering something like a Dark Shrine at some point. He does have a lot of minerals, but getting pure Zealots against a Ghost army isn't all that great.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen some Protoss players able to get to extremely scary hyper late game armies when you are just given a bit of space to breathe. If Spirit wants to play that back off and camp out style, as he's adding on a fusion core and additional command centers, I think nothing else could really say I'm ready to play this for the long term than more than that. But Neeb, yeah, as soon as he identifies that this is going to be the case, the posturing and stuff is not bad as long as he doesn't lose too much or fire disruptors into his own army. Hits his own Archons. Okay, Neeb, you know, you haven't lost anything from those mistakes just yet, but please be very careful.
Yeah, that was a bit of an error there. So 6 more gateways go down. It really feels like Neeb just wants to stay on this army forever. Great EMPs here, by the way, denying a potential recall. No super battery available either then. Oh.
Snipes off a disruptor as well, as that was one of the first units on the field, but is going to be losing a handful of these units, including some of the ghosts and stuff. I don't think it's the end of the world because Spirit is also attacking on the south side, and Neeb's army is very much so not there. EMP is coming off yet again. There should be another Nexus he can recall to, but Neeb is not thinking about recalling. He's saying, well, half of your army I just picked off, the other half is on the other side of the map, so let's go.
Yeah, I actually really like this call. He has a lot of money in the bank. He has a lot of production spread over different bases as well, which means that he can still warp in a crap ton. The problem could be, though, if Spirit manages to defend his base with these tanks and Neeb now needs to recall. This is not a recall. Ooh, this could go very wrong. Disruptor shots will go down. Vikings will move back, but Neeb seems to come out of this kind of alive. Still has a lot of money in the bank as well.
Colossus even managed to survive. Disruptors mostly managed to survive, and it's mostly just the Zealots and a handful of the Stalkers that go down on the front line. So at the end of the day, Spirit knocked down a base and basically has a very softened up orbital command as his 4th base now.
Yeah, this was just a trade, I guess. I really thought this could be the start of a massive base trade here. Ends up both players agreeing, no, actually we want to play a little bit more. Dark Shrine now is coming down, 3-3 on the way as well here for Neeb, and the first nuke is being researched in this Ghost Academy. Both of these Nexus being rebuilt as well here. First 4 Liberators. Are these the first 4? I think we already have a couple. Yeah, that would be super useful in these defensive positions. Tanks as well, though. Neep, can you really attack into this?
I mean, maybe if he had some of the sickest Disruptor shots ever, but it looks like even he is starting to reconsider that decision. Stalker's going to blink down to the south side. There's only one Liberator left over right now, but that was a very, very aggressive position to attack into. It looks like he's going to try and go again. There is a Liberator harassment getting set up. He gets a great Disruptor shot on that south side, and now the Siege Tank's really not close enough to cover the orbital command, which does go down. Liberator is going to try and force Neeb a little bit further back, and Neeb looking to try and snag some of those SCVs, doesn't find it, and very awkwardly is going to also get snagged by some of the Widow Mine shots. There's an orbital command or a command center just above Neeb's army as well. He just doesn't know about it yet.
Yeah, that's the most optimistic 5th base I've seen in my entire life, honestly. It's like you just see your 3rd get picked up, it's like, let's try the 5th perhaps. This Prism is going to get taken out by these Marines as well. Nuke gets thrown down on that base of Neep. Will actually land and get a bunch of probes. That's a good pickup there for Spirit. Of course, Neep still mining a lot more than his opponent right now. But Spirit needs to just kind of stabilize, I think, initially on 4 bases, grow that Liberator count, and then try to march across the map at some point. And on Curious Mind, that can happen really, really quick. One moment where you don't have complete vision and boom, Soul is in your natural with 10 Liberators.
Yeah, I think one of the dangers here for Spirit is that he really does not have a bank right now. And yes, he's maxed out, but if he takes another poor trade, or if he actually is just taking a trade right now where it's 1-for-1, Neeb is going to be a lot happier with that because he can replenish quite a bit of army supply right now. This is a very, very nice pylon snag over here. Going to depower Casual 4 gateways, and, well, Neeb gonna try trading out some Zealots in maybe not the most ideal way. I think he maybe killed off like 3 units there for 12 or something.
I'm quite sure if we could even call that a trade there, Fear Dragon. This is like burning your own Pokemon cards and telling your brother you traded them out. It's like, I don't think your brother will be too happy there.
I produced Ash. It was an exchange of some regard.
Yeah, it's not quite what you want. I actually believe there was an opportunity there as well for Spirit to perhaps march across the map. And Spirit now wants to take his 5th base. Oh my god, Neep is not completely paying attention to his army right now. He needs to get a couple of Dark Templars out on the map to control that left side at the same time. Because I think if he loses map control here, Spirit gets in a position where they fight. I don't see Neep win this.
This is actually getting really, really awkward just because Neeb's Stargates are also so much later on compared to how fast the Liberator count has actually grown. So Liberators are just able to so easily zone out Neeb's army, even stacking a Disruptor on a little bit of that retreat path. And like you said, this is Curious Minds. It's a very small map. The idea of sieging up your Liberators across the map is not really as crazy of a thought as it would be on some other armies. Oh my god, that Disruptor hit! Gonna actually open up the floodgates for the Stalkers to blink forward and sniping off every single one of those Liberators. Take back everything I said. He doesn't need it anymore. The Liberators have no cover.
Yeah, all you need to do is kill 35 supply with a single Disruptor hit, and just like that, the push ends. Who would have thought? Another blink in? I'm not too fond of that one, though. Liberator count just got absolutely reset, and Spirit will have to start building up again from 0, well, from 2 at this point. Supply is still very high, though. Yeah, the bottom base out of Neep is absolutely bananas. I love that.
I actually really like it because if this is turning into a straight-up mine out and stay extremely passive situation, Neep mining from the future bases of Spirit is definitely one of the ways to shorten the lifespan of his style. But Neep spend a lot of his bank to remax this army and remake a lot of it. He's remade a lot of the Disruptors, and he's going to try and take advantage of the fact that Spirit still has a lot of his army in production right now, which means if he finds him in a bad spot, he can go for this kind of attack, get the Disruptors to take out a lot of army supply, and we're starting to see that Spirit's response is abandon this base and go for the counterattack.
Yeah, and I think this is the correct play. You probably should have done it a bit faster already. If you're defending with just Liberators, it's so hard against Disruptor Stalker armies. As Spirit will push this army back temporarily. We'll take out that bottom base as well at the same time, but Neep has so many bases that taking out just bases is not going to be good enough. Disruptor's trying to defend, but too afraid to hit their own Zealot, so that Disruptor shot kind of got steered towards the side. Free call out of Neep, and he still has 2.3k in the bank. He has superior eco, he has more workers. The only thing he's lacking right now is an army on the map. He needs to start moving on the map ASAP again, because he needs to keep Spirit at home. As long as Spirit is at home, he's not dangerous to Neep whatsoever.
Yeah, Spirit is also really prioritizing Liberator reproduction over here, as well as adding in some more of those ghosts. 3 more Liberators being added on to, I think, the 5 or 6 that are already out. And Neep, he had all those Stargates actually coming on up, but I haven't actually seen a whole lot of units outside of the 1 or 2, I think, Void Rays to help deal with some of the Liberator harassment coming on out. So I don't know that he can really rely on another 35 armies to Disruptor supply hit just to then blink the rest of the Stalkers on the Liberators, but yeah, he's going to try and go for that kind of game.
Yeah, I think this is completely fine. As long as you're in control of that middle area and you can threaten a third base, if you're up in bases, you will always out-trade a Terran with better eco. So that's really no problem here whatsoever. We see Neep is doing a good job. Spirit is on a bit of a timer here because he's mining less. He knows he needs to get in a position. And there's just no distraction for this army. So Neep can just keep throwing Disruptor balls. And if he ever gets pushed back a bit, he'll just march to the left and say, ta-da, I can just take out your third base and I can go into your natural if I want to. Then you need to deal with DTs without any scans.
And these are not units that right now Spirit can afford to replace. The Zealots actually just abandon ship on the third base and say, well, Liberator siege up over there, so I'll just kill off some of the production as it's popping on out. Disruptor's looking for some kind of connection. It's not going to be able to find any, but again, like you said, Arstam, he is just zoning Spirit out, continuing to find good trades actually with these Zealots, trading against the newly produced units. And while both these players are broke, the difference in supply does not lie.
It definitely does not. I still like that Neep is being kind of careful here with this army. I think he could move on top of it. I do believe he can win here, but there's really no hurry for him. He can be patient. He still has that bottom left side base as well. He has the top right side base, which is being set up with a couple of workers, and he's even has control of this watchtower right now. There's not enough Liberators, there's not enough bio, and at this point there's not even enough medevacs anymore. All of these medevacs are empty, and we see a couple of them being rebuilt. 8 more SCVs do go down somewhere, and yeah, Neep is in firm control of this game at this moment.
Yeah, being up 2 actual mining bases is going to be a huge boon for Neep in this situation. He's going to be able to find a couple more of these Liberators. Not necessarily the most ideal trades in the end, but he can afford it, and Spirit really can't. Spirit is effectively, he's forced to try and defend this position. No matter what happens, he needs that base. He cannot afford not to have that base anymore.
Yeah, it's very painful for Spirit because he needs to absolutely defend it. I like this split off though. That's kind of cool. He might be able to grab a couple of units. There's no medevacs with this army yet. Disruptor could deal a lot of damage. Neep does pay attention here. Almost hits his own Zealots once again. Blink forward, will snipe that Liberator. Another medevac goes down. And this could be perhaps the final fight if Neep wants to engage into it. But so far he seems extremely patient. And of course there's no real reason still for him to fight.
Yeah, I mean, in a worst case scenario, you take a really, really bad forced engagement and there maybe some crazy counterattack. It complicates the game. Maybe in a worst case, you end up in an even-ish situation, which I don't think that Neep has to do right now. So he's taking it nice and slow. He's building up a little bit more of that bank as well, as he's spent most of his gas, but is building up some of those minerals for any kind of charge load reinforcements. Finding this army, and he blinks directly on top of it, able to force out a trade roll. The Disruptors zone out the other side. Spirit gonna get caught with 2 Disruptor hits to the face. Double the army supply as Spirit taps out, and Neep takes his first series of the group.
Yeah, fantastic play out of the American Protoss player, struggling in that game 1 with the mass Widow Mine drops, but picking himself up and saying, hey, wait a second, if I get into that mid game, I have a pretty decent chance. And even on Curious Mind, one of the most Terran favored maps, he managed to do it. Played a fantastic game here, sometimes in the control perhaps a bit sloppy, but of course it is on the stage. There's a lot of pressure on him because he needed to win this series to have any type of fighting chance.
Very, very important for him to actually have any kind of chance in the groups. And of course, Soul, or I guess Spirit, also still going to be having a chance in the groups. He's going to be in a little bit of a rougher spot, but there's going to be a lot of importance on that final match for him, I believe, versus Rogue, as that will be the next match he has to play in his hometown to see if he can advance out of the group stages. Really, really important match for both of these players, and, well, the American hero is going to be the one that comes out victorious on this one.
Yeah, Spirit looking a little frustrated there at the end as well once those Disruptor shots started hitting, but yeah, the game was over for the past 4 or 5 minutes, and it was just this extended death animation that Spirit was in. sometimes it is very difficult to accept that you have lost, especially if it's one of your own maps, especially if the early game didn't even go that poor. But I do believe we're gonna throw it to the studio where we have Calaris waiting for us. Take it away, James.
Thank you very much, Harston. Yes, that's right. Great to see Neeb getting himself a win on the board after all of this is said and done. I was like, I'm over here, hello. Yeah, we got the trophy there, beautiful. But of course, Ben and as well as ZG joining me here to talk about this one. It's great to see actually Neeb get that win on the board. It might not really matter too much, but get a win, I think some extra money for it all, good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. To win money based off the best of 3 victories. Yes. So that is still something to keep in mind. But I also think for a lot of the players, just about like saying, like, I'm actually pretty good. Like, I'm not just gonna, bomb out here. And Neeb, he, not gonna make it out of the group, but he has shown that his PVT actually is worth considering. It didn't look so great for the first game. It seemed like it was just gonna be momentum as far as Neeb losses favoring Spirit. But then Neeb was able to mentally recover and bring in that game 2 and that game 3 and look even quite maybe dominant towards the end of it too. Yeah, we were saying while Sphere Dragon was on the desk as well, Ben, that in a lot of the series it didn't feel like Neeb was able to get that ball rolling, but this series it did, and you can see what he can do there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was kind of conflicted at the start of this match because I was like, I would love Spirit to actually make it out of this group, and I think beating Neeb would obviously give him a way greater chance, but I was also like, Neeb's good enough that I don't want him to go like 0-5 in the group because he is a really damn good player. But yeah, I was busy watching Solar versus Cure. Honestly, a real cracker of a best of 3. It just ended with Solar defeating him 2-1, but some of the weirdest builds I've ever seen.
Ooh, okay. Well, actually, now speaking of that, why don't you actually tell us a little bit more about Cure and Solar?
I can tell you a little bit. So I don't quite have it ready here. I mean, I potentially could get it ready, but. Sure. Cure, like in the 3rd game, it was on Hardwire, which isn't a good map for them. He went for a Barracks reactor opening, 0 scout whatsoever, and then he went 3 CC, double engineering bay, and it was just like, oh my goodness, you're really pushing it. But, and then it got to a game where he did a 2-2 timing, and he hit 2-2 like as Solar's 1-1 finished, so really far ahead, but still lost the fights, man. Like, Bailey's just don't care about upgrades, like they really don't.
Do you know what, Ben? I underestimated you. I was stood here thinking to myself, Ben's not watching that game at all because he wasn't here. He was doing it back there.
Back there, I get all 3 screens, James, and it was amazing. It was amazing. Like, first 2 games as well. Nice mech play. I can tell you all about it.
Oh, nice. Well done. Well, get you.
I'm glad you didn't test me, though. Glad you didn't test me.
No, ZG, you had a Rogue versus Dream as well, correct?
I did, yeah, and ended 2-0 in Rogue's favor. So actually, across all of these last couple of TVZs, so mine, Ben's, and then as well as the one we previously cast, there was a lot more mech. It's like all of a sudden something just like prompted it. So Dream did mech first, and I guess Solar said that he was worried about it, and then suddenly everyone was doing mech, and actually a lot of the same mech too, and with varying results. Cure actually got a victory, but then also a loss with mech. Dream, unfortunately, just straight up got the loss with mech. Just Rogue, I think, was kind of already aware of it and on top of it, and was able to strike a bit too hard when Dream was not prepared.
Okay, fair play, fair play. Thank you very much for that. Let's take a look at the highlights then back from this series here as Neeb's able to make a little bit of a recovery in this group, making sure he doesn't bomb out completely as we have the start of this series, Ben, and how it goes down.
Some of these Widowmine shots were fairly juicy, to say the least, and I do believe Spirit took this map after a pretty damn decent opening, because whenever you go Phoenix, especially Phoenix Oracle, it's always a weird one. I was talking with Harston and Rotterdam backstage beforehand, I think yesterday, and it was like, how do you hold this off? And I was like, I think if you go Phoenix, you go Phoenix. Like, double Phoenix is much easier, or if you go Oracle, double Oracle. Having one of each always makes it a bit weird, but it was very nice to see Neeb come out with a few different unit compositions and just handle them very well. Like, it seemed like a different Neeb in this series compared to the rest.
CG?
Pretty much he was able to get started, absolutely. A lot of the other builds that he was facing against the other Terrans, they kind of started the ball rolling on the Terran side of things. So when he finally was actually able to do his thing, even mix it up with a more aggressive build himself, yeah, he was actually able to take control and show us the old Neeb.
I also spoke with Reynor backstage, and he was watching the Rogue series with Neeb because I didn't get to see it. Apparently the first game, super macro game, but then it was like just 2 Ling Floods to knock him out. So yeah, Neeb's just encountered a hell of a lot of cheese and aggressive plays from everybody today. But when he can actually get going, that's when you really see him come alive.
Final moments of this series as well, and Spirit had some disruptor shots hit him quite handedly, I think it's fair to say.
It is fair to say.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. All right, well, that is how it stands. Neeb gets himself the victory, and we will now head over to an interview with him to see what he thinks here in Group A.
Thank you very much, James. Neeb here, of course, getting a nice victory. Congrats, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
It was, you know, a very good turnaround. Game 1, though, didn't start out too clean for you. And I was just curious, because we've been seeing a lot of these one-base Widowmine drops, these very aggressive build orders, and you had the Phoenix, you had the Oracles. Feels like one of the most kind of high-level things when, you know, I think for the average viewers watching, they go, oh my god, you're juggling, there's the second drop comes in. Can you just talk us through, like, kind of what's the hardest part about that, or what maybe was the main mistake in that first game?
Yeah, the hardest part is whenever you lose detection and then the mines just sit there burrowed, and you have to remember to like move your probes away after like 25 seconds, because that's how long it takes for the mine to recharge. And if you just mess up once and a big shot connects with like 8 or 10 probes, then it's kind of over. So it was really like I lost the Oracle to one of the Widow mines, and then earlier on, I think the third Widow mine killed like 5 probes when it hit my Phoenix, and that was also really bad.
So that's one of those things. So I can imagine you're trying to make sure there's no follow-up drops coming in, right? Because there could be a second or third medevac as well.
Of course there's going to be a follow-up.
Yeah.
But yeah, you just have to try to clean up the first one fast enough so that you can be ready for the second one.
It always feels like the second one's coming in right hot on the tail, and I can imagine. So you've got, say there's 3 Widow mines burrowed in the base. You're trying to remember 3 different timers of kind of when they're going to go off roughly to pull those probes away, get a new Oracle out. It sounds like a nightmare to manage.
Yeah, but at least like all the Widow mines shoot generally at the same time, so you just kind of have to remember 25 seconds. Or you can just do like 30 seconds and give it some buffer room.
Do you actually glance at the timer for that on the side, or do you just kind of try to remember it in your head?
I try to glance at the timer in practice games, but this, I don't know, I was just stressed and I didn't do it this time. I just kind of had to guess.
I would be impressed if you looked at the timer in a high tense situation like that. Nonetheless, you came back from there. So a rough game 1, game 2, some really nice kind of Zealot Phoenix play, really good force fields, kind of cutting off his first push. Do you feel that game just went all according to plan?
Yeah, that game probably went the most of what I had practiced with this Phoenix stuff. And if they play 3x like that, then I do some big push on their third base. And yeah, that game went as planned.
Yeah, I like your handling as well. There was a moment where he was kind of in your main. And there's a lot of that, right, when you're playing against Spirit, where he likes to drop and go around and backstab. But I noticed game 2 and game 3, you wouldn't kind of snap recall. You'd say, hey, let's kill a base, kill a lot of SCVs, and kind of handle it. So it kind of feels like that's the secret to taking down Spirit is, you know, you've got to balance handling lots of drops, lots of Liberator harassment, and also punish him on the front but by denying his bases at the same time. So there's a lot of kind of splitting your army just right.
Right, yeah. And it's tough because Spirit plays like this, but not many Terrans do this, where they just kind of drop everywhere no matter what. And it is always tough making the judgment call of whether you should back off or whether you should keep pushing.
Yeah, well, you handled it really well there, so congrats on that win. I want to kind of cast your mind back. You know, we were just hearing the guys on the desk talking about lots of cheesy builds and rushes. I mean, the double proxy Marauder coming out earlier. Yeah, it feels like lots of people have kind of done a lot of these kind of surprising build orders, and you've also been taking some gold bases as well. So do you feel like just kind of the build orders have been a little unlucky for you today?
Yeah, a bit unlucky, but I think my preparation was a little bit lackluster because it's kind of obvious with me being the only Protoss and me not being one of the strongest players of the group that they just wouldn't prepare and do some kind of random cheeses on the match day. So I could have prepared for more, like a more defensive style that would defend these cheeses better.
That's kind of interesting because my intuition, I was thinking, would be that they'd play a bit more standard against you if that was their thought process. So that's interesting hearing that kind of high-level perspective.
Well, it's nice to get like some kind of initiative in the game. So if you did like open up with something a bit weird and then just play a macro game after that, like that's what I was expecting, and that's kind of what they did. It wasn't like, I mean, not like extremely cheesy, except like that one cure game.
Yeah.
Where we did the double barracks, and I mean that was just my mistake not making the battery, because I was a bit confused what it was, although I knew it was Proxy 2 barracks, so I really don't know why I skipped the battery that game.
Just one of those small things under pressure, right? In the heat of the moment.
And unfortunately that's like the deciding factor too.
Indeed. Of course, you know, I think the game on Pride against Rogue, I just wanted to touch on that really quickly because that's the one I kind of saw with like the Ling Floods coming in as your Adepts are going to pressure. I mean, both of you taking gold bases on Pride. That's got to be always a very kind of chaotic game where it can suddenly go one way or the other, right?
Yeah, but I think it favors Protoss quite a bit. Just the problem was that I didn't make a wall with my buildings, because if you could imagine like my pylon, my robo, and my battery forming like a nice little wall where I could put like 4 Adepts in between it, then I think I would have won pretty easily. But no one really Ling Floods because it doesn't work, but then Rogue did it. So I wasn't prepared for it because people generally, if they were going to cheese, they do some kind of roach stuff. And I mean, the link stuff doesn't work, but he did it and it worked. So I don't know what I can say, really.
That's kind of the genius of Rogue sometimes, isn't it? Is he does the thing which no one else is doing, and you go, is this even good? But, well, it is, because nobody's ready for it. So very well played, though, to get this win. You've got another match coming up. Best of luck. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Neeb. Thank you, everyone, for watching at home. We'll be back after a short break.
The most annoying strat you play against is probably Mutas in CVC. They are pretty annoying, and to CVC in general is pretty annoying, to be fair.
일단 토스들의 공업 포격기 운영이 제일 불합리하다고 생각을 많이 했고 그냥 토스전이 제일 힘든 것 같습니다.
저는 뮤탈리스크가 제일 짜증나는 것 같아요.
The Void Ray is Imba.
That's not a hard question at all. It's the Queen Walk from Zerg.
세랄 or 레이널?
올 프로토스 플레이어.
전술이라기보다는 이제 종족이 있는데 테란이 너무 까다롭고 이제 짜증나요, 할 때마다. 이제 혼자 연습을 할 때도 테란이랑 할 때만 유독 짜증이 나는 경우가 많은 것 같아요.
I think right now the most annoying strategy to play against would be lurkers. When Zerg makes lurkers.
We don't mind traps.
I'd be the Infestor. I think I have already said it a couple of times, but it's probably my favorite unit, and I'd like to be a little bit more of the support troll, not necessarily in the front lines, but kind of just throw the spells in.
불사조 하고 싶습니다. 그냥 스피드가 되게 빠르고 잘 안 죽기도 하고 그냥 제일 빨라서인 것 같습니다.
배틀크루저요. 왜냐면 제일 오래 살 것 같아요. 테란 유닛 중에 너무 다 금방 죽어가지고 그게 제일 나은 것 같아요.
A Battle Cruiser, because Battle Cruiser is the most strongest unit in StarCraft.
I think I would be a Dark Templar to be invisible.
그 추적자? 전멸? 빨리빨리 돌아다니는 게 너무 부러워요.
보이드레이.
되고 싶은 유닛은 제 트레이드 마크인 분열기라고 해야 될 것 같은데요. 어차피 대한민국 사람이라면은 해병이 되기 때문에 그냥 해병 첫 번째로는 분열기고 두 번째로는 해병일 것 같아요.
I think I would be the Hellion. I really liked how fast it is and it's very annoying.
I think I would be a Stalker. I like blinking around, seems pretty fun.
I don't think there's any massive pranksters going around right now. I think Marine Lord was a pretty big prankster. But...
솔라 선수라고 생각합니다. 그냥 재밌는 것 같습니다. 같이 있으면 말도 많고 재밌는 것 같습니다.
병렬이랑 제일 친해가지고 저는 로그가 제일 재밌는 것 같아요.
Ryong.
That's a hard question. I don't have a good answer.
변?
다들 이제 늙었다 보니까 다들 대화가 좀 없어지고 약간 무게감 있는 게 아니고 약간 경제 위주의 대화를 해가지고 사실 다들 그냥 재밌게 잘 지내는 것 같아요. 특별하게 뭐 장난을 많이 치거나 이런 사람은 딱히 없는 것 같고 그냥 다들 좀 늙었다 약간 이렇게 말하고 싶네요.
장난을 많이 치는 선수는 저인 것 같고 이게 재미있는 선수는 이제 지금은 군대에 간 이노베이션 신영영인 것 같아요.
The funniest one is probably me, actually.
I would say Harston is probably the funniest. Like, I think he's just a very outgoing personality, and he's like good at telling jokes and stuff. So yeah, I would pick him.
We're good to go. I'm not sure what you were even talking about there, but we're back. The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice here as we have got ourselves into the last series, or the last couple of series for this group. Joining me to my left-hand side, ZG, and you might already know it's Rotterdam. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. I was just saying that normally when we are here, there are 17 different scenarios of who could still advance, who's going to finish what. And this time, it's actually pretty straightforward. And obviously, we're going to cover that. But I did not get the notification that we were live.
Didn't you? Only me?
Him up. No, neither one of us are
okay. No, you cheeky guys back there. Poor Rotterdam, you know? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We have now our TVT that's going to be on the way here on the main stage, and then we have a few other matches that are going on. But the ins and outs of this group right now.
It's simple, James. It's simple. The people already know.
Yes. Unfortunately for two players, they are done. And we have a Cure versus Dream, which is very important, right?
Yes, that is literally going to decide who actually makes it into the round of 12 or above, or who actually has to go home or go to the hotel and drink, or wherever they want to go for it.
No.
But yeah, it's going to be between Cure and Dream, and then there's a little bit more math that maybe Roddy can go over again about who might make top one.
Yeah, obviously neither of these guys can still win the group. I don't think that's doable, but most likely it's going to be between Solar and Rogue. They both play two different people. If Solar just wins 2-0, he takes first place in the group, and that's a very big deal. Second or third, that actually doesn't matter too much. Sometimes you can say, oh, it's better seeding, but other groups are very stacked as well, so that doesn't change a whole lot. But if you win the group, you can skip the round of 12, you go directly into the round of 8. And all that Solar needs to do is get a 2-0 over Neep, then he takes first place. If he loses a map or he loses the series, then Rogue with a 2-0 can obviously take first place. But basically Solar has it in his own hands, and these two, the Terrans, I mean, this really is a pretty hype match, because they both have it in their own hands as well. All they need to do is win their best of 3.
Yes, and I think in particular, and I think you guys will probably agree with me, that might be a little bit more scary for Dream than Cure, considering the recent records.
Yes, it's very true that they have it in their own hands, but Dream's not looking so hot. His victories against Cure are far and few in between. Especially recently, he has not won a match in some time. So we are looking at this as Cure's absolute just best chance to make it into the top 3. It's definitely not a sure thing, because Dream kind of showed up more in general for Katowice. So it's like, okay, can he continue with the ball rolling, I suppose? But we would expect this to end in Cure's favor. I said the same thing about Spirit versus Neepjo, and I was wrong about that.
Yeah, well, so it happens sometimes. We can actually take a look at fully at the groups and the numbers and how those stack up as well here, due to, you know, concerned viewers and how things are looking. And you can see here right now, unfortunately for Neep and Spirit, it is donezo. They are still playing their match, as you know previously stated, and there is still money on the line for those best of 3 victories. But it will be an all-Korean top 3 here for Group A Rotterdam, and it just depends on that order here, there, and everywhere.
It might be a bit confusing that Rogue right now is in first place, but there are 2 things that matter. First of all, is the map differential. If they both win 2-0, they will obviously be both +5 in maps, and then people will be like, Solar beat Rogue, so he's first. That's actually not the reason why he's first. He'd be first because he has 9 map wins, and Rogue would have 8 map wins. But TLDR, they just need to win 2-0. And the TVT in the center of this group, yeah, that's what it's all about. Of course, the guys at the bottom still have something to fight for, so it's not like they're going to give a walk in the park. Because at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, you do get prize money for every single best of 3 you win in the group stage. So Neeb and Spirit are obviously going to do their best, but yeah, it's pretty beautiful when the final match of the group is going to determine everything.
Yeah.
And that's this TVT right here.
Absolutely. And as you're saying, you know, with the kind of map differences, potential things that can come along for Solar, you know, down the line, that one map win in the first series of the day that he got against Spirit when Spirit defeated him could be very impactful here.
Yes, because otherwise he would only have +2, and then even if he would end, let's say, like 4-1, and Rogue would end 4-1, and he beat Rogue, Rogue would still take first place.
Yeah,
and the first place matters, because that's the direct seed into the quarterfinals. So yeah, James, you were just spot on.
Well, I just kind of, you know, lean on you guys to help me out, and I'll state the obvious things, and then you do the full explaining. So.
And then I'll ruin your intros.
Well, you tried, but we got there, you know. And speaking of getting there, let's go over to the stage now as we greet on our two Terrans here for the final bout.
It's going to be a civil war between the two Terran players to decide who's going to be the last one out of Group A. This is going to be a very important match. It is Dream versus Cure. For the final series of this group, alongside others, of course, we have the mean Terran machines making their way to the stage to try and vanquish one another. The only problem is, for Dream, he's up against it. Cure has a big winning record against him. And coming into this group, Dream's going to have to pull some of that magic from the start of this group, Rotterdam, because he looked good then, needs to look good now.
I also really think he needs to take off that jacket, man. Like, I could not imagine making it into Diamond League wearing that jacket. So, come on, Dream. For the love of everything, please take it off. I know some of these pro gamers, they can play in any condition, but this can't possibly be optimal. But yeah, he looked good. He looked on point. Wasn't quite able to really carry that momentum from winning his first two series against, with all due respect, weaker players in this group. But he still put up a good fight even against Solar. And this is kind of it. I like the impression he gave us in the interviews as well. He's like, this is a fresh start. I'm really feeling for it. I'm going to give my career, you know, a whole new boost. Well, this is showtime.
Yeah.
It's tough, but I think there are chances, despite the fact that the numbers prove the opposite.
Yeah, better do it now up against this man, Cure. And as you say, with the numbers, how they are, it really does feel almost like destiny that Cure's the guy that should be going through here.
Yes, absolutely. Dream has won 7 series, Cure has won 39, and Cure has won the last 6 times that they have faced off, to give some specifics. But what's kind of cool, I guess, to kind of put the positive spin, if Cure does actually get into the top 3 by winning this best of 3, then he actually has continued to advance forward in his Katowice placements. So he's actually getting a little bit better every single time, including if he were to make it into the round of 12 here.
Well, and yeah, we should also say that overall Dream has been one of the guys that has stood the test of time when it comes to Katowice. He was there at the very beginning, 2013, and now he's here in 2022. That's kind of ridiculous, Roddy.
It is, because he's also not an in-your-face kind of player. That's like, oh, every tournament I tune into, there's Dream again. Like, no, I feel like he's been around and he plays in tournaments, but then it kind of goes a little quiet around him again. Then suddenly he has these few months where he plays in a lot of online tournaments, and then he falls off a little bit again, or just kind of stops playing. But we know that he's taking this very serious. We know that he's coming in the best possible shape that he could be in, and I still think this is going to be a banger series. Like, yeah, you lose the last 6 in a row, that's very painful. The map score is even more painful because it's 13-1 in the last 14 times they've played. But I looked at the TVT that Cure played against Spirit, I'm like, Sure, he played good, especially that first game, but second game, there was a little bit of gambling involved, and as you know, I'm a loyal fan of Gabe, and I listen to everything that Gabe says on his streams, and these TVTs, they can get a little tricky. There are definitely a couple of corners you can skip, and all of that can truly come together in one best of 3, and that's obviously what Dream needs here.
Yeah, definitely so. The funniest pro gamer in your eyes, Gabe, of course.
Yeah, we were watching that video, right? And it was kind of sad how like everyone is mentioning these pro gamers, and Zone is like, I think I'm the funniest. It's like, oh, but nobody else said that. So, and then yeah, we had a little discussion. Who do I think is the funniest pro gamer? And for me, I just think of the man that makes me laugh the most, and yeah, it's Gabe.
It's got to be Gabe. Yeah, well, many a great Terran, I think is fair to say. We will be seeing some Gabe tomorrow, in fact, over in Group C. Yes, it will be good. And now, coming into this, ZG, any kind of final thoughts before we hit into Cure and Dream here?
Just maybe that Dream, he's been taking down some good Terran players. Like, I know we kind of were hesitant about Ryung. Like, what does it mean to take down Ryung? And does Ryung's advice to Mara really mean that he is also a good TVT player? But I think it does a little bit. Dream does occasionally have good TVTs. It just feels like something really about Cure that trips him up. I think we'll see exactly if that's still the case in Game 1.
All right, let's get to it then here. A big moment for these two. The winner will be moving on into the bracket stage. It's Cure versus Dream.
Only one of these two players is going to be able to find the cure to keep their dream alive. The last series of Group A to see who's going to be able to make it to the playoffs. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm joined here by Wardy, and we are going to be watching this good old TVT, Jonathan.
I do not know why I signed up to cast with you. I do not know. From the puns to my name, which isn't my name, you know, the good thing is the TVT should be good. It will be redeeming.
I am really interested to see how this one's going to go, just because I think specifically because it feels like Dream is actually playing up a level, because I think the stats that everyone's been going over, we keep saying the last 6 matches and stuff, Dream has actually ended up losing to Cure. But I think an extra little tidbit on that is that most of the time that Dream has lost, it's been 2-0s or 3-0s. It has been usually one-sided matches in terms of the series score across the board. And I'm really hopeful right now that because Dream has been playing a new level, he seems more motivated about having this new start and everything that everyone's been talking about. And this is going to be his chance to turn things around. This is where he gets to turn history a little bit on its head.
I really hope it is for him, because I don't think he should be 0-6 against Cure recently. All right, we've got to get straight into it because there's action happening on the map. We'll start in the bottom left-hand corner, though. Our Red Terran player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming is Cure.
And over here on the top right-hand side of the map, we have the blue Terran player from Good Game Gaming. He is Dream.
2 SCVs go on a journey across the map to build some barracks and to have a laugh.
And it is going to be those proxy racks right in front of Cure's main base. Now, Cure gonna be just throwing up that barracks inside of his own main base. That's singular barracks, but adds on the second refinery a little bit faster.
Yep, second gas is one of the more common builds, right? 17 gas number 2. And this is just going to be safe. Typically, this is going to be all right against a proxy, but of course, so much of it does come down to micro. The worst case scenario here is you go 1 gas, and then you look to expand. Your SCV scout sees there's no barracks at the other side of the map, so then you can't expand. You got to throw bunkers up and so on. This from Dream is very much so a pressure. Like, yeah, you want to do some damage, but it's in no way all in. You have a lot of plans behind this. You have a way to transition. You would like to get in, do a bit of damage, couple of SCVs, force a bit of a reaction. If he can do that, he'll be happy, and he's mostly just looking to take control of the early game and then sort of make Cure play his game rather than letting Cure be the one to kind of drive the early kind of stages of this.
And I think a really important thing to note also is that it's not just not an all-in, it's also a relatively common thing to see. Both these players are going to have a lot of experience against. This is not some kind of strange, crazy build by any way, shape, or form for either one of these players. So as soon as Cure got into that main base, he knew roughly what he was probably going to be up against. And he's going to try and do some little micro over here. The Reaper versus Reaper war is very, very close. The SCV going to add in a little bit extra DPS. Cure backs off with his own Reaper. And
oh no!
Gotta say, oh my god, Dream killing it, literally.
That's so bad for Kira. Obviously, he's just going to be a unit down from where he should be. He's built a Marine, but the problem is a Marine, yes, it builds faster, but it's obviously not as sturdy as a Reaper. It goes down straight away here, and now these SCVs keep on chasing. We need this Hellion to come out. Is that the first Hellion? He didn't even start until just now, so the first Hellion's only just on its way, and this is disastrous for Kira. You cannot lose your first Reaper as easily as he did. There's a Reaper over here dealing damage as well, and Kira is down 6 SCVs, and Dream has found a wonderful start, and he's got a Reaper count against a unit count of his opponent that probably still can't defend. One Hellion ain't going to make the difference here, and you can see he's up, he's fighting, he's ready to keep this going. A lot more SCVs going down. Mining time continues to be lost. What a start for Dream.
An absolute disaster right now. Finally, one of the Reapers ends up falling over here. The Reaper's going to be forced to back off. Can we take a look? Yes, the income advantage. It's not just the 11 workers lost, it's also the mining time of all of those SCVs. I think more than half the mineral line of Cure has not been mining for almost the entirety of this game.
Yeah, 2 Hellions are going to help to really make this a better defense than it was before, but even then they will struggle if enough Reapers get out and they start shooting at the right time. So something for Cure to be careful about. As you do just see a tech lab going down on the front. Obviously, you can see how much trouble Cure is in. He can't afford an expansion. He can't afford a starport. These are all sacrifices he's making and leads in which Dream is just developing over these next few moments.
This is a really tough spot. Now, the tech lab is built on the barracks and going to be swapped over to that factory that's going to enable Cure to start building some of those meatier, beefier units like the Cyclone to help deal with things like these Reapers. Reaper's going to have to make their slow journey across the map and try to evade as many of these Hellion attacks as possible. And using those Reaper grenades does actually a pretty good job of getting out of there alive with most of those units, which also means that the natural expansion for Dream also going to be a little bit easier to defend.
Yep, that should, I mean, he's just in a great spot, right? Like, you know, obviously Kyo couldn't feel as though he could be able to cross the map, right? What's he got to go across with? And even if he starts to, the Cyclone's going to be here. He's just going to be in such a great spot, Dream, defensively. Yeah, he's going to see this now. The Hellions do move out. They get a great first shot. If there's going to be a way to get across, it will start like that. Cyclone gets a lock on, is going to get rid of one Hellion. And oh no, he gets locked on too, but he should be able to break with the high ground. Vision, no, just not there in time. Mistake from Dream. The Reapers, it was fine for them to stay there, but they couldn't take that first shot for free, all clumped up. And then obviously the Cyclone going down is actually a problem. Now Kyo can go across the map perhaps, and maybe you'll find something for it.
You might actually find more than I think Dream was wanting to let him get, just because of the fact that the barracks, of course, had to fly all the way back home. So yes, there were the Cyclones being produced, but losing the Cyclone and all of the barracks units that you would have had means that there's almost nothing back at home. There's that single Cyclone that just popped out, and now the Raven. It does seem like it's going to be enough, and this is a very cheeky maneuver. Lands the proxy barracks and tries to make a Marine, which I think the hope there was that you cancel the SCV building the command center on that low ground. Doesn't quite work out, but I like that he's willing to do stuff like that.
It's just a bit of a shame that Dream gave up the map control, because he could have very easily still just been on the map and had no issues at all. Not that it's really turned into anything. He still sits up by 8 workers in this game. He's catching back up in army supply. A third CC is building for him while his opponent's trying to get an orbital online on the natural. Yeah, he'll lose one barracks, but this was very much so to scout, of course. And yeah, of course, you also see just how late the starport is from Q. It just now finished. Dream's already got a Raven on the map. His second is about to pop. I mean, the advantages just keep on accruing here from Dream. It is... It's really tough for Kia. Like, this is the sort of game where now you've just got to play it slow, play from behind, but so much of it feels as though you've got to have Dream make a mistake. And yes, you can force mistakes to some extent, but Dream's about to have like a supply explosion very soon. After this third CC, we get extra barracks, and then he's going to be like 20-ish army supply ahead pretty much always. And he's going to have more Raven energy. So how do you then, as Q, force Dream to make mistakes because your army doesn't feel good enough? And if Dream just takes a few precautions and makes sure he doesn't get like Doom dropped or anything, then it really feels like Cure is just going to have to sit back and wait for Dream to make mistakes by attacking into him. And I mean, it just doesn't feel good, right? Like, you don't feel like you've got any control in the game right now as Cure, basically.
And I really do like, given the fact that Cure is in such a tough spot, that he is just opting to say, I'm going to try and use information as one of the tools at my disposal. I have some of the Marines, and yes, I really cannot afford to lose too many of them. But if I have spotters and I can identify an angle that you come in from, once you have all those Ravens, once you have all of that spur of production that you were just talking about, and that attack that we expect may eventually end up coming here from Dream once he feels confident and safe that he can try and do something, if you can identify the exact angle, catch it on siege, find these opportunities, that is the way that you can come back in TVT. And I think that is both the blessing and the curse of the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, TVT is a weird one in that regard. Oh, this is going to be bad. You just can't afford to lose a tank, right? I mean, what do you even do there? If you pull the SCVs towards it, they're going to get hurt. They pull to the corner. There's so many low HP SCVs from earlier. I mean, my goodness, 4 workers and a siege tank make it 5. We're going to start dropping turrets in the natural. And you can do this because you're just in such a safe position. You don't need to keep the Ravens at home. Obviously, don't lose the Ravens or anything, but this just extends your lead, and Dream is in such a great spot in this game 1. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy what a bit of early momentum can do, and in a best-of-3 scenario like this, I mean, it's dangerous. You get a 1-map lead, and then Kira is really on the ropes for the rest of the series as something just happened on Kira's camera, and he's going to drop the pause. So a few moments here as we have this first game of our best-of-3 series, our final match that we're going to be shown here on Group A on the mainstream. And of course, such an important one. One of these players goes home, one of them goes to the playoffs.
Nice and simple, just straight up, one of the players is going to get to advance, and we know the other one is not going to be able to. So it is a tough one, and I feel like this is already, again, we've been saying it's a tough start for Cure, but it is one of those things, like you were saying, it's a snowball effect, right? After you take the economic damage, you have fewer tools available, so even just the follow-up harassment of the Raven harass and everything, it's harder to defend against. It's not just, oh no, look, there's more mistakes being made, it's, oh, you just didn't have the tools available anymore to defend against this, so you get even further behind. And I have to compliment that. I think Cure doing a great, or sorry, Dream doing a great job with the situation, all things considered.
Mr. Admin Man getting one with the camera. You know, one of the things I find funny is it's so nice to be able to say the players will go home if they lose again. You know, because for the last 2 years we've been making the joke, they go home, but they're already there. This time they can actually go home.
Yeah. The players will leave their home office if they lose this match.
The players will turn their monitor off and
the players will go to Netflix. And
they will close. They will close that browser tab and go to the next one.
The players will Alt F4 and head over to Netflix, start binge watching some comedy show, cheer up their mood.
Yeah. All right, just a few moments here as we're going to get this resumed very shortly. Just getting Q sorted out. I think it was just his camera fell down or something and probably knocked his desk or so. So a few moments, obviously not ideal. In fact, that is exactly what happened. So his camera fell down. He was microing so hardcore. He shook the earth so much. His camera couldn't cope.
Shook the core of the event. Just nothing really could stay stable against the pressure that this man puts on.
It's like when we say this micro is going to rock your world. It really did. Yeah, I mean, he needs to get out of the hole that he's in. 30 supply down. You know, I was talking about that kind of explosion stage of the game, right? The supplies seemed close despite what happened early. But this is where we're at now. It's like a 24 worker difference. The army supply lead is there as well. It just gets worse and worse for Kira. And again, you've got no choice other than to sit back, hang around, wait for Dream to mess up attacking into you, and again, that just doesn't feel good because you don't have control over that.
Yeah, and I mean, even just these kind of pauses and stuff can make things feel even tougher just because it's basically being elongated your potential demise, right? It's the noose being hung around you and you're waiting. You're just waiting for an opportunity to do something about it. But it does seem like the game is about to resume. We're hopping back into it, and thankfully there's not a whole lot immediately happening. There's no action or micro moments that are happening, and either of these players are going to be interfered with, so they can get back to their usual business of what they were planning to do. And for Kira, that's mostly just trying to bounce back from the auto turret harassment he took right before the pause happened.
A Cyclone SCV is a tank. I mean, it is just brutal, right? And yeah, I mean, you can just go on and on, but we've kind of said it all. The upgrades, if you want to add something else to the list, 1-1 done versus engineering base, sorry, 1-1 halfway done versus engineering base starting. Yeah, across the board, this is looking like a great start for Dream. This looks kind of like where you want to be at. And like I say, best of 3 with your tournament life on the line. It's nice to get a 1-0 lead.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of crazy if Q got knocked out. I do think Dream is really good. I think Dream can make playoffs, but I mean, obviously we're going to say there's a bunch in these groups, right? You've got players that deserve the playoffs, but there's like 4 of them in a group, right? And then someone has to leave, and I just feel like Q is the one that can make a good run, you know? It feels like he can go really far. It feels like he overcame that kind of offline factor. I remember the last time we had him here in Poland, we were talking a lot about him, like, you know, he's the hot new Terran right now, how's he going to do? And it's again that kind of, oh, he's great online, but not so great offline. Well, that's not true anymore, right? He's shown that he can be great offline. He's been at that GSL championship and he's taken the win. So it would be really shocking if he does fall here, but obviously going to be an uphill battle because he's down basically one map already.
Yeah.
Waiting for Dream to dot the I's, cross the T's. We'll see if he can do it with this push.
I mean, it is promising for me at least to see that Dream is in fact playing a next level compared to the past, and he is already turning this series in terms of the predictions around the score and history and everything. So as we see the massive army of Dream nearly doubling the supply of Cure's army, pummeling on forward, the Siege tanks get ready to move into position. Cure is all siege up. He is in the best possible spot he could be to help try and defend this, outside of the fact that that refinery is going to be a bit exposed. And Dream just going to try and find a little opening over here that's going to make things even more complicated for Cure if it wasn't tough enough already for him.
Yep, I mean, because he's got the supply lead, right? He can just bully his way into whatever position. He didn't even have to bully his way to this position. He's just dropped across. And he does start to lose out on his Ravens a little bit, so that's not ideal. But yeah, I mean, he's getting enough done, right? You force a lift on the natural. You're just putting damage onto Cure that he's, again, not going to really be able to recover from. As long as every so often you just check in and say, hey, you're still behind, right? Then he's pretty much going to be fine. Dream behind this, taking a 4th base, putting that in position. No issues at all, so yeah, just looking good across the board here for Dream. I mean, we've said it once, we've said it twice. Dream really does have this game in his hands, and you know, Cure right now, if he wanted to win this, was basically hoping that Dream would try and drop in. He loses everything before it sieges, for example, and then maybe he gets a bust on the other tanks with it being like half the army, long reinforcement distance, and maybe then, right, that's the momentum he needs to get a 4th base, go across the map, deal some damage, deny a base, right? You know, any of those opportunities, just that didn't happen. Dream walked across the map, dropped in the natural, and we were good to go.
Yep, this is definitely one of those matchups where positional play can sometimes overcome massive army deficits, but this was not one of the situations where Dream really allowed for it. He was still pretty methodical about it. He didn't really trade out super poorly to get into the position that he got into. And like you said, with a 4th base and everything behind this, now he's actually getting into a position where he's now seizing air superiority, which makes it even tougher because, well, that last Raven is going to have a very hard time getting a whole lot done. And I wouldn't even be surprised if Dream just starts pincering in from the other side just to complicate matters even more for Cure.
Yeah, I mean, he really could. He already had a little bit of an attack up that ramp before, and didn't go too well. It was like, okay. But he's just going to dive in over here. He's obviously just going to come through. Cure's not going to stick around all too long. He's going to type out the GG, and Dream is going to take the first map here. And he's 1 map away from Intel Extreme Masters Katowice playoff spot.
Killer job, and again, it's just such a stellar start in the group, being able to start up 2-0. I think really surprising a lot of people. Now again, being up 1-0 against the player that he normally loses to, especially lately, especially in situations where it's usually a 2-0 or something. So it's going to be a bit of a question. That first game, we all have, I mean, we've talked a lot about how far ahead Dream was. But remember, all of that was off the back of a very small moment, right? That was all off the back of 1 Reaper versus 1 Reaper. Everything began with 1 Reaper dying.
Which is crazy, but that is actually TVT sometimes. I can tell you a lot of games I've played where I lose my first Reaper, and then trust me, I'm really good at losing my first Reaper. A lot of games I've played where you lose that first Reaper and you just can't do anything, right? And it's the same here on this level when they can both micro so well. Losing that 1 Reaper just takes away what could have been a slowing down of so many SCVs, and then it is a pressure rather than something that's doing so much damage that you can't recover from it. It is a completely different game, basically.
Yeah, I think it's just important to note that I still actually look at this series, and I actually still favor Cure. I think he is still, despite being 0-1, despite the fact that the past 10 minutes we've been talking about how far ahead Dream is, how well he's doing and everything, I still think if most people will look at this series that they know Cure and Dream, I think they would still say, yeah, I actually think that I would still probably place my bet on Cure still be able to come out on top. So I think Dream getting some momentum is big. He's going to be feeling better about himself after that win where he was able to kind of indulge in that winning position for a while. And now he gets to move into game 2 with a little bit of confidence and a little bit of leeway behind him as well.
Absolutely. Definitely nice to see. I'm just seeing if there's any scores coming through on the bottom side of the screen, but there is not. Just thought, oh, there we go. Actually, Solo 1-0 versus Neeb and Rogue 1-0 versus Spirit. So maybe nothing too surprising there on the other streams, which of course you can check out if you would like to. Obviously, Dream 1-0 here against Cure and readying up for a game number 2. Waiting to see just what we maybe do, depend on the map, you know. I know Dream likes to mech a little bit. I know he's been doing a bit in TVZ, but in TVT as well. I said this about Thermal. Sometimes he's a bit of a mech player, and Dream is kind of that guy as well. Be a little bit weird, be a little bit different. Could be interesting. Depending on what the map is, of course. Some maps will be a bit better for it, some maps a little bit worse, quite frankly, so.
Yeah. I think that's entirely fair. I know that we did talk a lot about, you know, who is going to advance on from this match in particular, who the winner of this is just going to advance on. It is worth mentioning that the other two players in the group, who we pretty much know are going to be advancing on now, Solar and Rogue, both sitting 3-1 in their series score, both sitting at the same overall map differential as well. And it's important to note that the winner of the group, whoever gets first place in the group, doesn't just go to the playoffs. They go to the playoffs in the round of 8. Everyone else is going to be going to the round of 12, and what that means is you effectively skip a round. And we're not talking about skipping a round versus, like, I don't know, someone Wardy in an open bracket or something, or myself in an open bracket. We're talking about skipping a round against a potential player like a Cyril, like a Rainer, like a Maru. This is so valuable to be able to top your group. So if you are interested, while this series, we're starting to get the game number 2 underway, I'd highly recommend checking out also Katz's stream, who's also streaming some of these matches, as well as the ESL_SC2B stream.
Absolutely. Again, Solar 2 zeros, he's top of the group. If you 2 1s, you can get top of the group. If Rogue also goes 2 1s, that's the timeline there in terms of how things could turn out. Again, these two are just straight up scrapping for getting ahead in the group and obviously just advancing. But actually worth mentioning that while right now these two are obviously in, you know, position where the winner advances, they could still advance in second place if whoever, you know, one of Rogue or Solar lose, they could get second place. Don't know how much of a difference that really makes. Everyone's freaking good in the round of 12 anyway, you know.
That is very true. It's hard to get a good seed in the sense that you have an opponent that you're like, yeah, thank God I got such and such person.
Can you imagine? I mean, he gets second place in another group. It's like, oh, thank goodness I got Cure Dream, right? Like, yeah, it doesn't really work like that.
Aye. Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves as we are still just finishing up this series right here. I'm starting in game number 2, down here on the bottom right-hand side of the map on top of the red Terran player from Dragon Phoenix Gaming. He is Cure.
In the upper left-hand side from Good Game Gaming, some say he is a good gamer. It is Dream.
I think it's hard to argue with after that last game.
And last game, his opponent good gamed him at the end as well, I mean.
The good game actually comes from his opponents, that's true. He is the gamer that causes good games.
There's a C in there. Causes.
Oh.
You've ruined it, Pietro.
I was very confused.
You know what? It's okay, I'll let you off. No SCVs going across the map super early. This SCV moving now obviously is just a scout, and that's Cure being very safe. Double gas and in a scout is what he did last game. And that is, again, kind of safe because usually with double gas, you kind of feel good to hold most things because you believe in your micro. Yeah, obviously last game he messed up the micro, he lost the Reaper. But this is really just him saying, I think if I just make sure I know exactly what's going on, give myself the best info possible, I'm confident later on. Whereas Dream is more willing to cut corners. He does take double gas as well, but he doesn't scout because he just believes I'll be okay, and maybe that little bit of corner cutting, not scouting with an SCV, bit of extra eco, it's just slightly better for me.
And given the fact that he is up 1-0, I don't hate that decision as well. Willing to just try and potentially get little advantages wherever he can, cutting some corners. I do want to bring up the map because Pride of Altaris is an unordinary map, and we oftentimes see it vetoed and everything. But frankly, Wardy, TVT I think is not the matchup I usually think of on this map. So break it down for us. What do you usually expect when you see a TVT on Pride of Altaris?
Well, it's just a big map, right? So you expect it to be split, you expect a lot of time to respond, and you expect maybe a left versus right dynamic in terms of one player pushes this way, one player pushes that way. I think the reason this map comes up in this series, following up Glitter and Ashes, it's very simply they just want to play big maps. The smaller the map in TVT, the more volatile it is, because if you're not ready for the push out or you don't see him coming and you get sieged in your base, you're in trouble. So this gives you the most possible time to see this and to react. It's a bit bigger, so drops and stuff are a little bit more, possible to go around, but obviously you can also, later in the game, have those sense towers, you see the drops. This is very much so just a case of removing the volatility early game. They both want to play a longer game, it would generally seem to say, letting these two maps come through. And yeah, on this map specifically, one of the interesting things, the one thing that this map did that no other map had done in the ladder before is it has 4 different layers, right? So you've got the low ground in the middle of the map, then your next layer up, it comes into the 3rd and 4th base, then a layer up into the natural, and a layer up into the main. And one of the coolest things that actually does to a map is that it means that every base is upper high ground. So not just is your main more defendable, your natural's more defendable, but then also your 3rd and 4th is more defendable. So everything about this map encourages a longer game.
And I really love that you bring that up, just because that is one of the newer map features. It was physically impossible in some of the previous maps until there was a update that actually allowed that.
Yeah, our last editor update allowed it, and they straight away said, yeah, make some maps like last time we had a map contest, which is where Pride of Altaris came from. They were like, oh yeah, you know, make some maps like this. And it, you know what's cool? It worked so well that now it's just allowed as a standard feature. It's not like special or anything like that. It's just allowed, and it does work well, unless you put like 17 cliffs next to each other, then it's a bit ridiculous. But on maps like this, you don't really notice until you're like, oh yeah, 4 layers, you know? It just seems so natural, which is really cool.
And we definitely know that sometimes a high ground vision and a high ground situation can matter a lot when it comes to the TVT trades, the engagements, the siege tank positioning and whatnot, and even just some of the early game skirmishes. But funny enough, neither of these players, as we're seeing from a wonderful observer, have really gone out very far into the map. They really have just been keeping to their own side for the most part. A little bit of movement out there from Cure, but both of these players staying very, very close to the chest with their units.
Yeah, with the size of the map, it almost feels like you get medevac aggression going. These builds are so tight in TVT, you're looking to hit when like something is halfway done, but on this map, it would basically be finished already by the time you get there, so no surprise that they're basically mirroring each other and just going into a very strong macro game. And that setup, 3rd CC starts a little faster from Dream. He's just been a little bit ahead throughout, and that's just not SCV scout, and that's one of the main things, and just those little edges, right? So he's maybe just been that little bit greedier, and now he's taking some leads. Now, Q is still not building a 3rd CC. He really says he's going to go across and try and do something. We'll see if he can find some openings, and if he can, brilliant, but if not, he's in a bit of trouble because that 3rd is so much faster from Dream. So we'll see what Kyo can do. Starting to push out right now. I would imagine he'll take a 3rd on location as he moves out at least.
I think that would make a lot of sense. And we did see, just for a brief moment, Dream spots out the army positioning over here at the 3rd base. I think he would have seen where the 3rd base would have been planted down. So if nothing else, Dream saw that the 3rd base had not been started on location immediately. He's going to poke back in and seize that command center and gets all the information he really needed from those Reapers. They really did their job.
Yeah, nice just to get confirmation of that. He says, hey, look, you're not moving out. I'm going to send my Ravens out, you know? If your army's just right there, I do not need them defensively. Let's make use of that energy. We saw how much he was able to do with that last time around. See if he can do it again. There's still potential for Q to attack that later 3rd, you know, and he's also not invested into engineering bays or extra racks yet like Dream has. So he's still been building more army, and that's where the army advantage is from. And so it's that little dangerous because what happens, obviously, is we Matrix a Cyclone to stay safe. We will auto-turret the natural. It just means that Q has a bit of army supply lead that he can go across the map with. But again, if he doesn't do anything, Dream is just setting up to have a really great game from like the 8 or 9 minute mark. This is the push from Q that needs to find something to slow Dream down a little bit. And
a little bit funny because the Ravens have now used a good chunk, if not all of their energy, doing that little harassment. And one of the harassment attacks really didn't accomplish almost anything. So now the Raven has to find a way back home safely, as it's going to be moving potentially straight over the army very soon. The Raven actually ends up hold positioning over there because the army is going to just break out to a fight over here. Cure seizing an opportunity, interfering, matrixing the siege tanks, taking out the rest of these units. What has Dream really got right now?
No, nothing. He really didn't know what was happening. Kyo took the very long way around with his units, took a bit of an odd path, and so Dream just never saw it coming. He really believed Kyo was just going to sit back and defend his 3rd base. He was not ready for this attack at all. This was the moment in which Kyo had to deal damage. Dream has upgrades almost finishing and barracks producing add-ons. 2 minutes from now, Dream's in an amazing spot, but that was the moment for Kyo, and it was just, especially with Dream not knowing it was coming, on top of everything Dream was building, just way too much, and that's why it's such a one-sided fight.
TVT, man, it is a brutal matchup. I mean, we've seen 2 brutal losses in a sense, where that first game we were talking about the single Reaper that just snowballs into all of these cascading effects of things that go wrong from that. And in the second game, a game where it looks like both these players situating very similarly, one small difference with the 3rd base timing and everything. But imagine if we had a player who was ready to defend with also potentially even some Raven energy if the Ravens are back at home. Small decisions that can cost you the game like that. TVT, I feel like one of the most brutal matchups for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think Dream got a bit ahead of himself. I think if he's just playing kind of a bit more army-focused himself, he could maybe justify sending those Ravens out. But he sort of he went for everything. It wasn't just sending the Ravens out, it was engineering base and the barracks. He set up for the future, and he sent the Ravens out to try and deal damage, and that was just looking for a little bit too much. And obviously, like we said, Cure defended it well. He didn't take much damage. Even if he lost like 6, 7, 8 SCVs there, it doesn't change the attack that hits Dream. You know, Cure probably still wins the game in the same way. So it just kind of goes to show how meaningless the Ravens were in basically going to harass versus if they'd been at home to defend, it could have made a difference, right? It could have been a hold, maybe not. You know, if Dream still didn't know what was coming, the Ravens probably don't make enough of a difference, but it would have given you a much better shot. And obviously, if you then knew what was coming, having the Ravens at home would have been really important to the defense.
Well, that is going to be something to soak on in as we think about where map number 3 will lead us. You were mentioning earlier, Wardy, also that the maps that we've been seeing so far are some of the bigger maps. And I think as we start moving away from those larger maps, the game does become a little bit more volatile with those kind of positional move-outs. And it's kind of funny that we were talking about that because, in a sense, the same kind of fear that we just had on like smaller maps effectively was realized on a larger map there, where there's a move out and you're not aware of it and it catches you very suddenly by surprise.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's go into Berlingrad, talk about small maps. This really is the polar opposite of what we've just been seeing. In the bottom right, tying it up 1-1, our red Terran player with the deadly attack last time round is Cure.
And up here in the top left-hand side of the map, our blue Terran player from Good Game Gaming, living it up. He is Dream.
Yeah, this map should be super different. Right from the very start, we should see, I would be surprised if one player didn't go medevac. You know, if we didn't see any medevac opening for a bit of a fight at the start, we might even see, obviously, a bit more Reaper Hellion opening, try and get across the map early and put some pressure on. You just arrive at such a faster pace, and there are positions outside of the main you can siege up, hit depots from, and so on. You know, you just get into those positions also so easily on this map. So we'll be very surprised if we don't see a little bit of pressure from these guys early, and obviously they're going to play like that as well. And this game, I don't mind Cure scouting again, right? Just make sure you know exactly what's going on super early. Like I say, Dream can get away with it. It's just, again, it's cutting corners. Hopefully this is one of the only corners he cuts, because you just can't cut this, you know, as many as he did last time.
Yes, especially when it comes to just making sure you have an idea of what your opponent's going to be up to when they move into the mid-game stages. Now, going for the SC or lack of SCV scout, not going to have to worry about like the proxy racks or like a 2 racks Reaper kind of play or anything else like that coming out of Cure. It's just going to be that good old 1-1-1 setup. So we are seeing mostly mirrored builds, which, like you were saying, I think is going to be more or less par for the course for the moment.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be fun to see where the differences come from, right? As you see a reactor straight away now from Cure. So that's an earlier reactor than what Dream is going for, and so Cure's already been a little bit greedy himself. One Reaper gets that reactor going. You can't lose the Reaper, right? And that's going to be a big thing. Obviously, nowadays in TVT, it's very rare someone sends their Reaper across the map aggressively because it can just go so wrong so quickly. You don't know where your opponent's Reaper is. But yeah, while Dream will have a faster second Reaper, Cure will then get to the reactor, get a couple Marines out, might even go into reacted Reapers, and if he does that, he's going to have a lot of Reapers and a lot of Hellions very quickly, and that could really turn into a lot of pressure.
Yeah, especially the early game pressure, which, as we know, can end games if you are able to take a nice micro advantage there. But for now, Dream can be moving across with his couple of Reapers, and looks like he will be the first one to really actually do any kind of poking and prodding over here. It's going to be 2 Reapers versus a Reaper and a Hellion with some good micro over here. That Hellion's going to be able to get some juicy splash damage shots off, picks off one of the Reapers. A really solid engagement there for Cure.
I like that. I also like from Dream, though, that he's gone straight to a Cyclone. It feels like if he was going to play Reaper Hellion, he'd be playing from a bit behind. It is rough now losing the Reapers, because what that means is his Cyclone's going to be kind of on its own. With enough Reapers, they will kill that Cyclone. So that's what I'm worried about now from Dream.
2 at a time.
Otherwise, I kind of liked it before. Yeah, we're at 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. I liked it if the Reapers were here with the Cyclone. I think then going Cyclone straight away is good. Now I'm not so sure, because the Cyclone can lock on and run away, but the Reapers can chase and get into range and fight. So we'll see what exactly Kyo decides to do with his extra Reapers finishing up. If he's ever going to take a fight, we'll be with those 5.
Yep. We have next Hellion popping on forward, but those last 2 Reapers that you were mentioning, the 4th and 5th Reapers, are heading across the map, and then we head straight into that Marine production, because you're not going to be banking the entire game on just pressuring with Hellions and Reapers. There is a hard transitionary point, and you could try and get some damage done, but this is definitely not a matchup usually made on the Hellions and Reapers. Is maybe some advantage you can garner. It's very, very tough to just end the game unless you truly are able to just out-micro your opponent. He isn't going to be able to find one of those opportunities, though. Cyclone taking quite a bit of damage. The supply depots do raise in time, but it looks like all of the mules, the fresh mules on the low ground, are going to be in a bit of danger. He does manage to keep them alive with the second Cyclone popping, though.
Yeah, good decisive decision-making from Dream. He says immediately, I can't fight this, get safe. And then immediately says, but I should be able to push it back still, right? Like, if you get the jump on me, I'm in trouble, but if I get the jump on you, I could be okay. And that's really important, because if he just hides up the high ground a second or two longer, like you were trying to say, right? You were ready for those mules to die, right? And I was too, because they should have died, but Dream was so quick to come back down and say, nuh-uh, not this time. Definitely made a big difference. We're just going to be seeing our Marines off to the side. Well, here's the medevac from Kyo, so talk about keeping up the pressure. It's just been pressure all the time, right? From the Reaper Hellion, now with the Siege Tank here and this medevac, going to look for some early add-on kills. And Dream is in a lot of trouble, and I just love the kind of speed at which Kyo is playing in this game.
Yeah, Cyclone's locking on something. Didn't quite catch what exactly they ended up killing over there, but this Siege Tank looks like it is going to end up falling to the Cyclones plus the auto turret over there. Still, being able to find a reactor is massive. Losing the medevac in exchange for it, though, not ideal.
Yeah, losing the medevac is... This was looking really good for Kyo, but then he lost the medevac and obviously everything else as well. And now it just feels a little bit too expensive. You're down a couple of workers still, actually. The army supplies are similar. I mean, I've got to say, just really good defense from Dream, right? Again, love what he did decisively before, and he was decisive here again. He said, right, I got to get rid of this tank. Auto turret, get my Cyclones there. And it was just getting there so quickly, which allowed him to have a lock-on available to get onto the medevac too, and to clean that up in the end as well.
Well, behind all this, we are going to see those command centers being added on. So third bases are going to be in the cards for both these players, as I think you would expect after all the little skirmishes have reduced their army supplies by quite a bit. And we are going to be getting into just a vastly expanding Terran arsenal now. It's going to be a lot more about getting those siege tanks in the right positions, complementing them, it looks like, with that Bioforce as Stim starts up for both of these players, and just trying to be in the know. Having that air superiority also going to be a really big factor, as I do like we already see a bit of the decision for both these players to start already adding on a handful of those Vikings.
Gonna Dream having a little bit of a look to see what he can do. Obviously, it's so scary. He's got 3 Ravens. Now, the counterattack of the Reapers will be nice and will get some damage done. Let's see if it dissuades Dream of him doing something across the map, because while the army supplies are even, that doesn't necessarily matter when the Ravens can just offset it completely. Looks like he'll just go auto-turreting. I mean, that's SCVs building structures. That's Stim that's going to go down. And SCVs, as they run away, actually, are going to put themselves in turret range. Yeah, there goes Stim. I wouldn't mind taking the attack lab down the factory if we had... All the turrets don't have the HP to do so, but that would have been nice. I mean, he actually does the same amount of damage as he took, plus he cancels Stim. Big lead for Dream.
Yeah, Tech Lab actually still not even starting back up just yet, so that is going to be a really, really big delay there as finally the Tech Lab starts back up, but that's got to be at least almost a 2-minute delay now compared to where Dream's Stim is going to end up being. So fantastic, and that really just buys you so much time and space, right? You can be a little bit greedier knowing that your opponent is just not going to actually be able to effectively attack into your Stim Marines with unstim Marines.
Yeah, it definitely gives you kind of position on the map as well. I mean, there's a lot to be said, obviously, about tank lines and so on, but if Dream wants to, he can move around the map a lot more than Kyo can right now, so that will make something of a difference. We do see this Hellion trying to dot in as well. The last of the early game units really being used up now. We've got a Cyclone left over, so I mean, that's still okay, but it's also getting to the point where the Cyclones aren't that great either. They're a bit more kind of just cannon fodder at the moment, as Kyo still going to try and be the aggressor here, which, considering no Stim, I'm surprised about. Now, it just might be the surprise factor, but there's enough Ravens, I believe, here to actually just take this fight for Dream as well. He'll drop all the turrets down, so the tanks will be active. Will Dream continue forward into the tanks? He'll go a bit further forward. He gets rid of one of them. So a couple remain, and they're not really in range of much apart from maybe that topside gas, so this might be okay. Dream losing a couple of Vikings, however. He's on a work the lead still. We'll lose a bit of gas mining. That does have an impact, of course, in a very gas-heavy matchup. But for the most part, he's going to stop the initial kind of strength of this attack.
Yeah, what's also interesting is we do see some of the reinforcements streaming across the map as our wonderful observer Mapu showing us that siege tank stopping in the center as it almost got misrallied. Redirects, and he's going to try and reinforce this, but at the same time, Dream comes in to try and break the hold. Finds quite a few of those units, and I don't know that this army gets back home safely, so they just try and trade the best they can, but even the best they can is not necessarily going to be the ideal trade there for Cure.
Yeah, nice from Dream to get on that before any reinforcements got there, just take advantage of that army, because he took a good fight before, right? It makes sense that he should have been able to get into a good position, and he absolutely got himself into a good position, of course, right? So nicely done, nicely handled, and Dream just going to take that supply lead. That's all his army supply in his favor. I believe he has combat shields finished now, so that will still be an advantage he holds for a little bit, although he's missing the armory for a little bit. So no 2-2, although I'm actually not sure if Kira has an armory to start 2-2 either, right? So those are things which are, you know, pretty good questions, because if he had an armory, okay, he does have an armory, it's just not started. Kira could be taking an upgrade lead, and that might be something he can work with later, but now he isn't. It allows Dream to get kind of back into it from his mistake, and just means that's one advantage Kira doesn't take that maybe he could have.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward situation here because Cure is still going to be playing a little bit further from behind. It's just that now the stim delay has been turned into an army supply, you know, being a little bit lower and potentially having lost some of those siege tanks, so being a bit behind on that count, losing a lot of the air superiority and the Ravens and whatnot as well. I think that Dream kept, yeah, he kept a couple of those Ravens alive, as well as even a Cyclone actually being kept alive is really nice. But Dream looking to be the one to get aggressive this time. They both scan each other at the exact same moment and just kind of having a little bit of a sense that, yeah, something's got to be happening right here. And it's a good thing that they both identify, because if either one of these players are catching each other in siege with armies this large, things can escalate really, really quickly.
Oh, absolutely they can. A couple tank shots on the high ground there will do well to just keep Dream away. Fourth base has been established on both sides. Q is just a little later to get over there, as he is in a few different ways right now, you know, upgrades and just a little bit of production here and there. In general, once again, Dream has got that lead. Yeah, it's not as substantial as that lead we saw in the first game, but it is that little bit of an edge. This is the kind of lead which disappears much faster and is absolutely much more kind of playable as Q. I mean, you can see with the Sensor Towers going up, this game begins to draw on out, and as soon as they both get maxed, Q just needs to take like one reasonable fight, and then he's going to have about the same bank as Dream as well, and this is pretty much evened out.
Yeah, no, there is still that little upgrade lead that you were talking about earlier. Dream should have, I want to say, based on the little bars, it looks like maybe a 20-30 second window or something where he can try and abuse the fact that he is going to have 2-2. His opponent is not quite going to have those finished up just yet. So we'll see if Dream can force an engagement. He is getting closer and closer to those upgrades finishing, but it looks like the army for Cure entirely stims up with just those two medivacs to heal him on up. But he really believed that there was going to be a fight right there. Ends up not happening, so needs a little bit of time to heal back up and make sure he doesn't just get, you know, one shot by the siege tanks now.
That's really nice, actually, because I feel like Dream, if he like panic sieges there, then Cure gets the jump on the fight, right? And that's when he's going to kill a bunch of tanks right away. But Dream didn't fall for it, he just walked back instead. They both, by the way, added 2 small starports at the exact same time, so they both basically at the same time instinctively feel, right, this is this kind of game now where it's going to slow down a lot. We're taking bases, Sensor Towers are coming up. We're not going to, you know, we're not going to break each other with Marine Tank. This is going to become an air war. They both need to get a Viking lead, and with a Viking lead you get Libs, and with Libs you push back tank lines, and this is a great start to that for Dream. Getting rid of a few Vikings of Cure is just going to make it that much tougher to catch up.
Absolutely, and you can just tell who really feels a bit more in charge in this game, just based on the fact that Dream is the one that is pressuring. Dream is the one who has been out on the map and really kind of threatening positions for Cure this entire time so far. And Cure is basically just playing the responsive game. He's been doing a good job with it, especially the Sensor Towers, of course, are going to be helping him out. He goes for a big sim forward, trying to find the army as he saw the Sensor Tower movement of Dream's army. Not going to be able to find anything, but it's tough. It's scary when you are the one on the defensive over here, because you really feel like you're one small mistake away from being cornered out of one of your bases.
Oh, absolutely. It's always nice just to be on the map as Dream, because the opportunity is there. And I always like to talk about opportunity in TVT because, well, hold that thought. Because if you're on the map, the opportunities arise to take fights if you want to. Oh, Q's going to stem forward into tank range, maybe believing he could have got forward there. What's big is he completely resets the air control, though, so Dream loses a lot of his air units. That's a big loss. We've just been talking about how important that is. And now Kira, he's actually going to continue forward, get rid of the last tank. And he's building Liberators too. He knows what he can do right now. He knows he can push back siege tank lines, and that was a lot for Dream to give up on. Yeah, I like being on the map because it gives you the opportunity to kind of see holes in your opponent and jump, make jumping moves, and that kind of felt like Dream thought he had one. But Kira said, no, not at all. Actually, this time, that was a bad call for me. That was a bad read.
Kira definitely going to be happy with those exchanges for the most part. Oh, even finds the medevacs and is going to have all these Marines over here. But I'm not going to lie, Kira really likes stimming up his entire army.
Yeah, those Marines could do with a little bit more than just a medevac healing. They could do with a
Is it one medevac, actually? Is it just one or two medevacs? There's 4 medevacs out on the map for him, but...
And they're drained as well.
Oh, yeah, that is going to make things a little bit tougher. He's going to need a little bit of time, and that actually is going to be time Dream will really appreciate, because he is down a bit of army supply right now. And Kira was out on the map with some of the attacks on the potential on the left-hand side, but, well, since that army still needs some help healing up, not really a whole lot it can do right now.
Viking counts obviously become important again. Kira did build a couple of Liberators, so you will use these actually just to harass at the moment. But he's gone straight back into Raven production. You can see Dream adds on 2 more starports, so they're both going to keep on doubling down into the Sky units here, basically. And dealing with these libs might be slightly annoying, but nothing else is going on at the same time, so there should be a little bit of lost mine time. Good quick reaction from Dream. Sword flying in. Now, obviously, you just send a Viking or 2 over there, clean that out, get your SCVs back to mining, and away you go.
Yeah, one small thing that we haven't really talked about, we talked a lot about the infantry upgrades and whatnot, but we do see as a minor little thing that Dream was actually going for some more of those ship weapon upgrades, I think, or the vehicle weapons, sorry. Getting the +2 weapons versus just the +1. I don't even think it's starting up for Kira, but hold that thought as we do have Liberators starting to make their way forward. Kira really able to just bully his way on in just because he has the air superiority, or at least had it earlier on, but the anti-armor missile plus now the reinforcing Vikings makes this a little bit more of a contested fight.
Yeah, Kira has the upgrade lead on the Vikings, but I kind of liked what we did there as Dream, right? We used the Raven abilities on the Vikings to try and offset the difference and to give him a chance. Obviously, you had to target down the libs first. They were a big threat. If you don't get rid of the libs and you lose the Viking fight, you keep getting pushed back, and then you're in a lot of trouble. So it was kind of cool. He did what he needed to offset the difference, but then he had to give up a bit just to be able to be safe. And now here we are continuing on as the center tower and center goes down. Vikings on Vikings. Starting to fight each other. A couple of Ravens up in the sky and a couple more tanks pressing forward too, as these other tanks will siege up, and these Marines running in from Q are going to take a whole bunch of damage. Marine's going to fight back from Dream. He's got a good position on the right side. He'll get so many of those tanks so quickly, but boy, there are a lot of tanks over on the left. I believe he dropped a last-second Matrix on the right, but he really needed it on the left, or more of these backward tanks, as Q will not be broken on his position, and Dream just kind of needs to get up to like enough Ravens or some Liberators or something to start breaking this down. I mean, right now he's kind of doing it with the Viking count here and just having vision versus Kira not scanning.
Yeah, it felt like it was redeeming moments at the end of the fight there for Dream, but the beginning of the fight, absolutely Kira catching Dream a little bit off guard there with a lot of those siege tanks on siege. And well, Vikings really got some good work to do, and well, especially not only with the Viking count for Kira being dwindled, but now the medevacs actually become also another target. We have absolutely seen quite a few stims over here from Kira. Here comes another one, and that is going to be one that he regrets maybe making, moving into all of those siege tanks. I'm not sure that those Marines even got a shot off.
Yeah, that was good control on the Vikings as well, and they just keep on slaying Ravens at the moment. Great, efficient fight from Dream. Picks up so many of those important air units, pulls his SCVs in to immediately start repairing his own. That's obviously great to see. Look at the resources lost is great. Just shows that Dream has been trading well. Obviously, Kira holds his position in the center, but Dream still holds 5 bases. Okay, Kira stretches out to the bottom left for base number 6, but it's not really that important yet. It's not mining yet. Dream's fine on 5, and to be fair, the position Kira has doesn't stop him taking his own top right, and he's actually going bottom left himself. So it feels like Dream's getting into a lot of controlling positions in this game right now, and really starting to push the issue a little bit, just hanging out with his Vikings and really sort of saying, hey, look, I'm the guy with maybe a bit more of an opportunity here. More matrixes, more tank kills. We'll have to count stop right, though.
Yeah, canceling top right is going to be a little bit of a tough one. I would love if he actually rebuilt that sensor tower he had lost earlier on, because I think that top right-hand side is going to be a little bit more vulnerable if he is looking to try and expand in multiple directions right now. But man, these Vikings picking off yet another one of these Ravens. The Thor are going to be adding in quite a bit of splash damage. You no longer want to Viking flower your Vikings there.
Yeah, don't clump those guys up, because it ain't going to be pretty if you do. You can just see, obviously, we're completely maxed out across the board. A little bit of a worker difference means that Dream has less workers, but more army supply on the map at any given time. That's such a minor thing, though. So much of this more so comes down to position and the 5 or 6 army supply difference, right? So, well, 10 army supply difference, but same idea. Upgrades as well. Kind of continue nicely for Dream. You know, he's playing into +2 ship weapons now, so he's finally going to be catching up there, but he does have the vehicle weapon lead, so little differences across the board, more Ravens pouring out, and this TVT just continues to extend across the map, and we're going to have a lot of contest in the bottom left very soon, because both players' fresh 6 bases are down there.
Yeah.
And obviously that shouldn't really last for very long. The moment that Sense Tower goes up from Dream and he realizes Q is bottom left, I imagine some sort of unit squad will move down there to make some plays.
That's going to be really funny, too, because that does then beg the question. You only have so many units, and you need to position them well against your opponent. Do you send a large force to the bottom left, or do you think it's just really going to only be small little forces or skirmishes and about controlling the center, which I want to say, but it looks like Kira is taking total dominant control of the center, as Dream just goes for, I can only describe it as a counterattack, because he knew that Kira's army was there, and he just avoids it.
Yeah, I don't think Dream was expecting Kira to be able to launch his attack so quickly. Dream is just making a beeline for the main base. You have to. You got to get rid of the production. Both players are going for each other's production. You know what? If you're just going to sit back and do nothing for 20 minutes each, well, they didn't really do nothing, but best thing you can do, stop base trading, right? That's going to make it exciting and fun. And it's interesting because I don't think Dream was in a position where he needed to make a play like this. Whenever you do something like this, it makes the game a lot more volatile, and it does feel like Dream allowed this to happen, whereas it really should have been Kua maybe trying to be the one to make it happen, because it felt like he wasn't getting as much done.
You know, I'm definitely with you in a lot of those regards, but I look at the unit count right now, and I think it's really interesting to think about a base trade in this situation where you have even-ish Viking counts, but 11 Ravens for Dream, 4 Ravens for Cure. I'm just imagining the firepower that those Ravens can have and just the longevity they can have. But look at that missile turret outlord. That missile turret army that is positioned, backed up by siege tanks, backed up by some SCVs ready to repair. That is actually a lot of really great foresight there from Cure.
Yeah, and James' army is just locked in. He has like 2 medevacs on the map, so he could slowly evacuate, but Q would be kind of silly just to let that happen. And you can just see that Q's already got time to start rebuilding the bottom left. Dream's going to try and set up over here, but Dream hasn't got any other units on the map apparently, right? Like he just has these units in the bottom right, whereas Q is continuing to deal damage. Dream's kind of done dealing damage, so Dream's in a bit of trouble, and I just don't think moving across the map was obviously the call, and just like I say, it makes it so much more volatile than it ever needed to be. Crazy choices. Let's see if he can pull this back, though. I mean, it's still not done. He just has to slowly work his way forward here. If he can push out of this, maybe the Ravens can obviously take such a good fight that it does start swinging in Dream's favor again.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the missile turrets are almost all gone. And actually, I actually really like this decision. Cure just evacuates because he knows the missile turrets are what were preventing the Vikings Ravens from moving forward. But can he actually escape out of here safely?
Yeah, there's a lot of Marines. One of the things Dream has is the Marine advantage, at least over here. Cure has more Marines overall, but they're just not with this part of the army. Ravens obviously hanging now. We're going to get a couple more kills. Dream definitely having a better few moments now, finding extra bases, and now he's on the map. Maybe he could go topside and clean up the army over there. You just need to start protecting some more of his infrastructure. I mean, it's tough to decide where you want to go.
What production actually exists right now for Dream? Because I feel like he's been losing so many of his unit-producing structures right now. It looks like there are still 4 factories out on the map right now. I think that's going to be one of the big things, as well as a couple of those barracks. And Dream is remaking additional barracks, but 2 of these factories are going to be going down. Those units coming out of there are not going to be very useful. And a lot of Dream's production is even also in the air. He's getting supply blocked as well. this is going to make things to be a very awkward situation, but finding a lot of high-value target units over there, even getting the Thor is going to be very nice for Dream.
As this game settles down, though, Dream has so much money, right? He's got 3K, 2K, and he's already rebuilt a bunch of production. He's got a lot more orbitals left alive as well, I believe. It's hard to keep track of everything. He has 7 orbitals against...
And 1 supply depot.
There's no orbitals, in fact, from Cure. He has no scans.
Oh my god, that is going to be a major problem. Most of the buildings in the bottom left must be supply depots.
Cure's stuck. Cure's stuck. Oh. Now Cure's got the opposite effect, right? He had Dream stuck in the bottom right, but Cure's got a whole bunch stuck in the top left. This was an attempted planetary. That gets denied. I believe the base down from here is still mining on the far right side from Cure. Is that base mining? Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, a couple tanks there will start to stop that. You can't really run into the planetary, though.
I think it's still better mining for Dream, though, and Dream has the superior army that's all together and isn't trapped inside your opponent's old main base. The Vikings are running over the missile turrets as well, trying to look for a fight over here. They're trying to gun down as many of these buildings as possible. Gonna be able to find an orbital, but that's, what, 1 of 7?
Yeah, it's not a huge deal. And now we're actually gonna see Vikings taking on Vikings. Obviously, big fight right now. Interference Matrix's anti-armor missile. Oh, Kyo just has so much supply stuck in that top left, and there really is no way out unless he gets Medivacs, but how is he going to get Medivacs right now? Kyo's up by about 6 Vikings, but he's got 0 Ravens, and the efficiency of 10 Ravens should just win this unless it all happens too quickly for the Ravens to get energy back. Stims continue to go down.
I almost wonder if Interference Matrix would make sense in this situation on the Vikings, as well as that anti-armor missile, just to add in a bit of extra DPS. Those auto turrets also may be able to play an impact, but you have to get so close. He's gonna try and go for it. Throws out a couple of auto turrets. The Vikings starting to micro a little bit further back. They take care of a lot of those Ravens, but the Marines able to join forces with those Vikings. Is Dream starting to break on through, or are those siege tanks gonna be the hard line wall that says, no, you can't move any further forward? Kira still 12 Vikings.
Yeah, he's going to get rid of another couple tanks. One spawned, one was siege. We're going to see the attempted breakout over here, so these tanks will try and hold the line. These Marines are such low HP, but they will get enough done to break out. So Cure gets more units on the map. On the bottom side, the Viking count is huge from Cure, and he's continuing to pick off Ravens now. We need to get rid of the planetary so the Marines can be a little bit more effective over here. Cure is mass preparing. He's got more money in the bank right now. We've got to scan down the left-hand side to make sure we've got vision. And right now, that is going the way of Cure, though. He's just picking off tanks. Over here, Cure is going to find Dream on siege. SCVs have to pull in, but more goes down, and that's the value of freeing up those units in the top left corner. It's chaos across the map as we stem forward, and we get a bunch of Vikings, too.
Absolutely massive. Both these players starting to lose their unit producing structures, starting to lose some of their very few remaining mining bases at this point. 7 Vikings still remain on the map here for Cure, but the siege tank counts have heavily dwindled. The Marine count down to just 8 now for Cure versus the 33 of Dream, but Dream needs to be able to find a way to use these Marines. He's basically now up against a hard wall where he has only one place left to go, and that's into a line of siege tanks. There's no way these Marines can do that by themselves.
Yeah, but I think he's gonna deny the bottom side, and then he's just gonna be able to mine more, and he's gonna have more tanks producing. He's got 3 coming in at a time, and Cure knows he's gotta go right now. Tournament life on the line. He tries to burst on through, but his tanks are gone. Target fire from Dream is perfect. The SCV is trying to help, but it ain't enough, and Dream is gonna go to the playoffs of Katowice as he pushes through. Cure has nothing left. 1 planetary fortress, but that will die to the tanks, and Dream is gonna do it. Break the losing streak, take down Cure, go to the round of 12.
GG, Dream takes it, ending Group A. A spectacular finish there from an underdog in the group. He had a strong start, and there were some people who were still questioning it, but he finishes strong and absolutely earned that spot in the playoffs.
Oh, those guys played with their hearts on their sleeves in that last game. Absolutely non-stop. I mean, that moment that base trade started, like, the game was fairly regular, you know, drawn-out TVTs, dueling, like, tank positions. The moment you base trade, it goes hectic, and anything can happen. They both kept their nerve for a long time, and they both made a lot of good decisions, and they were both playing so tactically, breaking out of here, resetting over there. It just had to go one person's way, and Dream was just that little bit better. The Ravens really allowed him to do that too.
I really just want to commend both of these players and be able to do those kind of decisions, to go for those very scary base trade situations, an extremely chaotic one, in a situation where it's a best of 3. Who's going to move on to the playoffs? You're in the top 12 of the players in the world at this point. Man, I have so many feelings and emotions to process, and I'm sure the folks over at the desk do too. I'm gonna let them speak a bit to that series.
Ooh, that was the picture-perfect finish here for Dream. He gets himself the qualification on through here to the bracket stage. I cannot believe the way this series goes down here. We got Raddam as well as ZG to talk about this one. ZG, what on earth did we just watch at the end?
You could say it was a dream run.
Oh, no.
Katowice, Dream making it to the round of 12.
Shut up, Fear Dragon.
Shout out. Thank you very much. But it's just there, right? It absolutely is. Dream playing a heck of a series to actually break basically a 0-6 streak against the guy to make it into the round of 12. Katowice, that is an epic performance.
That's ridiculous, Roddy. The way that last game plays out, Dream here, as ZG says, breaking that position, breaking effectively a little bit of a curse.
He stayed so calm under so much pressure with your tournament live on the line. You're going up against the most recent Code as champion as well. And I love what Waddy pointed out as well. At one point where it's like, okay, that wasn't great with the Ravens, but now he takes the Viking lead, and that actually allowed him to get better trades over time. And then I was like, wow, that's good. But then it just started getting crazy. The command centers flying everywhere. We started base trading. At one point, I actually thought it started slipping away when he went forward with all the Ravens and the Vikings, but he just did a great job in landing his bases. I'm very impressed by Dream, honestly. That was fantastic. This is the way that we always hope a round-robin group plays out. Sometimes it's all set after 3 play days, and we're like, or 3 rounds, and we're like, well, it wasn't the most exciting group. This really came down to the wire. 1-1 apiece. Winner of that final game moves on. Impossible to say. We start top left, bottom right. We end bottom left together, basically. But yeah, fantastic for Dream. Really happy for him, and I think he deserved it. He played super well today.
Yeah, the fact that when that base trade goes down, you see like the ways they're trying to create barriers outside the bases and things like that. It's just, it's not the norm that you see in StarCraft 2.
No, there was a couple of things that weren't a norm, right? So first of all, they base traded to swap positions, but then they actually contained each other's bases, which became, which were their bases, but then became their opponent's bases. And then Kira actually I thought was so intelligent. I know that Dream also, both of them really kept their cool to the maximum amount that you would expect in StarCraft 2, but especially when Kira started placing down the missile turrets on his tanks to hold his own bases contained against Dream. Like it was like, oh, okay, he realized the situation that the Raven count was the biggest issue, and he just covers with missile turrets. I thought that was so smart. But then in the next like 10 minutes happened, and they both do really smart things. They both make a couple of forced errors, and then above all, they keep their cool as much as possible. That was a very good way to end a group.
Definitely. Roddy?
Yeah, no, just the best possible way. And once more, incredibly impressed when he was basically being contained at his third, just like slowly but steady, moving some tanks, moving the Vikings, the big Marine flank that came in from the top ones where he picked off 6 or 7 tanks in a row, but he never got too carried away. It's like, this is good, and then sometimes you just have to retreat, even if momentum is on your side, and he kept making the correct calls over and over again. Final game of the group, tournament live on the line. That is really impressive. I'm very proud of Dream. Like, he played amazing today.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Great result there for Dream. And going through into this, let's take a look at the highlights, and we can talk about how things have gone down in the group as a whole, as well as we now know our 3 players that are going to be moving from here for Group A. That also happened as well, gentlemen.
That happened during Game 1, I think.
All right, well, let's talk about the highlights here for a moment, ZG.
Yes, the highlights of this particular match. There were a lot of highlights. Yeah, there was a couple in Game 1 and 2, or which saying 1 right now, which actually was really cool because it also started the theory of like, wait a minute, Dream can do this. He actually had a strong start, and he actually took a map which he hadn't done much of in their last 6 series. So, you know, the second one was like, oh no, is Kira actually totally fine? Is he just going to bring it back? But the third one, that's where all the highlight moments were, and there were way too many to even go over.
Yeah, Roddy?
Yeah, second game is just the first push. The game ends here. It should never happen. Perhaps the nerves getting the best of Dream there as well. But that's okay. That's obviously not the story of this best of 3. I think we can make a proper 7-minute highlight reel of this final game. And I really wonder what we're going to take a look at. But this is basically where a lot of the fighting took place. This is how it all started. And then Cure just kept on reinforcing it. And at one point it feels like, oh man, Dream nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You're always going to take some bad fights here. But he did a phenomenal job in staying calm, getting getting the best of the very few Vikings he had at first, then retaking the Viking lead, and the slowly but steady getting victory after victory. Really cool stuff, incredibly high level TVT, and just perfect that it's the final game of the group.
And now we know that Solar will be advancing in first place, Rogue will be in second, and Dream will take that third place spot. So great results all around for these three as they're able to take the top spot in Group A, and Dream takes number 3, and we'll be moving through into that bracket stage. For now, we are ready to go. Let's hear from Dream, who's able to advance on into the bracket.
Thank you very much, James. I'm here with Dream. Big congrats. You're now through to the top 12 bracket. How does it feel?
일단 12강에 진출하게 되셨는데 지금 진출 소감이 어떠신가요?
정말 꿈만 같고요. 일단은 얼떨떨하고 너무 좋고 네, 진출할 줄 몰랐거든요. 너무 좋아요.
He says he feels really good. He still can't quite believe it. Still, it was quite hectic games. Yeah.
Awesome. I mean, it was a fantastic final map there. I think very stressful. I was on the edge of my seat. A lot of us were watching and kind of cheering. We're going, oh, we think Kura's going to win. We think you're going to win. Were you confident going into the base trade, or were you just as kind of stressed out as we were watching?
저희가 보는 와중에도 김도욱 선수가 이길 것 같다, 조정혁 선수가 이길 것 같다. 계속 이제 경기 양상이 엇갈렸거든요. 그래가지고 이제 마지막에 이제 엘리전을 가셨을 때, 엘리전에서 이길 수 있다라는 확신을 좀 가지셨나요?
일단 경기 자체가 제가 유리했다고 생각했고 저는. 근데 이제 엘리전이 나온 순간은 이제 유불리를 몰랐어요. 너무 정신이 없었고 그냥 막 손도 떨리고 그래서 막 그냥 정신없이 서플 짓고 배럭 짓고 그냥 무아지경 상태로 계속 했던 것 같아요. 그냥.
So he says he was quite sure he was ahead of the game before the base trade, but as of that moment of base trade, like his hands were literally shaking. He didn't even notice like how far ahead he was. Like he just tried to build depots, barracks, like all the things, and try to micromanage all of that.
Yeah, it was stressful for us watching, so I can imagine the hands shaking. I think that was a really good game because you were winning the air war. The Viking trades were really good. You were taking down all the Ravens. But it felt like when the Thor showed up and it started shooting the Vikings, that put a lot of pressure on you.
일단 그 세 번째 경기에서 이제 공중전을 되게 이제 잘 해주셨는데, 근데 공중전 잘 풀어 나가다가 이제 김도욱 선수가 토르를 뽑게 됐을 때 좀 약간 좀 흔들리게 좀 되시는 경향이 좀 있었더라고요. 그래서 그때 좀 혹시 좀 뭔가 다른 게 있었는지.
일단 토르 보고 뭐지 싶었고, 원래 밤까마귀 만화로 이제 천천히 걷어내려 했는데 토르 때문에 안 돼가지고 어쩔 수 없는 엘리전 선택이었던 것 같아요.
So he says initially like he wanted to just remove Thors with interference matrix, but somehow it didn't work because of like I think the Thor range was longer than that. So he just went to base trade for it.
Yeah, very scary choice going around. So if you could rewind in that scenario, would you not go for the base trade, or would you keep some tanks at home or to kind of defend the main base? Rewinding in your head, how would you play that situation out? I mean, you won, so obviously it's not like it was wrong, but would you do the same things?
그러니까 이 경기를 다시 이제 플레이를 하게 된다면은 똑같이 엘리전을 가셨을 것 같나요? 아니면은 그냥 전차를 좀 몇 개 두고서 이제 전차를 좀 수비용으로 좀 쓰고 수비적으로 조금 보험을 두면서 하셨을 것 같나요?
일단은 제가 유리할 때 그 센터에 제 탱크를 두고 감시탑을 지어놓고 좀 굳히기로 했을 것 같아요. 네.
He says that he was ahead of the game, so he probably would have put more tanks in it and put some more sensor towers in it. So probably he would have played much more safer.
A little bit of insurance, so always a good idea. But you know, you've gotten there, so it's absolutely fantastic. Are there any players that you're hoping to get in the round of 12?
이제 12강에서 이제 다른 선수를 만나게 될 텐데 이제 12강에서 뭐 특별히 만나고 싶은 선수가 있나요?
I think 령.
He mentioned Protoss to me before.
And Protoss.
What are the other?
I hate Serral Raynor.
I think a lot of us have had nightmares about playing Cyril and Raynor. So Protoss, TVP is your strongest matchup?
Yeah, I'm confident. Protoss.
All right, well, let's hope for a Protoss opponent in the round of 12. Congratulations, mate. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We're going to go back over to the desk with James.
That's right. Thank you, Dreams, and brilliant answers there as we continue things on. And congratulations once again for advancing from Group A. Here are the results, as we had Solar able to take the 2-0 against Neeb, meaning that he guarantees himself that first place spot into the brackets. Rogue comes second, and Dream gets this third place spot ready. So, yeah, for Solar especially, this is a huge result.
Is it? Group stage Solar? He lost the best of 3, James.
You've got a good point.
That man is supposed to go 5-0. No, great job by Solar, as he so often does in group stages of big tournaments. Now hope that he can carry this momentum into the playoffs. Yeah, great news for Solar. This is obviously means he skips the round of 12, because Rogue is going to have to go up against a third place finisher of Group B or C or D. We don't know that yet. But Solar, he is immediately in the top 8. So job well done. And then Zombie Grub, you were watching the games, but the second game, it actually got very dicey for Solar.
Oh yeah, the Solar Neeb games. I forgot those happened. Yes, it did. Yeah, I actually was even going to show a really cool fight that happened. Neeb was actually fighting for, well, it felt like his life, but you know, it was really just fighting to be the, I guess the little like jinx or whatever you want to call him. But unfortunately, while he did take a really cool fight and he faced Bruise Lords and he seemed to be on his way back, Solar was able to kind of just stay true and narrow and actually get the victory, which of course is great for Solar. I mean, everyone really loves Solar. With all the English, you know, actually being able to communicate, being such a fun guy and fun play style. I think no one's really sad to see that Solar gets first and that Rogue gets second, for instance, because that's definitely not what we were expecting, but it's a happy result.
Yeah, but that second game was really big, because if Neeb would have just taken one map of Solar, a single map, then Rogue would have actually been the one winning this group, and Rogue would have already been in the quarterfinals. So very important for Solar that he brought it back. I did keep a close eye on Rogue against Spirit as well, but game 1 very short, Nidus all in, worked. Game 2 we made 1 Roaches and Ravagers. We attacked with a whole bunch of them. Spirit had a lot of defensive units, just not enough. So Rogue did do his job, 2-0, pretty clean. But yeah, since Solar got his 2-0, and even though he had to work hard for it, Solar secures first place. But I think the real story of this group is Dream. Well done.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, especially at this very last game. Crazy scenes here from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. That is it for Group A. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, it is Group B here as we go into our next 3 players, which will be advancing today into that bracket stage. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Group B is a really crazy group because there are multiple players in here that can't just do well in the group, can't just make a deep run. These are players that can literally win the event when you talk about players like Dark or Serral.
Serral, to me, is the favorite of that group. I don't know what kind of shape Serral's coming into the tournament with, but he did talk about, and this is on Twitter, he was like, I'm going to prepare super well for this tournament, and anything below winning it is not good enough for me. So I'm really excited to see how Serral performs in Group B.
Showtime is actually one of my favorite kind of dark horses, someone that's going to do better than other people expect. He's been doing really, really well, and he has made it into the round of 12 of a previous IEM. And I think this is a group with a couple of Zergs that actually might help Showtime, as his previous weakness seems to be more on the Korean Terran side. So I think Showtime has a shot.
I'm super excited to see how Time will perform in Group B, because Time for me is without a doubt the best Chinese StarCraft 2 player of all time, and sometimes in the past he has truly shown us how good he can be at offline tournaments. Playing online from China has never been easy for him, but he still does well. There is actually a chance that Time surprises a lot of people here and plays the best StarCraft we've ever seen out of him.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are 6 hours into the broadcast, and we are halfway through the day as we have concluded Group A. We now know 3 players who've moved forward into that round of 12, effectively. And welcome back here to the desk. We're going to be talking about Group B. I've got Harstam as well as ZG here to start off this one, and we are going to be looking closer at Group B as a whole and figuring out what we think is going to be happening. So let's take a look. We have got ourselves Serral, Dark, Time Special, Showtime, and Ryung. And some of the games have already begun, but it's an exciting time, Harstam, and it's an exciting group to finish off today.
Yeah, no, definitely true. And it's pretty funny with the way that the matches line up as well. I think the favorites in this group are Dark and Serral here. And we have Special versus Ryung first, and Showtime versus Time, and Dark versus Serral. So these matches are really important for everyone to begin with. The opener matches, there's not going to be any one-sided matches here. Well, there shouldn't be.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, obviously, when you get through these first games, we saw in the previous group just kind of how those dynamics were flowing between these players at the moment. But ZG, looking at the lineup as a whole, what are you thinking?
You know, what I first thought, seeing a lineup even before the addition here, Ryung, was that this is 4 of the same players from the same group of last year's Katowice.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is.
I didn't realize.
It is, yeah. Huh. Serral, Dark, Time, and Special have all been in the same group. And I feel like it actually could result in the same effect, which is that Dark gets out first, Serral second, and then I think someone else took third last time they were in the group. But yeah, I think that is going to be what most people are expecting the 2 Zergs to top the group, kind of a question of who will it be. Yeah. And then as far as that third, I did talk about how I really have high hopes for Showtime, as it seems like in the past Korean Terrans have been more of his problem in groups, but we have kind of, well, 1 Korean Terran with Ryung now, I guess, but non-Korean Terrans otherwise. So I thought he was going to do well, but he's actually having trouble against Time as we speak.
Ooh, okay, interesting. Yeah, some of those games have already started, as we previously mentioned here. And our first match here on the main stage is going to be that Serral versus Dark matchup, which we can start talking about. And for me, this is an interesting one, Harstam, because yes, they have matched up against each other quite a few times, but this is almost a mythical matchup in that there was a time and a place where a BlizzCon occurred, and Reina made it to the finals against a Dark instead of a Serral. And I feel like in that moment, in that time frame, Serral would have matched up better against Dark then and there. But these two do go head-to-head quite a bit at this point.
Yeah, it's an extremely important match, not just for this group, because most likely the winner of this match has the best chance of getting first, but also just for their mental state. It will be their first real test, being like, okay, this is another real top player, a tournament contender. Whoever wins between these two will definitely have a leg up.
Yeah, and we mentioned it at the start of the day, and I think it bears repeating as well. These are 2 players in contention to break that $1 million mark here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. So I'm going to keep bringing it up. I like this stat, ZG. I think it's cool.
Someone has to, I guess, embody the spirit of Todd, right?
That's me.
That's you.
Yes.
That's you.
That's right. I'm not French.
It's a really cool like milestone. It absolutely is. But as we already pointed out, I guess, at the beginning of today, it's very possible that we have like everyone who's close to breaking it is going to break it in this tournament. It's just, it seems so possible.
Yeah.
But as we get into talking about Serral versus Dark, I guess I did want to kind of, can we get into it, Kalaris? Oh, Best Coast? Okay, great. But I wanted to point out that last time, while Serral did lose to Dark in 2021, that was also not too far after his very devastating TSL performance, where he was 0 forward by Dark or 1 forward by Dark. Like, it just was one of the worst results of Serral's career, even though it was a second place finish.
Yeah.
But now I feel like while Serral has probably been doing better against Dark since then, his ZVZ, it's a little in question, right? It's still a very good matchup for him if you look at the stats, but it's always that one where I think a lot of Zerg players are saying, it's actually one of the more random ones. It feels like it's kind of, very build order based and things can go awry very quickly.
Didn't used to be the case that it was in question. It was only up until Reyna for a long time that it was then kind of, oh yeah, gods can bleed, there goes Serral. But at this point, yeah, going up against Dark, Dark is one of the guys that can constantly make Serral bleed.
Yeah, definitely. And I think even Serral himself said it in the most recent interview he did with TL, that his CVP and CVT are fabulous. And if his CVC he wasn't so sure about, it wasn't bad, but the matchup just doesn't fit him quite as much.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get to it then. It is going to be welcoming to the stage Pig, welcoming our Zerg, Serral and Dark.
Our next match is going to be a big battle. It's two former world champions who are once again on the road trying to get that next championship. It is, of course, the greatest non-Korean player of all time who brings an ice-cold focus to every single match up against confidence personified. That's right, one of the strongest Zergs out of Korea, a player who's a former world champion himself. This is Serral versus Dark.
Does this song ever not keep getting higher and higher and higher? He just kept going, I guess. But yeah, well, here we are. It's going to be Serral going up against Dark. That was a prime opportunity for Pig to introduce Dark the beautiful way he normally does. But here we go. This is a clash of the Titans. It is fair to say, ZG, Serral and Dark, just a fantastic match.
How does he usually do it? Just so people who don't know?
Like that.
Thank you.
That would have been, I wanted that on the stage so much.
That would have been good. Beautiful match. Yeah, definitely one that everyone should always look forward to, even when maybe ZVZ itself is a bit odd. I also wanted to point out, I actually didn't notice he had a new jersey, the new Ents jersey.
Yeah, the new white
pretty
one.
Sleek. Yeah,
it's
nice.
cool.
Very nice.
Very good.
It's rare, actually, that they do play in white. Of course, it's always the usual black with the kind of gold logo. But yeah, DPG on the other side in Dark, going to be staring him on down. And yeah, we said it before here, Harstem. There's not many people that do give Serral a run for his money, but Dark is always one. I mean, his in inverted commas, respect of non-Koreans has gone up in recent years, and he's definitely respecting Serral on the other side.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Dark will be the more aggressive player, will be the player taking more risk. That's kind of his playstyle in general. However, he's no slouch in the late game either. He can definitely play those Lurker Viper scenarios. And I kind of hope we get there at least once. one of these Lurker Viper games. They're always so much fun to watch.
Yeah.
Dark versus Serral specifically would be brilliant.
All right, let's get to it. It is a belter to kick off Group B here on the main stage as we head over to the commentators.
What a series to start us off with Group B. Serral versus Dark, Roddy. I mean, two of the very best in this category.
Two of the very best to ever do it for Zurich, without a doubt. I mean, two previous world champions, not when it comes to Katowice, but a long time ago, of course, BlizzCon was always our world championship. Serral won it, Dark won it, and I love that they brought it up as well, because that year that Reiner made it to the final, it was magical. Reiner against Serral was fantastic, but I also believe that if Serral would have made it to that final, I think it would have been a lot closer. Not saying that Serral would have won, but I do think it would have been closer than what Dark versus Reiner was back then. I mean, these are two of the top tier favorites to win it all. I'm super excited, and it's indeed kind of funny how Dragon Phoenix Gaming is black and gold, and Serral's new jersey, which I absolutely love. I agree with everyone on the desk. Looks great, but normally that's black and gold.
Yeah, usually they would have kind of looked, you know, had the same vibe going on, but now they couldn't be more different. The light versus the dark. As we dive on into our first matchup here, well, we better get to intros because someone ain't building any drones. In the bottom left-hand corner, our red Zerg player from NC Sports, it is Serral.
The man who was the overwhelming favorite to win Katowice for the last few years, but he has never done it. Going up against this man, the man who has won pretty much everything he could possibly win, besides the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, this is Dragon Phoenix Gaming's Dark.
12 pool, Roddy. It's a 12 pool to start us off from Dark, of course. So, what's the chances he pulls the drones?
On 2K, I actually wouldn't be too shocked. We've seen Dark do this quite a few times, and I guess we'll figure that out real soon. I don't know if it's necessary. I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised, because this happens so often, and it has happened so many times over the last few years. We get hyper excited for ZVZ between Europe's best and Korea's best, and the Koreans, they're always aggressive. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I want to say over the last 6 months, it worked more often than not, and here we go. We're going to pull at least a couple. We're going to build some spine crawlers, and then we're going to pull the rest as well to protect these spine crawlers. Short and sweet is what game one is going to be, Wardy. And Serral's is going to have the absolute best defense possible.
Yep, and he's fallen, you know, foul of it a few times now. This has been a build which has worked well against him, so can he get it done here today in the first map of his in IEM Katowice? He is looking to try and spot this, but he does get a vision on those drones, so he knows it. He can start thinking about it and figure out exactly what he would like to do. He sends his own drones forward. He wants to go for the evolution chamber wall or just the full block with drones.
Just positioning blocking, I think. Maybe it's a little bit too late for the evos, but here we go. We're going to try to prevent these things from going down. The first one actually gets blocked, and he gets canceled. This must be a phenomenal start for Serral.
Wow, I feel like this is a defense I haven't seen. The 4 drones getting a cancel on the spine. I didn't know that was a thing, but there we go. Now the spine stop, but it's so much later, and seconds are so valuable in a build like this because your lings are going to be out. You can take the fight to those spine crawlers way sooner and stop them from ever coming up.
Yep, you gotta love this for Serral. It feels like we're seeing a lot of red and really not all that much blue. Darkness is gonna try to guide a little bit, try to make Serral indecisive on whether or not he should go for the spines or the lings. But I'm loving everything about this defense of Serral so far. But the spine is gonna go up. But a single spine, that can't really be enough, because we don't even have the 3 spines. So this is not when you have a spine crawl on the low ground too. Serral probably wants to prevent this from going down for a split second though. So we're gonna pull the drones and the lings one more time. But with 15 against 3 workers, I have a hard time believing that Dark is really gonna get him much done here.
No, it's not even gonna be close. Serral holds on, and what a defense. I do not think I've seen that before, Roddy. The 4 drones and just patrolling to block and then targeting the first spine down.
Great.
Yeah, phenomenal. He does what Serral does, right? He comes up with new ways to hold these kind of things and says, hey, you think I'm weak to this stuff? Not anymore.
Think again. I mean, I feel like Rogue and Dark have done this successfully in the past against Serral, but I'm with you. At first, it's like, are we going to build Evos? No, I feel like it's a little bit too late for that. And then it's like, no, I'm just going to prevent the spines from morphing. The second spine couldn't actually go down because it was blocked by one of the drones. Then Serral turned around immediately and gets a cancel on one of the spines. And you said it, every second matters in these all-ins. And just buying yourself a 5 or 7 second buffer, yeah, that's all it really takes to suddenly make this build look a little bit silly. And Dark is probably sitting there like, damn it, why did I do this? Because as much as we always compliment Serral just for being super solid across the board, being good in almost every aspect of StarCraft 2, when it comes to Dark, sure, he plays a lot against Rogue, sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses, that goes for everyone, but Dark looked phenomenal in the late game against Rogue. He actually looked levels above Rogue, it's just that Rogue is intimidating in the early game and in the mid game, but when it comes to Lurkers and Vipers, I think Dark is as good as the European Zergs.
Oh, no. When it goes to late game, Dark, I think, is the most terrifying, right? He is so good. His control is insane in those stages, and we've seen it time and time again. Once he gets there, he can just be dominant. So, obviously, trying to be tricky, that didn't work out for him. We'll see what he tries to do this time around, but Serral will get that 1-0 lead to start us off.
Off to a flying start. Jonas Sutala officially starts his mission of winning the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice for the first time in his career. And I think it's so bizarre. I mean, while we were sitting here waiting for this match to start, it was like, hey, there's Serral. We've barely been talking about him. We haven't really seen him, you know. When you compare Serral to a guy like Rain or Clem, they will always walk into the green room and says like, hey, how are you guys doing? With slightly different vocabulary. And they banter a little bit, but Jonas always a little on his own. Just eye on the prize, non-stop practice. And this is really the first time we actually get to see a lot of him.
I know. I feel like I've seen everyone at least walking around a little bit or being here and there. I haven't seen Serral at all. He was sat down. I was like, oh my god, he's right there. He's wearing a white jersey. It was a little bit of a shock. So, yeah, and then he comes in. We're going to see 3 minutes of him in the first game. Hopefully a little bit more in game number 2.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hop into game number 2. In the bottom left side of Hardwire, the man who's up 1-0 representing ENS Esports. This is Serral.
In the top right-hand corner, no pool first this time around. Our Blue Zerg player is, of course, Dragon Phoenix Gaming's Dark.
Just because we don't see a pool first doesn't mean that Dark is not going to be aggressive. We know that the man loves to produce a lot of links and a lot of roaches, especially in the mid game. I do think he's pretty good with the Spire play as well. I've seen him on both ends of the spectrum, being the roach corruptor guy, and also, of course, being the Muda guy. And I think he prefers being the Muda guy.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of benefits to being the Muda guy as well, right? It feels as though the Mutas are much nicer to play sometimes than trying to play against them. So I feel like both would kind of like to be the Muda guy if they see the opportunity.
Of course, this is the opening match for both players in Group B, so losing here is not the end of the world. But whoever wins here puts himself in pole position to potentially win this group, and that means skipping out to round of 12. And we all know that that is a big luxury to have, because right now, if you think about the players you could meet in the round of 12, Rogue, Cure, no, excuse me, Dream. Yeah, Rogue and Dream, and that's going to be strong. Doesn't really matter who finishes in second and third place of Group D. That's always going to be terrifying. That could be Maru, that could be Clem, could be Rain, it could be Beyond, or even Scarlet or Zaun. So winning the group is a big deal, and whoever wins between these two will probably feel like, all right, I think I'm going to win the group.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're going to be primed and set to win it all, and of course then, yeah, like you say, that round of 8 start is not just who you might not play. You just get to rest a little bit more on the Saturday leading up. You play a round of 8 match without having been there 6 hours earlier, right? A lot of little things that add up in these competitions. And especially now that we're back on LAN, right? You know, these guys, they got to come into the venue again and all this. This is something we've not done for a long time. So all these, you know, little benefits, they go a long way. Third hatchery's going down immediately, Roddy. Everything is very standard so far in this game. Dark will be the first to drop the Baneling Nest down.
Yep, it's not a hidden Baneling Nest, so I'm kind of just seeing this as a safety Baneling Nest. The Baneling Nest we're supposed to make in this matchup. Otherwise, you could be in trouble if your opponent attacks you with a lot of Links and Banes. Serral is going to fire up a lot of Links and no Baneling Nest yet. That gives us the idea that maybe he wants to skip the Baneling Nest completely. Just make sure that you're aggressive a little bit and then drop the Roach Warren at home. Okay, no, we do get a Baneling Nest just a little bit later. Maybe it's because the Links of Dark showed up and he's like, if I wanted to skip it, it's probably a little bit risky in case he's already morphing Banelings on my side of the map.
Yeah, you can see Dark responding to this by making Lings of his own, so he will get ready to defend the third hatchery. Losing the third hatch puts you into such a bad position here, so you have to make sure you can defend that, and that's what Dark will set up to do. His first Baneling morphing in to help along with this, and obviously then Serral will be able to morph Banes back at home himself now that his Baneling Nest is coming through. Thinks about darting through for the fight, but just doesn't seem to think it's worthwhile at the end. He is going to try and grab a queen. Yeah, that's one thing you've got to be careful of.
Dark is firing up a lot of Overlords, by the way. A few more than I feel like you would normally do when it comes to perfect macro play. It does open the door for him to make a lot of extra links, maybe never stop building links. We'll see. Dark is going to send his first set of links to the other side of the map. He also has two Banelings morphing apparently on this side of the map. They were done already. This is going to be a little bit dicey for Serral, because I didn't see any banelings yet for Serral. There they are on the left, but one of the queens is in a very rough spot and is going to get picked off. So I'd say first a little advantage for Dark, but Serral does have a pretty big drone advantage already.
Yeah, he really does. Up by 7, and if he defends this right now, he's going to be in a great spot. Gets rid of that Baneling. Can he protect his queen as well? Baneling coming in. He doesn't quite save the queen, but he'll get one more Baneling here with the queen target fire. And as it keeps a couple of Banes alive on the right side, looks as though it's a good defense from Serral. Up 9 workers, and Drone only, Dark only got 4 drones in production. So even this round isn't going to catch him back up.
Yep, just solid defense there by Serral. Sure, we lost 2 queens. The first one was kind of inevitable. The second one went down, but in the end, Serral was the one to squeeze out all those workers a bit earlier. So he's going to be able to produce a few more units down the line. Dark, I feel like he knows that he just needs a little bit more. That's why he's still just kind of building links and drones. Of course, he's trying to catch up in the drone department. Can these 2 banelings make the difference for Dark? It doesn't really feel like it. The fact that Serral lost his queens is a bit annoying, but the additional queens are about to pop. And Serral also passes the second test, and I think that Yona is quite happy with where he's at in this game. His first Roach is already on the way. The Roach Wine of Dark only going down now.
Yeah, great micro across the board, obviously, there in the Ling Bane fight as Serral finishes up a whole chunk of Overlords. More Roaches going to be starting up as Dark is going to be taking a worker lead, while Serral might just be looking to get across the map. These last couple of Banelings want to go down. Keep your Lings alive, because that's one thing that Serral might still have in his favor here. Just having a Ling Bane count. The Dark has now used up being aggressive, as the Queen is just maybe going to die to Banelings of all things. Not every day you see that, but yeah. Serral made a round of units, but now he's actually going to go back to drones himself, as Dark still has more Ling Bane coming through. This is non-stop.
Classic, I think, Korean ZVZ, where they show up with more units when you don't expect it anymore. European ZVZ in general, a bit more streamlined. We make a bunch of links. Okay, we can't do anything. Then we go into drones and we go into roaches. But the Koreans are really good in finding this fine line between a few extra units, a few drones, and before you know it, you blink twice and like, hey, I was ahead and now I'm suddenly behind. And that is kind of what is happening here, as Dark still has a surprising amount of Zerglings out and about on the map. I don't know where the Banelings of Yona are. There are 2 Banelings there protecting his hatchery. Good little trade for Dark. Splits off a couple of links as well, picks off a drone. Dark is playing well here in game 2.
Yeah, he really is. Serral gets a little counter-attack for a drone or 2 as well, but he is just Serral in general now down in workers. He's going to get back ahead with this round of drones while Dark is building roaches, so he continues to ping-pong back and forth. Both players have the lair at the same time as well, so that roach speed will be similarly timed. We will see if anyone wants to try and risk the step towards Mutalusks.
I wonder if Serral's going to turn around now, or if he's just going to try to defend this hatchery with the last few Banelings he left behind. This, of course, opens the doors at the Dark side of the map for Serral to potentially find a bit of damage, but Dark also has safety Banelings. Roaches are starting to come up in pretty decent numbers. Dark maybe misreading this a little bit. I don't think those spines are necessary at all, but he saw that Serral didn't turn around, and he's like, uh-oh, am I in trouble? No, you're not. I'd love to see him cancel at least one of the spines, because I think 2 spines is overkill.
Yeah, absolutely. Not necessary. We can see that Serral's up at the same drone count as him. Did you see a couple of drones get to the mineral line? So that's 4 drones, so never mind. Back to a worker lead for Dark here. It has been non-stop, this action, and you know, we saw Dark defending well, also had Balins defensively, shut down a couple of Banes of Serral that tried to slip into the 3rd base. Now with Roach speed on the way up from both, we drone again, and we really are going to start getting towards a more standard Roach-on-Roach game. Serral will be the one to drop down Aspire, attempt the Mutalusks.
Yeah, interesting that he dropped Aspire while an Overseer is in his base. I guess we dropped it in the back of our natural, if our observer could just show us. Yes, it is. I feel like that's almost too obvious when that first Overseer is already there, but Dark did not go into the natural, didn't want to lose his Overseer, so he will just come back a little bit later. Pretty risky play by Serral. Then again, just because you build a spy, that doesn't mean you cannot spend your money anymore. You can, of course, still build roaches and just play it safe. It's just 400 resources that you temporarily won't get anything out of, but maybe way down the line can make all the difference.
Oh, absolutely. The first one Carapace starting up here from Dark as well, so he will start to move into even further upgrades. Serral doesn't want to build that. He wants to save some of his gas for that Spire play if he's going to make use of it. Dark obviously taking a 4th, as will Serral. Bit of a different setup on the 4th base as Serral moves forward while Dark moves along to the side. Interesting choices. I feel like the sideways one for Dark might be a little bit worse for Mutas.
Yeah, I mean, that Spire is close to finishing up now, and Serral does have 500 gas in the bank. If he wants to spend all of it, he could potentially get 7 or 8 Mutas. And once we get 7 or 8 Mutalisk out, Dark has absolutely no aggressive anti-air. I don't think we can really do anything. Even if we have a few more Roaches, we have a few more Ravages, the Mutas are just going to right-click those Ravages down immediately. I think that Dark is going to kick himself a little bit for not flying into that natural, not seeing that Spire when it actually went down, because now 7 meters are on the way. And correct me if I'm wrong, Waddy, but I think the only thing that Dark can do is start building Spore Crawlers and maybe drop a Hydra then or an Infestation Pit, because aggressively, I just don't think we can get anything done anymore.
Yeah, he'll just have to make a choice between which of the techs he wants to go for. The meters show themselves on Overlords, and obviously none of those have pulled back either, so Cyril, not a lot of meters, but we'll just be happy to slowly get rid of Ovies. That's money Dark has to spend. Dark's coming across the map. Yeah, this is where the meters are just going to click on the Ravagers, and now you got to kind of question. I mean, he did get across the map without being under fire, but the meters will be a constant source of damage throughout this. Dark gets a good concave to start, and Cyril's 4th base will be in trouble.
Pretty adventurous call here by Dark, but it seems to be working out. Lings into the main base too. I feel like Dark should probably just kill this hatchery and then disengage, because there are still quite a few roaches as well, but Dark is going to stick around. He wants to get on top of the roaches of Cyril too. I kind of think just getting the hatch and going home would have been the better call. I don't know if the Lings found any success. It seems like we have quite a few queens at the same time. Cyril's also counter-attacking with a couple of Zerglings. Doors wide open on Dark's side of the map. Of course, Cyril can just continue building middle list. And Dark still doesn't have great anti-air. We did drop the Hydra then. We're working on our first Hydra upgrade. But with only a single Spore Crawler, a couple of queens, I think these mutas are going to be proper annoying to deal with.
Dark's about to pay for the fact that he just gave up so many units in that attack as well, right? He doesn't have the army supply lead anymore. We'll see if his defensive advantage can be enough, but he might pay for this with his own 4th base. Cyril will have the position on this as well. He goes quite far forward. Not just happy with the base, wanted to jump on that army there. Re-engaging now. Cyril's a bit more clumped up. The mutas are not nearby. With Hydras coming out, maybe the mutas can't engage in here anymore. They're going to find themselves another Overlord or so over here, but a transfusion will save it. And Dark will be away. Getting out of a little supply block as well. He needs to be careful of that. He's not quite freed up to go to maxed out just yet.
And Dark does have that +1 Carapace upgrade, so that obviously works out defensively. I'm really surprised to see Baneling speed on the way for Cyril. I feel like that's something you normally see if the Muta player has 2 extra bases and 85 workers, and then we're just going to morph a bunch of Banelings to connect with the Hydras. Right now, this feels a bit adventurous to me, and 19 Banelings feels like a massive investment. And obviously, Cyril's not all that rich after losing that 4th hatchery. Pretty crazy call. I don't normally see this in these kinds of games.
Yeah, I mean, it basically makes this one big timing before Lurkers get out, because enough Lurkers just shut down Banelings, then they're completely useless. That investment isn't worthwhile. So Cyril wants to win this here, and he wants to win this now, but I feel like Dark might just be a bit too good defensively at the moment. He's not overbuilt Hydras. It's a lot of Roach Ravagers still. I think he's going to be okay.
Yep, I think maybe Cyril was indeed hoping that Dark wouldn't build as many Roaches and Ravagers as he did. Here we go, the Banelings show up. The Lurkers are not quite ready yet. Can the Banelings make the difference for Cyril and put him into a great position in this group and get the 2-0 lead? I like the micro of Dark so far, but Cyril does still have quite a few units.
Yeah, those Banelings are forcing Dark to just constantly run, so he was missing quite a few attacks while Cyril seemed to be hitting every single time. The Banes did a decent amount of splash, and Cyril gets a great trade. He comes out of this 50 supply ahead, and he's going to get this base on the exit as well, keeps his units alive. The mutas are picking off Hydras as we go, and Cyril's going to turn around and keep on fighting now, get the mutas back involved while there's no Hydras nearby. Couple more Roaches, why the heck not? And with reinforcements coming across the map, Cyril might have just done it.
Yep, now we're just going to wait for that second wave. Cyril had like 28 Roaches in production. He just wants to make sure all of them actually make it to the other side of the map before he goes in again. He also managed to get his own +1 Carapace. The only thing that Dark can do is just try to get 1 or 2 Lurkers out and see if those can keep you alive. But Cyril's not going to give him the time. Bounces on this army as well. And the Roach Ravager Baneling of a relatively weak economy gets it done. Little fist bump by the great Jonas Satala there as well, as he is off to a flying start in the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022.
What a start. I mean, that first game defense was more than just convincing. It was phenomenal. And that second game was pretty well controlled, obviously, a bit of back and forth. And it did feel like Dark brought himself back into it when the start wasn't brilliant. But Cyril seemed to know exactly what he was doing. Those Banelings worked out in the end. He had his timings down, and he just didn't give Dark a chance to breathe.
It's almost like the logic that often applies in PvT, where even if your disruptors shots won't connect, if you force the Terran player to run away, they lose a lot of DPS, they lose a lot of micro potential. And that's kind of what the Banelings did there, right? Dark was running a lot, and Cyril was chasing and shooting, and eventually those Banelings still found some decent connections. I do gotta say, I loved the majority of the things that Dark did in that second game. Felt like he played at a very high level. I just think once he made his Roach Ravager attack, kill that hatchery and disengage. I really think he stuck around a bit too long, and that's why he lost way more units than he was supposed to lose.
Oh, absolutely. He didn't need to. He could have just killed it, ran off. Maybe take some free damage on the mutas as he run away, but better than losing even more Roaches fighting into Roaches, right? So Yeah, maybe a little bit more than he needed to do right there. Cell with a really great 2-0. We'll see what the desk have to say about that. Over to you guys.
Thank you, gents. Yes, the golfing man from Pornainen is able to take himself the first victory here in Group B against Dark. An important fixture for him, considering the makeup of the group as a whole. We've got ZG as well as Harstem to talk about not only that game, but also other things that have been going on. So, strong start here, ZG, for Serral.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably going to give him maybe even the 10-0 that Dark took in the last year in the same group. Probably going to go to Serral with everything else that looks lined up perfectly fine for him.
Potentially Harstem. I mean, it looked pretty clean in this little setup that we saw from Serral here.
He looked very strong, and I think just that first game, it can go either way, right? If he loses that first game against that drone pool, Dark is kind of in your head, and this is just such an important win for Serral. Like we said before, if you win this first game, this is the real first champion contender that you're going to face, and the only champion contender you're going to face in your group. If you manage to take him out, it gives a bit of a signal to the other players as well, hey, I'm in shape, this is my worst matchup against a player that should have potentially been very dangerous to Serral.
Yeah, absolutely. We have other games that were going on here as well whilst that one was happening. We'll start actually with you, Harstem. You had Ryung versus Special.
Yeah, and this was a banger of a TVT, by the way. We can just straight away hop into it. Nice. This is game number 2 here on Hardwire, and this really is the deciding moment. It felt like the game was completely even. We had some trades every now and then. Ryung got ahead, then Special got ahead, but through very methodical play, Ryung gets himself into a position. We already see turrets trying to be built. He puts down a single scan, and look how little information he really needed to make this call. He says, okay, I see a couple of tanks. I don't see a lot of Marines here, at least not in position. Your army is slightly out of position. And he just goes in, throws down all of these interference matrices, moves these tanks forward, and then he realizes, wait a second, I don't actually think there is enough here. Throws down a couple of turrets as well, takes the air control and breaks this position. And from here on out, he allows himself to slowly but surely crawl forward. Turrets are still going up. Tanks are joining the fray as well. Everything is being moved forward, and Special knows how important this position is. Once he loses this position, the game is practically over. We see the supply plummet for Special as well, and he needs to tap out. And Ryung wins his first series 2-0 and kind of continues what he was doing yesterday as well. And that's just winning in a very convincing fashion.
That was methodical and surgical. I mean, the layering of the interference matrices as he moves forwards, that was very, very impressive. I like that a lot. Thank you.
The crazy thing of that was as well that he actually was down in Vikings. So technically, I don't think Special should have let that happen. But there were a couple of these fights where Ryung, for whatever reason, just manages to kind of take it anyway. It's fantastic control of his army. He really seems to understand this matchup as well. And honestly, if his TVZ is as good as his TVT and TVP so far, I could see him have a chance against both Dark and Serral in this group.
That looked very confident, very confident. ZG, thank you, Harstem. ZG, you have Time versus Showtime.
That's right. So I do definitely want to get into it and show how it went down. Time did 2-0 Showtime. Lovely combination of player names.
Yeah.
So the first thing to notice here is that there was a ripple effect throughout this game, which is that Showtime's Forge actually got sniped in an earlier drop. So he was already behind an upgrade. He was already slower to upgrades. But what ends up happening, and probably the most decisive fight, kind of just tumbled in from there, was that there was a 2-2 lead over 1-1 in this upcoming engagement, which actually there was also some cool micro. So Showtime, even with a couple of setbacks, was doing his usual great job of still being a fantastic defender, usually finding exactly where Time was going to attack and being prepared. Technically, he was prepared for this. He's got the shield battery overcharge. That EMP did blanket his army, but there's a lot of firepower here. Some of the army is missing. The Chargelet's coming a little bit late. The Phoenix coming a little bit late, but we also have Time actually taking that very wide arc, actually being able to survive with a lot of the Marauders left over. And after this, he pretty much just continues taking fight after fight of Showtime losing more and more supply until we actually end up with the game-deciding engagements, as you can see in just under a minute here, where Showtime, he lost the Nexus. That was kind of really what snowballed into a bad fight with all of the macro that Time was doing behind it too. I mean, it was a normal opener. Time actually just had really clean gameplay, macro-wise, fighting-wise, micro here too, and he knew exactly the lead that he had, so he was able to close in and finish Showtime, which actually Showtime's been doing very well against many other Terrans in perhaps similar scenarios. He's taken a pretty big hit. You think, well, Protosses are going to fall here. Showtime's actually been doing a great job in some of the open cups, for instance, actually still recovering and showing why he is the wall.
Yeah.
But Time, he's come ready to play, man. He might have had a later flight. Maybe he's a little jet lagged, but he's playing really well.
Yeah, very excited to see Time. We have to echo the sentiments, I think, of Rotterdam in the interviews that you guys had before, and excited to see him here on the LAN stage after, you know, having him online for, I was like, yeah, everyone was online, but yeah, we didn't get to see as much of Time as of late. Anyway, let's take a look at the highlights coming in from this previous series here, as Sarah was able to take that 2-0 victory over Dark. We go back to game number 1, where the Spinecrawler attack, as well as the drones and Lings are pushing on here, and Sarah was able to defeat this pretty well, Harston.
Yeah, he nips it in the bud immediately, and from there on out makes every correct decision that he can make. Just takes the win. It's such a clean victory. Beautiful start here on 2K atmospheres for him. Gives you a lot of confidence for the rest of the series and for the rest of the CVZs in the tournament as well, of course. I mean, Rogue is also watching this thinking, well, perhaps my early game shenanigans don't work as well anymore as they used to.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, high-profile ZVZ has been the bread and butter of people that have needed to win these championships here, ZG. So, as you said, it goes well.
That's actually a really interesting kind of conversation still, though, right? Which is that Cyril kind of comes into the first match of the day against a very intimidating, aggressive Zerg and nips the 12 pull in the bud. So clearly he's been practicing, but you could say that for the last couple of years. He's been practicing against people trying to cheese him out forever, basically, since he was top dog. And he did it here today, but you know what Rogue does anyways? Rogue doesn't care. He's like, oh, that didn't work for that guy, it's gonna work for me, it's fine. We're
That's
good.
right, there you go. And able to smash it in the second game as well. Not too much opportunity here for Dark to be able to push on through this huge Roach Ravager wall that he was able to encounter. Well, thank you very much, guys, here at the desk. That does it here. Cyril takes the 2-0 victory. Let's head over to him now with Pig to get excited about the Roaches.
A very exciting Roachy game there as well. Thank you, James. I am, of course, with Yona, who started off the series here in the group stage with the 2-0 victory. So it's got to be a nice confidence booster. How is it your first series back on LAN?
Well, the first series on LAN went pretty well, obviously. I was kind of worried. I didn't really want to play Dark first, to be honest. I would like to play him like third series or something. But obviously, this is now a really nice start for me. And I feel like this is a really good setup going forward in the group.
Yeah, one of the other favorites for kind of making it out near the top. So taking him out early has got to be a very good start. And game 1, I mean, this is something we've seen a lot, right? 12 pull, drone pull, especially with Dark recently. Feels like 50% of his games, maybe he's pulling out this strategy. Were you mentally prepared for it?
Well, to be fair, I think Dark has been more on the defending side often, so I wasn't expecting it too much, but obviously I still had my OV patterns checking for it. I actually kind of messed up my pool position. I would normally always make it a bit forward there, so he can't actually make the spines where he did. But yeah, there was a lot of things going in my mind, so that kind of blunder happened, but I still just managed to pull my normal defense out there, and it worked out pretty nicely. I got the first spine for free pretty much, and then he missed a couple of cancels, and it was pretty straightforward.
It kind of feels like there's this very fast sequence of actions, which is, I feel like I'm barely comprehending when I'm watching it, but you kind of pull 4 drones to delay the spine crawlers, and it looks like you're trying to block those going down at first. So is it just buying a few more seconds to get your Zerglings out?
Yeah, I mean, any seconds you can delay the spines is really good, and also, I mean, that game, I even killed one because the Lings were a bit behind. Normally people like to send the 3 drones a bit before, so there's a lot of potential, and you are still 16 out of 16 on the minerals, so you're not losing much. Those extra drones on the minerals can just make them dance around to the wrong minerals anyways, so just something I like to do, and most people do, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it looked beautiful the way you just barely got that cancel, got those 4 drones out of there, and then you hid in the pocket on the minerals, stacked them up. And I noticed you only built the queen on the expansion, so you were already planning to kind of evacuate down there to the low ground and force him to come down to you, right? Because the longer you could mine there, he's in big trouble. He's the one on the timer who's got to come and finish you off.
Yeah, I initially built 2 queens, but then I realized that, yeah, that's how I want to play my response. I want to get the 1 queen only, and that's more about just getting more Lings outright. They actually deal more damage than the queen, because I can get 6 Lings, yeah, that's the main reason why I do it that way. Also, obviously, if the queen pops in the main and then I'm at my natural, I guess it's just gonna die at the spines if I want to come help, so it's not really useful, but I think the Lings are the main point, the extra Lings I get from that.
Yeah. Well, perfect hold. I love hearing the breakdown of how you defended that, because we've seen so many top-level Zergs dying to this. So many drawed games, all sorts of crazy things happening. Map 2, you opened up with a Zergling pressure. You managed to get some Mutalisk control. It's a very scary moment where he did that big roach push on your 4th base. Were you worried, or did you feel like the Mutas were doing enough damage that as long as you kind of fell back, you'd be able to hold on?
Yeah, that game was quite interesting in general. I felt like my initial pressure was kind of poor. I didn't really even do anything with it. I kind of went to his side and I just didn't do anything with it for some reason. But then he went for a counter attack and that I managed to defend pretty well. I did some mistakes on micro, but I still managed to hold on. And I felt like I was in a pretty good spot. I think I should have been in a better spot if I macroed it well behind. But yeah, it was fine. I went for the mutas. And to be honest, I wasn't really scared at any point. I was kind of surprised he managed to kill my 4th base because I felt like I was looking it up right and I was maxed out, but somehow I didn't have enough roaches there to defend the location. So it was a bit strange, but I felt like it was in my control the whole game pretty much.
Yeah, I think even though you lost the 4th and some drones, you managed to kill a lot of the roaches, and running home with Mutalisks on his tail, he loses all the Ravagers there. What was really cool as well is the speed Baneling, something we don't see very often these days. And obviously they're a very supply efficient unit, but they're not very good at just damaging roaches front on. Is this partially because you're forcing Hydralisks with the Muta play, or is it just something where if you're at max, it's kind of the best way you can get extra army supply?
Yeah, I knew he couldn't afford lurkers in that situation just because he lost so much supply that he kind of had to make Hydras and Roaches only. And yeah, I think Roach Ravager Baneling is always pretty much, well, like, it's not the best, but I mean, it's kind of the best, but obviously Mass Roach Ravager kind of wins against that because it trades more cost efficiently. But yeah, I think in those kind of situations to play. And I mean, Derek's one of the people who used to like that style a lot, going with us and then Roach Bane after that. So I guess I gave him back some of his own medicine there.
Yeah, taste of his own medicine indeed. Well, this is awesome. Obviously, it's only the first of 5 matches today for you in the group. Anyone else you're kind of looking out for as a big threat other than Dark in the group?
Yeah, well, I think all the players are pretty big threats, especially if I had to pick some names. I think Time is someone that I'm not exactly sure how good he is, but then he beat Showtime already, so I think he might be a bit dangerous, and obviously Showtime as well, always really good in the matchup. But to be honest, CVT is probably my best matchup. Well, it's there up there with my CVP, so I don't know. I feel like it should be very doable, and with this win, I'm kind of hoping to get the group win now.
So sounds like from that, ZVZ you think is a little weaker than the other 2 matchups?
Well, yeah, I would say it doesn't really fit my strong suits too well. So I have done improvements on it, but I feel like I can't play the game I would like to play when I play CVZ.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for all the insight. Hope to have you back up here on the couch in the near future. Thanks everyone for watching. Let's go over to James.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and we now have our second series on the way here to figure out more placements in more of this group. I've got more Wardy and more Fear Dragon joining me here at the desk. So far, so good, eh, boys? It's been an all right day, Wardy.
Yeah, it's been decent.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed the games.
Yeah.
Some of them have been amazing.
They've
been slobber knockers.
Okay, all right, boys. Okay, Fear Dragon. Coming up next, of course, another great match. We have Special going up against Showtime here. Between these two, I think both of them are currently 0-1 down. So it's important to try and pull a thumb out here.
Yeah, I was actually catching the end, I believe, of Special versus Ryung, and it was a close kind of back and forth situation. But man, Ryung is so good with those TVT situations and just being a solid defensive player and everything. This is going to be a very important match. Both of these players, I think, are strong players who I think a lot of people would look at and say, yeah, they're capable of getting that second or third place spot and everything, but they really need to have a strong showing at the beginning of the group to be able to make that kind of happen.
Yeah, and Showtime is capable in this matchup, I think is fair to say. Although he did just lose to Time, I think we're getting to see that kind of nice glimpse into which Time showed up, you know, how is he faring right now? Because it's difficult sometimes to get a gauge on where Time is skill-wise when it comes into these tournaments.
Well, Time's a weird one, right? Because we just don't get to see him play offline as well.
Yeah.
When you watch him play, he's playing with like ping and bad ping as well. And so when you get to see him play offline, he can level up. I mean, that Asus ROG event, right, when he came in, he looked so good and he went all the way to 5 games with Serral. When you can play like that, I mean, he looks unbeatable, and it'll be really interesting to see, obviously, how well Showtime fares against Special, and that'll give us a bit of a scope on Time. That's going to be fun to figure this group out, James.
Definitely kind of figure out the power levels of everything going on, the jostling for position here for this. But, I mean, just coming into this match in general, Fear Dragon, when you're looking at it, what you thinking?
Man, it's a really tough one. I feel like this is going to be a fun match just for, like, I'm honestly just looking forward to watching this match. I'm also looking forward to watching the match that I'm going to be actually observing, which is going to be Dark versus Time, which that to me is also a really, really important match for the group, because we were just talking about how important it is to see what Time's, his form is going to be. Yeah. But Special versus Showtime, I'm not going to lie, I just have a very biased special place in my heart for Showtime. Sorry, I started punning and I realized I was punning the wrong direction. I have a special place in my heart for Showtime, and I really do think that he has what it's going to take to actually pull this out.
Look, don't pun too hard, all right?
Yeah, I dove too deep.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. All right, it's time for the walk-ins. Let's get our players onto the stage here to start this one.
It's a showdown between Mexico and Germany. We've got a Terran versus Protoss match up next between one of the most creative and aggressive Terran build players out there. He's innovative. He's always bringing new aggressive styles, but he faces off up against the German Wall, one of the most defensive players in the world and a master within his own rights. Your next match is going to be Special versus Showtime.
Let's get to it. It's going to be a bang banger for this one, boys, as we have Showtime and Special. I told you I was going to do it. Actually, I didn't say a thing. Yeah, Showtime getting ready and good to go here. A fit specimen of a man trying to vanquish Special, who is also now a fit specimen of a man on the opposite side. It's a cool matchup. I mean, Special, of course, you know, we've always hoped that he was able to attain some great heights. He has been able to get, you know, to those big semifinals in the past. That has been where his roadblock has been from time to time, though, here, Wardy. And now we get to see him on a big stage once again.
It's really awesome to see him on the big stage, right? And it feels like it's been a weird few years for him because obviously he was in Korea and then he was forced out of Korea, so his practice changed and everything. And it's so weird because we only get to see him in Latin America a lot of the time, right? And he shows up in other cups and stuff, but really cool to see him on the big offline stage again. And yeah, it'll be a really cool series. I really struggle to place these two. I don't know where they match up against each other.
Are you in the same boat with that, Fear Dragon? I mean, you were kind of and ahhing a little bit before.
Yeah, I think I'm in a similar boat where I think both of these players, it's funny because I don't think it used to be this way, especially for Showtime, but I think both these players have had some kind of ups and downs over the past year specifically, where Showtime has been one of those players where I've seen him do really well versus some players, and then sometimes you'll enter a tournament and you're kind of like, man, he's one of those players that you just look at it and you're thinking like, yeah, a top 4, top 5, maybe like top 6 or something for Europe. And sometimes it doesn't really match up with the results. And I feel like sometimes it's the same for Special. But on the other hand, sometimes it feels like Showtime gives Cyril a run for his money, or a Rainer or a Clem. And same thing with Special, with even some of the best Koreans and everything. It really does feel like there's a lot of volatility in the possibilities of this.
Well, win this or you go down 0-2 in the group already here for these two players. It's time to head over to the commentator team for all the action in this TVP.
Hello, hello. I'm DeMuslim, joined by my good friend Harsam here. And here we get to see the champ of Latin America, one of the all-time greats over there, going up against the wall, known as Showtime from Germany. How are you feeling about this one, Kev?
Well, I'm kind of excited to see them play. We did just see Showtime lose against Time, and the games got a little bit longer, and Time just played slightly better, it felt like. Special, however, is a very different player than Time. Like Wardy mentioned, Special is it's a tricky player, it's an innovative player as well. He's someone that can pull out builds that have never been seen before and afterwards never will be seen again.
That's a good way to put it, because they're one-time things, right? Like, I know I've tried to emulate a few of his builds now and then. They don't work out so well for me, you know, when people know they're coming, but I just don't mask them as well. And Special, he is a master when it comes to masking his builds, trying to make you think that he's doing something very meta, but he's a very off-meta dude. Like when it comes to his TVZ, he'll showcase these weird things. His TVT is really running the mech builds. Anyhow, bottom left-hand side will be representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Special.
And in the top right, as the Blue Protoss player playing for Team BIG, it is Showtime.
Now, obviously, you know these guys really darn well, Kevin. What do you think we're going to be seeing from Showtime? Because for me, I mean, oh my goodness, Special's already showing a little bit of a fake proxy over here, which can always throw you off. We did talk about him being a bit of a tricky player, trying to show you one thing and stuff. But what do you think we're going to see from a second SC even? Oh, it must be a scout. Oh, well.
Reapers, right?
Or maybe some Marauders. It's got such a long way to go. I mean, maybe you're totally right with the Reaper stuff, but what do you think we're going to be seeing from Showtime in this series? Because, yeah, you just got to see a little bit of his PvT against Time. Time's very quick, though. I think he's got that kind of Clem finesse to him, that he's very good with the micro, good with the control. But, yeah, seeing this already, that's going to be making you feel a little bit uneasy.
This is actually really funny. We were watching earlier the Cure game versus Neeb, actually it was. And in that game, Cure played a 2-Rex Marauder with a single gas as well. Showtime and Special were watching together, and Special kept telling Showtime, I'm going to play this against you, I'm going to play this against you. And now he's playing a 2-Rex proxy with a single gas, but it's Reapers instead of Marauders. It requires a slightly different response. Oh, this getting spotted is absolutely huge though. If Showtime gets to finish this wall with a Stargate, gets a battery on the low ground, Special's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I don't see this doing that much whatsoever. And I mean, it's not as if it's super close to his opponent's base. It's going to take a long time to travel. Getting that scout off as quickly as Showtime did, maybe the fact that the second depot started getting built so early back at the base might have given it away a little bit, that it wasn't like some super crazy committed thing, like right from the get-go.
Yeah, this is kind of wild. The CC also isn't actually that delayed. This, of course, is an investment, but it's also an investment in things that will pay off later on, right? The second barracks is still going to be useful. The first units will be useful as well, and the CC is only delayed by, what, 40 seconds or so. So don't get us wrong, it's not like this is a super all-in, but it does need to do some damage, and just forcing out a battery is not damage enough.
Yeah, it's a weird one for me. I do like Special's approach, though, because if it did come down to, like, very orthodox builds, one going at another one, I do think that does favor Showtime. So I think making it a little bit weird and wacky, especially if it's your kind of weird and wacky, that's all right for you. By the way, nice grenades there just to delay these adepts just a smidgen. Oh, nice bouncing around by Special, actually.
Yeah, and Showtime messing up the shade there is big, because that means that this second Reaper gets to stay alive. 3 worker kills is way more than I ever would have thought that this could do.
Already off to a decent start, and he's safe at home, getting out the Marines and what have you. We do see an Oracle is on the way, and that's something in the hands of a man like Showtime you always have to respect, but I'm curious about what the follow-up for both of these players is going to be exactly.
Yeah, in the current PvT climate, it wouldn't surprise me if we see a Twilight Council as a follow-up, although Showtime has been one of the only players that actually doesn't mind getting a second and even a third Oracle at times, as these adepts are marching across the map, dealing some damage. His Oracle could start flying across the map as well, and with no real threat of a Widow Mine drop, I don't really mind this second Oracle whatsoever here. I actually like it.
I like it a lot too, and I think he was actually picking off some of these reinforcements coming in from this right-hand side with the barracks, so picking off a few extra Marines. Now there's already 2 Oracles on the map, or is it just 1? No, this has got to be the second one in production, right? But still, this is quite a scary squad, because having 1 Widow Mine, you're kind of relying on that to actually deal some damage, and now production's going to be stopped as well for a little bit of a while with these barracks.
Yeah, let's not forget that Special actually needs to defend 2 bases as well. It's not just the natural, but the Oracle could also fly into the main. I think that's what Showtime is going to do now. There's no mine. Oh, is there a mine? Oh my god, didn't even see it. Oh, there is a mine there. That's kind of sick.
It is sick, but 4 adepts. That might... Oh, okay. I was holding my breath a little bit. Like, we've got to remember that Special hasn't been able to make a unit for quite some time out of these barracks, which that Marine count is going to take a little bit of time to grow. And behind this, Showtime's doing all the solid things, going up to a 3rd base and... Oh, going into the main base here. That Widow Mine revealed as well.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. These Oracles are going to get a decent amount of damage. Adepts are also getting damage. Oh my god, huge mine hit. Actually damaging a lot of these SCVs now, all one-shottable by this Oracle. Good control here. Does end up losing 1 Oracle, I do believe, and all of the Adepts go down. But I think that was a worthwhile trade here for Showtime.
I think so too. It feels like a lot of what Special's done is trying to slow down his opponent, and we do see that probe lead already amounting. What's the Phoenix count? Because I do see that he's already producing Phoenix. It's 0. I mean, there is definitely a window to get damage done with this Widow Mine drop, and so far, Showtime's just thinking about attacking, thinking about slowing down his opponent, but yeah, doesn't see anything there in the natural.
Yeah, this medevac is already a bit damaged, and the Phoenix is in position here for Showtime. If this Phoenix gets a hold on this medevac, which just boosted, by the way, we'll get the boost on cooldown right now. Showtime needs to react very quickly. He will do that. Second Phoenix is about to pop out as well. With a quick pro pool, I think Showtime will be just fine, though.
Oh, I was a bit scared there for a moment, but yeah, nice pickup on this first Widow Mine. The next few Widow Mines definitely buying quite a bit of lost mine. Oh, wasted Widow Mine shot there. That was a real clean hold by Showtime, not losing a single probe. And the follow-up with the Liberator as well, when you know there's Phoenix out, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, he's just hoping to get damage done, but if Showtime just sits back and just waits a little bit, I think he's going to be all right.
This is the oddest little build. He's now moving out with a crap ton of Marines, with just Stim, no medevacs there. I guess the Liberator wants to be some type of distraction. If these Marines walk into stasis, this build is over, right? Like, this is the end of this aggression.
Absolutely is. That stasis was there, planted just 5 seconds before. Those Phoenix have been out on the map, though, but look at Showtime. He's already like, all right, get back to position here, get the Phoenix back home a little bit, but will deny mining, and yet again, and great pro pull.
That was a very fast response, by the way. He had no pylon on the side, so he spotted this quite late. Liberator's going to get taken out without doing any damage whatsoever. The next real threat that will come out of Special here will just be those 2 medevacs, but that's just a one-way attack. There's no multiprong, there's no third medevac, there's no Liberator, and Showtime has an army that is definitely good enough to fight this small Marine force.
Yeah, I like the fact that Special has that Marine force on the left-hand side, because if that wasn't spotted, could have snuck in there, dealt a little bit of damage, and Showtime, he's more than prepared, though, and so far, living up to his name, the Wall.
Yeah, he definitely is defending everything in an appropriate manner so far. I wouldn't mind getting some type of secondary tech, though. Yeah, there we go with the Templar Archives. I wouldn't have minded if that would have gone down about 30 or 40 seconds ago already. He was floating a decent amount of gas with that fast 4 gas that he went for. Phoenix production resuming as well. I'm a huge fan of that ban.
Me too, me too. I mean, it allows you to skip the blink entirely, going for charge. Now he gets to focus entirely on a proper, raw power army. Do you think he's going to go straight into Archons or save the Storm?
I think he should honestly go for Stormare. I mean, he's been on 4 gas for so long. He has a lot of gas, but we also see that fast Robo. So perhaps a couple of Archons to try and stay alive until you get the Colossi out. If he can survive till Colossi, that is the better play. But I think the safer play would be to get Storm first.
Goes immediately for the Archons though, and here with these Phoenix out on the map, still getting a little bit of damage done. What's the resources lost tab at? Because I don't remember Showtime really... Okay, did lose those units early on, obviously, but he's definitely been trading well, and already 5 Widowmines down, a Liberator. Making these Widowmine, or rather Liberators, really damn early in this game. That is... Special has a weird take on TVP.
Yeah, this is why I think I would have preferred the Stormer, because that's a big Marine army that we are at right now, and you know that Special likes to be aggressive with a 1-1 type of push majority of the time in that mid game. So you don't really need to prepare too much for a super late game. You just need to stop these pushes. And once your forward base is up, you're usually safe against Special. And I think Showtime is better in that late game as well. And he's trying to rush her a bit too fast.
After seeing that army of Special, it's a really damn strong one. And he didn't try and push out before he had to. He's accumulated a very strong bio army here. And with very minimal splash for Showtime. I love this run by though.
Yeah, this is great. There's only like 5 Marauders in this army. Oh, great force fields here. A big chunk will get picked up before the real fight even starts. And these SCVs going down at home as well for Special. Liberator will get a couple of kills, but once again a quick response out of Showtime. Showtime seems to be defending so far.
He does. It's the work account that's really starting to surprise me a little bit, because even though I'm seeing SCVs die here, there and everywhere now, the count isn't that crazy. Nice micro that Stalker, by the way. Just moving it nice and calmly to the side, taking out both Liberators now. Supplies, after all things said and done, are pretty close. But now we're moving on to that stage of the game where Colossus are getting added to the mix. And that's where the Terran needs to start thinking about how to counter those as well.
Yeah, good read here out of Showtime, by the way. Knowing that there's going to be drops out. Blink is about to finish up. Special will be able to boost away just in time. And with the first Colossi popping out right now, no armory on the way yet. Ghost Academy just now starting, Ben. I mean, Colossi will be out before Ghosts are out. This is not what we're used to seeing in TVP.
No, it isn't. I do like the call for the Ghost Academy before the armory, but I am very worried if this game goes on for another few minutes. It feels like Special's been looking to try and get something done, so it's not as if he's been making the wrong call. It's just Showtime hasn't taken any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, and now we have Special trying to move in with a bit of an army split, wants to deal some damage and eventually probably try and get a kill on a base somewhere. This is a good fight, by the way. Super Battery does get activated. Don't forget, there's still an army on that right side as well. Showtime is remembering that, has a big chunk of his army there. Oracle can get a tag up. This is a decent enough army, can definitely take this out, right? With that one Colossi there, Marine-based armies are just not as powerful.
No, I do like the way that Special is pulling him back to the Widowmines continuously, though. Like, he's really giving Showtime a run for his money here, but as soon as those Colossus come online with the Thermal Lance, that's when it's a really different story. Now he's trying to amass all his forces in one spot and really pressure this third base. Knowing that the overcharge is down here, his army is red, and he's playing very well, I do think Special is, even though Showtime, he's not the one on the clock.
This observer is the sickest observer in the world, by the way. He's been seeing so much already. All these rotations having kind of preempted here by Showtime, getting that good army movement, making sure that he can always force field a ramp if he needs to. And if Thermal Lance finishes up, I'm not quite sure how Special is going to try and break this.
Me neither, but the time is now for Special. There's 2 Colossus yet to finish, but Colossus on either side. The Phoenix coming from the right side as well. All these Marines getting melted. There still isn't an overcharged battery, and Showtime just holds, and it's only going to get worse for Special here. I'm really enjoying this PvT so far.
Yeah, but no fourth command center, no armory, no second eBay. I don't want to call this an all-in, but there's no backup plan, Ben.
I mean, that's kind of the definition of an all-in, right? I mean, Special really wanted to get something done with this, but as this army accumulates for Showtime, he's on 4 bases. Again, just not taking any damage, and that's when you know a Protoss is feeling pretty damn healthy in this matchup, when they go for the second Forge and start getting the upgrades on both of them, especially when they've got double Robo on the go.
Yeah, taking that 7 and 8 gas as well. The Dark Shrine, he's going into the late game already, and Special is going to be stuck in the mid game for eternity.
Yeah, it's kind of funny too. Like, Special's gone for so much aggression, then gets a Sensor Tower because he's like, oh, but what about when I'm getting attacked? Like, mate, you don't have to worry about that right now. You have to worry about killing your opponent because you're going to be stuck in the Dark Ages with the kind of tech you've got going. Although, that being said, there is going to be a Warp Prism, but Man, Disruptor's out on the go. I don't think I've seen him produce a single Viking either this game.
No, this has been pure Metavex and Ghost. This is a timing that usually you see when a Terran wants to deny a fort base, but these fights started happening after the fort base was done already. Showtime was considering taking his gases there already. Ooh, Showtime actually believes he has a big enough army, and I believe he has a big enough army with the upgrade lead that he has, with his huge marine count in this army. Showtime is going to chase this all the way down.
Yeah, he's going to run through a line of Widowmines here, north and south, but that little cluster of bio is not meant to be fighting against superior upgraded Protoss, but this is the one chance he has. He's getting a nice little concave, but everything melting, and oh my goodness, that was a hell of a lot of Protoss just collapsing on that Terran. Nicely handled by Showtime.
Yeah, and after that early game, it felt like Showtime just had so many workers, and if you don't take any damage, yeah, just kind of snowballs from there on out. It felt like Special just was a bit behind and never managed to make a play. I think a very big kind of turning point in that game was the force fields on the ramp near the fort, right?
They were clean.
Yeah, if Showtime doesn't pick off that chunk of Marines and the 2 Marauders that were there, I actually think he will struggle. He has no major splash against like a 32 Marine army.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because Special strat, let's be real, it was kind of an all-in. It was very much a tempo-based play. If the game gets to it where he deals a bit of damage, enough damage to slow down Showtime, then he might start, you know, upgrading and accumulating better tech and what have you, but he just never got any damage done, so it never got to that phase. And, you know, it's not every Protoss in the world that can defend as well as Showtime did that game, because a few times it's like, oh, is he in position? It's like, maybe not, but he handled it really damn well.
Yeah, I also like that Showtime went for a 4th Colossi there. Often tosses will kind of switch into Disruptor the moment they get their 3rd Colossi, but Showtime saw that there was not a single Viking in production. He's like, well, why would I ever consider switching out of Colossi here? Because if all you're getting is bio, I can just get up to 5 or 6 Colossi even, theoretically. He only went up to 4, and I really like that. Just boosting that main army, making sure he can kill Marines, Marauders, and Ghosts well. Disruptors, no need.
No need at all. It is always a bit of a nightmare for Terran players when you're thinking, okay, is he going to play like Mass Zealot style, like a Charge Lot Archon kind of thing, which maybe Special was thinking, because that would have got massacred by Widowmine and Ghost, but correct call by Showtime, instantly double Robo, gets it on the go, and those Colossus, even without the Thermal Lance, they were enough, especially with those force fields you talked about, just to keep him at bay. I think Showtime handled all the chokes and the ramps very well, and the Oracle as well, staying alive for as long as it did, just to revelate everything. All round, very good play. Looking forward to what he brings in the rest of this series.
Yeah, absolutely true. Our second map is going to be Blackburn, and in the bottom right, spawning as the red Terran player playing for Team Psystorm Gaming, it is Special.
Already been a bit cheeky, we saw there with 2 SCVs, or 1 SCV moving out, 1 for the depot. But spawning on the left, representing Team Big, it is Showtime. Now that SCV, not go into your super regular, normal proxy location. We'll go and park a spot next to that Ultralisk statue over there. But so far it looks like it's just going to be 1 SCV moving out of the map. The monitor is a little bit far away from Hearthstone. What do you make of this one?
It's a semi-fake proxy, Ben. It's perfectly in the middle. Oh, no way he's going to scout that. If he actually would have scouted that, I think I would have paused the game as Special. Hello, can he see the screen?
Yeah, as soon as you said it, I saw like, oh my goodness, it's going in that direction. That would have been a ridiculous proper caster curse there. But if Special is going for all these unorthodox builds in TVP, because even if you go for a fake proxy, this is kind of weird, like weirdly far to do it. What is his take on TVP right now? Is he being vocal about it? Because I know he's a player that's not hesitated to speak his mind in the past.
I don't think he's a huge fan, but even when he was a fan of the matchup, he just liked proxying in general. Like, he likes to be tricky. He likes to kind of have the momentum in the matchup. This position of the barracks, I don't quite understand it. I guess it's very safe, but Showtime is not even a player that tends to scout the close by proxy location. So against a player like Showtime, I don't really mind actually proxying it next to his base, like in the slow zone, something like that. He hasn't scouted once against for proxies.
That's true, that's true. This bunker will be in range of this Nexus, and for Showtime, I don't think that should worry him too much, because even though Special is a little bit crazy, a little bit sneaky, he doesn't come across to me as the guy that's going to be like, okay, I'm going to 2-rax bunker all in you with Marines and stuff real close to your base, and Showtime gets the confirmation here for sure, seeing the factory back at home, so he's played against this kind of build before, and so far, you know, not overreacting in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a battery on the low ground with that pylon. Cute pylon positioning, by the way. Oh no, that can't die. That really can't die.
Will it though? No, it won't die, won't die. The pylon on the upper ramp, you're totally right. I love that for planting a battery here, because a battery will stop this from going down, but Protosters have got so good with dealing with these bunkers in the most efficient ways possible, because back in the day it was like, okay, you need a battery to sort it, you got to rush it out as soon as you can, but the Stargate opening, do you think that's going to be one thing where it's like an Oracle, just straight across the map, or what are you feeling?
Yeah, well, it could be either an Oracle or a Phoenix, Ben. I don't think we're going to see a Void Ray, although technically still possible. It is Blackburn, and we've seen it in the past. But yeah, I kind of like an Oracle here. We see a lot of Stalkers already being built, so this would transition well into like single Oracle Twilight, something like that. There's a lot of gas in the bank for Showtime, so it's definitely a possibility. Second Reaper will try to jump up through the zone, and Showtime just walking away as it pops up. It's perhaps 1 or 2 probe kills right on the pipeline here.
Or just a little run away, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? That Reaper definitely going for a bit of a tour around the base. Did he see? He saw the Stargate tech, right? I think he just ran right past. Okay. So he certainly sees that. He's going to get a Viking back at home. Isn't Medevac already out here? Because there's a few Hellions being made as well. Honestly, this game's pretty hard to follow. Like, Special's build feels a lot about doing a lot of things, but we haven't seen it truly accumulate. That Viking feels like a defensive Viking? Even though, yeah, I don't know, mate. I don't know what's going on here.
I mean, with double mine and the barracks on the map, right? There's no way he's going to push across the map. He just doesn't have the marine count. So I guess it is a defensive Viking, and then he follows it up with a medevac. I am about as confused as you are. But Special really needs to start dealing some damage, and these 2 Hellions and this Reaper might be capable of doing just that. 1 worker already gets kind of damaged. I think 1 worker just fell as well. Are 3 worker kills enough in there?
I don't think they are, but you know, you get the scout off, you get to see that it is like a Twilight follow-up with the 3-gate and what have you, but I think Special was definitely hoping for more, because he caught Showtime very off guard with that beautiful Viking positioning.
This is actually great, and I love the follow-up. I didn't understand the medevac after, but with the armory, it makes so much sense. Seeing that it's going to be Blink as well, there will be no Phoenixes on the map. These mines can be split in a way that you will need maybe 3 or even 4 Revelations to clean up all of these mines. And Special actually gets a second medevac as well. This is really fun play. I love this. This is kind of what Spirit was playing earlier as well. Slightly different order, but the end goal is the same. There's only 2 mines in this medevac though. So I really do believe he should split them between the bases.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to use this medevac just to scout what's happening when the 3rd base is actually going down. But we know what he doesn't know. There's no Robo on the way, and only 1 Oracle on the map as well. But that's another 3 Widow Mines coming in with that other drop. If Special does this right, this is going to be ridiculously hard to hold for Showtime, because if he sends an Oracle for this guy, hey, those 3 Widow Mines might come in, and then it's going to get real dicey.
Yeah, that was a good unburrow there as well out of Special. Now the second medevac comes into the natural. Will burrow a mine there. Single probe does get sacrificed. I love that he's splitting up these mines. Now realizing, hey, wait a second, there's no Robo. You have a single Oracle. Good luck cleaning this up, buddy. I'm just going to pop them down everywhere in your base. You're going to need infinite Revelations, which means you can't scout. Is Showtime aware of the 3rd CT?
He tried to plant it in the middle and he missed both of them.
Really?
Yeah, I just saw Showtime's face. He just shook his head. He was like, oh, no way. Did I not hit either one there? That is terrible. I've also like kept my eye on this production tab. No Robo's been made the whole time. Yeah. So he was relying on that to hold, and that is a nice cleanup with this Widow Mine, but this already for Showtime, quite a bad position to be in.
Yeah, and he also stopped probe production during that a couple of times. Even now we see only 1 probe in production while there are 3 Nexi. 44 workers against 44. I think Special managed to break the Mauer. At least for now, 3rd CC is already done. 4 more barracks on the way, plus 1 on the way. The tech for Showtime is not there yet. Viking now marching into the main base, starts 2-shotting these probes. Will actually get a crap ton of damage as well, and Showtime's in a world of trouble, Ben.
I mean, this is really bad for him. We talked about Special being a bit of a tricky, weird player, and so far it's super paid off. But this was not just weird and tricky. This was a super smart build. Everything about it paid off, and Showtime may be a little bit stubborn there to get a Robo so late, and no Robo at all, in fact. And these Widow Mines just, oh, is it again? Oh, just salt on the wound.
Yeah, there's still the single mine as well. It's going to keep getting worker after worker that will transfer from that natural to the 3rd base. Double gas is being taken right now for Special. There isn't too much here on the low ground, though. I saw 1 tank, 4 Marines. Is there potential for Showtime to deal some damage?
Okay. you know, you ask me, I'm quite biased here, Kev. I think Blinkstalker's going to always deal damage, but I think Special's actually got enough to hold. I like everything he's doing. Oh my goodness, no.
Way. That's his only detection.
Yeah, look at Showtime's face. You can see it. He knows the mistakes have been made. In fact, can we bring up the resources lost tab very quickly just to see? I mean, that isn't good, because a Protoss right now, you want to be doing clean against all this, but this has been nothing but.
Yeah, it's just been basically Special sacrificing units to kill probes, and his eco has just been way better this entire time. Special is already up 20 supply, and now that his production is actually about to finish up, that is going to skyrocket.
All right, if you're in Showtime shoes, what do you start doing to try and eke your way back into this? Because this is where I feel you have to either do something crazy or something uber-duper smart.
I honestly think a Templar Archives and hoping for some type of Storm Drop would be a possibility. I wouldn't even mind tech straight into Disruptors as well, skipping the Colossi altogether and hoping for some lucky hits. DTs sound like a good option, but very often what ends up happening if you're playing against Triple CC already is that there are enough scans, there might be a turret in the natural for the Oracle as well, and you actually will not achieve anything. So I think Storm or straight Disruptors definitely is the answer here.
Really nice play by Special, even getting the tanks, the 3rd CC, very, very safely popped down as well. Even this little, oh, is he going to get the catch? That is brutal for Showtime. Oh, Blink on cooldown still. Oh, even getting the miss Blink there on the low ground will maybe save.
One.
One Stalker saved. All right. Absolute disaster of a game for Showtime. This is the kind of game, if this was a ladder game, it'd have been that here. Like, from maybe the first Widowmines turning up when he didn't have anything, especially missing that Oracle early on. Well, pulling the boys as well. You know what? I don't hate it, but it's a bit unnecessary.
It's a bit unnecessary, but it's just going to make this push even more impossible to stop. And if this was a ladder game, I think Showtime right now would be looking at the -38 already. But as this is a tournament game, he will try to make a defense happen. A couple of sentries being warped in here with, well, force fields that don't achieve too much. Will actually protect the tanks for now. And I think Special will be pretty thankful for that. SCV is just standing onto the side here as kind of bystanders, just checking it out. Now we'll start working on that battery. Special absolutely destroying this fight. GG gets called, and Special will win game number 2.
Nice for Special to get a map on the board here, not just in this series, but for the tournament. I mean, obviously only one series done so far. He did fall to Ryung 0-2 in the match before, which Ryung, back in the day, was a TVT specialist. I know Special has gone through a phase where he's also been a TVT specialist, but Demauer, he's not an easy opponent whatsoever. And Blackburn, it's one of those maps where I don't think either race is like, oh yeah, I love that map against the other one. It can kind of get a bit weird and out of control, I feel.
Yeah, it's very playstyle dependent, but I do believe that Terrans dislike it slightly more than most Protoss players. Especially Stargate styles are kind of good on that map, obviously. And yeah, this is a very important best of 3. We haven't spoken about it much yet, but if you go 0-2 at this point and neither player having played Dark or Serral yet, I'm not saying you're out, but advancing from this group is going to become really, really tough.
It's looking a little bleak, you know, a little bit bleak. And I just saw there, by the way, Times 1-0 up against Dark in his match that's going on in one of the side streams there. So that's awesome to see as well. But yeah, whatever happens in this match, they're both playing very cool and playing to their styles as well. Like, we saw how good Showtime's defense was in the first game, but we saw how weird and wacky what Special did was in that second game. He's obviously been in the lab, cooking up some of these cool strategies. Lovely, lovely StarCraft.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant stuff here out of Special. Can't believe he went Viking into medevac. I was questioning him as well, Ben. I wasn't sure. I hadn't seen it before.
And the Viking, by the way, paid off against the Oracle, but then killing as many probes as it did, and it's like another warp in, and it's already at that point lost a lot. And I'm very curious what the third map will be between these two. So if he did take the map on Blackburn, and you think that's a bit better for Protoss, or at least a bit worse for Terran, yeah, all comes down to this now for both these players. And I dare say Showtime was looking at this group and he's like, you know what, it's going to be hard to finish top 3, but this is one guy that I absolutely have to beat, and this is him, spawning over in the bottom left of Hardwire to finish it all off. It is Psystorm Gaming Special.
And in the top right, as the blue Protoss player, playing for Team Big, it is Showtime.
What have you made as Showtime's play this tournament thus far? Obviously he's only played 2 series, but
yeah, I really believed he would have a better chance against Time than he did. The games didn't look too difficult for Time. They did go a bit longer, but it didn't look too difficult for Time, and that surprised me. I mean, last game, what happened there can happen to anyone, right? Once that first mine lands and you don't have the detection, it was similar what happened to Neep. Like, you just die. Like, it just snowballs so quickly, and from there on out, no matter what you do, it's going to look silly. But Special looked solid, and he knew how to finish the game. I love that move on the map as well with the medevac, catching these stalkers. That was very sexy. I love that.
Yeah, really, really cool. Showtime not going for a scout immediately across the map. Ooh. He's being a bit more methodical about searching around his base just to make sure that there isn't a proxy close by. Bit of a weird way of going about it, but yeah, I think it can also make the Terran feel uncomfortable with the fact that a probe hasn't shown up.
Yeah, definitely. And usually it still shows up in time for that CC block as well, right? Most of the time, but I think this time he might be slightly too late actually. Special's going to be pretty happy about that, because it's so annoying to have to deal with a stupid probe blocking your CC for 4 or 5 seconds. Then the Adept shows up and everything falls apart. You GG out, or you leave without the GG as the Protoss dances his units in your natural band. We've all been there.
We've all been there, we've all been there. I've seen your Terran streams, Kev.
Yeah, there's a lot of things dancing in my natural.
Yeah, they're beautiful, they're beautiful. Whoa, 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 a tech lab on that barracks there.
Okay.
Is this going to be some of that cheeky Marauder follow-up after getting the Reaper? Because if so, that's a bit odd.
It's really uncommon to go Reaper into Tech Lab. Yeah, I have actually no clue. Well, he's actually going to get Marauders here. All right.
I wasn't kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought maybe like Marines into a... I've seen Gumiho play stuff like that, where he goes Reaper and it follows up with a Factory, and then Fast Tech Lab gets a couple of Marines. But yeah, it's Marauder. Hey, there's no concussive shells either yet. What is this going to be, Ben? Is he faking a 3-Rex here?
I'm really not sure, you know. I was thinking maybe he's going to get one just to show it and then kind of freak his opponent out a little bit, but if I'm a Protoss and I see a Marauder, I'm never scared, you know? I see a Marauder, I'm like...
Nice.
Nice, yeah. Nice investment, mate. That sucks right now. But yeah, he's going to go for the Factory as well behind it. I was thinking maybe for a second some old-school Marauder Hellion play, but maybe just for a Cyclone here. I don't hate it. Don't fully understand it yet, but definitely an unusual one, because what's the best thing you're hoping for here?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I always try to think, what do people try to achieve with their builds? And the only thing I can really think of here is trying to fake a proxy or a triple Rex, but then having the Factory in the wall kind of negates that as well.
Okay, I'm super curious now, because he's going up to a 3rd gas very quickly as Special. This could be
BC?
some... I think it could be BC or something proper weird. You know, in the past I've experimented with BC plays against Protoss, Kev. I haven't always enjoyed it, but hasn't always worked out well for me. But that's a lot of gas going into something, and we don't know what it is just yet.
Yeah, it's a very odd opener. Showtime did open with a Stargate and has that Oracle out. There's nothing except the Cyclone. Cyclone looks onto the Adepts here. That should give Showtime the ability to take out a couple of these workers. One Adept will fall. He also spots the 3rd gas, by the way, which is a huge scout.
Yeah, 3rd CC, so he is going to be getting a Raven with that Tech Lab, but 5 SCVs going down when you've already kind of done a little bit of a weird build that hampers yourself a tiny bit. Got to see some of these switches going down. Didn't get to see that Starport going on there, though, but yeah, already I'm not feeling this for Special this game. It almost feels like he's going into mech, but he isn't, right? I hope? You say you hope. I mean, multiple Cyclones. So is he up to 2 already? Okay, just one, but a 2nd Cyclone. That's already a little bit weird. Maybe feeling like he might be under a bit more pressure here. Multiple Oracles coming out, but Showtime's being very safe, going for the 2nd Robo, or rather the 1st Robo, then the Robo Bay, then taking his 3rd. Getting decent scout as well. If he was looking there, he would have got to see that Raven, but interesting.
Is this like a fake BC build, maybe? Like to really freak out the opponent? Just the fact that there's 2 Cyclones as well, I don't know. It really messes with my head. And it's messing with Showtime's head as well. He's getting an Immortal, he's getting Phoenixes. Whenever you play Robo Colossi, you don't want to get an Immortal unless you feel unsafe, because it just kind of blocks the other gas units that you want to be getting. There's a lot of gas right now for Showtime. He took a pretty late 3rd as well, by the way. I think he was just as confused as we are, and perhaps in the end, it's not that bad for Special because of that. Although the eco isn't brilliant, his production is really late. His stim and combat going to finish at what, like 710, 720?
definitely going to be late, and even a Void Ray on the way here, Kev. That's not something you make unless you're really, really worried. Like, the Immortal's one thing. That's going to be good in your army later on at least, but that Void Ray... He cancelled the Void Ray, right?
Yeah, he spotted that it was bio, I guess. He was afraid of a BC. I think that has to be it, right? He didn't see the Raven, and it was like maybe a Void Ray for a BC, something like that.
Or maybe for like a medevac drop or a Liberator coming. Like, it had to be something, but he knows about the Raven now, and he does have a couple of Phoenix out on the field. So that Raven is probably going to have one fight in it or some sneaky go around the map, but now we're getting into more of a normal game, despite a very, very weird start to it.
Yeah, but I feel like in this normal game, Special is just behind for no real reason.
Well, this is what happens when you open up double Marauder and...
Double Cyclone.
Yeah.
The Cyclone is one of the worst units going into a mid game. It's a unit that is good for the first 4 minutes and then falls off so hard. Like there's no bottom to that well where that Cyclone falls in. It's just completely useless. It doesn't kill anything in any fight. It doesn't synergize well with tanks. It doesn't synergize well with Marines and Marauders. Just a garbage unit for Terran in this matchup.
Absolutely. Both of them kind of testing the water to see where the other person is. Showtime's gearing up with a lot of gateways, so despite falling behind in supply, he's at a pretty damn good number. That's the best probe count you can have, besides like 66, maybe one building probe. Oh.
He's on point.
He's absolutely on point. Oh, he was playing with the devil there, though. So he does see this group of units moving out as well, but what Showtime's heading for here, like Charge finishing up, Thermal Lands +1 as well, he's good to take on a... Like, he's ready.
He's going to push as well, right? You think? If Special doesn't attack into him right now, I think Showtime is going to be like, all right, you're not attacking me. I think I'll attack into you. There's, what, 2-3 tanks at this point. There's still a Raven defensively as well, which can be used. And I actually like that Special is like semi on the map because he needs to pretend to want to attack. Because if Showtime ever gets across the map, Special's just in trouble.
Phoenix Colossus has definitely been making a bit of a comeback this tournament. Like Phoenix being used quite a lot, not necessarily as your first go-to unit, but later on as well. Maybe with the prevalence of drops being so good and what have you. But 3 Colossus, that's a pretty magic number. And we've got to remember that Raven coming damn handy and Special. Maybe he's hitting a really good timing here, Kev, because he's got a decent supply. But that being said, there was a lot warped in by Showtime then. Oof.
There's a lot of units for Showtime. I'm just really afraid for Special right now. If this... Actually, think that Showtime should kind of pretend to want to defend this forward base and then just give it up altogether. Oh, that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Wants to get these siege ops far away from his base, wait for 1 or perhaps 2 more Warpins with the Archons and then just go.
Oh, I really like the missile turrets. There's quite a few units they can hit. Because you did see that, oh, killing those rocks with that though. I thought it was kind of nice having a bit of a choke here against the Zealots. The Raven falls though, does land an anti-armor missile, which will help him grab a Colossus there, but losing that, because you really want to keep that for those interference matrix, I feel. But Special's very all in with this, I feel.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Zealot run by to pick off the reinforcements right now. Everything is just being rallied across the map. And adding these extra Warpins isn't that useful if your opponent is also reinforcing. And that often is the power of Protoss, is that with Phoenixes or with Zealot run bys, you can pick off reinforcements.
These Phoenix getting behind the army, though, that helps a lot, because there can be valuable units, such as like medevacs, tanks here if he was a bit quicker, but I think it's got close enough to the army. Oh, maybe not, but the Vikings will get a little fighting in here too, and all things said and done, that's nice trade-in for Showtime. He's just buying so much time.
Yeah, I think these Phoenixes are so vital for this as well. They need to keep going there. I don't think Showtime should actually be defending this fourth position. It is absolutely not necessary. He's just putting himself into this weird choke where he doesn't really want to be fighting. He needs to use Phoenixes and Zealots to pick off reinforcements. He's setting up a huge flank, though.
I like this flank, because if you can get a wraparound, not having to deal with those bunkers and the turrets, but fighting away from a shield battery when you're the one being defensive, he's going to go for it here, Kev.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about this fight, Ben. Showtime is going to commit to it. There's a lot of tanks in the back still. Archons are fighting. Medevacs are being taken out. Special supply is plummeting. All Colossi are still alive. And I think I was afraid for nothing, as Showtime is definitely breaking this position, lifting the tanks. The Colossi dealing too much damage. GG gets called as Showtime wins this series 2-1.
Really good play by Showtime overall. Like Special definitely didn't make it easy for him. Definitely played crazy as well, but overall Showtime just showcasing that he's pretty solid when it comes down to getting the game a little bit normal, getting it normalized, just, and all those things we've got to remember as well, like making a unit then cancelling it. Making this, he didn't know what was going on, but he really took the game back, made it go a lot slower again, and didn't he didn't play with fear against his opponent, which I think is a really big deal for getting yourself in your comfort zone, and just managed to amass a pretty damn good army, didn't try tech up too crazily, and just got a very, very solid army against a pretty basic one of Special.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, beautiful. I honestly was a little bit afraid in that last engagement. I really didn't think it was the call, but never doubt Deep Mauer. If he thinks he can make a stand somewhere, he will make that stand, defending that fort base. Beautiful flank, dodging all those missile turrets, which were very important. The Phoenix count was huge at the end. I think he had like 8 or 9. Colossi never got any shots off. I think there was a bit of lack of target fire there with the tanks. If he targets the Colossi, I think that helps a lot if you have such a huge marine count, but of course it's really easy if you're the observer. You don't have to do anything.
No, that's true, that's true. And we've got to remember that flank as well. Like all those Zealots got on top of units, like the bio, and then they were getting shot by the tank, so those Zealots were perfect in good numbers. And he just knew when to put Special into a horrible spot of getting the units in between the reinforcements, and trying to reinforce that is so difficult. Anyhow, we're going to get here from our analysts over at the desk.
That's right, guess what time it is? We're going to talk about the game. We have a winner. It's showtime. He gets himself the victory here. Unfortunately for Special here to start off the group as it does stand. And we've got Wardy as well as Fear Dragon here for this one. And yeah, showtime, very resilient, going up against Special, finds himself nice ways to get into this, great compositions, and really taking the fight to Special at the very end.
Yeah, really fantastic job. I have to, of course, commend Special. He was able to take one of those games and he looked really good in it as well. But in the end, I think besides that one game that Showtime lost, he did look really solid. And I think that Ben was doing a really great job pointing out a lot of the ways that Showtime solidified himself against the kind of aggression and things that Special was throwing at him.
Yeah. Wardy, your thoughts?
Yeah, it was a really fun series. You know, a good bit of back and forth. Showtime made some mistakes, Special made some mistakes. I think it was kind of what we expected. It was close between the two of them as well. And I think that was really cool because I thought these two put up a good fight against each other. I think Showtime was the favorite a little bit going in, and I think he kind of showed as well. And I think he's got a really good chance still in this group. Like, he's got some tough matches ahead, but his PvZ has been great lately, so...
Yeah, I can understand why as a collective we had a little bit of a more difficult time placing where this game was going to go. 2-1 kind of echoes that here in the result as a whole. So we had other games going on in the group whilst that one was ongoing as well. We're going to head over to Wardy, who had Cyril versus Ryung.
Yeah, so Cyril did win 2-0 versus Ryung, but I thought it'd be cool to show a little bit of game number 2 because Ryung got into a pretty scary position. And this game went on like 8 minutes from here, and it was kind of close for like at least 3 or 4 minutes from this point, where Ryung just has this siege up. Like, he's playing pretty aggressive 2-base all in. And obviously you're meant to be kind of close in supply and in a bit of an army lead, and for Cyril it's all about picking the right fights. And this fight I thought, oh yeah, Cyril's got this, right? But these tanks in the middle, they get rid of so many Banes, and Ryung just has so many Marines after. He starts pressing forward, there's only really a few Banelings left over, and this I kind of thought maybe had some potential to go somewhere for Ryung. Of course, Cyril is Cyril, and he just about holds on. It's so close for a little while, but yeah, he just buys time, and like I say, it takes a while for this position to actually properly be broken, so Ryung gave Cyril a good little fight, at least, is what I wanted to say. Obviously, the expectation was Cyril 2-0, but I didn't expect it to be as fun as this. The first game definitely wasn't as fun as this. The first game was over in 6 minutes of roaches rushing across the map.
Oh,
so.
great. Well, yeah, cool. So important for Zerg to have just even little advantages here, even if it's just a slight bit of creep ahead of this, to slowly buy the time, all these little extra inches and miles you can actually take from this. And wow, that's a lot of queens afterwards.
Yeah, once he got to the point he held it off, it was pretty convincing, but it was, like I say, he was parked there for 3 or 4 minutes. It was pretty neat.
All right, well, thank you very much, Wardy, for that update. Yes, as mentioned, Cyril now wins 2 of his first series in the group. Moving on, Fear Dragon, you have Time and Dark, and actually, I think that's still ongoing, is it?
It finished up while Wardy was talking. But I have the last minute of that game, which can kind of show off kind of how the series went. I want to say the first game was crazy long. It was like a 30-minute barn burner, bang banger, or as Kalaris likes to say. And of course, it did actually end up with Time winning that one. Then Dark was able to fire back with a really well-timed Baneling attack that actually hit Time at a really appropriate moment. But then game number 3, you can actually hop into the game and I'll show you guys exactly what happened at the end. And it's honestly pretty simple. It's not a super complicated game, so we'll try and keep it short once we hop into the game.
Let's go.
But effectively, it was Dark going for a big Ling Roach bust, but here's the thing. You look at Time's vision, he didn't really see a whole lot. He was just starting to move out with his Hellions, and this is that moment where all of these Lings start moving on in, and once all these Lings start moving on in, they draw all the Hellions back, and what do we see on the other side of the map? All of the Roaches moving across the map, sitting over here in this little corner, managing to catch some of these Hellions by surprise, and I mean, to no one's surprise, when someone is encountering this and have absolutely nothing back at home to defend, yeah, you just kind of die. It's pretty one-sided.
Unfortunate, but good stuff by Dark.
Did Time have Blue Flame?
Did he have Blue Flame?
That looked like Blue Flame.
Did he have Blue Flame?
Crazy.
He did have Blue Flame.
He had Blue Flame? He had a Blue Flame.
I see.
I missed that because I was listening to you analyze your game.
I figured, I just saw it. I was like, interesting. That would make sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
All right, highlights time. Let's take a look at the game that we just witnessed here between Showtime and Special. And we go back to the beginning where Zealots are having a fun time against some Force Fields.
Yeah, this was actually a really fun game, and it felt like for a moment or two, Special was maybe going to be able to get there, but Showtime really controlled a lot of these fights very well, right? He was able to drop the force fields where he needed them. His later game army control is just so good, right? And, you know, the Phoenix coming in from the side, picking up a mine or so. It's those little things that add up a little bit, and of course, yeah, he just has so much splash at this stage that he was
exactly
looking good.
Doesn't help when there's not really much answer against like 4 Colossi. They're just doing what they want here, Fear Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not every single time that we end up seeing Showtime play, but there is something, as like a Protoss player, whenever I watch Showtime play a PvT and he's just really on point and defending everything really well. I know that didn't happen in every game of the series, but when he does that, it's one of those times I feel like, wow, I want to play StarCraft right now because I want to be like Showtime and defend as appropriately and amazingly as he does. I know, again, it doesn't always end up happening, but it is really, really one of my favorite things to see from him.
Who doesn't want to be like Showtime? Just look at him. He's
oh my God, I forgot he was right at the couch.
He's right there.
All right, well, now I'm going to be blushing.
Now you got to really say the nice things, Fear Dragon.
Yes, well, Showtime, I mean, he may have lost the game, but truly he deserved to win 3-0. But
perfect, good, yeah, in this best of 3. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, here as we wrap up the highlights from game number 3 as well. Yeah, just not much real answer to some of the things that Showtime was bringing. Unfortunate for Special, now goes down 0-2 in the group so far. And let's head over to the talented and beautiful Showtime.
I am here with the Protoss player that we all wish we could play like. Lovely victory there, mate. You got the 2-1. Feeling pretty good about that?
Yeah, pretty happy. I didn't want to go down 0-2. I did it 2 years ago, and it's never a good feeling, honestly. Like you don't want to go 0-2 because then you have to win every match, and yeah, so very happy I got to win.
Yeah, it's pretty insane pressure if you're suddenly going into every match going, oh, I can't make any mistakes. They're only best of 3s, right? You don't have a lot of wiggle room. That being said, this was not an easy victory. You like defensive calm play. You like to kind of slow things down and defend everything. Special likes to play crazy. He does really weird builds. What were you thinking when you scouted those 2 barracks, proxied in his 3rd base in game 1?
It was a build that he played against me in some of the Open Cups, I believe. And it might have even been the exact same position in the same map. So when I saw it, I was like, really? You're going to do this again? So I knew it was like the Reaper stuff, and they still did some damage, which I was a bit upset about. But yeah, like Special plays like everything. He tries to throw you off your game, and I think he did a pretty good job with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of non-stop. Even in that game, after you deflected the Reapers, I felt like every moment when your attention was pulled somewhere, there was a Liberator appearing in the back of your base when your Phoenix were out of position. But felt like you kind of pulled the probes pretty quickly, didn't let him under your skin. So you were kind of prepared for him to just keep throwing those kind of distraction tactics and lots of harassment, right?
Yeah, I mean, like most Terrans do it. Maybe not the Liberators, like that was a bit of a surprise for sure, because I had Phoenix and stuff, so I was like, really? Like 2 Liberators just sieging up my base and stuff? So I was surprised about that, yeah, I mean, PvT in general, you have to be on top of everything all the time, because there's so much harassment going on, they split their army and everything, and like one small mistake and you just instantly lose a base or lose a mineral line to Widow Mines, so yeah, it's, you have to be on top of everything.
Yeah, you gotta survive those narrow timings, right? When you just get the second Colossus out, add the Archons in there and that sort of stuff. Game 2, we got to see, you know, you were attempting to control everything. It looked like it was going okay, and then I think that was that crucial moment where you did the revelation in between the 2 Widow Mines, and it just barely couldn't quite reach them both. Ah, I mean, that had to be a bit of a moment where you realized you were in trouble then.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That game, I was getting so angry. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, can I reveal like both of them? And I'm like, I think maybe one of them should be in it, and then I do it, and then like, fuck. It's like none of them. Then it was like, okay, no energy in the Oracle anymore. There's like 3 Widow Mines borrowed in different places. I was like, oh man, this is not good. It's not going well.
You know there's going to be some explosions in those mineral lines after that.
No.
Obviously, that was a very hard game from there, and he kind of just overran you, caught your stalkers on the map. But game 3, you managed to get back in the driver's seat and really start to kind of control things. Of course, he looked like he was playing a big macro game, but as always with Special, doesn't really want to take it to the late game, and there was quite a scary push. So it was interesting. Was it you kind of picking up on the fact that he was going for that push that prompted you to go back into Phoenix production just to pick up the tanks? It felt like you kind of started adding those back in just to kind of threaten the pickups on the siege tanks.
Yeah, on Hardwire, it's pretty popular to push, usually not that spot, but below the main base, where you siege the tanks on the bottom and then you drop into the main base and stuff. And if you don't have Phoenix, with like the Colossus that I was going for, I usually struggle pretty hard, so I went back into Phoenix and expected him to push. I think I also stayed in like 66 probes or so for a while, and I was just hoping he would attack me. Because if he just sits back, then it's not great to sit on 66 probes for that long, I think.
The casters were saying, oh, you know, if Special doesn't move out, they figured you might go for a Colossus Arc on Zealot timing yourself. Was that the plan?
Yeah, probably. Like, I'm not exactly sure. It depends if he has Ghosts and how many Vikings he has and that stuff. But yeah, if he doesn't attack me, then I'm gonna at least try and poke a little bit.
Yeah, at least rotate around and see if you can find some damage.
Yeah.
Well, it ended up being a very clean last game. Definitely played out the way you wanted. So you're going to be going through to your next match. Feeling good for the rest of this group? Anyone you're kind of a little bit worried about?
Well, I'm already a bit upset I lost against Time, because he's one of the opponents I kind of felt like I should be able to beat, but he played pretty well and I made some mistakes. And yeah, I mean, there's Young left, who is looking pretty strong. I'm not really sure how I'm gonna do against him. And then Dark and Cell are like the 2 favorites in the group, and yeah, we'll see. Like, my matches against Dark are always fun. They're always pretty close, so we'll see how that one goes. And against Cell, well, I don't have the best record against him. That one's gonna be tough, I think. But, you know, maybe I can make something happen.
Take each match as it comes. Well, best of luck, mate. Thank you for joining me here. And thank you everyone for watching. We'll be back after a very short break.
welcome back. That's right, we only have a few more series left here today. Of course, simultaneous ones going on here as we continue for Group B for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. And now we have Serral versus Time that's going to be on the main stage. Excited for this one, considering the form that both players have been showing here thus far. However, before we jump to that, let's take a look at the groups with Wardy and Rotterdam joining me here at the desk as well. We have the group unfolding right before your eyes. Currently, Serral looking for that perfect score. We're early days here, Rotterdam, but he's had a really good start, I think.
Yep, obviously Dark was the other big name in this group, and Serral came off to just a flying start, came out guns blazing, played really well, especially I think in the second game, had to work hard for it. I am obviously excited for Serral against Time. There's a little bit of history, we'll dive into that.
Yeah.
But if you look at the standings right now, and you also know that Ryong is about to play against Showtime, I think that's a very important best of three already on who could potentially take third place in this group. Of course, Time is in that mix as well.
Yep.
And if Time takes a map in this upcoming best of three, like all of that is going to be very interesting. So we've got exciting rounds ahead of us.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a really fun group, isn't it? I mean, Serral is starting to run away with it. I think what's rough is that Showtime and Special obviously have those Dark and Serral matches to come. That's going to be really tough for them, and I'm kind of excited to see Showtime play against the Zerg, so I really feel like that's going to be fun further down the line. But hey, Ryong is in a great position as well. Like, if he gets the win against Showtime and then he can do it against Time, well, I mean, he's through the group then, basically.
Yeah, stuff still up in the air with a lot of 1-1s in that middle pack at the moment. So only really Serral standing head and shoulders above the rest. There was a lot of S's in that sentence. I did it to myself, I'm sorry. But anyway, moving on, we have our next matchup coming up here on the main stage, and it will be Serral going up against Time. And I think we mentioned it in the previous segment here, Wardy. We're excited to see kind of Time's form. Rotterdam was also excited to see Time's form, and so far, so good. It's been a treat to watch.
Yeah, he won a long map against Dark, and then he kind of lost in some like more aggressive games. That has me a little bit worried, because Serral brought out the aggression against Ryong. He's not afraid to all in. And Serral also did something which I feel like is very much so what Time is going to do, which is he defended a bunch of aggression against Ryong as well. And yeah, it got a little bit close and a little bit scary, but he got there. And those situations usually do look close while they're still under control. So yeah, I think Serral is going to be in a pretty comfortable position here, but it'll be fun to see Time on the mainstream, won't it?
I suppose the numbers don't lie in this matchup as well here, Roddy. If you look at the 7-0, that is in favor of Serral. However, there has been closer matches than that does say.
Oh my goodness. All right, we'll just take away Benjamin Baker's casting material, because that's all he ever talks about when he casts Time. Once upon a time, Time played an amazing best of 5 against Serral in Finland. That's almost 4 years ago right now, or at least 3 years ago.
Is it really?
Yeah, 2019. It went to distance, 5-game series. Time played out of his mind. It was barely not enough. But more recently, they actually had a pretty close best of 5 as well. And the last chance, I believe it was, where it was 3-2 in favor of Serral. So there have been 2 3-2 victories. But at the end of the day, in series, it's 7-0 in favor of Serral. And yeah, there's no need to beat around the bush. Serral is the big favorite here. Yeah. And his EVT has also been looking mighty fine lately.
Yeah, he's been touting that, definitely. We heard it in the interview. We heard him saying that his EVT might be stacking up against his EVP as well. So maybe good times for Serral.
Yeah, I think Serral's really here to play for the championship. Right?
Yeah,
he looks really good. I was really impressed by the series with Dark. I really thought that 12 pool defense to start off with was kind of like old Serral. He came with something a little bit different to what we've seen. He says, look, I've seen what's beaten me in the past. I'm going to find the answers, and I'm going to come up with them, and you know, I'm going to show you guys what I'm made of, and I think he's going to look good today.
After Serral's first series, I actually met him downstairs, and in a little chat, I was like, yo, no, long time no see. He's like, you know, in typical Serral way, he's like, yes, well, online. I was like, I know, Serral. We're having a little chat. I was like, how are we feeling overall? He's like, yeah, I'm feeling really good. I was like, you think you can do it all? He's like, yeah, I mean, we're going to try, of course. I was like, how's the CVT? I was like, I know you're good in it, but I think in best of 3, it can be a bit tricky against Terran. I know best of 5 and best of 7, this is a lovely map pool for Zerg, but I was like, the best of 3s can be tricky, you know? And he's like, I actually disagree with that. And I was like, okay, tell me why. And then Reyno shows up, and Reyno's like, oh, that's just because he's a rogue simp. Just because Rogue wins on Blackburn. Serral thinks he can win on Blackburn as well. But then he does it on the ladder and he loses against Ziggy, and Serral's like, that's not true at all. So, it was good spirits all around between the 2 big Euro boys. But yeah, Serral is feeling the matchup. He's feeling the map pool. Yeah, he's a big favorite here.
That makes sense. He has a great group for it, I suppose.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? And especially just getting warmed up a little bit. I feel like Dark really was like the big stepping stone, right?
Huge hurdle.
You get past Dark, and now I feel like it is just a home run, right? You just go for it, and you go all the way.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm struggling for the words, but you know what I mean, right?
I get you.
He just got it now.
He hit the ball already.
He hit the ball.
He's
yeah,
running.
Yeah, that's the one.
But we don't totally know yet if it actually goes over the fence or not.
Sports references.
Yeah, really.
I think we gotta stick to Pokemon, guys. Like, that's something all three of us are comfortable with.
Well, I already hit on the fact that this is a shiny version of Serral because he's wearing a white shirt as opposed to a black shirt here. So there was a 1 in 4,000 some chance of being able to spot this Serral, and we've almost caught him here, Wardy. Doing all right.
I don't have any more Pokemon references.
No, nothing more.
I don't have anything.
All right, we'll throw those out. We'll stick back to the sports references, I suppose, which I'm useless at. But anyway, it is time for the players to make their way onto the stage as Pig is going to introduce.
Our next match is between one of the greatest players, a player with 15 Premier titles in his name. He's going to be going up against a guy who's dominated his region for the last 3 years straight. That's right, the #1 player from China, Time, up against the Finnish phenom, Serral.
It is Jonas Satala time here. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm joined here by the Muslim, and we are so amped for this upcoming ZVT, one we've seen many times now in the past. And while it has been a little bit more one-sided in favor of Serral, I have to say we've seen so many times that this has actually been a very, very barn burner of a series.
I know Kevin was ripping me on the desk a little bit about bringing it up time and time again, but I really do like this Chinese Terran. He really is the greatest Chinese player of all time. I know that right at the start of StarCraft 2, there was Loner coming about, getting second place at BlizzCon. Since then, there was like this phase of
time.
There was like Jim that was doing really good in Europe and stuff. But yeah, ever since Time came along, he's looked so damn good. Like when you see him play, it's obvious that he practices on Korea, and he was Innovation's teammate for a long time, obviously getting a little bit overshadowed because Innovation's Innovation, but whenever this guy plays, it doesn't feel like these guys are, it doesn't feel like it's as one-sided as it is, because Time always delivers. He always does.
I really feel like one of the consistent things we've noticed from Time is that he seems to play a little bit up in level when he's starting to play against, I don't have a better word for it other than legends, right? We have some of the absolute legends, the top-notch players that set themselves apart from the rest of the players in the scene. And whenever Time is facing off against some of them, I really do feel like he brings it up a notch. He dials it up to 11, whereas normally he may be just playing at 8 or 9.
It's funny, like this is the first tournament in a while where I'm casting Serral and I'm like, is he truly one of the favorites? And what he's shown so far is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. The way that he dismantled Dark and in that kind of fashion was awesome to see. Anyhow, we're going to kick it off on 2K Atmosphere here, and spawning over in the bottom left, representing Team Ents, it is Serral.
And up here on the top right-hand side of the map, we have our blue Terran player, the Chinese man himself from Kaizi Gaming. He is Time.
The Chinese man himself. You know, it's actually kind of funny to look at these guys' ages because I feel like they've been around forever now. And they're both like, what, early 20? I think Time just turned like 20 or 21 or something like that. Still a very young player, still got a good future ahead of him. And Serral, yeah, he's in his early 20s, mate, and he's a former world champion. This one, though, Katowice, it's one that's eluded him for quite some time now.
It really has. It has been the, I mean, some say the black mark on Serral's immaculate record, especially for his big winning streak, which was so incredible. It was unparalleled. No one has really ever come close to anything of that level of dominance. But Katowice is where it effectively, you know, had to begin at, and it was also where it ended at. It was basically the tournament that eluded him in terms of being able to win it. And Serral, he's looking really good so far this tournament and in this group stages. He's gotten a lot of hype from a lot of players also coming into the event. I am ecstatic to see how he faces off against Time in this series.
Yeah, me too. Like, ZVT is absolutely a matchup where it comes down to speed, pace, precision, calculation. And these guys, they've both, well, I mean, Serral, saying that his ZVT is now getting to the level of his ZVP, which we know he has had the best ZVP in the world for the last few years, dismantling players such as Trap when he's been on tip-top form, just never falters. And that DreamHack season finals a few months back, it was just, the tournament was boring because Serral was just better than everybody else. He just absolutely demolished everybody, and it was like, oh, I guess that happened. But here, going up against Time, this is going to be a different story, because when these two do duke it out, it's always a wonder to behold. And I just hope that Time does deliver here, because we all know he's really good, and it'd be so lovely for him to be able to actually and finally get a win against Serral.
I will actually say, because it's not like this is the first match that these players are playing today, we did get to see on the B stream, or I think the C stream, that Time was playing that series versus Dark, and the first game that he played versus Dark was a 27-minute crazy great match. Lots of action everywhere. We had Nidus rooms coming up, and I think one of the consistent things that I definitely picked up from Time, even though he ended up losing that series overall, the way he lost was mostly to, ironically, timing attacks effectively from Dark. But when it went to like the longer stage macro game, his multitasking and just micro and attention to detail across all of the different forms of harassment, everything Dark would throw at him, was so on point. I was really impressed with that. So if he goes to the later stages versus Serral, that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Oh, absolutely. This game so far kicking off with very orthodox builds. Time went for a bit of a scout while going for a 3cc behind it off 1 gas. Serral, on the other hand, doing very normal Zerg things as well, but going for that Overlord speed very early on, meaning that, hey, I'm going to find out exactly what's going on, and then I'll be prepared. Obviously, you can skip it out a little bit, but if you're a player like Serral, no point skipping any corners. Cross all the T's, dot all the I's, and you'll be in good shape. And now he gets a full-on scout of exactly what's happening. Oh, Banshee. I wonder if it will be a cloak, because this kind of was an old-schooly style where you used to go like a bit of a safety Banshee. But you always have to respect your opponent when you see a Banshee, because if you don't get those Spore Crawlers down, and it turns out there's cloak, well, the game's over.
That is definitely not a position that you'd want to see Serral finding himself in, but the Overlord stuck around in there for quite a bit of time, so it would be pretty difficult for him to have delayed cloak for so long and then decide to go for it much later. So we end up seeing that Time is not going to end up coming to it, and there's even a second Overlord that comes back in, gets the full scout off again, and gets out of there, since there's effectively really only one Marine to try and push anything back.
Yeah, such a nuisance when you're a Terran player. You can't do anything about those Overlords besides get a Viking out, and even then, you maybe get one and everything runs back home. But it does remove quite a bit of vision, can allow a space to open up for drops and stuff, and he did showcase Cloak was being researched the last time Serral went in there, so Serral will have to respect that, because even though you might think it's a 200 IQ move not getting the spores, you look so daft when you do, or not forget them, but just don't place them down. So yeah, we're going to see Serral indeed respect it, get a nice and early lair, the Baneling Nest as well. So going for the old school Korean approach where you're getting the Baneling speed before the Evo chambers.
And of course, during all of this, those Hellions are going to be doing their usual poking and prodding around the map, looking for any creep tumors. And this is definitely one of those points in the game where the creep gets to spread in a lot of different, very far away pathways. So it's hard for the Hellions to shut down the creep in every single angle. What we oftentimes end up seeing as the Terran players really just trying to focus in on one kind of particular area and opening up that pathway for some kind of pushes later down the line.
Spire on the way for Serral, and he's only on 1 Evo, so most likely going to be going for that Carapace upgrade first, along with Mutalis and what have you. Serral scouting so far, though, pretty damn immaculate, and hasn't taken any damage whatsoever from these Hellions. It's going to be up to Time to find out what he's up against, though, because Mutas, they can get out of control very quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Well, so far, it really has just been the minor pokes and prods on the front lines from Time with the Hellion, so he hasn't gotten super deep into Serral's main base or anything. The Banshee was sticking around at home, so there's not really a lot of that extra information gathering. The Overlord Hunter, basically, the Viking, hasn't even really been able to find a whole lot as it's been darting around, but it does feel like Time is kind of in the dark right now.
Kind of cool, by the way. I remember TLO doing this a while ago with the Overlord spreading like ahead of the creep line just to help the creep spread faster. Serral doing it to not as crazy an extent. You know, there wasn't an Overlord and a Queen walking to the middle of the map, but I like that. A little bit of extra, getting that creep spread out, and it makes a lot of sense against a player that's as aggressive as Time, because like that creep, not only does it help your units get out faster and move quicker and help you with the engagements, also gives you vision. Oh, nice lift up there. That could have been already very, very dicey.
This is exactly what I meant when I said I feel like Time was so on point with responding to the different forms of aggression that Dark was throwing at him. It was exactly moments like that where Time was just so good about making sure he was ready to react to anything that was being thrown his way. Nice cleanup on all those active creep tumors, gets all of those creep tumors and gets on out of there, but the Queens getting to immediately to the edge of the creep are able to respread that without really too much loss.
This is actually a lot harder to do for Serral than you think, because being able to deflect that attack and also get the creep spread there to the 4th while taking a 5th behind it, mutas are out. He made getting to muta look very, very easy, but it's absolutely not. And the resource loss tab, I don't think either one of them have really lost too much, and I say that as the mutas fly in and no turrets are ready. And this is Serral with these units. These are hard to deal with.
You see missile turrets being started up as the mutas have already entered the mineral lines, and it's not the ideal spot for Time right now. Serral is going to be able to get out of here safely with most of those mutas, unless he decides to dive back into another location. He could go over to this 3rd base, going to try and just find a gas geyser, but even just forcing out some stims is nice. He does bleed off one muta over there, but I love that we also see all these lings on this left-hand side getting ready for an opportunity. He's setting up lings on the south side. Already see the gears turning for how Serral wants to collapse in on some opportunities.
Yeah, you can really see that, and those lings at the top of the map, they are over there, and that depot lifting, and yet again, you can feel the Time was reacting very, very nicely to all that. The upgrade's still not alive for Serral here for the 1-1. Banelings, granted, they don't care too much, and there's not a hell of a lot of Widow Mines. In fact, just a couple of tanks in this army. Time has to be careful with how deep he is on creep.
He really does not mind going very far under creep, and maybe he feels like he's pressured to and he has to do something right now after the mutas are able to make that dive in and pick off so many units. Muta's going to be coming in from behind, Marines stimming back and trying to take care of those. The Siege Tanks leading the charge in the front lines against the Lings and the Banelings. More reinforcements for him. Time are coming in though, and do manage to at least push Serral back, but I mean, I think Serral is just backing off because there's not enough creep anymore. He's already cleaned up the tanks and this army is stimmed to death.
That was actually a surprising amount of mutas that fell there. They took a large amount of hits from all those Marines, and now the 1-1 finishes for Serral. So Time taking that fight when he did, it was actually very, very good for him. Yeah, 9 mutas falling. That's already a serious investment being lost straight away for Serral.
And it's definitely going to be some nice damage he's able to do, keeping that muta count in check. We already see a couple more mutas had to be remade there for Serral. And behind that, it is all just going to be drones on the way. We have +1 flyer attacks also coming on out, so it does seem like Serral wants to continue investing into consistent muta control, not just a sort of light presence of the mutas.
No, absolutely. +1 coming alive now for these mutas, so they are definitely a little bit stronger. Time's army definitely getting more complex though. The Widow Mines are now drilling claws, he's got the Thors on the way, and 2-2 is finishing up. If this is old school TVZ, which it kind of looks at this point, we're going to see a lot of pushing with these upgrades coming into the fray, but Time going to take a 5th base. He's definitely playing the more methodical approach of just being okay with sitting back a little bit, but honestly, there hasn't been much of a window for him to do anything.
Yeah, he's been trying to push in different angles. He's been trying to find some opportunity, but there really hasn't been a lot of opportunities presented to him outside of trying to take fights with the army itself. There haven't been any points in time where Serral was actually endangered of losing some drones or anything like that. We haven't seen any big drop attempts. As I say that, double medevac drop does load up. Heads into the main base for the moment, maybe just to help deal with potential of those mutas diving on in.
They've both been very good with their upgrades, by the way. Like every time that Time has an upgrade available, he's just like, boom, boom, start my 3-3, gets his armory upgrades on the way as well, going for armor, given that benefits absolutely every unit that he has. But Serral, on the other hand, given that he started his upgrades much later, you might be thinking, oh, he forgot them, right? No, no, no. He just wanted to get out the nice defensive gas-heavy units quickly. And look at his mineral bank as well. Like, he's getting into a really nice, comfortable zone here as a Zerg player, along with getting his Hive and the Burr upgrade. Like, he's getting to late-game Zerg now, and that's so scary.
I mean, frankly, even if you just look at the map right now, the creep spread, absolutely bonkers in every angle except for these small little sliver that Time has been trying to push through, and even that is not doing too shabby. Muta's going to be diving in very deep into both the Thor as well as all of those missile turrets. They end up having to just go into that kind of dead airspace for a little bit of safety, but the same moment, Time is going to be pushing in through that same angle. He keeps trying to make his way through. Widowmine's also involved in the charge, and we are going to see those Banelings try to move forward, but realizing he's going to need to wait for just a few more units.
Oh, I mean, there's 26 Banelings morphing right there, and I love the way that Serral's engaging this, just throwing ahead these Banelings, watching out for all the Widowmines. Time with his army still standing pretty strong, using the Thors and the Marauders to tank where he can, and these Banelings, they could clean the whole thing up if it was in one splodge, but Serral's doing this without his Mutas on the field.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder where the Mutas even are right now. Are they still, they can't just still be in the dead airspace at this point, right?
I mean, I have no idea where they are, but supply is not dropping for Serral, and this army for Time also, it's lasting, and it's here. It's going to have 3-3 very soon. This is a moment where they're equal on upgrades, so this is the fight for Serral to take, and that is a huge swarm of Zerg just enveloping the army of Time, and he's having to run away, and Serral's chasing him down, even off creep here.
The Medevac's boost is going to be running out of speed very shortly, and that's where the Mutas are going to find a lot more value and trying to punish the retreat over here, snagging a couple of those before finally retreating back as he gets the end of Time's reinforcements. +3/+3 is about to finish up, like you said, and that means that Time's army is going to be a lot stronger, but he just lost so much army supply. What army is really going to benefit from it right now? It's a lot smaller of a benefit.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And Serral is aware that Time was taking a 5th base on this right side of the map. And as the Terran expands, you might be like, oh, okay, getting 5 bases, that's good. But that's just one extra spot for a Zerg to really pressure and punish. And look at that production tab for both of them. Big upgrades coming online now, but all those Zerg ones, those are hella scary.
Indeed they are. Baneling run by is also going to be able to put some pressure onto this planetary. The Banelings soften up the planetary. The Mutas finish it off, so that's one base down. Time immediately replaces it with another one of the extra command centers he had laying around. The other one's going to be turned into an orbital. Baneling's getting ready to run over to this planetary, but it looks like the Bioforce is just a little bit too large. Serral does not want to end up committing those Banelings with the Bioforce around, so instead, goes for the direct army engagement, and it looks like he's actually not doing too shabby, despite a really good split there from Time.
Time is definitely trading efficiently in some of these fights. Like, he absolutely is. That Widowmine at the front as well. Captured up a bunch of units, they all clumped up, and the Widowmines blew up everything. But this is kind of where Serral's supposed to be. His army isn't meant to trade super efficiently. He's just meant to be able to make more of it. And soon, I just hope that Time can hold on, because right now he's got the upgrade lead. It's not going to get better before it gets worse.
+3 melee is about to finish up, and I think thankfully for Time, the Carapace upgrade is a little bit further behind. Another Widowmine is not going to be going off. Serral decides to back up and just continues the pressure with some more of these Adrenal Glandlings that are about to get that +3 melee upgrade as well. I also love that Serral has taken the top left-hand base, which frankly does feel like it's a little bit on Time's side of the map, but hey, if Serral can get that going, because he hasn't really been pressured all that much at his actual bases, and more power to a Baneling bomb. Oh,
well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I mean, they went right over it. That would have been beautiful for Serral, and they're just avoiding that scan as well. Maybe next time, maybe next time. But does at least give him a little bit of vision here as to what army he's up against.
I love that the Baneling bomb is right next to the Widowmines now as well.
Oh!
Finally, Serral gets a run by past that pesky depot. Widowmine does clean up a majority of the Lings, but the Banelings still got something to say about this.
They certainly do. Not a lot of SVs left at this base, but this just keeps Time back home. Where is his army out on the map? It's here. It has to deal with this right here, right now. And those upgrades coming alive for Serral, +3 Carapace. Now he's going to be fighting on even keel when it comes to upgrades. And I don't think we've seen any Ultras in the fights yet. I'm not even sure if Time knows about them for sure, but that's quite a healthy number already on the field.
That's a very scary number, and the big problem for Time is that it feels like a lot of Serral's fights have been with the units that are going to be great for trying to push Time back a little bit further, but the Ultras are the units that if he can get them in on top of that Bioforce, he will be able to win direct fights with more than just overwhelming numbers. It's going to be overwhelming power. Time really needs to make something happen sooner rather than later, or Serral's just going to continue to be able to build up the bank of all of these different bases.
What's the resources lost about here? Because Time, I mean, he's been
efficient.
Yeah, he's been definitely efficient, but this is just brute force from Serral at this point, and his supply hasn't dropped below 170 for the past few minutes, and he's been taking constant fights with Time as well. This is nice spreading, nice splitting, and actually, he kind of holds him off, does Time, but look at the low health on these Thors. Like, he's been microing his butt off to try and keep these alive, and the raw power of his army, significantly less.
Yeah, the Mutas have also been continuing to harass inside that main base, keeping some of the reinforcements back at home, and like you said, Time doesn't feel like that army on the other side of the map has a lot of longevity unless it's able to pull back, heal up, possibly even repair up some of those Thors. In the meanwhile, Serral had that bank and he spent it. So now the mineral bank no longer there for Serral. Still has a little bit of a gas bank, and so does Time. But the difference is one of these players is definitely ahead in army supply compared to the other.
Yeah, it's impressive that Time's moving up to his 6th base now, but it's also because he hasn't been able to slow down the progress of any of Serral's bases. So even though you're on 6, looks like Serral's, what, closing on 8, 9 right now, which that is not a good position to be in. Normally, if you're a Terran, you want to be 1 behind at most, but this started to get gnarly for our Chinese player.
Serral taking the 2nd top left-hand base is just getting a little bit ridiculous for me, but that's getting a little bit too crazy. But these Mutas and these Lings continue to draw forces back to the main base, while Time is also centering all of his forces at the top right, or sorry, the bottom right. It makes a lot of sense to take the top left-hand bases. Those are the safest bases in some ways.
Absolutely, because Time, he's had no business being in that top left point. There's been no reason to go there. And I love this, by the way. Time knows that Ultras are on the field, so he's been trying to make nothing but Marauders, basically. But then he comes and counterattacks with Zerglings and Mutas, which, you know, Marauders are not going to do well against that. So these Mutas have been a 200 IQ move.
Stellar job from Serral. Sends even more of these Lings on forward. The Thors, the Medivacs all coming back home to try and help out, but these are the low health Thors. I don't think they want to fight directly against the Adrenal Gland Lings. And in the meanwhile, Time's attack in the bottom right has all but effectively just stalled out. He's cleaned up all the creep down there, but this attack is not progressing because he's just so busy dealing with the attacks in his main base.
Really, really clean play from Serral, and he's getting a big bank with it. That's a lot of minerals, a lot of gas. I won't be surprised soon if he just makes a ton of Banelings, because he's got a lot of money to spend, and maybe he's starting to have enough of this, Time being in his face on the map, and maybe he wants to close him out for once and for all.
Here we go. We're going to see another stim up from these units. The Banelings come rolling on in, and there is almost nowhere left for the Bio to run. So many of them have to die in exchange for that, and while Serral can afford it, it doesn't feel like Time is going to be able to afford it for too much longer if things progress at this particular rate. The more Lings on the way for Serral, and the scan comes down as Time realizes, wait a second, you're definitely starting to take some of my bases. I need to do something about your bases on the other side of the map, but just can't get there in time.
This is very nice cute play by Time as well. Like, that's a big group of Marauders. He was trying to snipe these Ultras, but look at Serral. He knows that Time wants to push him in the top right, and he's just like, all right, I'm going to get between all your rally points over here. I'm going to make your life as difficult as possible. And right now, taking pretty good trades is Serral, because let's be real, any fight that he takes where they're both losing out on units, it's a good one for him. Has to be careful about those Thors, though.
Yeah, the Thors against these Mutas, or even the Widow Mines, actually, I love the positioning of those Widow Mines inside the main base. It is covering a lot of the production, which is what Serral has oftentimes been going after in these situations. And those Thors, I wouldn't mind to be healed or repaired up one of those low health Thors, but they have definitely been finding some value.
You know you're rich when you can go for the 2 Lurker Den tech switch to get Adaptive Talons and Seismic Mines just that little bit quicker. Granted, they're not going to have the upgrades needed, but it's not as if Serral is a sucker for money and out of money. And that's definitely a tech switch that you don't expect when you're going up against Muta, Ultra Bane. Just crazy.
I mean, Ben, I want to ask you a question. What do you feel like in this situation? Time has had a lot of trouble pushing into the right angle and getting the damage done. I feel like he's finally starting to hit that point where he is able to break through. This is the first time in a long time he's been able to be even up close to a hatchery. What is the most effective target for him to hit? Because I feel like base count, even killing off 2 bases, I'm not even sure it will be that effective.
The problem for Time is that he's gone for a playstyle that's saying, hey, I'm going to test you, Serral. I'm going to test you at a portion of the game that I know you're phenomenal at. And Serral's like, okay, buddy, let's go. And they're just going all the way. But I feel that for Serral, he's welcoming the challenge. And Time's definitely pushing him quite a bit and doing a good job. But I feel every little moment that goes by, even though I'm seeing a lot of units dying on the Zerg side, this is just Serral's playground.
It is so tough to compete with this. Baneling Bomb does go off, gets all of the Marines, only the Marauders left over to fight against the Adrenal Gland Lings. Looks like it will be enough with the Medivacs healing on up there, but this is a cool move. I like that Time is actually just saying, I have been pushing the bottom right this entire game. I'm going to take the bottom right base. And that is exactly where his latest expansion is. I think that is one that Serral has not really been mining a whole lot from, so it is a fresher base as well.
This might be the first game where I'm going to see not just Ultras, Lurkers, but also Broodlords in the mix, which, you know, just dealing with one of those units is a bit tricky now and then, Ravi. You know, some people say Ultras suck, I disagree. But, yeah, we only just have a Ghost Academy coming down for Time, and that is definitely one way to claw your way back into a game, but he's spread so thin, and oh my goodness, Serral's launching the big attack here. I think this is the one where he really wants to kill Time.
Oh, the Lurkers are going to make this so complicated. This is the big game changer compared to all the previous engage. Oh, okay. It is such a game changer that all of the barracks in production lift off for Time as he abandons ship on his main and says, I just need to go for it. But he's trying to go for it through these transfusing queens and the Lurkers, which are actually still buying time and killing off even just small scraps of units. Serral has so many hatcheries that he is still going to be able to replenish those units with his bank, and Time's just not going to have the same deal with all of his production in the air.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you look at this now, it's like, okay, there's a base trade going off, which is really exciting. The thing is, Serral can still produce everything. Look at Time's production, 1 Marine at a time. That is not going to cut it. 15 more drones do 4, but that is a lot of Zerg, and that's high-tech Zerg as well. Lings wrapping around the unit. Serral even coming from the north here. The Ultras running, the Lurkers as well, outrunning all the bio and Time. There's no time left.
Serral takes the first game in what can only be described as just extremely solid late game play. Out-expanding his opponent, literally almost at the point where it felt like it was at the point he was hitting 15 bases to 4. Right? It was not that bad, but it was starting to feel like it was just getting ridiculous. He was starting to take more and more of Time's side of the map as time went on.
It was really good play by Serral, just everything. Like, if you're a Zerg player looking to learn how to play, just everything he did. He didn't cut corners at all. And that's one thing that I've always admired Serral for, that he knows when to put his foot on the pedal, but he also knows, okay, I think I'm better, I know I'm better, and then every move that he makes is just about retaining this lead that in his mind he obviously has, because he's as gifted as he is. And I loved it right from start to finish. The Overlord speed, just continually checking what was going on. Wasn't getting too tricked at all. Got the creep spread out and running. And just, when you're playing Mutiling Bane, it's so hard to flip the switch where you're under pressure and then you get to do stuff with your mutas. But he did it effortlessly. It was really well done.
I think that is a great point to also bring up as we get ready to move into game number 2, because when you're up against a player who is not cutting those corners on scouting you out, and you had a game like that where you just were trying to play that ultra late game thing, things weren't quite working out the way you were hoping, and you start thinking, okay, maybe I should open up with more of like a big pressure play, something really committed that will do a lot of damage in the early game and change up the way this game is going, because that late game is looking really scary right now. And then you remember about the Overlord speed and how adamant Serral is about continuing to get the scouting information and being able to react to everything. It's like, well, is that even going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was just thinking about everything. Like, there was even that one fight in the bottom right at one point where he lost like a good 8 or so meters, which definitely wasn't that good for Serral, but it didn't phase him whatsoever. Like, he was very decisive about what he wanted to do next, and it isn't going to get any easier for that man over in the bottom left. But spawning over in the top right, playing for Team Ents, it is Serral.
Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have our blue Terran player from Kaizi Gaming. He is Time.
Always makes me wonder what these players are going to start bringing out once they've, you know, been thwarted quite so forcefully, because in my head, I remember when I lost a game, it was like, boom, bringing out the 2-racks now, you know? And very often we've seen these Zerg players kind of go to the default, okay, I'm going to go pool first just because I understand I owned you that hard. And that game was pretty decent, actually. Like, I do think Time definitely pushed Serral a little bit, at least got to test his ZVT a little. But yeah, he's looking good. I almost forgot about Serral when I was talking about favorites for this tournament, and he's making me realize that I was absolutely wrong. Like, he's playing so good again, and it's absolutely wonderful to see. It's just a super cool reminder that even when he's off my radar, he absolutely shouldn't be.
I think it's also really cool that it is in the same ways as before, right? The things that made Serral so scary was that he was so solid, was that you saw him not cutting those corners because he knew it was just so good, especially as the game went on, that he would be able to handle any kind of deficits he took in the earlier stages of the game just fine. He would be comfortable with that anyways.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. This game on Hardwire starting off very, very standard here. Both players doing the expansion build. Time didn't go for an SV Scout this game, which is a little corner you cut to some degree, but I don't hate it. When you're up against a guy like Serral, any corner you can cut, maybe it's one that's worth going for.
Yeah, it is funny to mention because I do think Serral has been mixing in more of those, you know, early all-ins, whether it be like the Ling Roach all-ins and whatnots that I think we even saw him do maybe earlier today. It's been a crazy, crazy 2 days of StarCraft already. I think some of the stuff is already starting to blend together, but it is fun to see that Serral is willing to mix in some of those all-ins. You have to respect it, but at some point you also got to just kind of say, well, look, I know he's probably not going to do it every game. Let's just limit what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, Serral's play has definitely been like going in a time machine all over again. Like, without LAN for a while, then it's like, oh, what's happening? But then I come back to LAN, it's like, oh yeah, Serral's winning again.
It just picked up where he left off.
Absolutely, absolutely. And a little bit of time off for all these players, but I think Serral's one of these guys that he doesn't let it phase him too much, you know, playing on the stage and whatnot. Like, he knows he has a job to do, and he's done all the practice, he's done all the homework, and now it's time for him to perform and really show what he's made of, and he's doing just that. And it feels like in a few of these interviews and stuff as well that he's almost like, people have forgot about me. Like, no, I'm here to win. I'm going to do my absolute best, and anything but winning is going to be a disappointment for me.
Yeah, there's a wonderful TL.net interview where exactly he's saying that he's saying, I think you guys are kind of underestimating me right now. I feel like I should be a little bit more of a favorite than I am right now, but interesting decision over here. We do have Serral throwing down the Roach Warren.
It is interesting, Ravi. Very interesting. And you were pointing out that he is the kind of guy that he isn't linear. This isn't like Snoot just being solid all the time. This is Snoot that also, I don't know, like just absorbed another superhero's powers and just took both of them on at the same time. And this is something you have to find out very quick about. By the way, everything that is in production right now for Time, it's not actually good against Roaches
No,
whatsoever.
they're not. The Viking is not going to do very well versus the Roaches. The Widow Mines are going to do pretty poorly versus the Roaches unless, you know, they got literally every single Roach with the AoE, and then there's still nothing else to clean up the Roaches after that. It's not looking too good for Time, and he's going to miss. Okay, that was some beautiful maneuvering with the Queens from Serral, and even just buying that extra 6 or so seconds, and then catching these units on the retreat, just lowering a little bit more DPS. The bunkers are coming down, the Widow Mines are burrowed, but is this truly going to be enough to hold off Serral's wrath?
It's going to be ridiculously hard. Like, whenever you don't open up a Banshee, you're in trouble. And here, that's quite a lot of Roaches. It isn't a super all-in, by the way. And by the way, using one Roach to absorb both those shots, absolutely beautiful, given that they do survive with just a little bit of health. And look at that. Again, I mean, there's maybe a bit much going into the Ravager there, but Time's in a lot of trouble here. And this is just kind of a little bit of a build or loss. And maybe Serral's thinking at this point, man, I wish I went even more all-in with this, because we see back at home, he's not all-in at all.
Yeah, Serral could have been like, well, I guess I just have a little bit more time between my matches if he had been able to just commit harder to this. But he's still going to have gotten some good damage done, already forcing out a couple of worker kills, killing off a majority of the army, though. Killing off 4 Widow Mines when this is what the Terran was going for is going to be the big deal here.
Yeah, because you look at that and it's like, oh, only 3 SCVs died? That's not that bad. But those 4 Widow Mines were wanting to be used for something. And Time had to resort to making a Banshee because like, oh my god, am I going to die? But they all got cleaned up. That was stuff that you wanted to slow Serral down with. And now it's like, whoa, damn. He just absolutely shut me down. And Serral, He's looking way prettier than he did in game 1, and he can just... We talked about that transition to mutas, right? Like, you normally have to hold off something to get into them and be the one that's being aggressive, but this game, he doesn't even have to do that. He's done it for him.
Yeah, this is a situation where normally at this point in the game, Terran players are thinking about how to put on a little bit of pressure and keeping the Zerg player honest. And the Zerg player is saying, how do I make as many drones or as much tech and stuff as possible without dying? Right now, that without dying part just got stripped off the menu. He doesn't have to worry about dying at all because there's almost nothing really that can happen. Even the Viking going down, and there's really just the Banshee. The Banshee is the only real form of presence right now that Time has, and I gotta say, he's doing a damn good job making some value come out of that Banshee, despite the fact that it was probably scouted at this point, but it's not going to kill Cyril. It's just going to try and keep him honest. Even that goes down, and Cyril just gets to run away with murder now.
Yeah, even seeing that it's going to be tanks in production here when he's going for Mutiling Bane, that's going to be an extra lick of the lips for Cyril there, just realizing, wow, this is dessert time for me. And look at that. The supplies are very close, but Cyril's built up a lot of resources, ready to get out a lot of mutas very, very quickly. And 7 already in the production tab. And here he just gets to kind of test out what his opponent's doing. He's going to be behind in upgrades, but that's like the only thing that he is behind in. And honestly, when you go Mutiling Baneling, that's what you expect anyway.
Well, this is going to be a interesting moment for Time to try and take advantage of those upgrades and try and make some way for this game to kind of start rolling a little bit further back in his favor. If he can make something happen over here, he's not behind in workers. He's been staying pretty on par with all the base counts and everything for a Terran player versus a Zerg, so there's an opportunity for him to come back. He's not dead by any means or way, shape, or form, but he needs to be ready for these mutas. He needs to be able to handle the situation.
Yeah, and he is in position for this first set of mutas, and he was fairly prepared, actually, which is nice for him. Already with the second factory about to complete as well. So it looks like, for all intents and purposes, Time's not going to take too much damage for this. You lose the reactor on this, though, definitely slows down your medevac production. That slows down your ability to be on the map, actually.
That's going to be painful, and also might end up losing another one of the medevacs, which is going to slow down medevac production even more. Loses a second one as well. Man, Cyril knows how to really hammer a particular point.
Absolutely. He's like those boxers, you know. In fact, that was one thing where it's like, when you get hurt, never show them you're hurt. But when you're playing against Cyril, you always have to show them you're hurt, because that kind of stuff, that's a lot of damage. And now he has to go about making the reactor again. How many medevacs are even on the field? I don't know at this point, but 2. You can't do much with 2 medevacs, Ravi.
Even these stims actually become very painful, because the stim has to be done to push back the mutas, just to push them back. But you now know it's going to take longer and more of the few remaining points of energy you have on your medevacs to even get those units back to full health. And we can see that the reactor has to be built again, which also is another delay on additional medevacs being built. He's still just sitting on 2 until the reactor is finishing and start up more.
Let's look at this from a macro perspective here. If we look at this vision of Cyril, he's absorbing the map. Like, he's got free flow and has done for a while. There hasn't been a unit on his side of the map that can really do any damage. I mean, there's that Banshee earlier that he shut down, but he's been absolutely free to have the map how he wants. Time's worker count is seriously high, and he's got himself up to 4 bases, wants to take a 5th as well. So kind of a similar line of thought for him, but that's going to be a lot of Cyril able to do whatever he wants, and holy crap, that's a lot of Banes.
That is going to be pretty difficult to deal with if he is not ultra prepared for the big Bane run by, and I assume one of the bases is going to try and just right-click down, while Time is very far focused on the front lines over here. But look at how stimmed up this army is right now. I'm actually a little worried that he's not going to be able to stim and react to the army of Cyril moving on forward. SCV is trying to move into position to body block these Banelings from getting out on the planet, but there's just nothing you can do at that point.
Yeah, Cyril has to be a little bit careful because he is out of bank here, just starting up his 2-2. Whereas Time, he's about to hit that 2-2 timing, which is awesome for him. Maybe that is his go-to, because that was 30-ish Banelings that was spent killing that PF. Yeah. Cyril might be sweating a little bit here.
This is going to be an important moment. Cyril does have a lot of creep to rely on to just buy a little bit more of breathing room. And Muta's also trying to pull this army back and is forcing, again, additional stims. He's going for these counterattacks with the Lings. The Time is not pulling all the way back with more than just half of his army right now. He's just pulling back enough that he feels like he can get back into position and continue pushing forward, but he's left a lot of his army over here to clean up creep and try to continue the push as fast as possible.
Serral's doing this beautifully, man. He is truly the puppet master. He knows how he wants Time to play, which is to stay back, stay away. But he also knows Time has to get up this fourth base with how he's playing. And the production tab is all in favor of Serral right now. And Serral knows that if you push onto creep, he's going to bomb you with these banelings. Beautiful, beautiful. Just, great management by Serral.
Lings are going to come swarming on in. Siege Tanks are going to be taken care of on the front line. Serral is forced back over here, but he has put Time in an ultra all-in position. Time is going to be able to find this base, and Serral actually willingly sacrifices it to Time. Even this other hatchery is probably going to be in a little bit of danger, which will bring Serral down to 4 bases, but Serral is still brutalizing the remaining bases of Time. Serral still has some economy to fall back to. Time does not anymore.
No, he doesn't. He's down to 1 mining base at this point. All his SVs are donezoed, and he has to fight on creep against his opponent, and it's only going to get worse. He has to keep on going, but it feels like you're running into a wall at this point. You can see the frustration in Time's face, a big exhalation as he knows his time is up in this game. 87 drones still alive, and he's just getting cleaned up absolutely everywhere. Masterclass from the Finnish Phenom.
Joona Satala is back, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 for Serral. Immaculate play. Honestly, inspiring.
Really, really dominant there. Like, I think one of the beautiful things about when you watch Serral, you know, for all the backseat gamers out there, they pretty much can't backseat him because whatever they're thinking he should be doing, he's probably doing.
Yeah.
And he does make all the right calls all the way, because I'm looking at his play today and I'm like, it's pretty damn flawless, man. Like, maybe there's 1 or 2 units dying here and there, but that's maybe micro picky. It's just really cool to see that what he's doing with some of these absolute tip-top players.
And I think that is, again, going to be a little bit also to Time's credit. He looks like he's facing off against this incredible player. And it's always really tough and hard to actually look like a really good player when you're facing someone like that. But I think Time has still definitely proven himself as being someone who can at least compete with some of those players, show some good games, and did the same thing versus Dark as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the rest of his group stage shakes out, because I think he does still have a solid shot at trying to make like a 3rd place finish or something.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, because this is a really hard group to finish top 3, you know. You got Serral in it, you got Dark in it. It's a rough one, man, because in my head that's like 2 slots locked up.
Special showtime. Yeah, it's a tough group.
Yeah, there's basically 1 slot available. And when you see how well some of these guys are playing today, and they've been preparing for quite some time as well, knowing nearly all of their opponents. Anyhow, we're going to get to hear from the desk to find out what they made of that one.
Thank you, gents. Yes, unbackseatable, as Mr. DeMuslim says here, as we have ourselves another Serral victory up against Time, who did give him longer games here, but Serral is victorious. Wardy, Rotterdam joining me here for this one. Roddy, Serral looking good?
Yeah, Serral's just on point today. This is the kind of Serral that we obviously hope for at the Intel Extreme Masters. He is chasing that beautiful trophy. I don't know if they did it on purpose. We just watched Serral play. They're zooming in on a beautiful trophy. It's the one, obviously, that's missing of his trophy case. We knew he was the big favorite coming into this series. 7-0 historically. He makes it 8-0. Time played good.
Yeah.
It's as good as not enough against Serral. That's the best way to put it.
No, indeed. Very, very strong, very stalwart here, Serral.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you want to see from Serral, right? He can play the short games, he can play the long games. Even when the games don't go his way initially, he comes back into them. And that's something that we saw be the Serral factor, right? Even when a game isn't going his way, he can clutch it out. He can get back in the game, and that's what made him so unbeatable back when he was unbeatable.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. There were other games going on there while Serral was able to take that one. Let's start with you, Ward. You had Special versus Dark.
I did, so I feel like it's a bit of a reenactment of what I just did last time, which is I'm going to show you guys a moment from the game, but only because, you know, there was something to show. Special put up a fight is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
We got the Dark 2-0. The first game was mech from Special, was 20 minutes back and forth. Special was in a position where he was kind of killing the bases of Dark at the end. He just couldn't get rid of the army.
Yeah.
And then Dark comes into the game number 2. He has a horrible start. Proxy starport from Special does damage with a Hellion run by. And Special is having a pretty good push. This is one of the moments of many where he's just taking good fights. He's getting covered in fungals, but he just is able to push through. Dark doesn't have the firepower to really fight back at all. And it just looked hopeful. It was very close. It was very back and forth.
Yeah.
The spell casting was great, and it's what kept Dark alive. But you can see here, he just couldn't quite get all of the tanks, and so Special's kind of pushing through. It's so close. He just couldn't quite close out in the end. The game goes on. Dark gets himself back into it. And obviously that is going to be a dark 2-0 in the end. It took, obviously, another 7 minutes to get there, but
yeah.
It was a good effort, basically, from Special, is what I'm trying to say.
But in the end, not too much surprise. Dark prevailing here in this group. Thank you very much for that update, Wardy. Rotterdam, you currently are in the midst of Ryung versus Showtime.
That is correct, and we're all tied up in that one apiece. Game 3 is going to be played on 2K Atmosphere. We could hop into it, apparently we are going to hop into it, and this was actually the first Widowmine drop of the game that Showtime defended with the Magnificent Phoenix without losing anything. So even though Showtime fell 0-1 in this series, I think that was a bit unnecessary. He took a crazy fight on Glittering Ashes on the other side of the map, lost the Prism, had a lot of money in the bank, but the Colossus and Stalkers were a bit vulnerable to the Marauders. Game 2 was a long one as well. It's been a proper series between these two, but Game 3, I mean, I know it's early, but this kind of feels like all Showtime to me, because if you kill 3 Widowmines without losing a single probe, and you're finding damage on the other side of the map, yeah, I feel like crazy things need to happen in this one for Showtime to not end up winning this. I mean, this is a ridiculous start for Showtime. I mean, we lose the Oracle, but after all those SCVs, I mean, we come out of that with a 16 worker advantage. Yeah. I think it's safe to say that things are looking up for Mr. Mauer.
Not bad at all, not bad. Thank you for that update, Rotterdam. Let's take a look back at the highlights here from Cyril going up against Time, just to re-jog your good old memories. Many a Baneling. The big Baneling run by as, well, not for this game, but it was the second game from Feardrang coming in for this one.
Wow, Clara's really out of it, huh? Baneling run by in the bottom right side of 2K Atmosphere.
Oh, James, you even watch these games? Yeah, these they were just fun games, right? Time put up a really good fight, he stood strong. Just Cyril's so good, and obviously like Time likes to fight in these late game stages. That's how he won a game against Dark. But it's Cyril, and when Cyril's on point, I feel like it almost feels like you got to have the momentum in the mid game rather than the late game. And obviously Cyril just breaks him here. And Game 2 was actually a really good start for Time, we think, Roddy.
Yeah, I actually kind of wonder what Sarah's going to say about Game 2. I know he's already ready on the couch with Piggy, but this Roach attack, it wasn't a disaster, but it also wasn't that great. I feel like normally you hope for a little bit more when it comes to the amount of SCVs that went down. And of course you force out a Banshee and you pick off a couple of the Widow Mines, but it felt that after that, Sarah was really going to have to work for it. And it's safe to say that he did, because a little bit later, it feels like everywhere we looked, there were a lot of units from the great Jonas Sutala. Troop spread obviously on point, macro on point. But I kind of wonder how he felt about that start.
Yeah, that was the big Bane run by. Did you see that one?
I did see that one, James. Yes, I saw it when they all hit the planetary.
They did.
Yes, it's very notable.
So, yes, 100%. Saw that I did, for sure. But yeah, Cyril not really giving Time too much opportunity for traction, despite that little encounter at the early start of that one. And we are done. Thank you very much, gents. It's now time to head over to the Finnish Phenom once again with Piggly Wiggly.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Cyril, and I mean, we should just kick off by answering Roddy's questions there, right? I mean, the Roaches, did they get as much damage as you wanted? Hoping for a little bit more, maybe?
I was pretty satisfied, to be honest. Normally when you kill all the Hellions, you don't really need to make any links or anything, so your follow-up naturally gets pretty solid. I think I was floating some there, so I feel like I maybe could have made 10 drones a bit faster and then would have been even better, but now I kind of felt like it probably ended up a little bit even. Yeah, I mean, probably running the mines wasn't the greatest place with a made couple Ravagers there or something, but I thought that was the play back then at least.
I mean, there's some advantages to the aggression, right, in the follow-up. Like you said, droning behind it, your creep spread got really far across the map in the follow-up as well, and that seemed to set you up nicely. I do wonder, though, going into the series, Game 1, we had the Overlord speed as well, lots of scouting. Were you thinking about, I mean, we've been seeing a fair bit of, like, 2-factory Blue Flame Hellion at the moment, and a few tricky battle cruiser openings. Were these things that you were kind of like, oh, let's just make sure nothing surprises me?
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't have any specific builds in my mind necessarily, but just wanted to see what he was doing. I was pretty confident. If I just knew what to do, if I knew what he was doing, I could just counterplay it and win that way. But I guess when you're confident, you just play obviously in CVT. And the second game, I obviously wanted to mix it up a little bit because I know he likes the Viking and he went for the Banshee in the first game. So just a little bit of a mix-up, not necessarily prepared, just kind of had the feeling that he was going to play a bit greedier in the second game.
Right, so just go in there, see if you can catch him off guard and bounce off the back of it. From there, Mutas. I'm loving seeing the Mutas. Rogue was doing it earlier today. A lot of the Zergs have been mixing it in, and it seems to be this thing where, you know, Rogue was saying earlier he was up against Cure. a lot of these Terrans doing lots of marine tank, right? Lots of non-stop tank production, which I guess seems like a good way to prepare against lurkers and hydras, but is this part of what's initiating this return to Mutalisks in the meta?
I guess, but at the same time, Mutas have always been around, and it's just kind of whatever you feel like playing, at least for me. And today I was feeling the Mutas. My initial plan was to play Hydra in Bane because I feel like it's easier to win consistently with that style.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know how the games went. I just felt like going for the Mutas there, and worked out.
Burrowing banelings all around the map, always a good bit of fun. And I mean, that 2000 Atmospheres game was great. We got to see the whole gamut of the tech, right? You opened up with the Ling Bane Muta, then the Burrowed Banelings, then the Infestors, and the Ultra Tech coming out, and then Lurkers coming in, and the Broodlords behind that. So it kind of felt like you had this progression. Is it something where Mutaling Bane, kind of Ultras as well, more of a tempo play, but something that you can't really do if the game drags on long enough? And Time obviously dug in his heels. He was surviving for a long time.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to play a little bit more aggressive. I mainly went for the lurkers just because he was kind of sitting there on the Watchtower and not doing much. So, and also not developing his army. He wasn't adding coast or anything. So I kind of just felt like if I get 10 lurkers out and that's his army, it's he can't do much about it. So, but yeah, I guess it's all about developing the army all the time, and Mutas give you a lot of control, so you can do a lot of stuff behind them for sure.
Indeed. Well, it's cool to see Burrowed Banelings coming back a little bit as well. Is this something that, you know, it's just that extra little thing that you kind of mix in there when you can, but I imagine it can't be a super central part of the play. I'm surprised actually how many Burrowed Banelings you put out there on the map. Feels like it kind of goes out of the meta for a bit, then it comes back in. Is it just something you like to mix in there, like you said, based on your feeling?
Well, I think Burrow is probably the most underused upgrade for sure, so it's something I think every Zerg should try to put in there, but I feel like a lot of the time when you're playing a bit slow maybe, or you're not playing your absolute peak play, it's just pretty APM intensive. To be honest, I don't think I hit a single mailing landmine in that whole series. I had a bunch of them, but none of them actually hit. I had one opportunity, but I missed it barely. But yeah, I think if the Zerg playing good, he normally just has the APM to do all of that stuff, because it's low risk, high reward. It's the best kind of risk.
Indeed, that's the way. Well, you're getting some nice value out of it. The games have been flowing. Obviously, just a few more games to finish off the group stage. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, special next, and like I said, CVT, I was pretty confident. Then I have Showtime, and yeah, CVP as well, pretty confident. So confident in the last matches. I think should have a pretty nice time against Special if he doesn't have any very nasty pills, which he might have. That's kind of his style. But yeah, we'll see, I guess.
All right, well, fantastic. Thanks for sharing that with us. Good luck in your next 2 series. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We'll be back after a short break.
Hi, welcome back. We have got ourselves, I think, 2 more series here on the main stage for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and we are in Group B currently. Here's my friends. We've got Wardy, we've got Harstem, and we're going to be talking about Dark going up against Showtime here in what could be an important match. What's wrong? Why are you laughing?
He's trying to get above the trophy.
Ah,
he's on his tippy toes.
Can you just be shorter, please? Is that possible?
I can try my best.
I can go.
They do that at the WWE. Like, if they've got a really tall interviewer, they like do this to make the wrestler look taller. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's kind of cool. I like that thought.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about Dark and Showtime coming up here. Obviously, Dark is in a decent position. Obviously, you know, having fallen against Cell, but that really was his probably biggest challenge, one would think, here in this group coming in.
Yeah, I would think so.
Wow, nice.
I mean, it was a great question, wasn't it? It was a great question. It's like, don't you just think the obvious thing is obvious? It's like, yeah, I do.
You want to do this? You want to host?
So, Hostum,
nice.
With Dark and Showtime now coming up, do you think Showtime's PvZ sends a threat to Dark?
Yeah, I actually believe that Showtime's best matchup, especially against the high-level players, is PvZ. When I think about Showtime's PvT, he can take the greatest players, but not very consistently. In PvP, I think against the top players he struggles. But in PvZ, every single Zerg is very, very afraid of him. Cyril mentioned it in the couch. He said, yeah, Showtime is difficult. He said, I'm afraid of time, but Showtime, yeah, I always struggle with him. And I think Dark will also struggle with Showtime. I'd really be surprised if this is a clean duel.
So that was a great question. Now, James, Dark's a very dangerous player. So what does Showtime have to do to not die early?
I don't get paid to do that.
Okay, yeah,
I could have just let you do it and still get paid. It would have been brilliant. Oh, damn it. I don't know. All right, same question to you. Go on, Mordecai.
Well, it's going to be tough, right? Because Dark can throw so much at you. At the end of the day, he's a dangerous player. He does mix it up, and he comes with weird builds. You know, he's not the standard guy. And if he does some kind of queen walk, it might be some that you've never seen before. He loves to do the Ling Bane queen walks before anyone else liked to do them. So yeah, it's tough to say. Showtime likes to play that triple Oracle style as well, which is kind of unique. Most players are playing the Stargate into Void Rays if they play Stargate. Showtime likes to play triple Oracle, which against some of the queen walks can be pretty weak, but against others it can be okay. So it kind of depends what Dark has figured out and if he knows what Showtime's going to do, I think.
Yeah. I think Dark was one of the players that picked Void Ray and the units he wanted to be, maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a crap unit to be. It's kind of expensive, loses to a queen. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess. I think one of the things that we shouldn't forget is that with Showtime's style, it is different from everyone else. And it is a little bit less consistent in a way than the Void Race. It's harder to play against the random Korean all-in. So you're often kind of better off against these queen pushes that are quite standard, but a lot of the Koreans just make these huge Mutalisk switches or even play Swarm Host or do these kind of random Ling Bane queen timings which you were talking about. And I think in that case the Oracle style can be very difficult to play. Now Showtime is very good at this style and he knows, of course, playing against Dark, something random is going to come towards you and you most likely will need to defend. And Dark is also completely capable of playing late game, of course, so it is a tricky style to play against Dark, and perhaps the safer way would be to go to the Void Race, but if you've been playing triple Oracle for the past 18 months or so, probably you're gonna stick with it.
Let's take a grasp of the group and where we're at here at the moment for Group B, as we do have currently Cyril and Dark still sat atop the pack here, but for Dark and Showtime, this is a very important match. This could potentially solidify one of them here in the top three, especially if, well, actually, now that I look at it, almost certainly here, given that all of our Terrans are having a bit of a rougher time down towards the bottom here, Waddy.
Yeah, no, I mean, a win here pretty much sets you through. Obviously, maybe if you win this, then you lose. I mean, you have 3 wins. It's so difficult not to advance with 3 wins unless you get really unlucky in a tiebreaker. Obviously, because they're both 2-1, one of the guys will come out with a loss. I mean, also, I guess we're going to have I guess Time and Ryung are about to play as well, so that's kind of cool because whoever loses here goes to 2-2, Time and Ryung winner goes to 2-2, and those players are going to be the ones that really compete for 3rd place, I think.
Particularly concerning, I suppose, for Showtime. I mean, you guys were kind of talking about his style here, Harston, but then after this, Showtime has Cyril to deal with, so even if Cyril kind of gets a little bit of time, he probably already knows exactly what Showtime's probably going to be throwing at him anyway, but, you know, he's got this to kind of like look back at, I suppose, in this time.
Yeah, it's not so much that Cyril will get a lot of new information, but as a Protoss player, you kind of feel watched in a way where it's like, if you're not super confident in your style, you might want to switch it up. But honestly, Showtime, like I said, he's so extremely confident in this style. And honestly, whenever he plays something different, he often doesn't look quite as strong. So I'd be surprised to see him do anything else but the triple Oracle.
Yeah.
Then again, he is a player that can switch it up.
Likewise, Dark dealing with this kind of stuff. Obviously, we kind of saw him against Zest in the end of the Super Tournament, you know, kind of narrowly falling to Zest, I feel, in that 4-3 that he did go up against. So we know that he's powerful in this matchup, powerful enough to be able to get to those finals, and we know that Dark can be able to get further here.
Yeah, I think Dark is obviously one that can really go all the way, you know?
Yeah.
And that's obvious when Dark's here, but Dark's been playing well lately. He's had results. He's good in these matchups. And again, I think the most important thing is that he's dangerous. He won't let the game go on if he doesn't need to. He knows he can get the job done early sometimes. I think that's the most dangerous type of player.
All right, let's get into it then. We have our players ready to go to the stage as we now head on over to introduce Dark and Showtime.
Our next match is a clash of styles. Germany versus Korea, with the free-flowing, aggressive Zerg player, always looking to break down his opponents, but he is up against one of the most powerfully defensive, methodical, and perfect Protosses in the world. The next match is Dark versus Showtime.
Welcome everyone to Quite the Protoss versus Zerg, Showtime versus Dark, and this could also very much be the most important match for Showtime. Can he actually take down the Titan Dark? Well, history says it's a little more unlikely. It's certainly not impossible.
No, he has done it before, and even in some of the series that he lost in the past, he's made it close. But it's kind of, I like everything that Harsum said there, where it's like, Dark just does things that you don't totally expect, and they shouldn't work over and over again. But Dark is Dark for a reason, and he's really good at making things just work once. And especially if you play a style that Showtime likes to play, the triple oracle that the boys went over, we all expect to see that. And I'm pretty sure that Dark has done his homework, so he's expecting it too. He kind of knows what he's going to face. Well, I think for Showtime, it's a bit of a mystery. What is Dark going to do today?
Exactly. The fact that it is a best of 3 and a very long day of games means that Showtime might be at the disadvantage here. You know, as far as prepping for a maybe GSL style group or just a single match days in advance, I absolutely would believe in him. But just coming into, you know, facing Dark, who is so aggressive, can just, as Wardy said, knows when he can win. So he actually goes for it and usually closes it out. It just feels like a best of 3 is going to be especially well suited to Dark, on top of the fact that very much you could argue he just is the better player.
Yep, he is, of course, incredibly good. The track record doesn't lie. He has won BlizzCon before, has never won the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, though, but he comes in as one of the big, I would say, favorites. Maybe not the absolute favorite, but a dark horse is almost like an insult, because he's more than that. This man has been so impressive throughout his entire career. Showtime, though, is having an alrighty day. He's 2-1 in his group so far. Looked pretty good in some of the games. Had a close eye on his most recent PVT. I don't want to say it was the best Showtime I've ever seen, but it was good, and I understand the pressure, of course, as well, because this, too, is a very big moment for him. His entire year has been leading up to this group stage.
It has indeed. We move on to Glittering Ashes for game number 1. In the bottom left, as the Red Zerg for Dragon Phoenix Gaming, he is Dark.
And in the top right side of Glittering Ashes, we're looking at the main base of our German Protoss. We call him D Mauer. This is Showtime. Of course, representing Team Big.
Also in New Jersey. Just
I saw that the German thing was really cool, actually.
Yeah.
It's pointing at it.
I don't know if it's a yearly thing or just very well timed for Katowice, but it's actually quite nice. Anyway, so we got PVZ on Glittering Ashes. I mean, we know what to expect generally from PVZ nowadays, but I do know that Showtime has talked, I believe, in his interview with TL, TL.net, for instance, that he actually doesn't really enjoy the Void Ray style all that much, the mass air. He actually likes playing with ground compositions as well, which, you know, can lead to a bit more excitement, but it can also be argued that it's not taking advantage of perhaps what is the Protoss' strongest feature right now, which is a lot of those Stargate openers.
Yep, I think one of the downsides of the Stargate opener when you go up against world-class Zergs is that they don't mind making it ultra late game. And it's really funny how these matchups work, where in the start we're like, oh, you know, Protoss can deal some damage early, Zerg all-ins are not that good. Protoss mid-game can be powerful, Zerg early-late game can be powerful, but then if the Protoss hits the right upgrades on their carriers and Void Rays, they can make it happen. But if you survive all of that and it becomes the stalemate kind of games, and the Corruptors end up with 3-3 upgrades, you got Vipers, Spore Crawlers, Queens and Infestors, there aren't too many Protoss players who are like, yeah, I enjoy those kinds of games against Zerg, because they are incredibly difficult to win, especially once we reach the phase where the drone count even goes down and the Zerg armies just become monstrous.
It's arguable anyone really truly enjoys that, but yeah, especially for the Protoss. I mean, I do kind of recall so many supreme late-game PvZs where Showtime actually looked very strong, where typically we don't see Showtime be as confident was maybe versus Serral, like, because Serral just has this amazing super late-game PvZ, seems to be better, I don't know if better is really the right word, but more effective against a lot of the Protosses that he goes up against. But Showtime was playing against a couple of the Korean Zergs over the last 2 years and had a couple of really awesome late games. So there definitely is that potential for him, but I actually think that the conclusion of this game might actually come down to some type of back to gateway swap. Because of course we do have a Stargate opener, it's just more the question of is it mass Stargate, double Stargate, +1 air attack, also something that Dark will very much be out looking for.
Yeah, well, Void Ray is going to be our first unit coming out of that Stargate, so Showtime not opening up with Oracles yet, and it seems unlikely to go Void Ray into triple Oracle. That's just a bit too big of an investment, so one Void Ray often leads to a few more. Maybe he will go Void Ray into double Oracle. That's still a possibility as well, that he just uses the Void Ray defensively to go up to 3 bases and find some damage with the Oracles afterwards. Well, there we go. Showtime is going to follow it up with the Oracle. The Overlord will get a little sneak peek on that Stargate, and if you zoom in on the Stargate, you can actually see that the second unit produced in the Stargate is an Oracle. Doesn't look like a Void Ray at all. So Dark will know what he's up against. I'm actually surprised, by the way, that we're starting off on Glittering Ashes, and I'm not sure why, because I know it's a pretty common map in PvZ, but it always feels that normally we kick the best of 3 off on a somewhat smaller map, and then we enter the big ones.
Yeah, I guess you're right. So it seems to be the trend. I'm thinking back to a lot of Dark's all-ins on this map, actually. There's been a couple of times where he has seemingly forced a Nidus Swarm or a Queen Walk. Most likely a Nidus Swarm on this one. And it's had kind of like a hit-or-miss effect, and it does seem like the Protosses have gotten a handle on the defense. We also got to talk about now the lack of ping, something we didn't get to do a whole lot of over the last 2 years, but ping certainly has affected the minute micro of, say, Void Rays versus the corrosive biles, actually. And that actually could come into play here, right? So Dark, being the aggressive Zerg, could see what's going on, could figure it out and say, you know what, I'm going to try and punish you as he has done in the past. And then the question would be, can Showtime actually hold, as he is absolutely going into double Stargate?
Yeah, Queen Walk on this map, I just think is so unlikely. We see it once in a blue moon, but it's just kind of too big for it. Of course, much later into the game, it could really come into play, the Queens, Roaches, and Corruptors, that we actually know that the Korean Zergs are pretty fond of. We've seen Rogue do it a couple of times on this map as well, so I don't think that's out of the ordinary, but stopping at 55 drones and then going for a Queen Walk, it's obviously not too late for that already, but this map is just too big. By the time that he arrives, he's going to run into Disruptors, and it's not going to go very well.
Yeah, definitely more so on the Nidus Swarm, trying to get up to that to the left side of Showtime's base, often where we do find it. We can also absolutely maybe, well, we can expect perhaps that Roach Corruptor attack, perhaps more on the 4th base, which Dark is now also scouting for that timing. You brought up Disruptors. We actually do not have a Robo. We went into that Forge and a Fleet Beak and then a 3rd Stargate. So that is certainly signifying the direction Showtime has chosen. He has gone into immediate late game technology right into those carriers, and funnily enough has actually been able to play out even some catastrophic positions back into those gateways. So I don't know if this actually will be the end-all be-all of compositions, but right now definitely Fleet Beacon, Stargates, that is Showtime's plan.
Yeah, but it's kind of surprising to me as Dark does drop the Spire on his side of the map, and his upgrade so far is +1 melee, so we can obviously go with +2, and then we can get some Bailings perhaps and try to chip away the economy that Showtime will have at that point. But that's all kind of down the line, so at this point we're just gearing up for a very macro-oriented game. Dark runs around with the Ling, probably trying to see if that Cybernetics core is spinning once more or not, because that can obviously always be a tell of what you're going up against. It's a bit harder for Zerg to scout once that first Void Ray is keeping the main base safe. You can always try to morph an Overseer all the way on the right side, but Feels like Dark just kind of knows. The game sense of these guys is normally top-notch, and perhaps without double or triple checking, he already knows what he's dealing with.
I think so. Actually wondering if this is really just going to come to a head on that fourth base. Showtime is starting to grab it. Dark has been trying to scout it continuously, so I do imagine he'll scout it very, very, very soon. And then Dark might actually try and start pushing that creep that direction to actually bring in the Queens with potentially Corruptors and Roaches, who actually don't have very much army supply on the field yet. They both have chosen, you know, very macro-based starts. And now Showtime throws down the Twilight Council.
But what I'm a bit surprised by, if we... Yeah, I was wondering, because if we were going to go for Queens, Roaches, and Corruptors, why are we getting +1 melee, right?
That's also why I was like, well, okay. But yeah, the Mutas coming in here. Always such an interesting decision against someone with Mass Target, because, of course, they can flip right over to Mass Phoenix production. However, the Oracle just went down, and it is very questionable that even the Oracle would have been able to scout the intent on those Mutas.
Yeah, but if you drop a Revelation on a hatchery, then sometimes you see a Muta popping, you're like, oh, okay, let's go ahead. 3 Phoenixes. We already have a fleet beacon, so we could fire up any impulse crystals immediately. This would actually be a perfect moment for Dark not to reveal 13 Mutalisk. And I know it sounds silly, because that's a big number already, but there is still a very big difference with showing up with 13 or 20 plus. And I actually think that's something he would have been able to get away with. Now, this is going to be rather feisty, as the Void Rays and Carriers are going to get on top of this hatchery. I think Dark is just going to sacrifice it, because the Mutas are all the way on the other side of the map. Now we're going to send Roaches and Lings. This is going to get a little hectic, Zombie Grub.
Very chaotic. The Natural is the choice for the recall, minus one of those Void Rays. The third base and fourth actually do seem to be held by just a variety of gateway units, perhaps, while 20 probes go down. Even maybe one of these Void Rays as well. Yes, one of the Void Rays. The Phoenix production, of course, starts up. The 20 probes have already been killed, and now Dark transfers over into some of those Corruptors.
I gotta say, I love the fact that he also went for the pylon. Single pylon powering the 2 Stargates. That's going to delay those additional Phoenixes for a little while. Showtime was quick on replacing that pylon, but there could have already been 4 or 5 Phoenix, and at this point we're still working with a single Phoenix. Now these 9 extra Mutas, that's actually kind of crazy, because Mutas are pretty good against Void Rays, and even against Phoenixes in low numbers, they can make the difference. But we still have those 3 carriers to kind of worry about, and Mutas just don't kill carriers.
And it was also the splits with the Corruptors. It was the Mutas and the Corruptors came at the same time. I would have expected at least a full dedication, but it really is about getting to Muta Corruptor versus Phoenix, which is something we just don't talk about very much anymore. More Mutas will join the fray. The Corruptors kind of on the front lines, taking down those Phoenix for their buddy, the Mutas. Now every Protoss unit combined together, that is still a little bit too much for Dark to take on, even without the shield batteries and cannons in the bases, which should be coming up. Big Ling run by looking to grab perhaps an undefended base. There's a cannon shield battery, but Showtime primarily focusing on the Mutas and where they are. No, the Orcons! Absolutely beautiful against Lings in most scenarios, but that wraparound was perfect.
Yep, and now there's another Archon that's a little bit further away. The Zealots are going to show up though, and they're going to keep this Archon safe. But if those Archons are near a battery, they would never ever fall against the Lings, so that was definitely a bit sloppy on Showtime's side. I still don't absolutely hate it for Showtime. He took a lot of damage, and we're down a little bit in the supply. But we also know that he's got the right buildings to deal with his army. And it's not like Dark already has a hive and we have to worry about Vipers too. No, it's just Lair Tech Zerg. And Protoss, especially if they get closer and closer to being maxed out, is incredibly good against Lair Tech Zerg.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Showtime does want to make sure to keep track of exactly how much of the map has been taken by Dark, or how much he might actually be thinking about moving on to additional technology. But right now, if he continues the course, he should have the right army against what Dark has been powering up here. Dark going to find a few more probes, not really too much. And it looks like, well, Dark is finding himself comfy back at home as he deals with the Zealot run-bys again. The question is, can his composition do the damage? He's going after some of those carriers, not quite getting one of those Void Rays, and a lot of damage was being dealt while he tried to target fire with the Interceptors just being, you know, actually just getting their shots off, right? I do wish that +2 was faster for Showtime, right? That would have been amazing, but it is about halfway done now.
I didn't want to say it, Lambo would make fun of me, but obviously I'm with you on that one, Zombie Grub. That was painful by Dark. Sure, he got one of the carriers, but then he wanted to grab the second one too, and that really backfired. He lost a solid 30 supply of expensive Zerg Sky units. You know what I'm a bit surprised by as well is that we got +2 melee, but he never actually got a Baneling Nest as far as I know. We don't have Baneling speed. And now it's just Lynx, and just Lynx is good if there are no Archons, but an Archon, a battery, and a cannon is going to keep almost any base safe against pure Ling.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Dark does go back into just the primarily Corruptor production, as we do, I think, kind of get out of the Muta potential here. Now, the Corruptor count is going to be extremely high. Showtime is trying to add on more Archons, trying to desperately get that +2 done before something takes it down. It does look like it will be saved. Dark lets his Lings try and do some damage to the probe line, but Shield Battery plus Cannon saves the probes, and the air army of the Protoss will be able to beat the air army of the Zerg, at least for now. Got to be careful, going to lose maybe one of those Voiders again, just shy of it. Dark trying his best to get those couple of picks and then leave, but every time he has to double back to get it, that's actually a lot of damage on his army.
Yep, I really think Dark is in serious trouble. Even if he's still up a little bit in the supply, the army is just not going to scale very well. We do know that Dark has good micro, and he picks up a couple of these units here. Showtime, of course, needs to be careful, but time is on his side. Dark is still just building Mutalisk off lair tech. These Phoenixes with +2 are having an absolute field day, even against Corruptors, man. Phoenix with +2 against Corruptors that don't have +1 fly carapace yet, they're actually getting pretty good as long as you micro them a little bit. We know Showtime has the micro. This is a sexy game by Showtime. I do think that Dark got maybe a bit unlucky because he was probably expecting Showtime to go double Stargate, then the Robo, maybe even a Robo Bay, and then we can always get a Fleet Beacon. But Showtime going straight into triple Stargate Fleet Beacon is absolutely perfect against any sort of Spire play.
Yeah, I do really feel like Dark was going to try and just bamboozle Showtime, basically have him with the wrong composition, whether it was on the air or on the ground, but instead Showtime able to hold, as we know that he does, I suppose. But against the likes of Dark, that is quite the feat. And now, in fact, Dark perhaps showing a little bit too much weakness. He has poked the bear, and the bear did not like it whatsoever. Showtime going for the counter, figuring that this is his moment. The Phoenix could run away from this fight. That's not that important anymore. It's the ground army that is far more important. Zealots tackling Queens as they desperately transfuse themselves, and more Protoss units spilling forth. Dark, though, with a barely correct timed Roach transition to help those Queens, will barely hold on.
But the problem with all these Roaches is that we invested in melee upgrades, right? So these are very underwhelming Roaches. They're desperation Roaches of I just want to stay alive. And sure, on creep, they're always going to do some damage. You can micro them a little bit, but I don't see these Roaches accomplishing a whole lot on the other side of the map. Off creep, in range of a battery, in range of a cannon. And Dark is just stuck with the wrong units. He's got a lot of them, but they are wrong. At least +1 flyer carapace is finishing up, but most of the Corruptors have disappeared, and those Archons were getting some juicy shots in. You just don't see that very often in professional StarCraft, but I gotta say, Archons shooting at clumped up Zerg units in the sky is oddly satisfying.
Especially for a Protoss player, indeed.
I'm completely neutral.
Well, yeah, Dark said maybe transition, of course. Yeah, it's more like desperation. He just needed something on the ground to support. So those Roaches, you know, they come out fairly quick. They're fairly cheap. We're able to do the trick for now, but, you know, during that process, Showtime not only was looking for perhaps the kill, realized it wouldn't happen, backed away, also got his expansion up. So 5 base Protoss. Of course, Dark does have a lot of bases, but they are starting to be thinned out, at least drone-wise, as more harassment comes through. And now Showtime, once again, close to maxed out with some decent upgrades, going to be moving on through plenty of Archons to help against anything in Dark's composition at this point. That hatchery probably just a goner. Showtime is going to not stay. Okay, he's going to snipe it and get out. I don't know if he can actually take the fight here. That's so many Archons, but their little, you know, T-Rex arms actually going to have some trouble here.
Yep. The Archons always have some issues getting in range. The Phoenixes can help, so you can prevent some of the kiting. The Mutas are going to come back as well. Showtime doesn't really need to take this fight. I wouldn't hate dropping a couple of these Ravagers and letting the Mutas actually just deal with the Phoenixes. Really good fight here by Dark, as he is going to clean up the majority of Showtime's army, and Showtime perhaps getting a bit too carried away there. Maybe surprised by the amount of Mutas that were still on the battlefield too.
That actually might have been exactly it, and of course, you know, there is certainly understandable overconfidence when it comes to having 6+ Archons up against someone who's still very dependent on those Mutas, but it kind of came at the right time so that the Archons were already preoccupied, they're already a little bit less healthy, some of them already died, and everything combined together. Once again, Dark will hold. Now he does lose that base, but he's got the 2 left still mining.
Look at Dark's upgrades in our bottom side of the screen. This is like, we got a little bit of everything. +2 flyer attacks is nice for those Mutas and Corruptors. Showtime, I honestly think, just needs to chill a little bit. You don't have to worry about Vipers. There's no crazy lurker transitioning happening, or sometimes Broodlords can be intimidating if you have the wrong army. It's none of that. Showtime time is on your side, mate. You've got all the bases, you've got good upgrades. They can be better, but they're still pretty good. But he's just really bringing it to Dark, and I feel like this is the only way that this game can slip away from Showtime.
Yeah, especially if he doesn't have advanced notice. Unless he actually knows what the army composition is and actually where it's coming in from, then we could have the previous mistakes, you know, created over and over again, perhaps even worse. So Showtime, I do understand the struggle trying to actually still control the narrative, control the game. Don't let Dark back into it. But then also, yeah, don't over-dedicate. Dark is trying to now transition at this point. He's still adding on those air upgrades. We might just go, you know, every which way, Lair Tech, Hive Tech, Lair Tech, Hive Tech. Might get to late game PVZ, but it is a constant swap for Dark. He is back into the mutas. He is back to getting some harassment on Showtime's side of the map.
This is just a beautiful game between these two, a very important one. If you guys just joined us, both of them having 2 wins and 1 loss in this group stage so far. Dark playing an unusual style for this matchup. Normally it's all the Void Rays, and the Zerg plays is kind of running around with grind units. He's just going for chaos. That's the best way to put it. We're back to 27 Mutalisk, and they do have better upgrades now, of course. That +2 has finished up a little while ago. The Corruptors could in the near future get +2 Carapace, and then these Phoenixes are going to have a really hard time actually pushing out some serious damage. The army movement of Dark is beautiful, and there are very few Zerg players on this planet that can turn this into as much of a game as Dark currently is in, because I know the supply has been in his favor for most of it, but almost anyone would have lost a game like this by now against a player like Showtime.
The resource trades actually are fairly even, well, almost exactly even on the minerals, not so much on the gas, but that's a lot of expensive Zerg air units. That's a comical number almost, but Dark is, I mean, making it work might be sound like he's won. It's absolutely not. It's actually a very even game. These guys are great together, basically, but we do have that constant back and forth. That is a little bit tricky for the Phoenix, even with the shield battery overcharge. Dive head first into the army, but actually Showtime does it again. I don't know if that was actually on purpose. That couldn't have been.
No, that must have been a misclick. Maybe he thought Dark was retreating. We do have the Zealots getting a decent fight there, but the Phoenix numbers are dwindling. These Corruptors with their upgrades. The Roaches do finally have +1 missile attacks, but that's a few too many Zealots to chew off. But now we've got Corruptors and Mutas in the main base. Dark immediately going for the Spylons again. I gotta say, I absolutely love that. At the same time, though, Showtime does have a few Zealots on the left side, and he's going to town on these Roaches. All hell broke loose here on Glittering Ashes, and there are just fights all over the place.
It's like as soon as I said, well, maybe Dark's not exactly winning, that he took it personally and just started winning the game. But those Zealots on the ground actually going to create a lot of chaos now on Dark's side of the map. They could maybe even go after the Spire, exactly. Showtime notices the Spire, and the natural one says, no, I'm actually going to get both of these tech structures, leaving you on basically just Lings and Queens. Zealots get against the Nook and Cranny as well, going to kill some of that economy, while the Phoenix now fighting the Mutas, actually unguarded from the Corruptors. That is the perfect scenario. Most importantly, Showtime has gotten the monkey off his back. He's rebuilt his Stargates, rebuilt his pylons, and he's very close to having that +3. But the Mutas have returned. They're going to clear up that ground army. The Corruptors will move away those Phoenix, but that's still so many Zealots heading into the main base. They're going to see, of course, there's no Hive either. Go straight for the spawning pool. What technology is even left for Dark?
Nothing. Yeah, an infestation pit, I guess, right? We could put some infestors. Wouldn't be bad, to be honest. Fungo is nice against the army that Showtime is working with. Dark built a Spire there, but then he cancelled it, and I think he wants to build it elsewhere. Oh no, he just... I don't know what he did.
I don't know.
I feel like he built it twice there. Showtime does have +3 air weapons finish up, and we did repower, or rebuild Stargates rather. Oh my goodness, what a game. 96 army supply for Dark, 44 for Showtime, but Dark can't really build anything. One of the last few Archons goes down. I wouldn't hate a battery overcharge. I think putting it in the back would have been better there, but perhaps he wanted to keep those targets alive just a little bit longer. 50 probes are left, but a few more are going to go down.
That's not many Corruptors left over. They're all full weak as well, so while there are still a lot of Mutas, the Phoenix, they've had the upgrades. They've had the range upgrade, especially with perfect micro. When we are on land again, this could be Showtime's chance, but Ling's now pouring in as well. More Corruptors join in. The shield batteries are out of juice. No more overcharge, no more cannons. Dark just trying to spill in the units that he does have. Again, no technology structure. Back at home, he's waiting on that Spire. He has collected everything he's got and got across the map to try and kill Showtime. The supplies, both of them under 100 at 21 minutes. You do not see a PVZ like this pretty much ever.
Nope, 39 workers against 37. We have a few more Zealots on the left side trying to pick up pick off a few additional drones perhaps. These targets have been picked off. The Lings are feisty. I really think that Dark would have had such a great time if he would have just sneaked in a Baneling nest at any given moment, because there are moments where there's so many Zealots on the map, and just having 6 Banelings or so crashing into a big group of Zealots would have been phenomenal for him. Showtime doesn't have much mining left, as our observer is showing us. Basically just that base on the right side. A ridiculous game where almost the Dark was about to break Showtime, but the Phoenix Micro and that +3 was really kicking in.
Yeah, that +3 having kicked in is just tremendous for those Phoenix, continuing to be built as well as Dark. I mean, the
infestation pit.
Oh yeah, it died. Oh, goodbye. That's probably won't be remade anytime soon. Dark is not mining very much either. They're very equal worker counts. Now, Dark's army supply is looking better, but you got to remember how effective those Phoenix are, especially when the Corruptors don't properly guard the Mutas. So it does come down a lot to the Micro here. And who's paying attention? That could actually decide the game. If one person is late to responding, that could be it. This Nexus probably not going to happen as the Corruptors again correctly used to bully them away. No cancel.
That's 400 minerals down the drain. Showtime perhaps paying attention to his Zealots on the left side again. Dark really needs to make sure that the Corruptors are always in front of the Mutas so they can soak up those initial volleys, because these Phoenixes, with the upgrades they have, they once more have an attack upgrade over the armor advantage of Dark, so they'll do more damage, and yeah, the Mutas will just disappear if 11 Phoenixes go to down. Even 23 Mutalisk will stand absolutely no chance against 11 Phoenixes, but if the Corruptors can just soak up the initial shots, just like we're seeing here, there is always hope. And Dark may even do something tricky, right, where he moves the Mutas around and he tries to come in from a different angle where Showtime doesn't expect it. This is where Creep actually comes in really handy in a sky battle, and that doesn't make any sense.
Scouting is always important. Zealots of Showtime, actually, they were about to move into the natural. I thought they were going to head towards the Spire again, but then something happened. Showtime actually pulled them back. I mean, it is a very difficult game to read. You don't know if 7 Zealots is a perfect thing to send across the map or is a waste of 700 minerals. So he also has to track the army, which he's actually been doing a little bit of. Archons do come in. It looks like Showtime really wanted to find those Mutas clumped up. Dark does a couple of last-second magic boxing, I guess. Saves the majority of them. War Prism does go down. 16 Mutas, 10 Corruptors against 12 Phoenix, and those Zealots are just waiting for something to do.
Spore Crawler there helping out as well. I feel like we haven't seen a Queen on the map in forever. Did we ever rebuild the spawning pool? I guess the answer is no. So Dark does not have any Queens, didn't even have a spawning pool for a solid 4 or 5 minutes, just rebuilt the Spire and tried to win the game with the last few Mutas. That's not quite working out. I do think that Showtime rushed it a little bit there again. If he has 2 or 3 extra Archons there, which I know is a lot of gas, but he has some gas in the bank, then I don't think you can do that with a Mutalisk. Now Dark is still allowed to dream. I think the ball is in Showtime's corner. With good micro, Showtime can do this.
And now we're getting to very, very detailed micro. Trying to get some one-shots with the Phoenix is just not often something that you see. They kind of are allowed to free fire. But in this case, they are trying to get the one-shot. Oh, wow.
You know what's funny? I haven't thought of this, but since the Phoenixes have been battling Corruptors and Mutalisk for so long, they actually have a ridiculous amount of energy. This has not been the kind of Phoenix game where you lift drones. So if Dark would ever go to the other side of the map with his Sky units, well, every single drone is going to get picked off in the blink of an eye. So that's something that Dark also has to worry about.
That is true, but it actually looks like with the past minute and a half being the, oh, there you go. Minute and a half going the way that it did, Dark has been able to have a more stable economy. He's had more minerals to mine from with fresher bases surviving our little base trades there. So he is doubling his supply at this point, once again canceling Showtime's base. Showtime is Phoenix entirely at the wrong place. They're battling the Corruptors while the Mutas destroy his economy. It was quite the game, but it does look like Dark just had too long mining.
Yep, and did such a good job in re-establishing those bases, saving a couple of the drones. The Corruptor movement has been very sexy. Finding those Zealots in the bottom side with the Mutalisk, that also helped. This is kind of it. Showtime knows that he can take another bad fight. Well, he's just not even going to stick around anymore. Dark has just done too good of a job in re-stripping some bases after losing every single tech building that he had. That was a phenomenal game of StarCraft.
That was simply amazing. That was so cool from both of these players. Dark to choose the style that he did, it almost felt like at some point he was like, you must be caught off guard. Like, come on, Protoss, you must be building the wrong units. And then for the majority of the game, Showtime was, for the most part, building units and having them in the right place. But eventually, that base trade, that awkward a couple of engagements, those last 2 Archons not having a couple of buddies, ends with Showtime having to tap out.
for Dark to win a game like that against a player like Showtime, giving the conditions that we were dealing with basically 10 plus minutes in, I think there are literally 2 other Zergs on the planet that can do that. That's Raynor and Serral. But that's not even a game that I think Rogue would win, just because that doesn't really play into Rogue style. It's amazing what Dark can do with a lair tech Zerg army, running around, creating chaos, and eventually the game becomes so hectic that even Showtime jumps the gun once or twice. That one fight with all the Archons, it was like, Showtime, this is not the ideal fight to take. Then he decided to lift a bunch of units, the Mutas show up, and they actually get right on top of the Phoenixes. In the top left side, I think Showtime once more had potential down the line when he had the 2 Archons and the Prism. But again, just kind of jumped the gun, and Dark so good in capitalizing any mistake Showtime made.
And only a couple minutes prior to that, I had mentioned Zealots that had kind of awkwardly run across the map, across half a map's worth of creep, actually, and then awkwardly decided to go home. And got to give a lot of credit to the pros being in a, usually similar situations over and over again, although that one I'm not sure. And I thought, okay, Showtime knows what it wants to do. Apparently it was to lead into that attack on the left side. But now I'm wondering, what if the Zealots had just completed their journey? What if they actually got into the natural again and killed that Spire? That is once again a big loss. That is also a big momentum stopper for the buildup of Muta Corruptor, where then Showtime's +3 Phoenix maybe could have taken a few more legitimate battles. But of course, we'll never know if that actually was the case.
Honestly, an insane game by Dark. It is so difficult to win a game like that as a Zerg player. It does seem like the players need a little moment to recover from that 23-minute, I believe, craziness it was on Glittering Ashes. So we're going to go ahead and hop into a very quick break, and after that we'll be back with Dark versus Showtime in Game 2.
Welcome back, everyone. I believe Dark just needed a short break, but we are back into this best of 3. Dark taking game 1, but it was certainly not a sure thing.
No, it wasn't a sure thing at any given moment. For the longest time, I liked Showtime's position, and I know that if Showtime goes over a game like that, he will also like it. Just got a bit overly excited twice, but I think instead of focusing on maybe the things that Showtime could have done better, just all the kudos in the world to our Korean Zerg player, because like I said before, there are very few people on the planet that would win a game like that against Showtime, and that just goes to show how good this man is. Representing Dragon Phoenix Gaming, hailing from Korea, this is Dark.
Down in the bottom left, as the blue Protoss, we have BIG's Showtime.
I do think just winning a map for Showtime would already be very important here, because I think things are going to get quite close between him, Time, and Ryong. Showtime, of course, did get the 2-1 victory over Ryong earlier, but there is always a chance that Time takes a victory over Ryong, and then, of course, Showtime lost against Time, so I think any map truly matters, because I think that can potentially turn into a little three-way tie party. We're not there yet, don't want to get ahead of myself. Of course, Juanito can always ruin some things as well. I know he didn't have the hottest of starts in this group. I'm not sure what's happening in the current series that he's playing, but just getting 1 point on the board could be very important for Showtime to still potentially move on.
As far as who's going to be making it into playoffs, it does seem like it's already very well set for Cyril, for instance, gone undefeated, as well as Dark, who...
if he wins this series.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, if this was a loss for Dark and then the math gets a little more complicated, we are once again talking about that last match being so important, and then map victories as well being so important. So it would be quite the upset if, for instance, Dark did not make it through. That is pretty much what we went into thinking. Guaranteed. Cyril and Dark. Question is 1 or 2. But things can be up in the air with Showtime playing the way he did. Clearly, he is up to the challenge of taking on Dark.
Cyril apparently has already secured first place. We all kind of thought that was going to happen after he got his victory over Dark. But of course, Cyril still needed to win a few other series. And he's done that in very convincing fashion. He's 4-0 in series, 8-0 in maps. So congratulations to Cyril for already advancing into the quarterfinals. Now the big question is, which other 2 players in Group B will join Cyril?
That is the question. Showtime was brought in as potential contender. Time, I think, has always been like, well, okay, we could see him, but he's actually performed quite strongly against a lot of these guys today. Even his games versus Cyril are quite impressive, even though he didn't get the wins. But anyways, back to this game. We do have another Stargate opener for Showtime. As we recall, in the last game, although it went for about 23-24 minutes, it did start off with a single Stargate Void Ray coming out first and foremost, then leading into triple Stargate later down the line.
It was Void Ray, Oracle, into additional Void Rays, into quick carriers, and then of course the Phoenixes, once he realized that Dark was going a little crazy and made a silly amount of mutas. I don't even know how many mutas were created throughout the entirety of the game, but I think we're looking at 100 plus.
Yes. Yeah, because like 53 died when I brought up the lost stat, or I didn't bring it up. The Observer brought up the last stat. I talked about it. Yeah, I mentally connected to whichever Observer it is. Mapu. Mapu, hey, there it is. Exactly, Mapu. We're connected.
Couple of overloads on the way there for Dark. 3 seems a little many, but I guess he knows that he's going to lose one on the other side of the map, so he wants to make sure he's not going to face any supply blocks in the near future. Once you know your opponent opens up with a Void Ray, you're not concerned about anything at home, so it's just happy droning season at this point.
Okay, happy droning season. I make sure that there's not any unnecessarily do damage. I mean, I am a little... I know that the guys talked a lot about the desk about Showtime's triple Oracle and why that could be bad or play to his strength, which he does actually play quite well with that opener, but I would have expected it in one of these games. Still a third one perhaps to come. We actually have third Nexus going down, +1 air attack does start up, and Dark should be seeing that soon enough with the Ling. It's kind of hard to stop, full stop a Zergling from ever getting by to see that, but it's a question of how fast does it see it.
Yep, I mean, once the link speed is done, you can always just kind of run towards the front. And losing a single link for a bit of information is, of course, no big deal for a Zerg player. Dark is going to fire up the last 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and it's still just nothing but drones on the production tab. Couple of spore crawlers going down as well. I find it very surprising because the boys on the analysis desk were not wrong. Showtime loves this triple Oracle into those ground-based armies of Archons, Immortals, Zealots. He's very good with it. Sometimes we'll see some Disruptors as well way down the line. Showtime is doing things differently, because last game I mentioned, I think what Dark was hoping for was this scenario, because then I can really see the mutas just kind of overwhelming, especially if you unpower the Stargates just once, but making the muta corruptor work against triple Stargate Fleet Beacon is craziness. If Showtime would face the exact same build, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it would happen, then I think this would be way more difficult for him, because yeah, the Robo doesn't really do a whole lot against Corruptors and Mutas. What it is very good against, though, are those Queen attacks, Roaches, Ravages, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what Showtime's trying to certainly get a scout on, but he throws down a Robo. He also throws down that Fleet Beacon. So still intentions to go into Mass Stargate. Dark definitely playing different with no Spire and, in fact, a much faster Infestation Pit.
Last game really went to show how crazy the game was, even for an experienced player like Dark, because at one point he realized what I'm currently doing, I don't think I'm going to be able to win with it, so he dropped the Infestation Pit, clearly was ready to hop into that hive. But yeah, then all hell just broke loose. There were so many fights happening at the same time that he built it and he never really did anything with it, didn't get any value out of it. But yeah, these things can happen sometimes. Even as a pro, when you have a strategy, you just need to adapt to whatever is happening in the game. And Dark said, all right, I want to do it, but I can't do it. That is very quick packaging glance.
Right, yeah. Well, with that, I will have to remind you guys, you know, we talked about the Mass Stargates, the Protoss side of things, we talked about Queen Walks, we talked about Nidus Worms, and then what we saw last game was Aspire. Well, there's also something else that Dark has been known to do, is even seemingly the only supporter of it, and that was like the Mass Queen with the Infestors for the Blinding, nope, hold on. Shroud, no. Microbial Shroud, there we go. Shroud is fine as well.
I like how you're like, no, you're like, there's another word in front of it. I know, the orange cloud zombie cloud.
Exactly, the orange cloud, exactly. And it was fun to watch him try and like do it over and over again, and it felt like it was, I don't know, like medium success, but that's really the most dependable thing. No one ever going to see that again, as Dark has a huge production tab going on. Showtime's also beginning some scouting, has fully committed to that triple carrier. It does start up that +1 ground attack in Twilight Council. So not exactly the exact situation for his side of things, is that, you know, there you go, we have a disruptor, but actually kind of similar.
Dark loves his upgrades, man. Triple Evo as a Zerg. It's pretty wild.
Did he actually mean to do that?
I don't know. I think we had triple Evo, right? Am I crazy?
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right. There it goes. There it goes.
All three upgrades at the same time. Adrenal glands fired up as well. 7 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. That's one of the quicker adrenal glands I think we're going to see throughout this entire tournament. What's good about Dark's composition is that it's very fancy and it's just effective against Void Rays and Carriers. It is not very good against Disruptors, but that's of course where the Lynx with good upgrades or even Ultras can come into play. I always feel like it's a bit complicated. It can work out in a fantastic manner, but it can also really fall flat on its face.
Yes, exactly. We've actually seen, yeah, like the style of Dark work surprisingly well. Very well done. We've also seen it actually get absolutely clobbered. Oh, look at that. Showtime has been playing a perfect game for 8.5 minutes.
That's the old school PvZ when we had the double Phoenix that was into the meta, you know. Some people are crazy, they still play double Stargate Phoenix, but, you know, for a while that was kind of the standard, and then, you know, pros players would always kill a bunch of Overlords, a couple Queens, a couple Drones, and they wouldn't lose a unit. 11 minutes into the game, we were like, wow, perfect game. And then they still got stomped, so they stopped.
Yeah, I feel like Zest was also really good for that with the Archon drop. Perfect micro, perfect game. Oh, he's dead.
It's like, oh no, he's got 44 army supply, the other guy got 112.
Exactly. We do have Showtime moving out. He is hitting with +1 on his air and his ground. Couple of disruptors to help out, and the Oracle trying to give some forewarning as to how Dark is going to take this fight. Seeing the Queen, seeing the Infestors, he knows kind of what's going to happen. Oh, well, he didn't Revelation, but that's all right. We have a little bit of SimCity also being added onto, as that base was just given up there for Dark. Also an Ultra trying to tackle the Zealots without the Carapace. A little bit awkward, but we do have Showtime actually going for the break. Disruptors getting into the heart of the Queen army, but a last-second split at least mitigates that damage. And it looks like Dark is ready now to take his stand.
I do like the two Novas at the same time. I see too many games where even high-level Protoss players fire one Nova and they fire another one, but then the Queens just heal each other up. And they all have a ridiculous amount of energy. 10 minutes into the game, oh no, Showtime forgot about his Disruptors. Love the Fungo as well, and the Prism. I mean, the Prism not the most important unit here if you're already retreating, but it's just the little things. Dark's got the energy, he's got the Infestors, just quick thinking.
Triple Robo there. Showtime very much, I mean, accepting the late game, but not necessarily just going into Mass Stargates because of it, right? Actually going into the triple Immortal and perhaps even Disruptor production, help tackle what is an entirely ground-based army from Dark. So that's like the big difference, right? Not Spire, not eventually going into 30 Corruptors all of a sudden, but actually an emphasis on the ground army with Microbial Shroud to cover the Queens. Still, like, you know, it is something we've seen a little bit before, but as far as what we expect from about like 70% of the PvZs, these guys are bringing us some entertainment.
What I absolutely love about Dark is how versatile he is, and we often think of him as crazy aggressive. Korean Zerg is so good in the early game and the mid game, and he can basically kill you with whatever he wants, but he's also damn good in the late game, and he's not shying away from it. He is willing to just sit back. He can really kind of do it all, and that's of course something we often praise Serral for, but I think Dark definitely deserves that praise too.
I do, absolutely. It's just we do remember him so much for how much maybe he is brutal towards some of his opponents and his victories. But yes, there has definitely been a lot of times where he's also been perhaps the deadliest late game player. Now we have some of the harassment going down for Dark, trying to get these Banelings into the probe line. They do not have +2 quite yet, but that is going to eventually finish.
Did they just go like 3 gateways now with the Banelings, or were those pylons?
I thought they were pylons. Cannons.
Cannons. There you go. That's actually pretty juicy. There's quite a few minerals down the drain. Yeah, but it's Void Ray showing up in the main base. That's the Hive. The Viper sleeping on the job. I feel like they have enough energy for Parasitic Bomb, but it's a little bit too late. We are still going to drop it. Can we land a fungal on a single Void Ray? That's not exactly what Dark was looking for. Great pickoff on the Hive, but Dark does already have Vipers out, so I think he's got enough time to replace it and get another one.
Yeah, that is true. Very true. So still, it's a juicy take. You know, maybe they don't replace that. Maybe they don't do a very quick job of getting to that layer, but Dark has actually already started to one up. More Banelings trying to connect with those probes, especially now that they have that +2. It is very deadly, but some neat Sim City from Showtime is allowing him the time to actually respond. It is 5 bases versus, well, almost 6 actually. It's Dark, well, I guess he just lost his main. Also has some Burrow and Neuroparasite on the way. That is fun for the investors.
+3 missile attacks is already finishing up, so even these queens are going to be a little feisty. We've got these ultras on the left side. Ultra run-bys are hard, right, when we have this many cannons and batteries, but maybe if there is some chaos happening elsewhere, that's a good moment to always shave them in. We don't have a Dark Shrine. That's actually a bit surprising when we have this many bases, 13 minutes in. Dark Shrines are not that expensive anymore. I feel like you may as well have it just to make the run-bys for Zerg a bit more annoying, because they always need to bring an Overseer.
It was something I thought of last game as well, but obviously that got very chaotic, so I kind of forgot. I'm sure Showtime just didn't really find the time to get to it, but it would be helpful as the game continues. Just basically grow. There's so many bases that might be a little vulnerable.
What do you think about the 5 Dropper Lords? Are we just going to drop 40 Zerglings in the main base of Showtime?
Must be. I mean, he's not have any lurkers, and I don't think the queens are going to go in there, but they are headed that direction.
Didn't Rogue actually did that once, right, against Nice in the rematch after he lost at the season final?
Yes, that is true. Didn't he do that? So that is
a little different. That was earlier in the game, but it was kind of cool because it allowed the queens to support Corruptus in the main base of a Protoss.
That is true. That is true. But no, it was just Lynx. Eventually disconnecting them from the control group. Unfortunately, Showtime not going to have his army well placed. He almost did, but then didn't actually know that was on the way. We do have Storm on the way. A lot of upgrades for Showtime. More Stargates as we head into the more typical super late game PvZ. That Storm could actually be huge. And now we have the Ling drops in the main base, creating chaos very, very quickly. I don't know if you want to recall, but this is one of those problems for a Protoss where they usually are maxed out, so they can't actually warp into defense somewhere else.
Nope, and this is why I think a defensive Dark Shrine is so nice. You don't make a Dark Shrine here because you believe the Dark Templars are going to be effective on the other side of the map. Too many Spore Crawlers. But to deal with little things like this, it's always just a joy to wipe in a couple of Dark Templars. And you don't even have to look at it. These Lings had +2. They have Adrenal. Did not have +3 yet, but still kind of did a decent job in just nibbling away at a couple of these buildings. There's more Banelings just very casually crushing into this base. 7 probes go down, cannons unpowered, and still plenty of Banelings left over. If he can connect with these probes as well, just a couple of Banelings is good enough. And it's, well, Showtime pulls the probes away, but still loses 11 in total.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have actually gone for the Nexus instead. Lings were burrowed in the main base, something that Showtime did not pick up on. He was trying to watch all the bases and move his army outside the map, including over to the left side, apparently. Void Ray is going to get a cheeky kill on a base. Once again, Parasitic Bomb is going to, well, I think the Zealots might still get the kill. Parasitic Bomb, the Micro, to actually try and still kill those Vipers, which seemed all too lonely. And it looks like while the Lings did damage in the main base, Showtime decided, you know what, just going to go full board, just going to go for the attack. It's 2 bases with 2 different armies, but the right side army might be out for more. Neural Parasite coming down, making the Void Rays fight each other. You're hitting yourself. You're hitting yourself. But it's also about this army. The right side Archon, a mortal carrier army, was all types of clumped up, and a lot of the Banelings do find success just with how clumped up the Protoss army was. It's still a very costly trade for a Zerg player in that fashion. We still have more Neural Parasites on the left.
Yep, that's kind of where the Void Rays, I think, or the Infestors were needed in that army, because now the Queens couldn't fight the Couriers, of course, so he kind of used a lot of energy to deal with just a couple of Void Rays, but we need the Infestors in the battle here, because these Carriers is still something you have to respect. Banelings will take care of a lot of the units on the ground, and especially the Lings and Ultras will finish off the rest, but this is where you could really use a Shroud or two, or just more Neuro Parasites. Why the hell not Dark? My goodness, he is winning in a very fashionable manner here.
It looked like it was going to be so dangerous without the Infestors on the right side, but basically the Queens, sturdy as they are, able to buy the time, have the Infestors respond to do two different attacks. Two wildly different attacks, but also both resulting in just Neural Parasites being super effective. Showtime plummets in supply. He does have bases back at home. He might be able to remax once again, but he has lost all momentum. Dark might have lost 2 bases, but now the question is, what is his counterattack going to look like?
Carriers are very good, but they take a long time to produce, and now you just have to sit there and wait for your 5 carriers. The Infest is still shocking around. We do have an Observer there in surveillance mode, trying to grant some extra vision. We have a couple of blinding clouds going down, as these Ultras are just getting right on top of these Archons. A High Templar going down in the mix as well. Dark is playing some great Zerg versus Protoss in this best of 3.
Yeah, you saw Showtime was pretty desperate to actually have those High Templar stay in High Templar form, knowing that the feedbacks were necessary, but now no High Templars, a rather small Protoss army that is going up against the full might of Dark Ultras, and a Neural Parasite included. A desperate recall to just somewhere else on the map. Just get him out of there, but unfortunately, what does it really lead to? Dark is just going to send unit after unit across the map. He might have a little bit of trouble against these 4 carriers, not a whole lot of anti-air, but if he still has Neural Parasites, well, there you have it. Now he has anti-air all of a sudden.
Carriers fighting carriers once more. Ultra still looking invincible on the ground. The Immortals are trying to do whatever they can, and 3 Immortals do pack a punch, but it just feels that it never stops. The Swarm of Dark is truly here. A Disruptor gets rallied straight into its end, and these carriers are just not going to be enough to keep the Immortals alive. And I think Showtime knows that he is running on his last legs. There is winning, and there is winning the way that Dark won this best of 3. This is truly an impressive statement on how good his EVP is.
Yeah, how flexible it is as well. 2 different styles coming out here. He has certainly taken this game. Showtime just trying to digest it at this point. Certainly if Dark does not have the killer instinct that he does, maybe it takes an extra 30, 45 seconds to actually come across the map. Showtime probably has the carriers, the Archons, and the feedbacks with some stack defense. But Dark is who he is, so he attacked the perfect time. Here is the final battle of the Protoss, and it does not look very good. The Microbial Shroud to make the Queens take down all the Interceptors, combined with the Fungal. Showtime now dipping below 100 supply is just hopeful something can happen with the carriers.
And don't forget that all of his bases are gone, so even replacing Interceptors is going to be difficult, but that's not what this game is all about anymore. Dark has 10 more Infestors on the way, and I feel Dark just one last time wants to know what it truly feels like to control the Golden Armada, as I think he's going to try to neural a few more carriers, and I think that is officially going to be it. Showtime knows it as well, but at this point, you're praying. Sometimes it's a crazy active game, and the supply is actually not as big as you may expect it to be. We know it is, and I think deep down inside, Showtime knows that it is as well.
Yeah, you know, Dark didn't actually accrue maybe the most impressive Zerg bank, but he's had much more consistent income. He's had units that are very good at surviving, which is a lot of these Queens. The Infestors were sacrificed at one point, but enough bank to replace them. Now back up to 16 Infestors and 16 Queens. It's apparently all that Dark is going to need. And if Showtime did have a little bit left over, if he had another base still mining, if he had more of a ground army included, we could talk a little bit more about miracles happening, but just 4 carriers, that's not going to do it.
Seems like Dark will improve to 3-1 in this group. Showtime drops to 2-2, so his final series in this group is going to be very important. But that final series is against Sarah, as we have a few more Neurals go down from downtown all the way on the other side. We have a couple of Fungals go down as well. That Storm is juicy, but it is not juicy enough. Showtime knows it, and Dark knows it as well. We're even going to abduct a couple of carriers. We're going to neural these. Showtime truly fighting for what he's worth, but this is an unfair fight.
I'm actually really surprised. Showtime, I guess just watching some of the Ultras fall, trying to chase after, you know, carriers, which obviously they can't kill, is giving him some confidence boost, which he might need for the upcoming PVZ. That will be his next match, but for this one, it is done. It is over. Dark takes the 2-0 against Showtime, moving up in the group. Now should be feeling rather comfy in the group as well.
Dark is looking like he's in very good shape, because to be able to display both of those playstyles at such a high level, I think that truly just shows what kind of a magnificent player he is. 3-1 in the group. That first game that he had early today against map 1, obviously a bit funky, didn't really show us much. Game 2, Dark had his moments and he looked good, he looked competitive. It didn't quite work out, but this was truly an impressive display of skill by Dark.
Yeah, and once again, we got to talk about how the groups are going to shape up now, right? Darks might be comfy, but Showtime feeling less and less like things are in his control, now having to hope about what has happened in the other series, for instance, and what is going to be happening in the last round of the day. 3 more best of 3s to decide who is actually going to make it into the playoffs. Well, I'm assuming so anyways. I'm assuming the other ones are done. That might not be the case. We'll find out very soon. But Showtime, it might just once again be one of those Katowices where individually he played quite well, but you know, it's Katowice. It's the top tier talent of the world, top tier skill, and sometimes it's just not enough.
And that one best of 3 that he lost early today against Time, that may very well make all the difference. You can definitely see the disappointment and frustration there, the pain. But Showtime has taken out Serral before. I know that's not a very likely narrative to go with, but he's done it before in a very big moment back then as well in Aces ROG. So perhaps he can still make some magic happen. It's not all over yet. For now, we're going to throw it back to the boys at the desk to see what they have to say about that awesome PvZ we just saw.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely awesome. And we had a grueling series between these two. Very, very kind of tense in those games. I got Harstem and Wardy joining me here. Wardy getting things going here. Dark taking the fight to Showtime. That first game was wild in terms of the air kind of position we found ourselves in.
It was really crazy. I mean, he could only build like infestors and stuff. And then we had this big discussion of, you know, does he want to build more mutas? Should he not be building more corruptors? And it was very, very close as well. But Dark just had that little bit too much economy going for himself at the very end. Obviously, that was just a little bit too much for Showtime, but so close, right? You know, it's one of those games where a couple moments go slightly differently, and we probably have a tied series right now.
Yeah, I mean, how often do we see that situation play out? Almost never, right? Where almost all of the tech is wiped out. He barely can make anything. He's trying to get the Spire back up against this slowly building up Phoenix Horde here, Harstem. And yeah, just kind of skirting the line between defeat and victory.
Yeah, he plays 5 minutes without a spawning pool, with literally only an infestation pit as like a Spire halfway building. But even before that, I just want to point out that I think Dark might be the only player in the world that sees triple Stargate with a fleet beacon. It's like, Muta seems like a decent idea. Yeah, and then actually it works out as well. It's like, all right, buddy, we know you're good. Don't rub it in too much. It's just, you know, gets on my nerves a little bit at times, Calaris. Yeah. Gets on my nerves.
These guys are really good at the video game, I suppose. Yeah, and then game 2 comes along, and once again, kind of Dark shows why he is absolutely masterfully skilled here, especially on the IEM Katowice stage. But we actually do have other things that were going on throughout this. And let me tell you, somebody's very excited about what is about to happen. So you know what? Harstem, go on.
All right, let me tell you about this. So it's 1-1 in Ryung versus Time, and we're in the 3rd game right now. And we basically have a similar setup 3-4 times in a row. I'd like to jump into my PC real fast, and we have this setup where Ryung is extremely defensive. He has air control, he has Ravens, and he has a decent amount of tanks as well. And Time, for whatever reason, keeps believing that he can kill Ryung, but Ryung just moves in the correct position, and this exact same fight happens 2 more times after this. Throws down an anti-armor missile as well, and just defends. Time is mining more this entire game through, but takes this type of battle, I think, legit 3 times in a row. I'm like, whoa, Time, you're feeling pretty confident here. Eventually, Ryung decides, after winning the 3rd fight, he's like, you know what, defending is fun, but attacking is also fun. We get into this weird semi-base trade scenario, and this is where Wardy's PC takes over.
Oh yeah, I loved the end of this game, so much so that I had to take part and jump in and show you guys the end of the game.
That's right.
It's absolutely epic. So what happens, guys, is we've got Time. He's making moves. He comes up here and he snipes this CC. Huge play. Drops Ryung down to just 3 bases. He's got the eco lead. He's kind of got the game in his hand. However, you know what happens next?
What?
He runs away, and you think that's really smart.
Oh.
Unfortunately, he's running away to his own demise, because down over here, Ryung is kind of active, and I mean, Time thinks he can fight it, but you know what? He gets blasted completely and utterly, and that's how Time loses the game.
Yeah, the sickest part there is that the anti-armor missile from that first fight was still on those Marines, and I actually believe that that was the reason why Time lost that fight so hard. But I love this game. You guys still don't quite get it. It was the greatest series I've seen in my entire life.
I didn't even see it, but I was hyped.
All right, I'll stand up. I've never seen someone more enthused. This man sent a replay from this PC to this PC just so that he could show 2 moments in the game. Just so you guys know. That's dedication.
I learned all about it as well.
You did?
Yeah, I did my research on a game I didn't watch just to inform you guys of the CC snipe into the horrible fight.
That's commitment.
His passion wore off on me.
There you go. There you go. So yeah, that was almost the conclusion of this group. Of course, we do have a little bit more to go here throughout this. We'll take a look at some of the highlights in a moment as well from the Dark and Showtime series. But yeah, this group is actually kind of coming down to the wire here, Harston, as we take a look at these highlights. I mean, we have still multiple people that can actually advance on in those top spots, I believe.
Yeah, it is very exciting right now. With that Ryung win, this group is still wide open. I think there's Dark probably is safe at this point, but I think Ryung time and Showtime.
So what we know is Serral is absolutely first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Dark is safe, and it's a real fight. I believe, don't take this for granted, but I think Showtime, obviously a win helps him, but it's still not in his hands completely. Like, he needs other results too, so it's pretty crazy at the end.
Yeah, and we saw the conclusion there of the first game with that crazy situation going down in the air. And then we move on to this one. There's a lot of Banelings, there's a lot of Ultralisks. The carriers constantly getting neuroparasited here, Harston. It was not much Showtime could do with them.
Yeah, absolutely brutal game this was as well. Dark showing that he's really at home in any type of game. He can play the late game, he can play those scrappy games that we saw in game number 1. He really doesn't give a crap. And don't forget that that Showtime didn't really play his triple Oracle like we predicted, or like I thought he would. He was very capable of this as well, of course, and Dark just showed, well, maybe next time try the triple Oracle, because I'm pretty darn good against Void Ray openers.
Yeah, that is a lot of Infestors.
Yeah, you know what? This almost made PvZ look fun again.
Wow. Okay. All right, Debbie Downer. You want to go back to Harston's replays?
To be fair, it was a very fun PvZ that we had.
Thank you, Wardy. Brilliant stuff. Yes, Dark does get himself the 2-0. In fact, let's hear from him now as we get ready to go into those final series.
Thank you very much, lads. Indeed, making Zerg versus Protoss very exciting, actually, in that one. We've got Dark here. Congratulations on the win. Let's start with game 1. You saw lots of Stargate play, and you still were brave enough to commit to mass Mutalisk. Was this only working because it's a surprise tactic, or are you just confident in your ability to outmaneuver the opponent?
일단 방영호 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 첫 번째 경기에서 이제 상대가 우주관문을 다수 꺼내드는 전략을 취했는데 또 과감하게 이제 뮤탈리스크를 다수 생산하는 전략을 선보이셨어요. 그래서 이게 그냥 뮤탈리스크를 다수 생산해도 이게 자신이 있었던 건지 아니면은 이게 좀 깜짝 전략이라서 좀 통할 수 있다라고 생각을 했던 건지 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
우선 쇼타임 선수가 너무 예상과는 너무 다르게 플레이해서 좀 당황스러웠던 면도 있고, 원래 뮤탈을 하지 않고 좀 타락기 위주로 하려 했는데 뮤탈해도 괜찮겠다라는 생각이 들어서 그냥 좀 즉흥적으로 꺼냈던 것 같아요.
He says he didn't really expect it to be that mass target play, so mostly he would have gone Corruptors first, but he just instinctively he just went into mass Mutalisk. And he thinks that he might have failed, but he managed it. Like, he kind of panicked at first, but he managed it quite well.
The killer instinct that we know, of course, finding your way out of very hard situations. And it was a bit more of a straightforward game too, in that it went through to the mid and the late game. Normally we see people who play Mass Queen Infestor struggle against the Disruptor, but it seems like the Disruptors never do anything against you. Why is that?
일단은 또 이제 여왕을 다수 생산했을 때 보통은 이제 분열기로 카운터를 치잖아요. 근데 또 방영호 선수를 상대로 할 때는 이 분열기들이 생각보다 좀 잘 통하지 않는 것 같아요. 방영호 선수에게 뭔가 다른 점이 있어서 그런 걸까요?
잘 모르겠네요. 저도 약간 분열기가 맞춤이라 생각하고 있는데 글쎄요, 왜 안 쓰는지 잘 모르겠네요.
He says he really doesn't know. He also thinks that disruptors are pretty much hard counter, but he also doesn't know why the players doesn't counter this against them.
Well, he just seems to make it work, right? Pulling it out all the time. Obviously, great usage of the triple evolution chamber play as well to get all the upgrades. I feel like in the last year, the Infest in Neural Parasite has kind of been your special ability that we've seen battle cruisers, carriers, all sorts of units turned against themselves. So is the Infest in Neural Parasite kind of your favorite unit that you've been using this year?
이제 삼진화장 가시면서 또 그 감염충을 통해서 또 신경기생충 플레이를 또 선보이셨잖아요. 이제 작년에도 이제 신경기생충 플레이로 이제 전투 순양함을 딱 모아가지고 이제 그 한 번에 터뜨린다거나 아니면은 그 우주모함을 다 이제 잡아낸다거나 이런 식으로 이제 신경기생충을 통해서 멋진 모습을 또 많이 보여주셨는데 이게 또 어찌 보면 박영호 선수에게 있어서 이 감염충의 신경기생충이 좀 시그니처라고 볼 수 있을까요?
사실 저도 이렇게 힘든 게임을 원하진 않는데 이기려면 좀 발악을 해야 되다 보니까 그 쓰게 된 게 감염충이고요. 근데 그게 계속 이렇게 쌓이다 보니까 약간 시그니처 유닛이 된 것 같아요.
He says it's so hard to win these days, so at least he has to do something to win. So he find investors as a ace in the hole.
Well, I mean, turning the Terran and Protoss units against themselves is a great way to do it. So awesome to see. I guess more of just a mindset question. We've seen lots of draws and lots of very scrappy games from you in the past year, like that game one. So what is it that allows you to stay so calm under pressure? Is there anything you use as like just a mental trick to stay focused in very scrappy games? Because you're an expert at the very messy game.
그리고 이제 작년에도 그렇고 이제 올해도 그렇고 되게 무승부라던가 좀 어떻게 보면 난잡한 게임들이 되게 많았잖아요. 근데 이제 그런 난잡하거나 좀 지저분한 게임들을 하면서도 항상 박영호 선수는 침착함을 좀 유지를 잘 하시는 것 같아요. 그럼 뭐 평정심을 유지하는 데 있어서 뭔가 비결이 있을까요?
그냥 이제 적을 한 10년 정도 하다 보니까 뭔가 웬만한 일에는 좀 멘탈이 안 깨지는 것 같고 그리고 어떤 상황이 나와도 좀 딱히 뭐 떨리거나 그런 게 없는 것 같아요. 그래서 그냥 10년 동안 두드러 맞았던 게 이제 좀 멘탈 강화에 좀 큰 도움이 됐다라고 말씀드리고 싶네요.
So he says, actually playing Zergs after for 10 years made me kind of stronger as both physically and mentally, and he actually says that he kind of battered as a Zerg for 10 years, like for a decade, so he doesn't really feel much.
At this point, immune to any pain. I love to hear it. Well, congratulations. You've just got one more series left to finish the group. Thanks for your time, Dark. And thank you everybody at home for watching. We're just going to have a very quick break and we'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.esrgaming.com.
just one more round of games remaining here for Group B. We have a few cool ones on the way here. We still have the group a little bit open here for the group as a whole. And I've got Muslim as well as Fear Dragon to start talking about stuff that's going on. I wonder if we're going to get a chance at the groups. I can't remember if my producer said that we were going to get a look at the group. But hey, group fly. Yeah, let's take a look. Okay, so Cyril guaranteed through. Congratulations to him. Dark guaranteed through. Congratulations to him. However, maybe, you know, a little jostle for position here as we have Ryung, Showtime, and trying to find themselves a decent old spot here as well. Unfortunately for Special, it's kind of dunzo here, Ben. So the group is kind of shaping up to how we kind of expected it.
A little bit, a little bit. I mean, the fact that Cyril's been as dominant as he has been today, maybe, well, I didn't expect it actually to be that freaking good, but he's gone in absolutely clean. I think some of Dark's games have been amazing, you know. We talked about that newcomer just a few months ago.
We did.
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic to watch. But Ryung's the real surprise for me, man. Like, when he went through that bracket stage, he took out a lot of big names, which is really cool. And whenever I've seen him around the event, he's been followed by Maru the whole time. Like, they've just been talking non-stop. And I know Maru gave him those call-outs, but I didn't realize how good friends they were. Yeah. And they're constantly sharing strategies and stuff. And even walking onto the stage just now, he gave me a little one of these and was just like, yeah, and he had Maru with him too, being like, oh, like his little mad genius. It was great.
You make him sound like, oh, Precious is...
Yeah, a little hunchback fella, you know, it was great.
But yeah, I mean, looking at how things have gone here, Fear Dragon, I think it's cool, especially considering Ryung in the position that he was in. He didn't like the notion of going up against Cyril, going up against the Dark. He is now going into that matchup, and to be fair, the record's not that great for him going up against Dark here.
Yeah, I think that is going to be definitely a tough part of this, but I mean, this is going to be a really great match for him just because it's one of those situations where we're at the end of the group stages and he holds his own fate in his hands. If he wins this series, like, he's clear. He doesn't have to worry about any weird math about other matches working out his way. Like, it's just settled, and I think that is also, like, in some ways a nice spot to be in.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, when you look at this matchup coming up, Ben, what were you thinking?
I mean, it's going to be a real rough one for Ryung, right? Like, Dark can make even the greatest players look absolutely silly. And when it comes to these two, yeah, map scores don't lie. I mean, Ryung's a real flash from the past. It's great to see him doing so well. And what's the like chances with the other matchups? Like, what does need to happen for somebody else to make it? Like, Showtime needs to beat Cyril, right? And if that happens,
then
Ryung would obviously need to win because then it's 3-2, 3-2. Yes. Time, on the other hand, he's at 1-3 right now, but if he beats Special, the whole group could be a little bit weird.
He would need both the people above him to lose, and then, you know, because then they would be both 2-3, and then we would go down to map scores. Effectively,
yeah.
I
think he would have a better map score if everybody loses. So
potentially.
But if Showtime wins, then you've got to beat Dark, and that's when it gets rough. But Showtime's got to beat frickin' Cyril.
Yeah, I'm on that game right now, and it's already looking to be one of those games where I'm like, well, yeah, Cyril's a really good player, actually.
That's weird, that. That's a strange odd coincidence. All right, well, thank you very much, gents. It's time to head over to the stage for the last time today as we greet our players.
The final deciding match of Group B is here, and we're going full circle to where it all started. It's going to be a Terran versus Zerg match, the men versus the Bugs once again. This is Dark versus Ryung.
Best of 3 of today. Of course, there are 2 more happening on other streams, but it's the last round of Group B, and there is still a lot to talk about when it comes to the group math. But we're going to get into Ryung versus Dark, and once we figure out how this is going to go, we can start to do a little bit more crunch the numbers, as they say. But I'm excited for this just as pure TVZ enjoyment, Harstum.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, the one thing we should remember is that as long as Ryung wins, Ryung is through. No matter what the other players do, whether Showtime wins, whether Time wins, it all doesn't matter as long as Ryung wins. And that's the most important thing. Perhaps people look at this match and think to themselves, well, it's not very likely that Ryung is going to win. He has been pretty vocal about not liking TVZ too much, but he also has been pretty vocal about not liking TVT too much. I'm pretty sure he did just manage to kind of destroy Time, who has been looking very, very good today. So I wouldn't underestimate Ryung here too much.
I mean, yesterday he was also vocal in his interview about just kind of saying, well, you get through and get into a group like this, like, what are you really hoping for? That's kind of what he said. And apparently, a hope is that he could actually make it through. That's kind of crazy. Ryung, I mean, he disagreed, said it wasn't, you know, my rise coming back from the military wasn't as prominent as others, but it's on the track to be perhaps even more so if he could actually get into the round of 12 out of Katowice. That would be just insane. Dark, we expect that. You know, and if you made it to the round of 8, we would have expected that. That would have been fine. But Ryung, that is a classic story right there.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It was really funny in that interview yesterday as well, where he said, yeah, my rise after the military hasn't been as great as DRG. Well, Ryung qualified out of the bracket and DRG didn't take him up. I was like, well, maybe you're underselling yourself a little bit here, buddy. As he right now is, well, fighting for his life against Dark. Dark, of course, really strong in this matchup. Has been a lover of the lurker for a long time. Used to play that good old cave bob style with those roaches into that fast hive, following it up with the lurkers, but often a very poor mid game. But once Dark gets into the late game, I actually do believe he is the greatest CVT player in the world, where he just comes back from positions where it should be unwinnable.
Some people would argue with that, but I think that actually is a very fair call to make. Certainly one of the greatest in the late game TVZ. We've seen so many games too where Dark was able to claw his way back where no other Zerg could, and in fact that's been true for all of his matchups for some time. We just witnessed him in the ZVP doing something similar. Now we get to see how strong his ZVT is once again. Ryung is up for quite the challenge, but also with the match history, and this is actually recent, not like 2015 or something, Ryung has been able to take a map or two. So we've already gone through it today. The odds were against Dream, for instance, that he was able to make it through. Magic can happen at IEM Katowice 2022. We are finally into game 1. However, it's going to be on Hardwire in the top right for DPG. He is Dark.
And in the bottom left for Team GP, it is Ryung.
And I still think that Ryung's going to be coming in here being like, ooh, this is a tough one. But he has already gained a little momentum, a couple of victories, and especially kind of harkening back to, I believe it was a World Team League, saying, you know what, I can take a game versus Dark. It can happen. All you need is 2 here, a little bit volatile with the best of 3s, but that creates some very cool upset stories. If Ryung were to make it into the playoffs, I still think that would be one of the strongest storylines ever. But we are far away from that. Other matches, again, happening on the B and C stream that might just be super important to watch out for if Ryung can't take the victory. You summed it up nicely. If he wins, then that's it, you know? But can he actually win against Dark?
Yeah, that's going to be the question. And we know about Ryung's TVZ. Well, honestly, not too much. I've seen him play a bunch of mech in this matchup. And I know that he was actually the person that suggested to Maru to start playing the mech into Ghost. And Ryung plays a very similar style. Maru almost always, after every win or after every match he plays, shout out Ryung as well. As either just a good friend or a nice practice partner or someone that made some good build suggestions. So Ryung definitely a smart player. Looking forward to what he has in store for us here against Dark.
It's actually kind of funny, you know, Ryung comes, it's awesome to see him again. He gets through into the groups, that's fun as well. But I think a lot of people were kind of looking at Ryung like, well, we'll see what you can do, you know, old man, right? You know, and maybe he'll just be there as far as just being the person who talks tomorrow. Makes him even better because you're in person able to kind of talk to him through some things. But now it is not an impossible scenario for Ryung to actually be in the playoffs with Maru, who of course we'll be seeing later on in Group D. We do assume that Maru is going to be making it into the bracket stage.
Yeah, I think Ryung just tried to dodge the Overlord with his Reaper. I'm not quite sure if that worked there. There were 4 links out anyway, and we'll have to see whether Dark will be able to keep all of his links alive. Should not be too much of an issue as that Queen pops here as well. First creep tumor will be thrown down in the natural as the third CC already is on the way here for Ryung.
Yep, no second gas, just right into the 3cc. So a lot of possibilities from this starting point, however, but it's very much not anything tricky to begin. So while Ryung's coming in here as the underdog, he is not going to try and just maybe cheese his way to victory. Cheeky 2 racks, cheeky 3 racks, anything like that. Not even a Hellbat attempt, but rather right into the 3cc 1-1-1. I mean, this could go into mech. Eventually, could even bring out some battle cruisers, but I actually kind of like Ryung's confidence. I would love to see some bio from him versus Dark.
Yeah, I definitely would not mind that either. And the one thing that I did notice, at least in the PvPs that he has played, is that his control is really strong. His unit movement, his army control, and his decision making, I think, are really his strong points. Every now and then there will be a small float, a couple of hundred, maybe sometimes 1200, 1300, a bit too much. But when it comes to the control and that unit movement, it really reminds me of some of the best Terrans that we have. And especially in TVP, it was very reminiscent of how Beyond kind of moves that army around. We do have the Viking opener here, and now we're just waiting whether there's going to be a third gas or not, or what the plan is. All right, we see that stim go down, so most likely it is going to be bio.
Yes, indeed. I don't think that's a fake. It's interesting to see the Viking with the tech lab on it. I mean, I wonder if he's going to maybe like a safety Banshee, as Dark is known for his roaches, and specifically getting a roach warren around like, what, 330, that he then uses sometimes for aggression, sometimes for a 1-1 push, and sometimes just actually for macro. So might be just tech lab not going to do anything at this point as the Viking denies the Overlord. The Ling also going to be denied access up to that high ground to see exactly what has been forming. And I do believe Ryung was very close to starting to build that barracks there. Yeah, he was, but it's not seen anyways.
Yeah, so that will leave Dark in the dark for a little more. 4 Overlords on the way for him as he moves out of a supply block. 9 more drones as well coming in. Was this a 4-car opener here for Ryung, or does he still have 2 at home?
I think it's, oh, he does have 2 at home. He does have 2 at home. So we do see some people actually, if you are going to go for a 3cc, kind of just saying, well, I'm going to, if I'm going to be greedy, I'm going to be a little bit more greedy. Not get those additional Hellions and thus get the barracks a bit faster. But 6 is rather safe. 4 on the map, 2 at home in case of a little tiny little Ling run by, which, by the way, to emphasize, Dark is in fact going for Ling Baneling. We have seen him play around with mutas before. That is true, and we saw even today a little bit more muta action perhaps we expected, but we'll see. The layer's only just started.
Yeah, and with that double Evo first, those mutas would hit rather late, of course. It wouldn't surprise me if Dark either goes for some type of 1-1 or 2-2 timing, which he has liked in the past, or just goes for the old school 4 gas into eventually these lurker transitions, getting up to 8 gases once you hit 5 bases. Oh, this is the Dark standard, by the way, with that macro hatchery going down in the main base. Often criticized by the European Zergs, especially once that second one goes down, but this is his absolute standard. Doesn't want to use his queens for injecting too much, rather just runs around chasing Hellions, spreading creep, transfusing the boys, or well, the queens. The
gals.
Yeah, the gals, the royalty, the royal gals. And yeah, he'll get the larva with those extra macro hatcheries in his main base instead. Ryung doing a pretty decent job at denying creep here and there, but once again, all the queens are out on the map, so you'll need to deny a crap ton of creep if it wants to be effective. For a Baneling run by here, Ryung has a lot of time to respond, and this is the first real test for him.
And he does perfectly fine. To be fair, there wasn't much else happening on the map. It's usually much more common to see mistakes, forced errors, right, in StarCraft when there's 2 things happening, not just the one. Dark is absolutely headed towards that hive and probably right into those lurkers. We got ourselves a nice mid-game TVZ at the very least. Now the Hellions even on anti-run by Baneling duty. We have that faster second factory coming down. Armory maybe a couple seconds late, but nothing to really be too bothered about. And Burrow, which we have been seeing more and more in these Zerg games.
Yeah, Ryung's playing really confident here. He's not ever really jumping in with those Hellions, trying to get a lot of drone kills. He's not doing something overly aggressive. He's playing practically the most standard macro game that I've seen in my entire life. And it kind of surprises me.
It's actually kind of going back to what you said about his mechanics, his micro. Well, hold on. Yeah, as Micro, it's actually rather impressive. Usually when someone returns from a very long break, so a year and a half plus, we think, well, you know, maybe we see those hints of strategy, the experience, the mentality, all that good stuff. But, you know, mechanically, he might be a little shy. And because he's mechanically shy, maybe he's going to take more risks, but not Ryung, apparently. And that's not just even this TVZ, but other matches as well, as you had pointed out. So really just kind of impressed to see him kind of, you know, think he can go toe-to-toe with Dark, which so far so good. Nothing's really happened to set that back, although this Wood of Mine does hit more friendly than it does enemies. The Hellbats on the left side gonna help tank with the Wood of Mines helping out too. Okay, well, and then killing their own 2 Hellbats. That's cool, Wood of Mines. Means that we still have 2 attacks from Young on the left side, clearing up creep. Misrallied Wood of Mines is a bit of a pain. Those really would have helped either side. But again, these Marines on the right still injured, it looks like, but good target fire right there from Ryung, bringing out the Micro that we were just talking about. Now, Dark does deflect this ultimately, but already some cool little moves there from the Terran.
Yeah, very late for CC though, so really focus on getting as many units out as he can. 2-2 is on the way as well, but Dark's 2-2 is also their big Ling run by, and this is what we're used to seeing from Dark. Dark loves these huge Ling run bys. Honestly, he isn't on that high of a worker count. He has 73 workers playing pure Ling Bane. That means that if he takes one bad trade, Ryung could potentially push across the map, and Dark actually wants to get aggressive here with 2-2. Yeah, it is possible, but if this doesn't work out, Ryung might have a timing with his own 2-2.
That seems to be a decent amount of buy. Okay, but Command Center is actually messing it up. Oh, the Wood of Mines finally doing exactly what they intend, which is hitting the majority of the enemy units. Baneling's now coming without that additional Ling addition is actually just not that intimidating anymore. It's when everything comes together that the Terran player really starts to worry, but more Lings are being sent across the map. Now Ryung forced to choose, can he actually continue to attack or should he return on home? Looks like he's maybe going kind of in between. He's going to have to pull the SCVs away as there wasn't quite enough reinforcements. 4th CC had to be cancelled. SCVs are starting to go down. 3rd lifted too. This does end up causing a lot of chaos, but Ryung still with an army on the other side of the map, looking at that hatchery, knowing there's not a lot of creep spread. Once again, getting at least one fantastic Wood of Mine shot, and there's not much Banelings left over, but Ryung, he's dealing with 2 places at once, and that is always so difficult to micro correctly.
Yeah, army supply is still very large here for Ryung. 2-2 finishing up as well, but Dark keeping on the pressure, getting his first Hydralisk out right now. Lurker then halfway done as well. And once these first Lurkers pop, the party will end here for Ryung. He does not have a 4th command center yet. His depots are being taken out as well. I think Ryung's in a world of trouble here.
Yeah, this really does seem to be it, honestly. The Ling run by finally finding success, not just in the damage that it dealt, but the amount that it set Ryung back momentum-wise. Literally no 4th command center, literally half of his army having to stay back home, and or just being simply intercepted, means that he does not get to apply that pressure. So that means he won't apply the pressure to stop the Lurkers, to stop the upgrades, or perhaps most importantly, to stop the army of Dark from once again getting to his side of the map.
Yes, these Lings burrow for a 2nd time here in the natural. This time a scan is available and Ryung will clean it up. Supply still look close, but that is a little bit deceiving. Once these first Lurkers hit the field, this Marine Mine army is going to be rendered completely useless.
Wood of Mines are still finding some success, but just the entire momentum lost here. Ryung knows that he can't actually quite afford to go for a 4th command center yet, as he is supply blocked. He's about to have those minerals, but he used it instead to start up that +3 immediately. I mean, effectively turning this into a real all-in. Already his 4th CC wasn't that fast, but especially now. So we might be hoping that Dark is maybe underestimating him, maybe has too few units back at home compared to the other side of the map, but soon that will not be even a worry for Dark. The more Lurkers you have, the less likely it is you're going to run into a single Wood of Mine, have all your Banelings explode.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid for Ryung here. The timer is running out, and I don't even think he's aware that there's a timer on currently, and that usually is an issue. 4TC is being thrown down here. +3 is nowhere close to being done for Ryung. If he waits for that upgrade, he's definitely that. I love these burrowed Banelings, by the way. Knowing his opponent needs every single penny he can get, and some random scans won't be appearing anytime soon off creep.
That's the tough part for sure. Ryung, you know, he's managed to actually get probably to max out here. He's even added on additional barracks with the tech labs as well, so Marauders are coming through too. But he will not have a lot of control over the map, and he will not be able to add additional command centers and ghosts, for instance. Doesn't have those tanks to help secure his home either, so he is hoping some of this pressure will actually work out. So far, not happening, as the Netherling run by does find find perhaps a decent amount of bio. No Wouldn't Mind Burrow, however, and the Marauders don't actually kill Lings all that quickly. Once again, the run-bys leading to even further chaos as Dark takes the opportunity to send more Lings into the natural, into the third, and is just taken over the map.
Yeah, and Dark is absolutely destroying Ryung here. Lurkers are moving forward. Overseers with the army will take out the mines. Banelings connecting with Marines everywhere as well. 19 SCVs have gone down in the past 45 seconds as the Lurkers burrow. And all that there is left is Marines. I think Ryung is absolutely dead at this point.
Yeah, you got a pretty cool surround on some of those Lurkers, but that really wasn't even the bulk of Dark's army. It could be. At any point, he could just go Mass Lurker. He's starting to bank up quite a bit, but still a lot of Ling, Baneling, Hydra to morph in. Accidental Sormos also coming in as well. Dark up on so many bases. Ryung still struggling to get his third back, much less his fourth. Does not actually have a +3 timing. His army supply is not good enough to do so. There is still such an uphill battle on creep against Banelings, against Lurkers. It ain't gonna work, actually. It's not even Banelings here. It's just a full Ling run by 3-3 versus 2-2, but it's the Lings with 3-3.
Yeah, that's not looking too good. Although the Marine are getting somewhat of a trade, it still won't be enough. GG gets scalded as Dark wins game number 1. Sure, the map was hardwired, but Dark made it look kind of easy.
Once he stopped Ryung's flow, it just was truly a steep decline. There was not much else that Ryung did. He got into arguably a comfortable position. 3 CC, out in the map with 2 drops, even some fancy footwork with the micro on those Banelings, and even a couple of good Wouldn't Mind shots. But the run-by just took too long to clean up. I think it's always a combination of the direct damage that the run-by does, as well as how much chaos it creates, and it really did both.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see our average macro hatch enjoyer on the screen, up 1-0 currently, and yeah, kind of already sure of that second place. Sarah, of course, in that first place. Still wants to win that best of 3. Don't want to drop no more maps against Ryung. Even just taking a map here for Ryung can be very important, depending on what happens in the other games, of course. So although Ryung is down 1-0, he will definitely not give up. I'm curious to see if he's going to switch it up. Will we see more of a cheesy style? I always respect people that try to, you know, take their opponent on head on. But I also love it when people just say, hey, you know what? I don't think I'm good enough to take this fella on in a bio game. Let me put my first 2 barracks across the map, or let me try some cheeky mech out here. Something we can definitely expect on the second map, which should be a little bit better for Terran as well.
Should be, yeah. It's always, I guess, endearing to see when someone just says, you know what, yeah, I am going to have trouble against you, so I'm going to throw everything in the kitchen sink. Excuse you, I'm not going to play straight up. But Ryung did try. Again, he had some cool moments. He probably even felt like, hey, maybe this isn't going too poorly, but all it took was that one Ling run-by to really reset everything. Perhaps had less of an issue if he were to be an aggressive early on, or if he were to go mech early on, and maybe, you know, Ling run-bys wouldn't really be an issue as you have so many Hellions. But we also know that Dark can mix up his own styles. We move on to now 2,000 atmospheres for game 2. In the top right for DPG, he is Dark.
And in the bottom left, the blue Terran who has surprised everyone so far this tournament, it is Ryung.
He certainly has surprised people. I mean, even if he doesn't quite make it out of groups today, I still think him getting here was already quite the achievement. I think he agreed. He was also like, well, I made it into this really tough group, so I don't know how much farther I can go. But even to be in contests with a lot of other talent from the world is, inarguably an achievement. Dark is looking to kind of, I guess, cement his position, not just in second place, but as maybe even once again, like the contender for top 4, top 2, top 1 in the tournament. He wants to actually prove it was just Cyril that messed him up, but he's good against everyone else.
Yeah, of course, Dark eyeing that $1 million, as well as Calaris loves to mention.
His head perked up.
Yeah, yeah, of course. It's of course really cool, that storyline as well. But for now, Ryung is our main focus here. The man from Korea, coming back from that military service. And, well, in the interviews didn't quite believe in himself. But I spoke with him today. He actually sounded kind of confident in his own abilities. And he also told me that he felt like yesterday he was playing absolutely out of his mind. So I was like, man, your splits against here. I was like, yeah, that's the best I've ever done as well. I'm not quite sure where that came from. But I could see a little, you know, his eyes were shining a little bit. He felt proud of those games. Well, he should. He played freaking amazing StarCraft yesterday. It was fantastic to watch. And today as well, he's just been playing really fun, aggressive styles often, knowing when to counterattack, knowing when to attack. I love to see him give Dark a run for his money. We are here on 2K Atmospheres. If there's a map where maybe he can throw out a cheeky mech, I don't actually think 2K Atmosphere is the greatest for that. I've seen him do it before though here, and it is a possibility. I honestly be a bit disappointed if he opens triple CC 6 Hellion again and just goes straight up into bio. It's like, well, oh, this is not a good start. Oh, he looks pissed on that cam. You see that? Oh, I was not happy with that.
Mentally, he is already defeated. Not quite, but that is very unfortunate, especially against a guy like Dark, who is so prone to, as I said last game, actually throwing down a Roach Warren and then maybe using it, maybe not, depending on how everything else went. Well, you just killed the Reaper, so could actually even be aggressive. Ryung has once again gone for a third CC build. Now, I agree with you. If he does the exact same thing, I'd be a little disappointed. But, you know, Time was working with a 3CC build, I think, would like actually turn into a bit of an attack with Hellbats. Kind of mixing up the actual aggression points from a Terran player can still happen off the back of this build. But, I mean, you know, obviously it's up to Ryung. He's going to deny at least the Overlord Scout, but we do have a second barracks at this point, confirming at least the bio. It is a faster second barracks.
Yeah, this is the late starport type of opener. I don't think we have a second gas yet either, do we? No, we don't. Might actually go into something like 3 Rex from here. Actually getting more Hellions as well. Wow. It's going to be an interesting builder. Could go into something like a Hellbat push with a relatively late starport, but still, and just going Medevacs, like no Liberator, no Viking, none of that crap.
Yeah, yeah. I actually think that's exactly what he does. Well, we'll watch that, I guess, develop. Dark has not thrown down his Roach Warren, so I think once again going to be playing Ling, Baneling. We did have, earlier today, Kira actually go for mech on this map, so it should be on the, I guess, in the front of a lot of Zerg's minds, like, hey, maybe mech is making a return. You know, 3 Terrans tried it already today, but not this time, not this Terran, turning this 3CC opener into the fast 2-1-1 that really doesn't hit all that much later than a 2-base 2-1-1, but has that economic I guess, stability behind it. So more like around 5:30, you see those Medevacs.
Yeah, and he also has some Hellions, right? A little bit of map control, perhaps a tiny bit of pressure as well. If you don't see anything past these 4 cars. Oh, this is an important scout if he gets it. I don't think he got anything there up the ramp, right? Nah.
He just saw 2 more Marines. That's actually it, which actually can maybe be a signal, right? The reactor's on the factory. As far as he knows, sees the Hellions, so there must be something else behind that. And that would be true.
You know what's funky in these scenarios? Sometimes you believe that your Ling actually got vision upstairs when you didn't. And then in the fog of war, you still see the factory. You're like, wait, he's still producing Hellions? Yeah. Well, in reality, there's still a barrier. So it might be that Dark is thinking that. After seeing those 2 Marines, though, I'd be a little bit surprised if he wouldn't be able to make the read. He's going to throw down the armory, by the way. It's going to be that I think it's like a 4 Hellbat type of timing here with a bunch of Marines as well. And I'm really looking forward to this. The Baneling nest is going to be in time.
You know what's actually really funny? Before Ryung went to military, I felt like he was one of the players who loved the 2-base 2-1-1 Hellbat edition. So you don't actually swap the starport in the factory. You just produce 1 medevac at a time. This is a 3CC version. So that is going to be, again, kind of this like off-kilter type of push. A little bit of, you know, XY in the composition, as well as a little bit in between an attack we'd usually see at 5 or and then 7 minutes, right? It's like right in between. And it might just be enough to surprise Dark. His Baneling Nest is not done, but Queens are pretty good at buying time, nothing else.
Second factory as well.
Yeah, going up into perhaps just into... Oh, okay, I thought it was going to be Drilling Claws. I definitely did. It is not. It is Blue Flame Hellion. Okay, is this what he was doing earlier today as well?
I have no clue. I've never seen this before in my entire life. He's taking extra... He's playing mech! He's playing mech from this!
He might just be... That would be so... No.
He's getting vehicle weapon. This is mech. 100%. I know he has Stim. I know he has Stim Observer. I know there's Combat Shield. This is mech.
That's amazing. If he had started producing a tank off the 1 factory, I'd still be like, no, he's just going to add, like, you know, upgrades for the tanks. But no, with another factory coming down, he is trying to bring in the bio to mech transition that you might see in Brood War, actually, guys. But certainly not in StarCraft 2, and actually not this fast either. We've even seen some players try, like Euthermal, to bring it in really, really late, like 25 minutes late. But this is truly unique.
Yeah, enjoy making this read, Dark. Holy crap. Took me like 2.5 minutes to figure it out, and I already saw the second factory. Okay, Dark just scouts immediately, throws down that Roach War, and he's going to be scratching his head right now. We're not seeing it on the camera, so I guess he's a little more prepared here than I was, but Holy crap, he's actually going to be playing some weird... But it's not really a hybrid, because this is more just a 2 medevac drop with Marines to clear some creep. And then I guess Hellion run-bys into tanks. We see the Infestation Pit going down as well. And still melee upgrades as well. Wow.
Was it Ryung versus Cero when we saw that blue flame kind of as he died? I do wonder if he intended to do this in another TVZ, but of course was stopped short. Now we actually get to see this come to fruition. Does a mech transition work, especially when it is actually scouted too? Like, there could be a lot said about just totally unscouted transitions and just being a surprise, right? But this has been scouted. Dark seems to have some understanding of what to do here. At least he does add the Roach Warren, but what a crazy way to play. You still have some of the map presence and aggression of Marines and medevacs, but then you might be trying to build up to that stable basis of Hellion tank. You're trying to, but, well, actually, the Hellbats are totally fine. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, I got really scared for a second, and I realized he's not playing Bio no more. Yeah. Otherwise, he probably would have straight up lost the game there. This base might actually get taken down. That is really bad for Dark. He has 82 workers. He needs to be mining from this base. 6 roaches are on the way. If this is kind of big, this base falling.
Yeah, he gets it. Absolutely. Pick up the Marines, I would say. Well, okay, he picks up the Hellbats, actually. Well, if he drops them on top of the mineral line, it could be just circa 2013, another phase that Ryung is very familiar with, which is Hellbat drops on everyone's base all the time, every day. Actually, even landing a Hellbat on top of the Banelings, getting like 5 of them to crash in, can also be effective. What a wild and crazy game. Kudos to Dark for taking it in stride as much as you possibly can, but yeah, he lost a base. The economy's not best. He's at least getting up to that high. Oh, a couple of Overlord drops as well.
He has melee upgrades right now. No, like, he's getting range. He has triple Evo, so he's getting range upgrades finally. He basically, he almost has less creep threat than what you start with in StarCraft 2. Like, there's like 5 tumors on, well, okay, there's a little more on the map. He's got a drop? Oh, yeah. Bailing drops. That's kind of cool.
That is really cool. And the other thing that's happening, as I'm oohing and awing at, is that Ryung, okay, this makes a lot of sense. He's going from Bio to Mech back into Ghost Mech, which is very easy to do now that you have so many barracks. He even added another barrack, so it really is coming into a combination, but definitely more so of that Supreme late game Mech Ghost, which usually takes so many, basically, steps to get to, but by being almost, you know, like a Zerg in your tech transitions, you're able to get here, I suppose, as soon as possible, sub 10 minutes. Dark is at the point now where he's got his upgrades, he's got his hive, he's got his bases, hopefully back up and running, but not a lot of creep spread, and not a lot of understanding maybe of how this is actually going to end up. I mean, I really don't know if he's ever played this before.
I hope there's a tank here, by the way, because, yeah, well,
now he knows.
Yeah, this run-by was a bit much. Losing 9 workers there sucks for Ryung, obviously. Command Center will land once again. Ghosts are out, will be able to defend these roaches, but not having any tanks there is a bit surprising. Ryung is going to push this again. If he gets another cancel on this 5th base, Dark still is maxed, but might actually be in a bit of trouble here.
I think that he is. I mean, it doesn't seem like that many tanks, but the Vipers aren't out. There is a bit of a depth to them as well, so 2 of them go down, but some still backing up the push. And once again, this base has to be taken. The drones have to leave. They have to evacuate. That hatchery looks like it might go down. Maybe not, actually. The Lings pour in. The Ravagers try and follow them up as well. 3 tanks still trying to hold strong, but about to be overwhelmed. That is going to cut it, and the retreat has to come in full force for Ryung, who also did lose a handful of SCVs behind this. But at the very least, you could say that it was a trade. Oh, some burrowed roaches, too. Oh, no, the Banelings, the main base. Good on Ryung to see that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he saw that or if he already was planning on transferring workers to that third, but he probably just saw that. He's, well. Ghosts actually are great against this type of drop. I love the Viking here as well. He's saying, you know what, there's going to be stuff here in the future. This is a tricky attack as well. There's not that many tanks here. This is an orbital at the 4th base.
Oh, wow.
These Ghosts actually will need to help out. Did scan for the Banelings. Good catch there out of Ryung. A lot of crap happening on the map right now. And, well, a lot of SCVs are going down as well. There's still 64 mining, and with 4 orbitals, of course, you're going to get decent mining. But because that right side 5th base did not end up falling, Dark is just out mining his opponent a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like it was going to fall, but nothing to actually snipe it, had to deal with the attack. And now it's just one of those situations where Ryung has the wrong units in the wrong place. So a tank would have been nice to clear up the roaches to the left, and the Hellions would have been nice on the right to help clear up those Lings, but it was not actually the setup that Ryung had. Now he is trying to solidify that setup, getting a little more SimCity, getting, of course, more units as he took a heavy blow to his supply. He probably gets another shot at really doing the best turtle possible on these 4 bases. But at that point, Dark also has started to expand elsewhere. He's expanded, he's upgraded, he's added technology, and he's going to keep attacking left, right, and center.
It wouldn't surprise me if Dark tries to go for a bus now. He has Vipers. Well, how many Ultras are we currently at? And what's the Ghost count? 10 Ghosts and only 2 Ultras. Well, that should be a hole that tanks are in position at least. There's not a single sensor tower though, which makes it difficult to maneuver this Ghost army around. If the Ghosts are not in the correct position, this could get very, very well, bad for Ryung, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Sense Tower is on the way by the looks of things, but the attack is already here. 2 Vipers. Ooh, one of them being EMP'd, but I think only after I got the Blinding Cloud. Actually, not that many Blinding Clouds going down, but it might be too much Zerg. No, actually, all the Zerg coming in at kind of the most awkward angle with so many tanks against, again, that depth, plus the Ghost Snipes really made that a nice hold. Dark overvaluing his position, overvaluing his attack. Actually takes a bit of his own supply dip, and Ryung gonna try to run with the momentum, even though he's not maxed out, just barely on that 150 supply. He's going to move into the creep.
I'm not so sure about this. He's building up a great army. Why not wait for that +3 and the max out? There's no planetary at that 4th base. Ling run bys are a big issue. You know that Dark is going to remax on Lings here. Helmets are going to help out, of course, but a bunch of SCVs already will go down. Ryung at the same time also dealing a lot of damage on the other side, but there's just not that many workers on that 6th base.
Nope, Dark can give that one up as long as he deals a lot of damage on this side of the map, which now he's finding that opening. Initially, the right side had those Hellbats kind of deny the Lings, but now we're talking about Ling, Baneling, and Ultras, and Ryung does not have enough reinforcements. He did not, I agree, I think it might have actually waited long enough, gotten maxed out, maybe been able to leave more army at home because of that as well. But it is what it is. Now Ryung going for the all-in, 60 supply down, still a lot of Zerg to cover to actually hope to take this game. He is awfully close to a lot of the reproduction rallies of Dark, but there's so much army on the map. They're going to be coming from all different angles, really nullifying the effect of the tanks. I do think that Ryung is going to have to tap out of this one too, but he has shown us a really cool style.
Oh, that's not a Manor Mule, that's a Walling Mule there, but there's too many Links. Dark breaks the main base. The production is practically dead at this point. Ryung keeps pushing forward, still has a decent amount of army supply, and he has a powerful army. But I think there's too much Dark, and Dark can still produce a crap ton. Drones are being pulled as well. Lots of tanks in the back, though. We'll take out a bunch of these drones. Snipes going down still. This was a very good fight for Ryung.
It was. Actually, it looked almost comical with the SCVs and the Ghosts, but they did a wonderful job taking out that front line. Dark did just throw a portion of his army very ineffectively into the remnants of the Terran, so for a while, the supplies had actually fall into a 20 supply gap instead of a 40 on that army supply specifically, guys. Now it's back up as Dark does start to remax, or well, not remax, but remake his roaches. They are mostly in the main base, and now his Ling Ultra is coming up its own ramp, its own choke into these tanks, into the Ghost. This is turning into a crazy finish, but one that should still lead to Dark's victory.
Yeah, no, definitely should. He's going to lose a lot of his production facilities, but those can be rebuilt, and out on the map, I mean, Ryung can't really move out of this base. At least I don't see how he can. There's so many Ultras. There is 7 Ghosts, which are good against Ultras. Tanks are good against Ultras, but there's also 30 Links. There's 15 Ravagers. There's just a lot of Zerg, and there's not so much Terran.
Yeah, exactly. That is the main problem. And I think Dark, the one thing he could have done is start to panic and then went, oh no, I have to return home. I have to save those bases. And again, run up that really small choke. But he doesn't do that. He's like, well, okay, that does suck. This is going to really complicate things for me ending the game. But I know you can't leave. I know you can't leave. So let's just calmly replace some of these things, maybe even start to replace some of the technology, just in case. And then commit his full forces once Ryung feels the need to move out, which he has to eventually.
Yeah, he definitely has to eventually, because Dark is still on, well, 2 bases and mining with 54 workers. It's nice that you have 1 floating orbital over here, and you're practically long-distance mining for your fort as well, but that's definitely not going to be cutting it. I'm surprised how slow this rebuild of the spawning pool is.
Yeah, very slow. Dark, actually. I mean, he kind of made the same mistake versus Showtime. I think Ryung might have picked up a couple of Ghosts, because I didn't know if he had any Hellions, to go take out the drones. That's absolutely the case. The drones, they could have burrowed, I suppose. They didn't just pull it away by the looks of things, and Ryung, you know, is going to be limited on scans at the very least. Some of his command centers are alive and have replanted themselves, but, you know, Ryung, he's maybe had a little bit of time to process his best chance to win this game. I think even he's just like, well, again, I kind of hope that Dark just runs up a ramp, which he's, yeah, exactly. He's like, well, I hope he runs up my ramp. That'd be awesome if he did that.
And honestly, even if Dark would run up the ramp here, I still think Dark would win this fight without the Ghost being there. 2 more Queens on the way, 12 Links as the spawning pool finishes up. Ryung's not going to be lifting this orbital command as it burns to the ground. Yeah, Ryung is absolutely dead at this point, and he's just extending his time in this game, in this series. He doesn't want to know yet what happened in the other games. He's like, as long as I'm in this game, I'm still in the tournament. And if I tap down, I might have to confront my elimination.
Yeah, and as long as I'm under the covers, the Boogie Monster won't get me. Right?
Exactly.
That's not going to actually work out at the end of the day. Dark now just dominating the supply. It is 26 army supply to 116. And yet Ryung is not willing to tap out, enjoying his experience far too much at Katowice, trying his best to use his Medivac micro, but look at that Zerg army. You get a fantastic view of it. There it is, the tap outs. Dark again taking a 2-0 this time over Ryung. And now leaving it a bit up to just, you know, group math, I suppose, to see who also joins Dark and Serral in the round of 12.
Yeah, what a fantastic game, though. This number 2, the freaking bio into mech, into ghost. I really believe if Ryung doesn't move out while his +3 is building, he's not in that bad of a position. Just send out a couple of Hellions. I think he's with a Medivac. He might even want to do a Hellion drop of some sort. There's almost no vision for Dark. He was rebuilding pure Ling against, what was it, 12 Hellbats, a bunch of Ghost. I don't think Dark's army was that good. I don't even think he didn't even have a bank. I don't even think he was maxed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryung is going to be watching that replay. He's going to be scratching his head and will be a bit disappointed with that decision, most likely. He gave his all, though. He definitely did, and he showed us some fantastic games.
He did, absolutely. Even the first game was really cool to see how he wanted to go toe-to-toe with Dark, but a run-by kind of cut that chance down. And the second game, yeah, strategy being so awesome. Just thinking about the way that that could work out. It could go to from bio harassment, a little bit more pressure than the early game mech can give, into the mech where you have the Hellions against the run-bys, still the drops moving around as you started with that bio, and the stability of tanks and kind of a turtle Terran situation, into Supreme Late game Ghost mech. That is, you know, what he has been trying, as we discussed earlier, trying to, I guess, convince everyone that is a very, very good late game situation. He did not really get there in a max out situation, so still not able to show the full power of that build, perhaps, but that was an awesome series. Again, Dark 2-0 Ryung here. Now we are going to head to the desk to do that group math and see what's been going on.
Thank you very much for the great cast. Yes, that's right. We have to do some math, but it's really actually not that difficult because Dark walks over, shakes Ryung's hand. Oh, he lost the match. But it doesn't matter because the other people are lost. So now Ryung is the least losing player out of the 4 players that lost most. And he's advancing with a -1 score. Amazing.
I mean, like, well played to Ryung, though, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
He's had a phenomenal tournament so far. Like, we got to remember that he went through the open bracket.
Oh, yeah.
Then he got into these pretty damn hard groups, and he played with the best. And honestly, he didn't look super outmatched. Like, some of these guys are real damn tough, right? Like, go up against Serral, it's going to be hard. You go up against Dark, it's going to be hard. But he was the best of the rest. Well played to Ryung.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look, I suppose, when it comes to Group B as a whole here and confirm our suspicions. Not even a suspicion, really. It's just a guarantee. Here it is. Here's the results. Serral, because he was the most winningest player here by far, he actually effectively, I suppose, helps Ryung's case because the other guys got so much minus here, Fear Dragon.
I think it's fantastic, too, because the 10-0 again just solidifies every single person that was a doubter that thinks, oh no, Serral wasn't a big favorite or isn't one of the big contenders to taking this event, and oh no, Katowice, not Serral's place. Serral is actually giving a big old middle finger to all of those people.
Yeah, I mean, with that, I mean, obviously there's still groups to be played, etc. and things like that, but he might end up being like one of the only players that's got like the most 10-0s in these groups, because if I'm thinking back, I remember some other ones occurring for a guy like Serral. Dark, of course, doesn't get the 10-0. You have 2 in one group, but he will be advancing in 2nd place, which isn't too much of a surprise here, all things considered then.
No, I mean, like, those were the 2 top dogs of the group, and yeah, all things said and done, I wouldn't be surprised if Ryung's like finds out the results, because he probably didn't know during that game, given that he was trying so hard. He's going to be like, oh, Cyril, a special thank you, boys. Get some a few drinks tonight, you know. I was hoping the camera was going to stay on his face, just so he could find out the results, you know, just to find out he's still through. But yeah, really cool series. It was very well played by Dark, and I like the strategy that Ryung kind of threw out there in game 2.
Yeah, all right, highlights time then, as we do take a little cheeky gander at this, and for all intents and purposes, Fear Dragon, once again, Dark played another really good series.
Absolutely, and I think it's definitely going to be a good showcase for what he's going to be capable of in the playoffs, as it's worth mentioning that I think a lot of the people that I'm still looking at in even the remaining groups for coming out in 3rd place are actually potentially just Terran players. So he might be very well just facing another Terran player and already showcasing how damn strong he can be. I love also that I feel like sometimes Dark makes decisions that I'm listening to like Peg or something, go be like, I don't understand why he's doing this, but it's working. Like, it's still working. He's just that damn good.
Well, it might end up being TVZ Mania in the brackets if things are working out this way. So far, Terrans and Zergs have been able to prevail. There's not that many Protoss left here to be able to push on forwards. I mean, you look at your traps, your Zests here, and we were expecting probably at least a Zest moving through. Estrella, yes, thank you, Fear Dragon.
I mean, like, honestly, when it comes to the real big dog Protosses, we haven't seen them play yet, right? Like, Zest and Trap are 2 absolute beasts, maybe number 1 and 2. You've also got Zaun in Group D that's always a threat to anybody. And he comes in a little off the radar for a lot, but it's not
the makeup of the group.
Yeah, and it's a group of death. Like, it's going to be ridiculously hard for him.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. That wraps up this final series here of the day, as well as Group B as a whole. But once again, we'll head on over to Dark to hear his final thoughts as he advances on from Group B.
A lovely way to finish the day there for you, Dark. Very nice victory over Ryung. This is the first LAN tournament in a couple of years for, you know, an international event. And it's a long day. It's very late. How does it feel to just have the day over and to know that you're through the group?
네, 플레이오프 진출 박영 선수 축하드리고요. 이제 정말 긴 하루였고 또 이제 이렇게 일정을 마무리하게 됐는데 좀 몇 년 만에 이렇게 치러진 오프라인 대회에서 좀 긴 일정을 치르신 걸 좀 소감을 좀 듣고 싶네요.
항상 좀 조별 리그 때마다 좀 이렇게 힘들었던 기억이 좀 많았는데 사실 지금 자고 있을 시간이라서 좀 아무런 생각이 좀 안 드는 것 같아요. 좀 멍한 느낌이에요.
So he says, I don't really feel much because it's the time that I was supposed to be sleeping. So I don't really feel much.
So basically kind of just autopilot? Like, are we just playing on autopilot?
뭐 그냥 되는 대로 하시는 거였나요? 그냥 자동 조정하는 것처럼?
약간 기계 마냥 약간 입력돼 있는 것처럼 그냥 손 가는 대로 움직였고요. 오히려 생각을 좀 비우니까 평소 경기력이 조금 나온 것 같아서 진작에 좀 이렇게 할 걸이라는 생각을 좀 했습니다.
So he says he just typed it like machine, and and that way actually his results were kind of better. So maybe he should have done earlier.
Yeah, I mean, hey, some fantastic results there. Both of those games got a little bit dicey at some points. We've seen a lot of mech recently, so is mech good? Is it bad? Is it just a lot of people obviously are inspired by Maru? Essentially, do you think mech's any good?
이제 좀 여러 이제 경기를 좀 많이 치르셨는데 이제 메카닉이 또 요즘에 좀 저태전에 화두가 되고 있잖아요. 그래서 메카닉이 요즘 뭐 조성주 선수도 쓰고 다들 이렇게 좀 쓰는 추세인데 좀 메카닉이 좀 좋다고 생각하시나요?
사실 메카닉의 완성은 좀 유령이라고 생각하고 있고 지금 개인적으로는 이제 그 구반을 갔을 때 유령이 한 두세 줄 쌓이기 시작하면은 현재로서는 좀 답이 없다라는 생각을 좀 갖고 있어가지고 방금 동원이 형이 되게 레이트 메카닉을 하면서 유령을 빨리 가셨는데 사실 좀 급했어요. 너무 급했고 유령이 좀 쌓이면 안 되겠다라는 생각을 좀 했는데 다행히도 동원이 형이 나와주셔가지고 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
So he says what completes the mech is actually goats. So when Terran has like dozens of ghosts, he's actually unbeatable. And he says he's gonna wait. He's tried to bait him unless until he gets dicey. But well, fortunately, he was he got into pretty rush. He he just rushed out to attack. So that was fortunate for us.
Okay, so if the kind of tanks and the ghosts are sitting at home defensive, there's just no way in. But if you can get the Terran to move out, we saw the Ultras, the Zerglings kind of base trade there and catch him out in the open. So that seems to be the way to take it out. It's good to see that, you know, my ladder experience is getting destroyed by Ghost Mech, and not just me. Apparently it is actually legit. Awesome to find this stuff out. All right, so obviously end of a long day. We're not going to keep you any longer. Just last question. If you could pick any opponent for the round of 8, who would it be? Any opponent for the quarterfinals. Like, sorry? Round 12. Or round of 12. Yeah. Okay, any opponent for the round of 12. Yeah.
그 이제 12강에서 이제 상대를 만나시게 될 텐데, 저 이제 마지막 질문이 있거든요. 뭐 12강에서 이제 만날 상대가 누가 있다면 좀 어떤 상대를 원하는지 좀 묻고 싶네요.
아마도 거의 높은 확률로 이제 프로토스 선수나 테란 선수를 만날 것 같은데, 프로토스 선수는 좀 만나기가 싫고 그냥 테란전을 좀 했으면 좋겠습니다. 근데 모두가 현장 와서 느낀 건데 다들 너무 잘 빌드 같은 걸 잘 짜오고 준비도 잘해와서 누굴 만나도 다 힘들다고 생각하고 있고 그냥 뭐 컨디션 관리가 중요한 것 같아요.
So he says he thinks that he will probably meet a Terran or Protoss, but he obviously prefers Terran over Protoss. He feels kind of pressure on Protoss as well, so he want to be Terran, but actually meeting all those players in the group stage made him feel that it seems like they prepare very much on the game, so anyone he meets will be really hard battle. Yeah.
Awesome to see the respect for the opponents here. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, Dark. Thank you everyone for watching. Let's head back over to the desk to finish the show.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well, you love it. No, I'm not going to do it. Sorry, Apollo. We have concluded our 2 groups here for the day, and thank you very much to Pig for all of the interviews. Thank you to Dark here in the final moments as well. Let's take a look at Group A, the results that we were getting in from today. Boys, the Muslim and Fear Dragon here to talk about everything throughout the day. Solar, Rogue, and Dream advance on into the bracket stage. All importantly as well here, Ben, Solar gets himself directly into the round of 8. Group stage Solar, best Solar.
I was just about to say, group stage Solo is just an amazing Solar, man. And then, like, topping out on top of Rogue was amazing. Like, the one loss that he had in the group was to Spirit, who actually finished last as well, which makes it almost more impressive.
True.
And then Dream making it out. Hey, I didn't quite expect that, you know? Those, like, Cure's a real big dog. That, like, 22 to 88 map deficit that he had against him as well to make it out. Super well played by Dream as well.
Yeah, overcoming the adversity of the stats, because numbers usually don't lie when it comes to StarCraft 2 here, Fear Dragon. But yeah, it was really awesome to see Dream prevail.
Always awesome to see a player overcome the stats, even when it's in a TVT, somehow still managing to beat the stats. But we do, of course, also have some really, really fun matches getting lined up, just because I want to note Group A and Group B both got 2 of those Zergs, 2 of those Terran players advancing on out. Like you said, the ZVT potential and everything. And just 2 Zergs already seeded in the round of 8. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, quite a lot of it going on here. And actually, I think that was kind of what Dark was alluding to, the fact that, yeah, he probably thinks he's going to be playing a Terran or a Protoss, because all the Zergs are getting first places, aside from him, of course, because it was unable to do so with Cyril in the group. Let's take a look at Group B then, just to confirm what we'd already kind of talked about a little bit before we went on to that interview anyway. But Cyril, 10-0, Dark and Ryong will be advancing on here. Finally, unfortunate for Showtime, Time, and Special, even though towards the very end it kind of got a little bit crazy, because of course in these best of 3s you're still fighting for a little bit of money, Ben, and Special was able to avoid that 0-5 situation.
Yeah, not just that, like time as well, that match against him. So going into that, he was 4-6. So if he actually ended up beating Special and was, let's say, 6-7, he'd have actually had a better map score than Ryung. So a lot of Ryung's fate was in Time's hands. But yeah, crazy day of results. Ryung going all the way through the bracket to make it here, and
definitely
Time finally like faltering at the end as well. Like Special, he had, as you said, he had some money to win, but yeah, absolutely botched Time's chances.
Definitely so, definitely. All right, well, let's take a look at what is coming tomorrow as we have Group C and D on the way. C will have the start of the day with Trap, Zest, Hero Marine, Bunny, Lambo, and Estrella Fear Dragon.
I'm pretty excited about that. This is also the group that I was saying is the most in contention, because I think that all of these players can end up at the top of the group, or all of them can end up at the bottom of the group. I think it's also important to mention, just related to Group A and B as well, is that we do have 3 of these Korean players in this group and 3 of the Korean players in the other group. So far, we have 5 Korean players who have qualified for the playoffs and 1 non-Korean player. So I think it's going to be a big opportunity for a lot of the non-Korean fans of like players for Hero Marine or Lambo or Estrella. Like this is maybe going to be the group that I think there's a good chance they could maybe have an opportunity to advance.
The Koreans, after we have a non-Korean world champion, oftentimes come back and get revenge via Dragon, and so far they're doing pretty well. Let's take a look at Group D to round things out. This will be the finale of tomorrow, but it is definitely not the finale of the tournament. But geez Louise, what a group we are in for. What a treat at the end of tomorrow, Ben.
I mean, Clem, Maru, the reigning champion in Reynor, and then you've got like just the most stacked player from the bracket here going into it as well. Group of death for a reason. It's going to be real rough for Scarlet, but if anybody can do it, hey, it might be her. She really surprised this recent season finals coming top 4. And I know for Reynor as well, going up against somebody like Scarlet, that's somebody that can absolutely catch you off guard.
Yeah, aside from like, I think Pyeongchang back then, that was Scarlet's run. It was brilliant to watch Fear Dragon.
Yeah, her first big premiere event that was an international event at like a big stage. Really big moment for her, and I think that she has been getting a lot of praise from some of the other players about how well she's playing and everything. She's focused. She's been so motivated ever since she joined Shopify Rebellion, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how she's going to do, but I think it is still going to be one of those things where you never put all of your cards on Scarlet's going to absolutely kill it until you've seen her play a little bit first.
Well, we know there's a lot of great fixtures coming up tomorrow, and you guys at home don't want to miss them. Today has been good, and hopefully tomorrow is even better. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. That does it for day number 2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. I can't believe it's just day 2. We got 3 more days to go. It's going to be a good one. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, for more from the World Championship.
Yeah.